All right, guys, promoting ourselves now from DT now to GST. People, this is Jan 21 exam, and if you're watching it online as well as if you're here, and also 25, sorry, my bad. Jan 25 exams we're looking forward to, and this is the GST part. Although I would have wanted to start with GST, but we invariably started DT, and I'm actually happy that we started DT because of the bigger part is done, and GST, of course, it's equal marks, but in terms of the whole syllabus, the whole complexity, I have a feeling it's a smaller and the easier version. Yes, we'll see how that works and all of that, and we'll decide everything. We'll do everything the same manner as we did DT. So, what all we'll be covering in this fast track course? We'll first go through concepts of per chapter, similar to what we did last time. I'll try and use my quick book to go through that so that you can also have a reference point. Once a chapter is over, we look at exam questions, we look at ICAI material questions, and we'll keep marking D, E, etc. And if there's any particular chapter that you feel that no, I want a little more attention on that, we'll look at that as well. Yes. So starting off right now with a little plan of action on what we need to do and how we will do it. Today is the 27th, and we have about 5-6 days for GST. We'll see how that works. But first, what are the topics that I'm looking to start, and which are the ones that you should be really careful about? Of course, we'll start from the first chapter, which is which one, guys? Introduction. So, introduction to GST. We'll spend like 5-10 minutes, 15 minutes discussing that. Of course, there's nothing very different there, but something theoretical question. In fact, I don't know if you're aware, but this same chapter has CA final, and funny part is CA final every year there's one question from introduction to GST. Yes, yeah, it's funny, but how they put it, because CA final GST is for how many marks? 100. So IDT is basically 100 marks. So this chapter somewhere gets there for about 3-4 marks question is there. Next, we'll see how we do different chapters. There is one chapter which is called supply under GST. Example, right now, if you had a lunch at home and your mom, parents, whoever cooked it at home, guys, there was no GST on it because that isn't supply. But if you go to a restaurant and have it, there is GST because that is supply. So we'll see that in a chapter called supply. Next, how do we pay GST? This is called charge under GST or charge of GST. It's pretty simple to understand, and you can think about your and Yeshas Academy. You pay the GST to them, they collect it from you, and they pay it ahead to the government. But ultimately, you have borne the burden of GST. So, who bears the burden? Who pays? We'll see in this chapter called charge of GST. Then, while we move ahead, there is a chapter called value of supply because the government has their eyes on GST, and in fact, GST and DT have some things which are parallel. One is you have to start thinking like the government to understand GST better. Also, the government says the higher the value, the more the GST. So here they try and put the value at the right value. Of course, we don't say higher value, but it's the right value. Then a transaction can happen today. Example, guys, you can book a car today, take the delivery next month, and guys, after that, make the payment in January. But when does the government get the GST? That is discussed in a chapter which is called time of supply. So we'll have a look at that chapter also. Then, like your electricity bill is paid every month, even ITC calculations are done monthly. There are exceptions which are done quarterly, but mainly it's done monthly. And then that monthly calculation is done in a chapter called ITC and payment. So although there are two different chapters, for me they're almost the same. ITC is input tax credit, or in a nutshell, credit. How do we get credit? Who gets credit? Who doesn't get? We'll see in this chapter. And how do you pay your electricity bill, or how do you pay your GST? It is the same manner. Your GST, electricity bill of November, when will you pay? December. Same way, you also pay your GST in the similar manner, which we'll see in ITC and payment. Next, every time you buy something, you go to a restaurant, anyone who charges you GST raises an invoice, so which is discussed in a chapter called tax invoice. Next, whatever sale purchase you've done in the month, you know about it, but the government also should know about it. So the government expects you to file what? Returns. So there's another chapter called returns, and this is how the portion look like. And then the ICAI decided to add 3 more chapters and increase the weightage of GST from 40 marks to how many marks, guys? 50. The 3 chapters are very simple. One is called accounts, records, and e-way bill. So that is one chapter that has been added. Next, there is a very small chapter called TDS and TCS that also has been added. And there is a chapter called place of supply that has been added. So basically there are 3 chapters which have been added in GST. So somewhere we can assume that these 3 have an importance of how many marks, guys? 10. Because 10 marks were increased because of these 3 chapters, and very interesting chapters, not at all difficult. So this is also something that we'll cover. And besides that, while we do every day one chapter, we'll every day try and cover one exemption. So overall there are about 15-20 exemptions, but don't worry, I have shortcuts for all exemptions, and we'll try and do 2 exemptions every day. Yes. What are these exemptions? How do they work? We'll talk about it as and when we reach there, but we'll try and do 2 exemptions. After every chapter, we'll do 1 exemption. So 2 chapters, 2 exemptions per day is what I'm going to try. We'll see how that works, but this is the agenda for our GST fast track course. The idea is pretty simple. We'll discuss the concepts. Wherever you study doesn't matter. We'll discuss the concepts, and once the concepts are over, we'll look at the sums, ICAI material sums, ICAI paper sums, etc. All right. So let's start with the intention that in the exam you're going to be looking at this first. Now, how does a paper pattern look here, guys? Question number 5 is the one which starts with GST. Question number 1 is DT. 2, 3, 4 are choices in DT, and then question number 5, which is a compulsory question. Now this has suddenly changed. Earlier it used to be an 8-mark question because GST used to be how many marks earlier? 40. Now this compulsory question, there are 2 parts to this question, and one part will be of 10 marks and one part will be of 5 marks. So totally how many marks here? So what they've done is they've done the same pattern in DT and GST. DT also first question is 15, here also it's 15, and then we have question number 6, question number 7 and question number 8, between which you have to make a very wise choice. Ultimately this is 15 marks, so totally 30 marks, so there will be 10, 10, 10. You have to take any two, 20 plus 15 is 35 marks. Yes, that's the intention. Again, this is compulsory. I'll talk about the exam strategy closer towards the portion completion, but right now this is what it looks like. Let's see what we can do best. We will, and concepts few, sums more is the agenda. Yes. All right, I'm going to use my QuickBook. This is my QuickBook, and this basically QuickBook is of course for May 25. I also have one for November 24, which you guys can use because Jan 25 is the same, and it covers all GST concepts for May 25 CA Inter paper. I'll open the other one also. Paper 3 is 50 marks, conceptual scoring, etc., etc. All this is okay, and we'll try and use this so that we can revise the chapter without missing anything here. And as and when we finish a concept, we can go to the ICAI material and do the sums from there as well. Yes. So this, what will help us is parallelly do the ICAI material as well. All right. Now let's come back to our GST. Guys, my GST works on an example, and I take one illustration and I use everything on that basis of that illustration only. That illustration is a company called Electric Bike Company, EBC. Yes. It's a bike company like Ola Electric and Ather Electric, etc. It's a bike company, and they make electric bikes. Of course, when you start small. So maybe when they started, they weren't registered under GST, but over a period of time, they got registered. And this R is a registered under what, guys? GST. So now when you go to their showroom, what will you see outside? A GST registration number, a board which says GST registered. Now, they basically are supplying bikes, and the value of the bike or the price of the bike or the transaction value of the bike is 1 lakh rupees. So if you have to buy electric bike today, you can purchase it for how much? 1 lakh. But every time there is a supply, the government also wants what on it? GST. Because the government says, listen, you are registered. If you are not registered, we don't want. But if you are registered, then you will have to charge GST. Example, 18%. So how much will be the ultimate value of the bike, guys? 1,18,000. Let's assume this is Mr. A who's buying this bike. So he will bear the burden of 1,18,000. He will pay this 1,18,000 to whom? EBC. So he will pay 1,18,000 to EBC, whether in parts, whether in EMI, doesn't matter, whether through bank, that all doesn't matter, but he will be paying it. So who will bear the burden? A. He's the consumer. That's why GST is called consumption based tax or destination based tax. Yes. Whenever there's a question kind of a thing, I'll tell you. But right now, all this is knowledge based. Yes. GST is what kind of tax? Consumption. And GST, goods and services tax 2017. I'm not even talking about that. We'll talk about that as and when it comes in. So Mr. A will pay 1,18,000 to EBC. How much will EBC keep for itself? 1 lakh, and they will pay the remaining 18,000 to the government. So they will go online, they will file their return, and they will pay the GST of how many thousand, guys? 18,000. Is the government happy? Yes. So every time supply happens, there is a liability to collect GST and pay to the government, and that's why there's a shortcut called SL. Of course, you've been my DT students as well, so you know what is the shortcut. It's a memory technique, something that you can use in the exam. So every time there is SL, what is SL? Supply leads to liability. Can we repeat what is SL, guys? Supply leads to liability. Example, Yeshas Academy supplies to you. Is there a liability? Yes. McDonald's supplies to you. Is there a liability? Guys, anytime there is S, you have to attach L, SL. Supply leads to liability. Now they are paying 18,000 to the government, and the government is very happy because they are getting GST. And here also give and take relationship works. I'll show you how this give and take works. So EBC, guys, is here. And to make these bikes, they manufacture these bikes, they need batteries. What do they need? So they are purchasing batteries, guys, and let's say in the year or in this month or in today, guys, they purchase batteries for, let's say, 10,000 rupees, and on that the GST, or let's say a bigger number, they have purchased batteries worth 1 lakh rupees, and on the GST has been 12,000. I'm keeping a different percentage here on batteries. You don't have to by heart any percentage for the exam except one, two. Like interest, there is 18%, and if there's something else, I'll tell you. But right now, no percentages have to be by heart. So batteries, the percentage is 12, and what is the amount, guys? 12,000. So EBC will pay how much? 1 lakh 12 to whom? A battery supply company. These examples will continue throughout this chapter. So what is BSC? Battery supply company. And EBC is paying this 1 lakh 12 to battery supply company. Now starts the next version. Guys, the government is very happy with EBC. EBC is the middle, guys, and they are very happy with EBC because EBC is paying how much GST to the government? 18,000. So government says, listen here, because you're giving me GST, I'd like to give you something back. That's called give and take. What is it called, guys? So they say, what are you going to give us back? So the government says, listen, whatever you're purchasing, if it is in the course of your business, then we'd like to give you a credit, and that's why the shortcut is called PC, guys. What is the shortcut? PC. Purchase leads to credit. SL, supply leads to liability. So every time a businessman who's registered under GST makes a business purchase, he gets what, guys? Credit. I'm registered under GST. When I buy a laptop, I pay 1 lakh 18, but I'll get a credit of how much, guys? 18. So here, guys, this 12,000 rupees will go into the credit ledger. So there is a ledger called electronic credit ledger, and on the credit side, it will go at 12,000 because it is a PC. Again, guys, what is PC? Purchase leads to credit. So ultimately, EBC has to pay 18, but they will not pay 18. They will pay 18 minus 12. So how much are they paying to government, guys? 6,000. Are we okay with this? But sir, that is less. No, they are only getting 6, but it's not like that, guys. 6 you got here, and 12 you paid to whom? So overall you paid how much? 18. 12 you paid here, 6 you paid here, overall you paid 18. But that 18 has to do with nothing. You have not paid any GST because GST is consumption based. So everything is paid by A. A pays how much? 18. EBC pays 6 to the government and 12 to this. Basically, everyone in the middle does not bear any burden of GST except the consumer. Yes. In this are all our chapters hidden, guys. One of them is introduction. What was the value of the bike? 1 lakh, that's value of supply. When will this GST paid to the government? That's time of supply. Is this a supply? That's supply chapter. Who bear the burden? Who pays the GST? That's charge of GST. Purchase is basically ITC chapter. And when you file a return, etc., that is return chapter. Yes. So in this example, I've hidden everything here only. Guys, this supply can be interstate also. One state to another state, and then it will be IGST. What is the GST, guys? I is India GST? No, it's called integrated GST. And if it's intra within the same state, there is C and SGST. CGST is central and SGST is state GST. So this is how the supply looks like, and this is how an illustration looks like. This illustration, guys, is very important because throughout GST, whatever chapters we discuss, we'll be using the same example of electric bike. Yes, all good, everyone. Okay. Whenever you all studied GST, what were the pain points of GST? I know someone told me account records evil. I still remember because it's so easy and it has been a pain point. What else has been a pain point? ITC chapter. Okay. What others has been a pain point? Anyone? Exemptions. Okay. Very predictable. ITC is a pain for many. Exemptions too. Anyone? Anything else? Anything else? Yes. Yeah, accounts and records. Yes. That I still remember. Anything else? RCM. In charge of GST, RCM. Yes. Again, a very common pain point. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Which one? Place of supply. Oh, you will by heart it with me. Don't worry about it. Yes, I have some amazing shortcuts with section, subsection, clause. You will by heart place of supply here in class. All right. So let's start. And let's start with the first thing only, guys, here, which is something which is not from an exam perspective. Yes, just have a look at this. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Yes, here's a look at my quick book. Of course, we'll cater to the May, but the first chapter, May, November, May, Jan is the same. So let's have a look at it. And just to give you some good news, this is 45 pages. Yes, and 45 pages with a lot of gaps. So, you'll have a lot of convenience in reading from this. And let's try and see what this chapter is. The first chapter importance is not really high. If I had to give it an importance, guys, it's 2 on 5. So we'll cater it to that. Mainly, we'll look at the sums. Yes. So, guys, difference between DT and IDT. Is there a difference? Yes. Very quickly, guys, DT is progressive. The more you earn, the more you pay. But IDT is not progressive. Everyone pays it. Even the poorest person, even the richest person. Who pays? GST people pay, more people pay, or DT more people pay? GST. Guys, all of you in this classroom are paying GST, but maybe all of you are not paying income tax. So in India, GST is a wider base, DT is a smaller base, but nonetheless, they contribute equally to the government's kitty. That means if the government earns 100 rupees, it's about 50 rupees from DT, 50 rupees from GST. Something that you read or understood right now, never read it again because it's not exam important. We move ahead now to what are the taxes subsumed under GST. This could be a great question in the exam. So every time we move, I'll tell you what is exam important is. So before GST, of course, GST came out on which year, guys? 2017-18 on the 1st of July. That means did we have indirect taxes before that? Of course we had, but we had so many of them. And then they made all of them come into GST. And in fact, they had a tagline, one nation, one tax, and that was GST. So it's like a movie. They had a full tagline and all along. And we have to understand what are the taxes subsumed by GST. They can ask this as an MCQ also and a proper theoretical question also. So the shortcut is VALE, guys. What is the shortcut? VALE. These are the state taxes which were earlier there, but now they have been replaced by what? GST. Everyone, what is VALE? V is VAT. E is entertainment tax. L is lottery tax, luxury tax, and this is entry tax. Yes. So these are 5 taxes which were earlier there. Now instead of these, what do we have? There was VAT, that is sales tax. Now there's nothing. There's only GST. Same way, guys, the center also used to have some taxes which are now replaced by what? GST. The shortcut is such an exercise at CST station. So used to have service tax. Yes, people like CAs, when they would provide services, they would service tax. Now GST. There was excise duty when you would manufacture. Now GST. There was central sales tax when you would supply to other states, etc. But now GST. All, if you talk to any CA before 2017, they'll talk to you about all these taxes. But now they only talk about one tax, which is GST. Next, this is exam important. Next, again important, exam important, guys. What are the advantages of GST to the Indian economy, to the Indian industry? You don't have to make a PhD out of it. You have to remember any 5 points. Yes. Why am I saying this? Because the last question in GST, not the first few, but the last question is somewhere related to theory. So we should be able to identify this theory also. That such as different cars got credited and verified. What do you mean by this, guys? Earlier, states used to get very small taxes. Guys, what is luxury and lottery tax in India? We're a developing country. Who buys luxury in India? And that tax used to go to whom? State. But all the big taxes used to go to whom? Center. But now that's not the case. Now states get equal share, if you remember. Next, were there many different taxes? Yes. Now we have one. Were there many different taxable events? What do I mean by taxable events? Earlier, when you would sell, that was a taxable event. When you manufacture, that was a taxable event. When you provide service, that was a taxable event. But now we have only one taxable event called supply. What is the taxable event, guys? Supply. Next. Earlier, guys, there was a cascading effect. That means there was a tax on tax. Example, I manufactured this pen for 100 rupees. On manufacturing, there was what duty? Excise. So 100 becomes 110. And then when I sell it, that 110 on that, there was sales tax. So there was tax. On GST, they've removed this cascading effect. That is, there's no tax on tax. Now, guys, credits. I told you PC. PC is what? Purchase leads to credit. Credit is very seamless, at least on paper. In reality, guys, there are hiccups, but on paper, it is very seamless. Example, if today for my business, I purchase a new laptop, can I take credit, guys? Yes, PC. It is pretty seamless. It works through authentication that we'll talk about in the invoice. Next. Verification is very simple, guys. Earlier, I used to have a sales tax number, service tax number, manufacturing number, so many different numbers. But now everyone has to have only one number, that is a GST number. So these are the difficulties before GST that have been removed. Or the same question can be, what are the advantages of GST? All right. That's question number 1. When you open the ICAI material, we'll have a look at it. Next, there's something called composition scheme. We'll discuss in a chapter called charge. Yes, guys, can we overnight introduce a new tax in India? No, we can't. So basically, yeah, you are right in a way that yes, we can, but there's a method to introduce it. First, we need to amend the constitution. We need to basically take the permission of the constitution. We cannot randomly impose a tax. So we took the permission by an amendment act called 101st Amendment Act, which became basically, it was a bill, it became an act. When it gets the parliament approval, the bill becomes an act. Exam importance, you have to remember the number 101. All right. And this amendment act was required because the constitution had to be amended. We'll talk about this amendment very soon. The GST Act was introduced in which year, guys? 1st July 2017. Guys, we don't have one GST, we have multiple GSTs. CGST, center. SGST, state. UTGST, union territories. Then there is IGST, integrated. Then there is GST compensation cess. We will talk about that also. So there are many GSTs and each of them are supported by a different act. So how many IGST Act? 1. How many CGST Act? 1. How many UTGST Act? 1. But guys, every state has its own GST. Example, Maharashtra state has Maharashtra GST and Karnataka has Karnataka GST. So every state has their own GST. So how many SGST guys? Multiple. In fact, there are three states. Actually, they're union territories: Delhi, Puducherry, and Jammu and Kashmir. Guys, they are union territories. Think about Puducherry. Is it a union territory? Yes. So is Delhi. But they are so important, they also have a SGST Act. Will never be asked in the exam. It's a good question in case you reach KBC. Yes, but from an exam perspective, they will never ask you this question. Next, this is a very good exam question, guys. What is the GST adopted in India? Guys, it's called dual GST. What is it called? Why dual GST? This could be a very good question in the exam for 2 marks. Dual because both the center and the states, two people have the power to levy what, guys? GST. In case of interstate, who has the power? Center. In case of intrastate, who has the power? Center also and states. So both, because we have a federal structure, guys. What is the word? So if this comes in the exam, you have to write, because we are in a federal structure, we have adopted which GST, guys? Dual GST. Next, GST is what type of tax? Consumption or destination. What that means, guys, when Colgate makes a toothpaste, they don't bear any GST. When you buy the toothpaste, you're the consumer, you bear the GST. Yes, so it's the ultimate consumer bears the GST. Unfortunately, that's why it's called consumption or destination based tax. Next, so many different GSTs. The pen you are using and the pen I am using are different. That GST and this GST will be different. So how does the person keep track of it? So they have made a coding mechanism called HSN code. What is it called, guys? Harmonized System of Nomenclature. Full form is not important. That coding mechanism. So, and every time you buy some shoes, watch, etc., you'll see on the invoice there is a HSN code. So for goods, there's a code called HSN, and for services, there is a code called SAC, Service Accounting Code. Next, is it important to register under GST? Yes. Is it compulsory? Guys, Yeshas Academy, are they registered under GST? Yes. But your tuition teacher in school? No, why not, guys? Because, guys, scale. Generally, it depends on scale. Of course, there are many other factors also which tells you to register or not. We'll talk about in a chapter called registration. Next, are returns to be filed? Yes. Guys, generally in GST, returns are to be filed monthly. And guys, some have the option of quarterly, but mainly it's monthly. We'll talk about it in the returns chapter. Then, guys, in India, everything was offline earlier, but when they introduced GST in 2017, they had decided to do everything online. They said everything to do with GST, we'll do it online. So they have a very nice portal called the GST portal. In fact, now they have 3 portals. From a book perspective, it's nice. Of course, it's a lot of issues practically, but I got my GST registration, and many of our clients, guys, got GST registration. I got my GST registration in actually 3 days. So I was really happy. I know there are issues, but guys, at least the thought is pure that yes, we should have a completely online system. So they had one GST portal. Now they have 3 portals. One is for GST, one is for making e-way bills, and the third is for making e-invoices. We'll talk about them as and when they go, but you should not know them. Practically, they're not asked. Procedurally, they're not asked. They're only asked theoretically here. Yes. Next, yes. To deal better with the GST portal, there is something called GST Suvidha providers and application service providers. Now, what are these? I'll give you an example. Guys, Chroma sells so many things in the whole day. They make so many supply, and SL, supply leads to liability. Now, if they were to tell the government one by one that this is all I've supplied, they'll take so much time. So what they have an application which integrates their invoice with the GST portal. And those kind of applications are called application service providers. And guys, there is something also called GST Suvidha providers. So how you can think of them? You can think of them as someone between us and the GST portal. These are these guys who help us file better, maintain accounts better. Next, very important, can be a good question in the exam. GST compensation cess. Guys, GST compensation cess is on all products in India? No. They say that's only on 2 products. One is called demerit goods. Which goods? Demerit, basically like cigarettes, etc. Demerit goods, and one is luxury goods. Luxury goods means cars, luxury bikes, luxury bags, luxury perfumes, and all these luxury goods, guys. There is GST compensation cess. I purchased a car recently. On that, I was feeling very bad because I had to pay GST compensation cess. Although it's not like a luxury car, it's not a BMW, Audi, or Mercedes, but still they have a GST compensation cess. Yes. Now, what happens to this cess? This cess is basically kept aside so that in case you have to pay the state government GST and there is a shortfall. What is the word? Shortfall. To pay the SGST, this amount can be withdrawn and can be paid. It was initially started for 5 years, but has been renewed now because 2017, 5 years ended when? 22. Then they renewed it again for how many years, guys? 5 years. And I have a feeling once it ends, again they will renew it for how many years, guys? 5 years. Because who doesn't like free money? Yes. So they'll keep increasing it. Right now it's for 5 years till 2026. So this is what you should use. This word called shortfall. It's only on which goods, guys? Luxury goods, in goods, etc. And it is for how many years first? 5. Now extended for another 5 years. I am Jain. Maybe you are also Jain. GST is also Jain, guys. Why GST is Jain? Because it does not touch alcohol for human consumption. What does it not touch, guys? Alcohol for human consumption. That means, guys, when you buy a wine bottle or a beer bottle, on that there can be other taxes like excise duty, sales tax, but there will never be any GST. Not today, not tomorrow, never. So GST is Jain. Alcohol will never be under GST. Are we okay? All right. Next, right now there are 5 products which go on our vehicles, guys, on which there is no GST. Like what goes in your Activa? Petrol. What goes in my car is diesel. Trucks also diesel, guys. What goes in aircrafts? Aviation turbine fuel. Then all this is made of crude oil. And guys, on all these are natural gas. On these 5 products right now, guys, is there any GST? No, but this can change. Yes, I don't know when it will happen, but it will happen. And so the law has said that it can change, and these 5 products can come under what, guys? GST. Guys, when happens, what happens? That's not exam related, so we'll not talk about it. Yes. So, but of course, it has to be notified by the GST Council. Only then it will happen. Next, there are some goods on which there is GST also and other duties also. Example, I feel the worst for people who smoke cigarette, not because of health wise, because of tax wise. Every time a new tax has to be introduced, they put it on cigarettes. So does cigarette have GST? Yes, and cigarette also has sales tax, excise duty, etc. So these are some goods where they put all taxes because they know a person who smokes doesn't care if it's for 18, 20 or 22 rupees. Yes. Next, guys, there's something called exempt supply, which no book talks about this shortcut. I'll tell you a shortcut, guys. What do you mean by exempt? On which there is no tax. Example, guys, when you go to a doctor and he charges you 500 rupees, is there any GST? No, because that supply is exempt. Now, what is exempt supply, guys? Exempt supply means the government doesn't want any GST. Yes, but they don't all put them in one category. They put them in 3 categories. Everyone. You guys are showing CA Enter. There's another CA Enter batch which is May 25. There's another one which is September 25. Are they all giving CA Enter? But we put them in 3 different rooms. Same way here also, guys. Exempt supply is the same, but they put them in 3 different categories. One category is called non-taxable. What is it called, guys? Non-taxable. Your petrol, diesel, all of that comes here non-taxable. One of this is nil rate of duty. Means there is rate, but what is the rate, guys? 0. And last is exempted through what, guys? Notification. And all of them have a common N, guys. What is it common? N. First, non-taxable. Second, nil. And third, notification. So I have a shortcut. Exempt is how many N's, guys? 3 N's. Are all the N's the same? No. They're all different. You guys above floor, are they all giving inter? But there's a subtle difference. You guys are giving in Jan, they're giving in May, they're giving in September. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. All right. Next, are we all comfortable with intrastate supply? Are we all okay with interstate supply? There's nothing to discuss there. Only in the exam, if there is someone who's from Bangalore and supplying to Chennai, what kind of supply is it, guys? Intrastate. So if it's SL, what kind of SL will it be? IGST. And if it's PC, what kind of purchase will it be, guys? IGST. Are we okay? You just have to be careful when you're putting the numbers there. Next, do we have a GST portal? Yes. In fact, the GST portal on paper, guys, it's so good that has left a mark on us. It has left a mark. That's a shortcut of 5 things you can do on the GST portal. Guys, first, what you can do? Matching. What is matching? I'll tell you, guys. Next, you can make any application. Then you can do analysis. You can file your returns and you can compute your GST. Example, guys, I want to register under GST. I want to make an application. Where do I go? GST portal. I want to switch from one scheme to the other. Where do I go? That application also. I want to analyze how much GST I have paid. GST portal. I have to compute this month's GST portal. File my return portal and matching. Now I'll tell you what is matching, guys. Remember, EBC bought batteries from which company? Battery supply company, and EBC wants PC. Purchase leads to credit. They will not just believe you, they will also want to verify it from the supplier, and that is called matching, and that happens where, guys? On the portal to something called invoice and return, which we will see ahead. So remember this 5 advantages of GST portal. What is the shortcut, guys? Mark. And now, guys, why did the constitution need to be changed, and what are the 3 changes? Very, very important from an exam perspective, theoretical question. Guys, first, what is the Constitutional Amendment Act number? 101. How do you remember, guys? We were 101% sure of changing the constitution for GST. So that's why 101. Now, they brought in 3 new articles. How many new articles, guys? 3. First, actually, there is an article called 246. Which article, guys? 246. which puts everything in three lists. Like CA Foundation, Inter and Final, they have three lists: state list, union list, and concurrent list. State list, who decides? State. Union list, who decides? And concurrent list, who decides? Both. Now, all the taxes were either in the state list or in the union list, but there was no tax in the concurrent list. So they had to put GST in which list, guys? Concurrent, and that's why they had to amend Article 246. So they brought in Article 246A. A for amended. Everyone. A for what? That's a shortcut. So what did 246A do? It put GST in which list, guys? Concurrent list. Next, guys, in case of interstate sale, what GST applies? IGST, integrated GST. Who gets it? Center. Guys, no. First center gets it. Example, I am supplying something from Bangalore to Mumbai. What GST will apply? IGST. Who gets it? Center. But that's not fair, no? Where is the consumption happening? In Mumbai. So Mumbai should also get it. So the proportion of that formula is given under Article 269A for the apportionment of which GST, guys? IGST. And last, guys, just like in your family, there are some elders who decide. In a company, there are board of directors who decide. For GST also, they needed someone to decide. They can't just trust one person. So yeah, you know who. So they said, no, we can't trust one person. We'll have a team who decides and take the blame. So they made a council called GST Council, headed by one person, and there was a whole team. The team has members of state also, the team has members of center also, and they will collectively be called which council, guys? GST Council. And that council was created under which section, guys? 279A. Now, how does the GST Council decide, guys? I'll tell you. First, they meet. Then they meet the pre-informers. Of course, that all is not important from exam perspective, but they have to basically decide by a majority, which is 75% majority. How much percent? 75. That means, guys, if 100 people are in the room, how many people should agree, guys? 75. And the greatest part here they're doing is that no one can dominate it. The center has 1/3 power to decide. How much? 1/3 means percentage 33, and the states have 2/3 means power of 66. But no one has all the powers. So they both have to together come and agree. Only then can a decision be made at the GST Council. Lately, GST Council has been doing a couple of things. One, your return due dates, when should we file, etc. What should be the penalties, fees, etc. And mainly shifting the rates. There are lots of things which are GST 12%, 18%, 28%. They reduce it. Some reducing, they improve it. Example, right now in Delhi, guys, lot of pollution. And what is the need of the hour is air purifier. But on air purifier, let's say there is 18% GST. Is that expensive? So these guys can meet and say, listen, 18 will reduce to 5%. Who will do that? GST Council. But they can't decide. They can only recommend. Repeat, what is the word? Recommend to the central government, and central government then decides and notifies. So are they a decision making body? No, actually they're a recommendation body. Which body, guys? Recommendation. All right. And what are the decisions that the GST Council takes? All your chapters. What should be the time of supply? What should be the ITC? What returns to be filed? What invoice to be? All those other chapter names are the decisions taken by the GST Council. Yes, so three articles you should know: 246A, 269A, 279A. A is an amended version. Yes, everyone. So this is the first chapter. Conceptually, very simple chapter. Nothing major. You had a question, we'll address it. Yes.
Every state has a different percentage, right, for the product GST tax rate, percentage.
No. So if it's, let's say, a thermos, the thermos across India will be at the same rate. Only one rate. Yes, but depends on like pen, ball pen will be a different rate. A digital pen will be a different rate because of HSM code. Yes, all good. Any other questions from chapter number 1? Yes. Can we do the questions from ICAI material? Yes. So let's have a look at ICAI material directly now. So here we go. It's recommendatory, but again, its exam will not ask whether recommended decision making. Many people think it's decision making. That's why I corrected everyone's thought that it's a more recommendation. Yes. All right. Here we go. This is your ICAI material. Actually, I've stored it here in your crash course only. There is GST ICAI material. All right. Nice people, I've done something which you could also use. I've not done this for all the chapters, but I've done it for a couple of chapters. Here we go. I've highlighted whatever has to be read, but I honestly, for the first chapter, you don't have to do anything. Just look at the sums and just see if you're okay with it, and you'll be good to go. Let's have a look at the questions at the back. Test your knowledge, page 1.47. Yes, have a look, guys, at the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, and we'll discuss together. Yes, list some of the benefits that GST may accrue to the economy. Many of them, guys, but you can remember the shortcut there, guys. We've already discussed it. I'm not discussing again. What was the need to amend the Constitution of India before GST? You'll talk about that Article 246, 269A, and 279A. GST is a destination-based tax. Discuss the validity. Is it valid statement, guys? Yes. Here, there's nothing much to it. You can only say that the final burden is borne by the consumer. Discuss the leviability. This is a good question to ask because they can give you 4 marks for this, or guys, half a mark for each. Alcohol, liquor for human consumption. No. Can it be ever under GST? No. Petroleum, diesel, not currently, but can be introduced under GST. Tobacco has GST also and excise duty, and same for these also as GST and other taxes as well. Next, 7, 8, 9, 10. What are the commodities which have been kept outside the purview of GST? One is alcohol, one of those 5 products, guys. And last is, I have not discussed it, but immovable property. Guys, when a land is sold, when a house is sold, when an office is sold, there is no GST. Now, of course, while we're talking about this, let's get logic into it, guys. Why? If education can be under GST, why can't land be under GST? Why can't real estate be GST? Because first, real estate anyways is very expensive. This will make it even more expensive. One logic. Second, which is not told by anyone or not understood by anyone, is real estate is controlled by the politicians. Yes, this will just hamper a lot of sales by them. So they've kept it out, and unless it's an under construction property, there is GST. But once it's fully constructed, there is never any GST. So if this building is sold tomorrow for 3 crore rupees, will there be any GST? No. Next, a dual GST has been implemented into India. Is that right? Dual means who has the power? Center and states. And why did we need a dual GST? Federal. Because what is the word, guys? Federal structure of the economy. Next, discuss Article 269A. Of course, we can't, there's nothing to discuss. Yes, but we'll just talk about first IGST and how IGST has to be apportioned is given under Article 269A. Discuss Article 246A. Guys, 246A was introduced so that GST could be put in which list? Concurrent list. Yes, this is what it is. I am not very sure whether this has too much of importance from an exam perspective. Yes, this is what it is. I'm just going to some illustrations here, some questions here. I'll just show you if there's something important. Otherwise, this chapter is very low on importance anyway. This illustration, it's too soon to see this illustration. We'll see it ahead, but you'll understand it. With SL and PC, there's nothing you cannot do. Yes.
Question option D.
Which is the fifth question?
Opium. What is opium?
Opium is a drug. Of course, illegal, but can be used for medicinal purposes. So on that, there is GST also and other taxes also. Guys, drugs are banned in India, but if you understand, some drugs are used in medicinal purposes. Poppy, opium, a lot of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan areas have a lot of opium. They are grown in regulated circumstances and they can be only sold to some people. And also, if you're a drug addict, you have to go for rehab. Now, rehab, they don't just lock you and say, listen, die there. No. They give you small doses and reduce your dosage. That's how rehab works. So these places, opium, etc., is needed. It's like how gun is illegal, but it's also required, right? So same way, in small quantities, this is also used. So this is what it is. I don't think you should be looking at anything from this chapter. So how do you revise this chapter before the exam? Have a look at my quick book or just go through a revision video and you should be good to go. I have uploaded 2 videos, guys, on the same Google Drive link. One is a video which is a one-shot revision of all the chapters, and one video is where I have covered exemptions. So I've covered different exemptions. Almost all exemptions are covered in that video. I'll show you that thing here on the drive. One second. The fast track course, the drive here first. Here, guys, GST. There are 2 videos here. One is a full GST exemption. This is September 24, Jan 25. Again, valid. You can watch it. It's a long video, 492 MB. So let's also see how long this video is. It's about 1 hour 36 minutes. You can manage and revise a little bit from here. And then this is, oh sorry, that is exemptions. That was exemption chapter, 1 hour 36 minutes, but covers a lot of exemptions which you will find useful. And this is another video, which is basically how long is this? 1 hour 10. I think this is longer. I don't know why this is 1.5 GB then. Quality, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay. So have a look at this, and maybe these easy videos you can revise from there itself. Yes, all right. Okay, so ending this chapter, moving on to the next one. Which one should I pick up next, guys? You can decide. I have a decision in my mind. I can go according to that also. You decide, guys. Yeah, I can go according to what I feel. Yes. As and when we move ahead, because right now ITC is too soon to start, so we cannot say ITC, and we'll move a little ahead on one practical small chapter, and then we'll go to something else again. All right. I'll tell you today what I'll be covering. We'll be covering introduction chapter, value of supply, supply and charge, RCM also. So these 4 chapters we'll complete today only, very comfortably. And once we complete, like first didn't have sums, second we'll have sums, we'll do all of them. Third also will have sums, we'll do all of them. Yes, all right. 2 minutes and then we'll continue. All right, and getting back, and like we discussed, exemptions is always a difficult thing to do at one go. But if we spread it around, like we will do right now, it'll be very good. So every chapter we finish, we'll do 1-2 exemptions. Again, one chapter, 1-2 exemptions. So I'm looking at 1 or 2 very simple exemptions. But before that, guys, what is exemption chapter and how is it important from a CA Inter Jan 25 exam perspective? Guys, exemptions comes and has come for 4-5 marks before as a practical question. So it's a very practical question. Also, sometimes in the big question number 10 or earlier question number 8, now question number 10, sometimes you make a supply which is exempt. So what is the GST on that, guys? 0. So from that perspective, exemptions is important. So the importance is 515 of exemptions chapter. Guys, there are 2 kinds of exemptions. First is exemptions on goods and then is exemptions on services. Example, guys, milk is not under GST. Is it exempt? Yes. Onions also under not GST. Are they exempt? Yes. But guys, thankfully ICAI has said that listen, on goods exemption is not part of your portion, neither at CA Inter, neither at CA Final. Otherwise, our GST portion would be, 5 days, 6 days of fast track on GST and 5 days on only goods, guys, because there are so many goods in India. So thankfully, goods are outside the perspective. So exemptions only on what, guys? Services have been included. Guys, the government came up with the notification number 12. What is the notification? 12 in the year 2017. And this is the notification you have to quote every time you have to quote the exemptions. You cannot put the serial numbers, it will be too confusing. So whenever you have to say that this is exempted by notification number 12 of which year? 2017. Now exemption, there are 3 types of exemptions, guys. 3 N's. Can you tell me the 3 N's? One is non-taxable. We're not discussing those right now. Next is nil. We are also not discussing those. We are discussing the ones which are exempted by what, guys? Notifications. Are we okay? Guys, while exemptions are great for you as a consumer, if tomorrow they say that on all private coaching there is no GST, will you be as a student happy? Yes. But academy will not be happy. I'll tell you why. Because let's say Yeshas Academy tomorrow is exempted from GST. Will they be able to charge any GST? No. So is there any SL? No, guys. Tomorrow, if it's exempted, guys, will they charge any GST? No. So, guys, they can't even take any credit. So, as a consumer, you are really happy. Same with doctors, guys. When doctors charge you any GST, no. So, doctors can't even take any credit. So, how do you remember? Give and take. If you don't give, you can't take. Are we okay? So, as a consumer, you are very happy with exemption, but as a businessman, people don't get really happy when they are exempted. Are we clear with this, guys? So, let's start. We'll do 2 exemptions at one go, and we'll keep maintaining a list so we'll know what exemptions we've covered. So, I'm going to use this sheet as a list or exemptions that we are going to discuss. Yes. Yes. If they don't, yeah, that's why. So I may not register under GST, but when I pay, example, let's say I'm a doctor, I'm providing you services. Can I charge GST? No, I will not even register under GST. But when I go to Chroma and buy a mobile phone, they were going to charge me GST and I can't take credit of it. On the other hand, same way, I'm happy I'm a CA because I can charge you GST also. And when I buy that phone, I can also take what? Credit. So that's a good thing about GST. You can also take credit. All right. Anyways, coming to the main purpose of doing this in parts is because the chapter is big and we don't do it in parts. It's very comfortable. So everyone, again, exemption number 12 of which year? 2017. And these are exempted via what, guys? Notification. And this is the notification number. You have to remember this. There is no option. Yes. All right. Let's take the first exemption and we'll talk about, guys, entry to an event. Guys, what is it? Entry to events. What kind of events are exempted? Diljit Dosanjh concert, is it exempted? Coldplay concert that is going to happen, is it exempted? So we'll see about that right now. And second, guys, performance by an artist. Performance by what? Artist. So performance by an artist. So in same line, we'll talk about artists also and their performance also. I'm going to save this sheet here, upload it on the drive also, and sometime later. Here, this is exemptions. This is fast track. Jan 25. All right, let's start. Very interesting, guys. Exemption, in fact, we'll do it in such a nice way that if it comes in the exam, you'll get it right. With too many shortcuts, nice shortcuts. Guys, first, we're talking about entry into what, guys? Events. So, example, let's take an example, guys. You go to a movie. Should there be GST? Let's start from the government's perspective. Guys. Should there be GST? Yes. Guys, that's entertainment. You go for Diljit Dosanjh concert, 25,000 rupees ticket. Should there be GST? Yes. On rich people, should there be GST? Coldplay concert, 2 lakh rupees ticket, guys. Should there be GST? Definitely. So the government has made a small list here. I'll make a shortcut of those events on which there is no GST, guys. Here, nothing much. What is it? Your friend is asking, where are you going for the event? You're saying nothing much. I'm going to wildlife, guys. What is this? Everyone, nothing much. I'm going for a wildlife tiger zoo, guys. What is the shortcut, guys? Nothing much. I'm going to a wildlife tiger zoo. On these events, guys, or on these entry, sorry, no, these are not events. This is entry. What is it called, guys? Entry. On these entries, there will be no GST. I'll explain what is this. This is a national monument. What is it, guys? National monument. Statue of Liberty is US. Unity, yeah. He travels abroad. That's why Liberty. So Statue of Unity, guys. On Statue of Unity, there'll be a ticket price, but there'll be no GST. On wildlife reserves, guys, there'll be no GST. Tiger safaris, no GST. And on zoo, if you have a zoo in your city, go there, guys. There will be no GST, irrespective of the ticket amount. Ticket can be 100, 200, 500, 700, no GST. Does it make it cheaper? So people are more encouraged to visit all these places. And then, guys, there's a second list as here. TDC, guys, what is it? TDC presents Planet Sports. Everyone, what is it, guys? TDC presents Planet Sports. Guys, these ones, there is exemption, but only if the ticket is up to 500. Up to how much, guys? 500. First, any theatre, dance, or concert. Repeat, any theatre, dance, concert. So, concert of Diljit up to 500. No. They say Indian classical only.
Yeah.
Which theatre? Indian classical. Which dance? Indian classical. Which concert? Indian class. If it's Indian classical and up to how many rupees, guys? 500. Next, any award shows, Filmfare Award, all these awards, guys. This is not Indian classical. Indian classical is only here, guys. So can we repeat TDC? Theatre, dance, and concerts. But which ones? Indian classical. Next is presents. Presents means award shows. Next, I don't know if you've ever been to a planetarium. And last, guys, sporting bodies. Last are what? Sporting bodies. Sports organized by recognized sporting bodies. Everyone recognized sporting bodies, but only up to how much, guys? 500. That's why your IPL ticket of 700, 1700, 2700, there is GST. Yes, everyone okay? Can we repeat? TDC presents Planet Sports, Theatre, Dance, Concert. Which one? Indian Classical presents Planet Sports. They added one more thing here, circus. Guys, which is it? So there's a circus in your city. Up to how many rupees, guys? 500. There will be no GST. Guys, this is the first exemption. Let's recap. When you enter into events, is there some exemption? Yes. First shortcut. Nothing much. Wildlife, tiger, zoo. Next, what is NM for? National Monument. Next, TDC presents Planet Sports. TDC full form? Theatre, dance, and concert. But instead of Diljit Dosanjh concert, guys, if there was another concert of Indian classical music, ticket 450 rupees. No GST. Are we okay with this? So that's the first one. I'm just going to tick mark here, guys. This is entry. Full GST. No, second sentence. Second sentence, if it's more than 500, full GST. Example, circus. If it's more than 600 rupees, full GST. Yes. And you don't need to write the shortcuts. I'll show you something here, guys. Here we go. This is the quick book. If you see the quick book, yes, nothing much. Tiger Zoo, Wildlife Tiger Zoo, TDC presents Planet Sports. All this is already there in the quick book. And again, reminding you, just 40-45 pages, guys. Yes. So have a look at it. We'll discuss it today. Go home and revise. You'll be good to go. All right. So I'm tick marking whatever is done. The first exemption is done. Good job, guys. Let's go to the second one. Guys, the second one is performance by an artist. What is it? Performance by an artist. So, guys, when you are going to a Diljit concert, who's performing? Diljit. Let's say from the event company, he is charging 7 crore rupees. How much? Should there be GST? Yes. So the government says, listen, performance by an artist, there will always be GST unless they fulfill three conditions. How many conditions? Hai? Three. Everyone. First, it should not be Diljit Dosanjh. It should not be B. Parak, or it should not be a Badshah. No, it should be Indian classical. Which classical, guys? Indian classical. Guys, do you think Badshah will do Indian classical ever? No. So his concept is, this is not entry. This is how much he's charging. Will that be exempted? No. It should be what classical, guys? Indian classical. Next, guys, the amount they're charging per event should be up to 1,50,000 only. Up to how much? Basically, the government is saying, if you make a lot of money, why should we exempt you from GST? Up to how much? 1,50,000. And last, guys, it should not be as a sponsor or sponsoring some event. Basically, you should not be a brand ambassador. You should not be performing as a brand ambassador. So I'm giving you an example, guys. There is Hema Malini performing an Indian classical performance. She is charging, because it's an NGO, she's charging 1,20,000 only. And guys, she's not performing as a brand ambassador. Then on that amount, there will be no GST. Are we okay with this, guys? Even if she registered, there will be no GST. Are we okay? Can Hema Malini be registered on the GST? Yes, but even then, there will be no GST. Can we repeat the three conditions? Indian classical up to 1,50,000 per performance and should not be as a brand ambassador. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. So this is the second one. I've started with easy ones. We'll move to the bigger ones also. Don't worry about it. Yes, everyone. All right. I'm saving this sheet. We'll keep listing the more and more exemptions, and we'll be talking about them also. Right now, we've been about 53 minutes into class. We look at chapter number 2. In our ICAI material, chapter number 2 is different, but the one which I want to do right now is something that I want to start. I'm doing the order as per the quick book, but no problem on the screen. If you've done this chapter, great. I'll give you some really nice shortcuts. This is the next chapter that I'm starting off right now. Guys, here we go. This is who? EBC. And what are they selling? Bike. For how much? 1 lakh. Higher the value, higher the GST. But if they increase the value, guys, the people will not buy it. So they've kept the value very right. 1 lakh rupees electric bike, very nice electric bike. People are buying it. Now, guys, they decide that they'll take some extra amounts on the side. Extra amounts on the side. They say, listen here, you want to paint the bike red, we'll charge some money on the side. Not in the value. Its value is how much? 1 lakh. But they're taking 10,000 rupees for painting the bike red. Then for delivery to your house, they're taking 5,000 rupees extra. Guys, how much have they collected extra? 10 plus 5? 15. But it's not in the value. The government says, listen here, this is not right. How much extra are you making? If you are making extra, even I want to make extra. So the government had introduced a chapter called value of supply. What is the chapter's name called? Value of supply. It's a very simple thing. If you make extra, the government also wants extra. Yes, so let's see how people are making extra and how the government wants to be a part of it. Basically, value of supply says that we should always start with the transaction value. What do we start with? Transaction value means the finally negotiated price. You come to Yeshas Academy and you say, I want to enroll in CA final. They say the fee is 1 lakh rupees. So what is the transaction value, guys? 1 lakh. Are we okay? So what is TV? Transaction value. You go to buy a bike, they say 1 lakh. You say, no, I'll pay 90. They agree at 90. So what is the transaction value? 90. So finally agreed value is a transaction value. This is under a section. I'll teach you the section. There's a section called section 15. Then this government says this transaction value, I'm happy to collect GST on it unless you are making some other amounts, guys. Here, watch what they can make. The government says there are 5 amounts. How many amounts, guys? 5. And each of the 5 amounts, what does the government want to do, guys? Add. Because higher the value. So what are these 5 amounts, guys? Here we are. There's a shortcut called. Anyone remembers the shortcut, guys? Tax these items in supply. Everyone, what is the shortcut? Tax these items in supply. If you don't know the shortcut, no problem. Right now is a good time to learn the shortcut. So how many items? 5. First, if you are collecting any incidental charges, what is I? You are delivering the bike, you are decorating the bike, you're packing the bike, and you're charging for it. Is there an incidental charge? That will be subject to GST. Next, if you're charging any other taxes, any besides GST, let's say you charge any other tax. Example, on this bike you charge a green tax. Which tax? They say, I don't care which other, except GST, if you charge any other tax, we'll add it. Next, if you collect any money for third parties, for whom guys? Third parties. Watch what is this third parties guys. Who is selling the bike? EBC. Let's say the customer is A. How much are they charging? 1 lakh. But EBC says, listen, yeah, Mr. A, there is a painter who had painted this bike. There is a painter who had painted this bike. Can you pay the painter directly 10,000 rupees? I am not going to pay. You pay him directly. Guys, why are they trying to do this? Because guys, if you collect 1 lakh 10, there will be GST on. So you tell him, listen, instead of you paying me and then I am paying this guy, instead my liability you only pay. Guys, the government says, listen, are you benefiting directly or indirectly? Everyone, are you benefiting? The government says, even I want to. It's very simple. My credit card bill 20,000. If you pay, am I benefiting? Yes. Same way the government says, if there is any third party, what is T for? Which should have been paid by you, but is paid by whom? The recipient. The recipient, that also amount has to be added. Guys, some of you all look very clueless, guys. This chapter is a part of your GST portion whenever you studied before. Yes. So tax these items in supply. There are how many items, guys? 5. First one. Any tax. We'll go for the first one here, guys. What is the first one here? Tax. Other than GST, and there's a value called TCS, not those values. Next, any third parties which should have been paid by the supplier have been paid by the recipient. Add that also. Any incidental charges. Next, guys, as EBC, you are telling the consumer that listen, you have to pay in the month of November. In which month? November. If you don't pay in November and December, I'll charge you interest. I'll charge you what? The government says you're earning interest, then I want GST on that also. But sir, this is not a bike. Yes, I understand. But once you are registered under GST, repeat with me. Once you are registered under GST, whatever you charge, you have to charge GST. Example, Yeshas Academy tomorrow, guys, start selling pen drives. GST. Tomorrow, some laptops. GST. Guys, whatever they supply, they have to charge GST once you are registered. So even if you charge interest, late fee, penalty, guys, interest, late fee, penalty, you'll have to charge what, guys? GST. And last, guys, how much is this bike for? 1 lakh. Who's going to pay this amount? Mr. A. And there is a foundation called Ratan Tata Foundation. Which foundation? And they are paying you 10,000 rupees because you're selling an electric bike, guys. Are you benefiting with 10,000 more? I want GST of that. Are we okay? So what is S called? Subsidy. What is S called? If you're getting any subsidy other than government subsidy. Because if government is paying you 10,000 and you charge GST, what's the point? So other than which subsidy, guys? And all these amounts should be linked to the supply. Should be linked to what? This bike being sold, it should be linked to that. All right. So how many things we add, guys? 5. Can we repeat the 5 things? First one, tax. Other than and TCS. Second. Next, incident. Guys, I am delivering it. You have the bike to Mysore, but free of cost. So are you charging anything? No. If you're not charging extra, we don't want extra. Next, I. Interest, late fee, penalty, and S for subsidy. Alright. Now just tell me, guys, a dairy milk of 50 rupees, does it have GST? Yes. But you never paid 50 plus GST. So same way, guys, in interest also, they always include the GST, so we have to exclude it. In a packet of dairy milk, let's say 100 rupee dairy milk, guys, is there GST? Let's assume GST is at 12%. Can we remove it? Everyone on the calculator, guys, everyone. If 100 rupees thing with GST becomes how much, guys? 1112. So how much is 50 rupees dairy milk? How much is the original value? 89.28. That means the balance is what, guys? No problem. Didn't understand? I'll explain again, guys. Everyone on the screen. There's a product of 100 rupees. How much? 100. With GST becomes 112. Everyone. How much? Or let's say 18%. 118. So this is dairy milk packet with GST. Without GST, it becomes how much, guys? How much, guys? 42.37. Can I say 42.5? So the balance is what, guys? GST. Yes. If you're confused, don't worry. I am here to help you. Don't worry, guys. We'll figure it out. We are just trying to figure dairy milk price separate, GST price separate. Everyone on the screen. If a product is 118 rupees, how much rupees? How much is the GST? 18. So if the product is 50 rupees, you tell me how much is the GST. Now do the calculation, guys. How much is it? So whichever way you understand, guys, you have to segregate. It's basically like you have to segregate some two things from each other. Yes. Now, guys, if I tell you interest that you collect, everyone, what is I for? Interest that EBC has collected is 10,000. Don't do any calculation, just hear me out. Interest collected is how much? That means it already includes what? GST. In I, you have to by heart it, guys. Interest, late fee, penalty always will have GST. We have to segregate it. Watch on the screen. If 118 is with GST, what is the GST amount? 18. So if 10,000 is with GST, what is the GST amount? Can you tell me the GST amount? 1525. That is the GST. Minus it from 10,000. 8475. So when you add, guys, you will not add 10,000 in the value supplied. You will only add 8475. I'll tell you the logic also, guys. See, many things, no, sometimes they don't have separate GST. Like your Lay's packet, 20 rupees packet includes GST. Yes, your McDonald's burger of 45 rupees, which they put star mark, includes GST. So sometimes you have to separate. So interest, late fee, penalty is always separate. And the non-GST part you will add, because on the value you will ultimately calculate what? GST. So you, all this value should not have any GST. Yes. Everyone okay? How many items will add, guys? 5. And then 2 items will minus, guys. Very fair. The government says if you give any discount, then you can minus it. Example, bike is for how much? 1 lakh. Repeat, guys. Bike is for how much? They are giving 5,000 rupees discount. The government says if you don't earn, I also want to earn, guys. So this is discount on the invoice. What is it called? Discount on the invoice. And there's another discount, guys. But before that, very quickly answer this question. Jan 25, you give the exam, you clear the result, you get the result, and you clear. You throw a huge party, you've given party to 50 other friends. You're very happy you've cleared. ICAI sends you an email that, listen, we would like to revisit your marks. Would you let them? No. Why not? Once they've given same feeling which the government, watch. Understand this very carefully. I'll not be able to repeat it. You sold the bike for how much? 1 lakh. The government mentally has GST of 18%. That is how much? 18,000. So in their mind, they've collected how much? 18, because I'm going to get 18,000. Now after 3 months, you tell the government, I'm giving a post-supply discount. I'm giving what discount? Post-supply. I'm making that 1 lakh bike for 90. Government says, what for? I have already, same way. They cannot do it later. So tell me, guys, can you give post-supply discount? Yes. As a businessman, can you give post-supply discount? Yes. But those post-supply discounts, the government will not minus. So everyone, if the bike is for 1 lakh, how much is the bike for, guys? 1 lakh. In which month? November. Have I made the sale in November? In next December, Jan, Feb months, guys, if I reduce this invoice value to 90,000, will the government be okay? No. They said we'll not be okay unless you tell us. Unless ICAI, they give you the result and they say within 3 months we can revisit. Guys, don't worry, on the shortcut here on the screen. The shortcut is called post-supply discount. What is it called? Post-supply discount only when it's in the nature of tick discount. Which discount, guys? Tick. Let me help you, guys. Don't worry. Whatever you studied is great. I top it up. What is this tick discount? They say you can minus this post-supply discount only if the terms were told to me in advance. What is T? Next, the discount should be given invoice-wise. That means, guys, on the invoice earlier, what is the value? 1 lakh. Now change it to 90,000. And guys, the person who bought this would have taken a credit. 1 minute. Don't flip here on the screen. Don't worry. I know what you're thinking. I'll read it. I'll root for it. But you relate it from here. Yes. Guys, please tell me how much was the bike for earlier? GST. I know on bikes you don't get credit, but if this person would have taken credit, he would have taken for how much, guys? 18,000 because PC. Purchase list to credit. Now you're reducing this to how much? 90,000. So this should also reduce. That means the credit should also reduce. So the excess credit should be reversed. Guys, all this sounds very confusing. Let me simplify life for you. In the exam, they say biscuit sold for 1 lakh by Britannia to its dealer. Biscuit sold for by Britannia to its dealer. Post-supply discount of 20,000 they want to give now. The same was agreed at the time of supply. Yes, then you can mind it. This TIC, only T part matters the most. What is T? Terms. I and C does not matter. Yes, but it's a question, that theory question, that what is the post-supply discount can be deducted. So then you have to give TIC both. T is for the terms have to be agreed at the time of supply. I, the discount has to be given invoice wise, and last, excess credit, if any, has to be reversed. On this bike, if I had taken a credit of 18, now I have to reduce it to 16,000 whatever. Yes. Yes, now you can flip, no problem. Yes. Alright, that's your chapter, guys. Everyone, a little more I want to add, but this is more or less the chapter. Section 15.1. Everyone, what is the section? 15.1 says that take the transaction. Take which value? Between Yeshas Academy and you guys, they are selling you a course for 75,000. How much? 75. What is the transaction value? 75,000. But they are charging 5,000 rupees for books extra. Add. Because they say that if you are earning extra, we also want to extra. Next, they are charging you 5,000 rupees for online classes, recorded, etc. Add. So whatever they charge you separately, also will you add? Yes. Logic is simple. If person who is registered make extra, government also wants to make extra. Then they say we'll give you a 10,000 rupee discount. Minus on the overall value. So you'll start at transaction value. How many things you'll add? And how many things you'll minus, guys? One. So 5 things you'll add. Can you name them? Third party, incidental, interest, and subsidy. Subsidy other than tax other than, and interest and all will be inclusive. You have to put the net amount. And here, guys, what if Yeshas Academy is owned by a dad's real brother? Then, guys, can you manipulate GST? That means, or forget Yeshas Academy, EBC only. You walk into EBC, how much is the bike for? But it's owned by a dad's real brother, uncle only. So you tell him, listen, yeah, uncle, I don't want it for free, but don't charge me GST. So, guys, he sells the bike to you for 5,000 rupees. Transaction value? Guys, can happen. Why not? And who's not happy with this? So the government says, listen, yeah, this transaction value will believe you. Only you guys are not related. Only if you guys are not related, and price should be the sole consideration. What is it? Not important, but I'm just telling you this part also. You should know that buyer and seller should not be. Otherwise, they will not trust the transaction value. Yes. Now, what is related party? I'll tell you in some time. But this is what it is. There are two conditions. What are the two conditions, guys? The buyer and seller should not be related. Example: you and your brother are dealing. Will the government take transaction value? No. And so, which value? CFI. Right now, they will take which value, guys? Transaction. Everyone. Guys, in between two brothers, the value, can they cheat the government? Yes. So when it's related parties, they will not take which value? Transaction value. So they should not be related, and price should be the sole consideration. What this second part means is, guys, are you buying a bike for how many lakh?
1 lakh.
You should not give a second-hand bike in exchange. If that happens, then we'll not take transaction value. So transaction value means when you're only paying money. Example, you're buying an iPhone for 1 lakh. You're giving your second-hand phone for 20,000 to the same guy. Then will the government take transaction value in that case? No. Transaction value is when the entire transaction is through money only, not any exchange, barter, etc. I don't think this is important, but you should know who are related parties. You tell me in real life who is related to you. Mother, father, then who else? Brother, sister. In GST, guys, this is the definition of relative, guys. Watch out here. A family, guys, what is it? A family can co 25%. Guys, what is the shortcut? A family can co 25. Entire GST, guys, only one definition of related person. This is related persons. Who are your related persons, guys? If you're electric bike company and if you have an agent, who do you have? Agent. Guys, some of you guys are acting like you never heard, related persons, or you never done GST. Don't act like this, guys. It gets very difficult in the fast track course. Everyone, guys, what are we talking about? Related persons. Who are related persons, guys? A family can co 25%. Yes, on the screen. Yeah. So A is agent. If you have an agent, example, guys, can electric bike company appoint agents in different parts of India? Yes. Those people will be considered as what, guys? Related. Next, your family members. What are family members? I'll tell you. Next, anyone whom you exercise control over. Guys, anyone whom you exercise, or anyone who exercises control over you, guys, those considered as what? Related person. Any common person has control over two entities. Mukesh Ambani has Jio also, has Reliance also. Then those entities will be considered as related person. If you're officers or directors in the same company, what is O for? Officers or directors in the same company. If you're partners in a partnership, E for partners in a partnership. If you're employer and employee, EY and an employee. And if you hold 25% shareholding in any entity, you guys will be considered as related person. Guys, you and your best friend,
No.
This definition very simple, guys. A family can co 25. And the good part is when we discuss it here, in 4 chapters this definition comes, which will not have to revise again. What is A for? Agent. Guys, when will a person appoint agent? To sell. Guys, I want my bikes to be sold across India. Can I have agents across India? Yes. Next, family. Next, control both sides. Next, common control. O for officer. P for employer employee and 25% share. And what is family here, guys? It's a clock, everyone. What is family? Clock. On this side, spouse. This side, siblings. Here, children. Here, parents and grandparents. Are we okay? But clock is slightly different. I'll tell you here, guys. Let's say A. Who is here? Spouse. Who is here? Siblings. Who is here? Children. Who is here? Parents and grandparents. In this case, guys, your spouse and your children are always your relative. No matter how big they are, no matter how much money they make. But guys, these other people, who are these other people? Siblings, parents, and grandparents are your related persons only if they are dependent on. Small definition: clock has a small color change. What is clock? Same clock. Only thing is on this side, spouse. Here, children. Always dependent. Spouse earns more than you, still related. Children earns more than you, still. But guys, siblings, parents, grandparents only if they are dependent. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. Have a look at this. I'm opening up this quick book here. Actually, can you just check if you can open the drive link, guys? Everyone, check if you can open the drive link. For people who have the physical copy, great. I want you to take 5 minutes and just go through the quick book in terms of whatever we discussed. Yes. If you can share the quick book, he has one. You have a quick book on the drive. Okay. Do you guys have access to the drive? Notes. Just have a look at the quick book. I want you to go through the quick book 5 minutes peacefully before we do sums. Nothing which I've taught you right now, guys, in theory will be asked. It will all be a practical sum where you have to add numbers, less numbers. I'll start those sums in 5 minutes after you read the quick book. Now, I'm not giving so much time because you can read at home. I want to use this time now to do sums. I'm very confident that even this loose discussion will help us get the marks because it's a practical sum, guys. They don't ask you what are the 5 things to be added, but just saying 15.1 is the transaction value. 15.2 are how many items added? 5. And they have a list. 15.2 A, B, C, D, E. It's in the sentence only. Taxes, 15.2 A. Third party, 15.2 B. Incidental, 15.2 C. Interest, 15.2 D. And last is 15.2 E. And discount is 15.3. Yes. So 15.1, 15.2 and 15.3. Let's start, guys. I'm going to start with exam papers first. This has come recently. We'll take the May 24 paper. No, it's not in the May paper. Yes, guys, 5 marks. Question number 8A. Can we read this? Describe the conditions to be satisfied for availing deduction of post-supply discount from the value of supply as per the provision of section 15.3 of the CGST Act. By the way, all the sections are from which act, guys? CGST. Guys, I don't know if you can see, someone who sent me the paper has also written what they, guys, take. Now, how will you start? And this is a 5-mark question, yes? And there are how many conditions, guys? 3. But of course, for 5 marks, you have to elaborate a little bit, guys, yes? So, as per section 15.3, post-supply discounts can be deducted from value of supply if the following 3 conditions are met. Semicolon. First, the terms of the discount should be agreed at the time of original sale. Example, any, you can give an example also. Example, any discount given to promote sales at the end without being discussed at the time of supply will not be allowed as a deduction. Second one, the discount should be given invoice wise. Example, if the original invoice was for 1 lakh and the discounted price is 90,000, then the invoice should be modified to reflect 90,000. And third, what is C? Excess credit. Excess credit based on the higher value, if any. Excess credit, if any. Why if any? Because, guys, some people take credit, some don't take credit. As a student, do you take credit? No. So excess credit, if any, based on the higher value, should be reversed. Next line. Because it's a 5-mark, you have to write conclusion also then. Because you have to justify the marks also. If all the above 3 conditions have been fulfilled, then the transaction value as per section 15.1 can be reduced by such post supply discount. Yes, are we okay? This is a theory part of this. Now, generally, it's a practical question, but this is the theory. Which question paper, guys? 8A. Now, what we will do is we'll summarize so that when you revise also, you have a reference here. Everyone, what we could do is just write the chapter name. I'll tell you what to do, guys. Practice questions. Write as a heading practice question somewhere. Or what I could alternatively do, I could put that in a QuickBook only, guys. Yes, so that you all can use that QuickBook updated one only instead of you writing it somewhere else. Yes, that's a better idea. 1 minute. Just 1 second. This is your QuickBook. In that, guys, then value of supply, I'll just update it. Value of supply. If it's not already updated, I'll have to just update it. This was May 24, question number 8A. How many marks, guys? 5 marks. All right. Let's go to the next paper. You guys. So we went to November, May 24. Let's go to November 23 and see if there's any question here. There's no question for here. We'll go to the earlier one, May 23. It'll take 5 minutes, but we'll have to just hunt them down. At least the latest papers. No, it's not here. This is the question. No, it's not here already. So let me just go to the question which I know. November 20 and Jan 21. So we'll go to Jan 21 straight away. And let's see if you're able to answer this question. This is a practical question of this chapter. Yes. Here, guys, question number 5, the A part. The first part, guys, is talking about value of supply. Let's start reading, guys. Star Limited is a registered supplier where Karnataka has provided the following details for supply of one machine. Guys, what is the list price of the machine? Is that the starting point? You can take it in a calculator, guys. 80,000. Tax levied by the local authority. Should we add this, guys? Yes. So please add 6,000. Packing expenses for safe transportation. Should we add this also, guys? Yes. Please add 4,000. So 80,000, 6,000 we added, 4,000 we minused. All right. Next, guys, there's a discount of 2% on the list price which is provided and recorded on the invoice. Can we minus that, guys? List price 2%. 80,000 into 2%. 1,600. Can we minus that? 1,600? Yes. Next, Star Limited received 5,000 as a subsidy from an NGO on sale of each such machine. The price of 80,000 is after such subsidy, guys. That is the English language. After means a minus it. After means minus, because if you go to a store and you say that shirt is for how much, he says 800 rupees after discount. After discount means minus. So if it's already minus, what do you need to do, guys? Add. So how much will you add, guys? 5,000. So that's it, guys. This is the value. You tell me. 80 plus 6 plus 4 plus 5 minus 1,600. 93,400. This is the value of one supply, one machine. You supplied how many machines, guys? 3 machines, intrastate and 1 machine, but we don't have to go to this stage, guys. This is from different chapter. This is the one, guys. What is the value of supply? 93,400. Are we okay with this? Yes. We'll do another sum. This is, yeah. Yes. Tax on tax, yes. But the GST department's argument is that we are not charging GST on GST. Yes, but yeah, there is a certain amount of excess tax here. Yes. All right. So here we go. This is Jan 21. Let's go to November 20. There's another paper and another question. Yes, guys. Everyone, let's do this one. Let's see how many marks it comes for usually, guys. This is for how many marks, guys? 6. Let's see if we can get these 6 marks. Guys, trust me, if this chapter comes in the exam for 5, 6 marks, it's a bounty. Yes, all right. Let's start reading. Following are the particulars relating to one of the machines sold by whom? SQM to whom, guys? ACD in the month of Feb 2020 at a list price of how much? 9 lakh 50 exclusive of taxes and discounts. So we can start with what price, guys? 9 lakh 50,000. And what value will we call this? Transaction value. Municipal taxes chargeable on the machine. Can we add it? Yes. Outward freight charges, guys. Transportation charges, can we charge it? Yes. It doesn't matter what they call it. This is all incidental. Next. SQM normally gives an interest-free credit period of how many days? 30. Basically, you can pay after 30 days without paying any interest. After that, it charges interest of 1%. ACD Limited paid for the supply after how many days, guys? So should interest be there? Yes. But SQM waived the interest. Waive means cancel, guys. If you don't benefit, doesn't want to. So how much should I add, guys? Nothing. Next. SQM Limited has received 50,000 as subsidy from one non-government NGO on sale of such machine. The subsidy was not linked to the price of the machine. No, guys, it's not linked. It has to be linked. Oh, no, 1 minute. Guys, all these 5 things, tax, these items, supply, you can add them only if they are linked. Guys, only if they are linked. This is not linked. So what do I do, guys? Nothing. I repeat. How many items should be added, guys? But you should add them only if they are linked to the supply. Yes. Next. ACD Limited deducted a discount of 15,000 at the time of final payment, which was not as per agreement. Guys, can you minus this? See, you want to pay less, you pay less. 1 minute. Government is saying you want to pay less, no problem. But I want GST on the full. So, guys, example, guys, what is the price of this machine? 9 lakh 50. While paying, you only paid 9 lakh 35. The government says, I don't care. I want tax on 9 lakh 50. So, can I minus this discount? No. We'll present it if you want to know how to present this. And last, guys, SQM collected 9,500 at tax collected at source. Should we add this, guys? So no impact here, no impact here, no impact here, no, just only working notes. So let's see the transaction value. Guys, everyone, 9 lakh 50 plus 45,000 plus 65,000. How much? 10 lakh 60. Compute the value of taxable supply. Let's see the answer, guys, here. You guys, you will see the value here. Yes, 10 lakh 60. And what are these, guys? Notes. Can we write this? Okay, let's practice one at least. Yes, all right. Let's start, guys. Everyone. November 20. Question number 6A. Question number 6A, November 20. Not just subsidy, all the amount should be linked. Example, you are buying a bike from ABC. You paid to a third party for painting. Was it connected to the supply? Yes. What if you paid CBC's home electricity bill? You can't add that. Whatever you're adding should be linked to the supply. Only then it should be added to the supply. Yes. This is 6 November 20 ICAI paper. We'll start computation of value of supply for SQM. Particulars and amount. You start with the transaction value. If you put the section, it will be a little impressive in the exam. This chapter has only 3 sections. So transaction value under section 15.1. Then add. The following will be added under section 15.2. Municipal taxes,
So if interest was not paid, the 1% of
so whatever they have decided. So generally the question would say it is 1% of the list price.
minus tax.
Exactly. So my tax is 118. So if they would say that generally the language would be different if they have to minus it. If they say that hence interest was collected of 2000 rupees. Now that 2000 is 118. You need to figure 100 and then add. So there will be 2000 divided by 118 into 100 and that amount will be added. In a nutshell, you need to add the value excluding GST. What they have done is all this I have gone on working notes. I have presented it here only. Can someone tell me why was it discount one not minus rates 15,000? No, discount. Remember last he paid less. It was not decided. Tick terms was not decided. I have explained that also here. TCS is not added. Subsidy could have been added. Only thing is just said that not linked and hence we don't add it. The final value of supply is 10,60,000. Yes, there's a certain sense of predictability when we do the ICAI material sums. You'll understand what I'm talking about and you'll be able to easily identify the sums and the answers. Okay, with this, I'll wait for everyone to finish. Finally, first time he's getting up for something. CEO hasn't been able to delegate. Yes. All right. Ending this here. Now, I can understand, guys, you're thinking, oh, I've not understood or this is new. But a few sums and you'll see a predictable pattern of these same adjustments being asked. I'm opening up the ICAI material now for this chapter. This is ICAI study material, Word document. This is place of, oh sorry, value of supply. All right.
7.3.
Was that
7.3.
7.25? Okay. Yes. Let's see, guys. There are some good number of questions. There are about 11 questions, but nothing that you will not know, guys. Let's start. Yes. First, we'll start with test of knowledge because some good questions are there. Yes. Everyone. Let's target in about 15-20 minutes. I think this should get done. Yes, we've already written, so presentation wise, you know, we also present it in orally, guys. Yes. First question. Guys, remember recently question number 8A. Are post supply discounts eligible for deduction from value of supply? Yes. Section 15.3. They are eligible if they fulfill three conditions. Tick. Consideration includes both monetary and non-monetary consideration. Yes. That means, guys, can you pay Yeshas Academy in terms of money also? Yes. Can you pay sometimes in terms of gold also? Yes. Barter. Yes. I'm just saying consideration. They have defined consideration. This is not an exam question or anything to do with this chapter. Next. This is important, guys. Read. Sharp Minds Institute provides coaching for engineering entrance examination. The monthly fee charged by institute from the student is how much, guys? 10,000. The institute is known for its commitment to provide education to underprivileged children. It trains 10 students every year for entrance examinations free of cost. The institute has received how much? 3 lakh as coaching fees during the month. Navjeevan, an NGO working in the area of education for underprivileged children, has given a subsidy of how much, guys? 10,000. But this is in lump sum. Is it linked to any supply? No. Example, guys. I'll give you an example. A student joins, pays a fee of 10,000. How much? NGO pays a fee of 1,000 for that student. Is it linked to the supply? You will add it. But here, guys, is this linked to the supply or is it lump sum? Because it is lump sum, it is not linked to supply. This will not be added. So determine value of supply, guys. What is the value of supply? 3 lakh. Yes. I'm changing the question. Navjeevan pays 2,000 rupees for every child who joins. Then will you add, guys? Yes. Next, question number 4. Okay, so let's tick mark, guys. Question number 1, you can do it again once. So D. Question number 2 is NA, actually. It's not from this chapter only. Question number 3, again something that you should do. D. Question number 4. Tick mark, I know it's E, so you can already mark it E. Furniture Wala is a chain of retail showrooms selling both modern and classic furniture. In order to build strong customer association, the showroom provides free delivery of the showroom up to 20 kilometers. Where the distance is more than 20 kilometers, the showroom charges a concessional freight of how much? 10 for every additional kilometer. Leena Kapoor purchases a double bed dressing table center table for 2 lakh from the Furniture Wala. She gets free delivery as she stays within 18 kilometers. The showroom incurs an expenditure of 1,000 for delivering the furniture. Guys, what will you add this or not? But they are incurring expenditure. Yes, excellent, guys. If you don't add extra, if you don't earn extra, guys, they will. So Domino's, guys, pizza is for 300 rupees, free delivery. But they incur 20 rupees to deliver the pizza to you. Still, if they don't make money, you will not have anything. Guys, what is the taxable value in the first case? 2 lakh. Will your answer change if it stays at a distance of 50 kilometers?
Yes.
Up to 20 is free. So how many more kilometers? 30. 30 into 10, 300 will be added to the values. In the next one, point number 5. Read it yourself and we'll discuss. Yes. Guys, did they get some order for supply of some food? Yes. And the consumer wants the item tested for some gluten, guys. Did you get the testing? Guys, is this incidental cost? And should it be added to a supply? Yes. So, and they are saying no, it should not be, it should not form part of consideration. Is their contention right? No, their view is incorrect. This should be added under section 15 to C, the third part. Yes, 15 to C. Next, question number 6. The main word is waived. As fifth one, you can mark as E6. Who is the supplier? Mazda banners. Are they supplying some advertising services? And they give how much period of credit free, guys? We don't have this question. Which is the next one? Okay, okay. So maybe I'm. What's the question number you guys are at? Okay. Same. We'll have old one. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. This one is. Okay, no problem. We'll do both. You have Mazda banners also next one, right? Yeah. Okay, no problem. Yes. So let's discuss whichever you have. Right? I know that philanthropic association. The question also. Yes. What is the philanthropic association is giving a donation? Yes. To whom?
To reputed private managers.
Okay, okay, figured. Yes. So guys, the reputed coaching institute is charging its normal customers also, something students and underprivileged students also. What is the underprivileged student they're being charged? 3 lakh for the MBA program, etc. And the subsidy is how much? 2 lakh. So guys, everyone think from the management institute perspective. From the student, how much are they getting? 3. From the NGO, how much are they getting? 2. Is it linked? So the government wants GST on how much, guys? 5. And real life, guys, will the student pay on 5? No. Student will pay on 3. So these guys will have to pay the other on the 2. But ultimately, government will get on how much, guys? 5. How will you present this, guys? Transaction value, that is amount charged to students, how much? 3 lakh. Guys, add subsidy, whatever the section 15 to, I'm not putting the clause, but 15 to section. Will the subsidy be added? Yes, it is linked and hence should be added. So total value of supply will be what, guys? 5. Yes. Next is Mazda banners. Guys, finally, Mazda, did they charge interest? No. If you're not charged, can the department add notional interest, guys? No, there's nothing called notional interest. It's only if you make money, the government wants what, guys? GST. Yes. All right. That's question number 6, guys. Please mark it as E. 7th, is it Crunch Bakery? No. Yeah. Okay, okay. Next is Crunch Bakery. It's okay. Yes. Are they selling some biscuits and cakes to dealers? Later on, guys, when the goods remain unsold, it offered what? Additional discount. Guys, can they do that in business? Yes. But will the government like it? Otherwise, guys, everyone will say, government, I'm giving you so much GST and then reduce it. So the government says this is a post supply discount where the terms were not agreed at the time of supply. So hence guys, can this additional discount be reduced? No. Section will be section 15(3). Yes. But I have a feeling this red pepper is a sum which will come in the exam. This kind of sum, that there are numbers. Yes. Let's start guys. Who's the supplier? Red pepper. What is the list price of the goods guys? 15 lakh. I'm starting at 15 lakh. Read the first one. Tell me should I add or not. Guys, this subsidy is from whom? Central government. So if it's a government subsidy, will we add guys? No. So nothing guys. We will not add this. Next. Price linked subsidy from an NGO. Yes. And is it quality minus? So what do you do guys? Add. Tax levied by the municipal authority. Add. Packing charges. Add. Guys, in the exam you can quote the section 15(2) whichever, but right now I'm just saying 15(2). And late fees. Recipient has agreed to pay 6,000 in lump sum and no additional amount. Guys, interest, late fee, penalty is like a Lay's packet. I want to add, but I can't add this because this has what? GST. So can we separate? Everyone, take your calculators. 6,000 divided by 118 into 100. So you will add 5085. This is the value you will add. Please add all the amounts, guys. Yes, guys. What is the value? 15,90,005. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. Go to the next sum already, please. Flow Pro. Very predictable, guys. What is the starting price? 25,000. You read and tell me, should I add this? Third party inspection charge. Guys, any amount if you receive, they will be added. Freight delivery for freight charges for delivery. Should it be added? Yes. Subsidy received from state government. No. Discount of 2% is offered on the price and recorded in the invoice. Can I minus it? Yes. What is the price mentioned in first? 25,000 into 2%. 500. Guys, give me the final value. 25,000 plus 5,000 plus 2,000 minus 500. 31 500. Here guys, 31 500. Alright, let's go to the next one. Sri Krishna. What is the starting value guys? 1 lakh. Municipal tax, what do you do? Add. Municipal tax we add. Next, inspection charges. Subsidy link. Late fees. Add. But this is inclusive of what guys? Yes. But 1 minute. Read the sentence. Was ultimately waived. So if you don't make money, the government doesn't want what guys? GST. Read that line guys, everyone. So everyone, what will you add? 1 lakh plus 2,000 plus 15,000 plus 50,000 plus 2,000. How much guys here guys? 1,69,000. You're getting the answer very well. You just need to write it well, tabulate it well, put the section, you'll get your marks guys. Very predictable chapter this one is. Why? Sorry, which one? Payment charges, yes. Yeah, so okay. Why should it be added, you're saying? Remember third party? Example, you are supplying some goods to me. You got the payment done and you had to pay someone. Now you didn't pay. You told me directly to pay so that we can avoid GST. So the government says if your liability I have paid, it is benefiting you. Yes. Another example, let's say EBC was selling me the bike. They got it painted from a painter. Who is supposed to pay the painter? EBC. But EBC said, listen, you only pay, no, we'll avoid GST. Then the government says, no, this has to be added here. So that's why I said third party. Any third party payment should have been paid by the supplier, but paid by the recipient will be added. Alright, last question, guys. Kohli. We start with 5,50,000. Can I add the second? Yes. See, the second part is what you just asked. What's your name? Pranav. This second part is just what you asked. Part fitted in the machinery at the premises of Giza. Amount has been paid by Giza directly to the supplier. However, it is Kohli's liability. Guys, what about installation and testing? Add. This discount, can I minus? Yes, it was recorded. Guys, anything recorded in the invoice means you know it and everyone knows it. You can minus it. And this additional discount, why not? Yes, without any change in individual transaction at the start of the year, guys. Have you agreed this? No. Based on additional purchase of another machinery for which adjustment is made at the end of the financial year. Guys, nowhere is mentioned the terms were agreed. Yes, everyone. So this discount you cannot minus. So what will you do? 5,50,000 plus 20,000 plus 25,000 minus 11,000. How much is it, guys? 5,84,000. Yes. Can you tell me what will you write for the last discount when you don't minus it?
Additional discount.
So you'll say that it is a post supply discount, the terms of which were not agreed at the time of supply, hence will not be allowed a deduction as per section 15(3). Put the section wherever there is discount, put that section. Yes, are we okay? All right, guys. So this is what we are doing. I've not marked D and E for all questions, so let's do that, guys, so that you have a reference point. I'll not number the question, I'll name the question. Do you see Kohli? Yes, mark it D for the last one only. Kohli is D for the last one. Shri Krishna is a E. Just one second. Shri Krishna is a E. Flow Pro is a E. Bread paper definitely D because it's 5085. You had to minus. Yes, for that purpose it's a D. Yes, yes, please. Yes. See, you will always agree. If Yeshas Academy after 3 months also say, listen, we'll reduce the price, will you agree for it? Yes. But the terms have to be mentioned at the start. Yes, you can reduce it. Had they written a word that such terms were agreed at the time of supply, then you can definitely reduce it. Example, let's say you buy thermos from me. I sell you 100 thermos and I tell you, listen, when you buy 500 thermos from me in this year, I'll reduce all the price by 10%. Now you bought 500 thermoses from me after 3-4 months. Can I reduce the price? Yes. Is the government okay? Because the terms are agreed. Yes. Good. And that can be understood very well with that ICAI reducing your marks. They can't reduce it unless they say that we'll revisit the marks, then they can touch the marks. Yes. Is it? No, never. Never. In fact, in my CA final, so funny, I got more marks in a paper. We had, of course, now costing and law and not there CA final. You'll have how many papers now? 6. Earlier there was costing and law also. So in my costing paper, I had written for about 52 marks. I was so scared because the paper was very difficult, written for about 52 marks nicely. Otherwise, though, guesswork, this, that, you just write round and round, you write something or the other and come back. But I knew 52 marks I wrote decently. I was very scared because 52 marks, if you written well, if they evaluate, they can reduce the marks. So I was very scared, guys. I got 58 marks. I'm like, I'm not even written that much. It was very surprising, yeah. And I would not tell anyone that for a few, attempts after that because I thought maybe they'll reevaluate it, and but they don't. I'm very confident they don't. That's all right. So this is it. We've been in class for almost about 2 hours right now. We'll do 1-2 more exemption and then take a break. So chapter 1 introduction, chapter 2 value of supply. We squeeze in 2 exemptions. We'll squeeze in 2 more exemptions right now. We'll take a slightly bigger one as well. And let's get rid of that fear that, oh, exemptions are very tough. Of course, they are many, but they're not tough. We have a way to remember them. So I'm taking the third one, guys, which is simple. One, we'll do very simple post office. And fourth, we'll do healthcare services. So let's do these also so that we are in time. Every time we do a chapter, we'll do 2 exemptions. Yes. So let's start. I'm saving this again. We'll start with post office services. Last time you went to a post office is which year? This month only. Nice. For what? Sukanya Samriddhi. How come? Your sister. Okay. Sure, right? Sister only, right? Yeah. All right. Nice. Sukanya Samriddhi. Anyone else has gone to the post office recently? So we honestly don't use the post office very often. And Sukanya Samriddhi, yes, of course. You'll use it when you want to speed post something to ICAI, etc. So anytime you want to do some speed post, but now with courier, etc., I think, and email, WhatsApp, you don't send things. You want to give someone, just GPay them money, and who uses money order, all that. So honestly, but postal work is still on. They use it for now to sell insurance also, all post office senior citizen saving. But we're talking about how post office should be taxed or not. Think like the government, tell me guys, should someone tax post office services? No. See, anyways, people are not using. If you apply GST, it'll get more expensive. Even more people, the three people who go, three will come out also. So the government says, listen, yeah, we'll give a lot of exemption to post office. In fact, post office, all the services are been exempt. All the services have been except the following, guys. Yes. So what are we talking about, guys? Post office services. Everyone, post office services. They are completely exempt except the following. The shortcut is books RIP. Guys, what is the shortcut? Books RIP. Yes. What is it? Okay. So if you send some book post, guys, what do you send? Book post. I don't know if you ever received a book post, but when ICAI sends their newsletters and all, it comes to book post. Those book posts, there is amount plus GST. So example, if you want to do a book post, you go to post office, you give a book and they say you want to do a book post. You say yes, there will be amount plus what, guys? GST. Next, if there is any registered post, what kind of post, guys? Registered. Registered means there's authentication, etc. Then there is GST. Next, there is any a speed post, books RIP, registered post, um, inland letters, yes, and postal orders, yes. Inland letters and postal orders. In this, there is GST, guys. Otherwise, they have been exempted. Example, um, no, I think I said it opposite. Just one minute. Books RIP, book post, postal. Yes, my bad. I'll just tell you the shortcut also here and then we'll go through it here. This is the one which is exempted from GST. Yes, books RIP is the one which is exempted. Everyone, let's do this again. What is this? Book post, RI, registered, I is inland, and P is postal. Postal letters, normal postal letters, they've all been exempted. So this is the one is exempted. So what is outside of it? I'll tell you guys. What if you do a speed post? Taxable. Because speed. What if you do life insurance policy? Taxable. So all those other life insurance policies, you do other services from post office, those are all taxable. I'll read this from a quick book so we'll get some more understanding from there as well. Yes, here we go. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Postal services. Yes. There are two shortcuts. One is what I showed you, and then is the basic pension saved money. As postal services, the example which one is basic mail services. Money is money order. S is savings account and P is pension account. So I'll just repeat, guys, here. Postal services, following services have been exempt. What is the shortcut, guys? Books RIP. What is book, guys? Book post. What is R for? Registered post. What is I for? Inland letters. And what is P for? Postcards. These have been exempt because the government says these are basic necessities, so they've been exempt. Other than that, guys, speed post, etc., all taxable. And here is another shortcut: basic pension saved money. This is also exempt. What is basic pension? Basic postal services. P is pension services. S saving account, and M is money order. So these four and these four have been exempted. Yes, can we repeat, guys, everyone? So postal services which have been exempted: books RIP and basic pension saved money. Can we repeat the second one, guys? Basic postal services, pension services, savings account, and money orders. These have been exempted. And what is basic postal services, guys? Books RIP. This is basically books RIP. Are we okay? In the exam, they give a question that Mr. A has gone to the post office for a speed post. Taxable. There is GST. For book post, registered post, inland letters, postal orders, exempt. He has got for insurance, taxable. Pension, exempt. So, guys, basic pension saved TDS. All right. Sorry, basic no. Basic pension saved money. All right. Now we go to the next one, which is healthcare. This postal is not very important. Here it's in the short. It's in the quick book. Here, I'll just show you. It's in the quick book. Instead of you writing it, because you might write the shortcut, but you might not be able to relate it. So here it is, guys. Basic pension saved money and books RIP. Yes, it's in the same quick book that I am referring to. Now, guys, the main one is healthcare services. A 4-5 mark easy question can be there on healthcare services. First, let's talk about healthcare services. Do you think, as a government, healthcare should be under GST? I'm not talking about medicines; those are goods. They are under GST, by the way. I'm talking about services. Should they be under GST? No. No. Should they be? No. And are there a lot of services or not? Let's see. What is it, guys? Very important. Everyone, wherever you studied, I'll give you a very nice shortcut to remember it on the screen, please. Yes, yes, yes. Here. Yeah. By the time you flip, we'll finish half of it. Yes. All right. Which services, guys? Health care services. Guys, you are feeling unwell, and if you go to a doctor, whom do you go to, guys? Doctor. The doctor says, listen, yeah, you are okay, but don't seem okay. What to do now? And charges you a fee, guys. There will be no GST. All this is exempt. Yes. Then, guys, the doctor says, listen, you might have some problem, so we'll get some diagnostic tests done. So, what does he recommend? Test. So, all those diagnostic tests, everyone, all those diagnostic tests, like your blood test, X-ray, etc., completely what, guys? Exempt. Then the doctor says, listen, yeah, there's some problem. You might have to go to a hospital. You might have to go to a. You went to a hospital and you saw everyone there wearing a cap. Guys, what is the shortcut, guys? Cap. Everyone was there wearing a cap, and they said, listen, we'll have to admit you. We'll have to admit you. Now, what is this cap, guys? There are three people. One is called clinical establishment. What is C? Clinical establishment, like hospitals, nursing homes, all these are what? Clinical establishment. Authorized medical practitioner, that means doctors. Authorized medical practitioner means doctors. And P is paramedic, nurses, compounders, etc. When they provide you any services, this is also what, guys? Can we repeat first one? Clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, and paramedic. And if they get your test done, exempt. Next, guys, you were admitted to a hospital room, and now, guys, you're staying in that room. Is there stay? Everyone, what is it? Stay. Plus, will they give you food also? And they'll give you treatment also. But what is the main thing? Did you go there for the food? No. Did you go there for the stay? No. You went for the. So this is called composite supply, guys. What is it called? Where the main supply is what, guys? Treatment. And is that exempt? So the entire thing will be exempt. Everyone. We'll come to this in the next chapter called supply. But you have a little background, so I'm telling you which is this supply called composite, where you didn't go for the food or the stay, you went for the treatment. If the main thing is exempt, then entire bill will be exempt. Next, guys, not just for you, even for your pet, they have made it cheaper. So if you go to a veterinary doctor for your pet, even that is what, guys, exempt. Are we okay? Only thing is the exemption for now coming back to you. It's only if it's in the field of Hunase. Guys, which field? Hunase. Everyone, what is the shortcut, guys? Hunase. That means only if the doctor has treated you through homeopathy. What is H? Homeopathy. Unani, naturopathy. Everyone. What is H? Homeopathy, Unani, naturopathy, Ayurveda, Siddha, allopathy, yoga. All this to Bahat is painful. Hunase. Everyone, what is the shortcut? Hunase. Guys, homeopathy, Unani, naturopathy, Ayurveda, Siddha, allopathy, and yoga. You tell me, guys, generally hospitals they use what? Allopathy. But if it's a homeopathy also, no charges, exempt, no GST. That means they charge you money, but there'll be no GST. Everyone. Now I'm telling you, guys, they use some Reiki healing treatment. Taxable. Yes. Only if it's used some homeopathy. Exempt. Naturopathy. Exempt. Allopathy. Exempt. Yoga techniques. Exempt. All right. Next, guys. What's that? Physiotherapy is. No, it is also physiotherapy is also exempt because the authorized medical practitioner. Yes. All right. So this is what it is. Vet is also okay. Pet. Next, guys. Some people go for this treatment called IVF. What is the treatment called, guys? IVF. This IVF treatment is basically artificial reproduction. So this is also exempt because this is also medical treatment. Now, two very big changes have happened, guys. First, while all of this is exempt, there are two things which suddenly have now become taxable. Watch this because this makes is very important, guys. If you go to a hospital and you say, listen, I want the most premium room. I want the most. I should open the door and golf course. That should be the room. If you say, and if the room rent is more than 5,000, more than how much, guys? The government says, listen, if you're so rich and if you can afford this one, then this is what, guys, taxable. Unless it's IC. Unless it's so I have a shortcut for that. Guys, ICUs are never taxed. Everyone, ICUs are, so ICUs means it's important, so never taxed. Other rooms above 5,000 tax. Everyone. So if in the exam they say ICU, never taxed. ICU is for important place, so never. All right. Next, yes. NICU is also ICU, but for babies. So even that one is not taxable. Yes. Otherwise, guys, rooms above how many thousand? 5,000. That's taxable now, guys. Yes. Second thing, guys, a hospital is purchasing an AC from Chroma. Will there be GST? Yes. A hospital is purchasing a laptop. Will there be GST? Yes. Guys, only in one case. Only in one case when they purchase. Repeat this. Only in this is called inward supply. Which supply? Only one inward supply is exempt when a doctor or other doctors are providing them services. Example, guys, you're a hospital. Who are you? Can a surgeon provide you services? Yes, and charge you 1 lakh. He'll not charge you any GST. Otherwise, every other inward supply there is what? GST. I'm giving you three examples. A hospital has taken AC, GST. A hospital has taken services of a technology app developer, GST. Every CA, GST. Only one inward supply where other doctors. Earlier there used to be something, guys, which now is taxable, but we don't have to remember that. Very important, guys. There's something called stem cell treatment. Guys, do you remember? Or do you know what is stem cell treatment, guys? Yes. So when you're very small, the stem cells are removed and kept so that later they can heal you. That stem cell treatment used to be earlier exempted. Now it is taxable. Yes. That's it. Can we recap? Guys, cap. Clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, and paramedics. When they provide you services, is it exempt? People providing you service in the nature of hunase, is it exempt? Yes. Diagnostic test, exempt. Then composite treatment, yes. Vet services, exempt. IVF treatment, exempt. ICU rooms, 15,000 a night, exempt. But normal rooms more than 5,000, taxable. And guys, stem cell treatment is also now taxable. So what about medicines? I'm not talking because those are goods, guys. Exemption is only for what? Services. Now stop and hear me out. On the ground floor, guys, of the hospital, there is a McDonald's given on rent or some restaurant given on rent, guys. Is that rental income taxable? Yes. Only if it's with services, guys. Healthcare. Only if it's healthcare. They've given a shop on rent to a chemist. 1 minute. You must have seen hospital on the ground floor. There's a chemist. If you've rented it to whom? Chemist. Even that rental income is taxable. Next, guys, you have food. You are a patient. You are who? Patient. And you go and have food, guys. Inpatient means admitted. Is that exempt? Yes. But your friends, relative, outpatients. What are outpatients? Other, yeah, who just come visit and go, guys. Those food is also what, guys? Taxable. So I'm adding on the taxable list here. Guys, any rental income? Taxable. Any food? Taxable. Unless the food is to whom, guys? Inpatients. Only if it's in means who are admitted. Only to them it is exempt. Yes, everyone. So this is important. Healthcare services. We'll do questions on them also, guys. But right now, this is what it is. Let me see from the quick book, guys. Yes, guys. Can we see this? Healthcare services provided by whom, guys? Clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, exempt in the cases of FUNASE. Yes, this I forgot. Guys, cosmetic surgery. Which surgery? Cosmetic. You don't like your nose. Get it changed. Hair transplant. Yeah, you gone bald, hair transplant. Guys, all this the government says, listen, all this is aesthetic. All this is so, guys, plastic surgery, cosmetic surgery, hair transplant, guys, all this are taxable unless it's because of an accident or deformity. You met with a bike accident. Your nose is broken. Now they can do a plastic surgery, which will be exempt. So everyone, unless it is because of a deformity, that birth deformity or accident. Are we okay? Yes. Next, ambulance service. I forgot to mention. Ambulance services also exempt. Rehab services provided by the government exempt. Healthcare service provided by vets exempt. Stem cell now taxable. Food and stay in hospital exempt. Input services by doctors to hospitals exempt. Other input services are all taxable. IVF treatment exempt. Now what is taxable, guys? Food to whom? Outpatient. Renting of shops are taxable. Rooms where rent is more than 5,000 except ICUs. Guys, this is taxable. Now, how do we test? Do we know this or not? Let's go to ICAI material. CA illustration of healthcare. Yes, yeah.
Sir, we have such by the cost.
Right, it's written two, no? So I'll change it. Yes. But anyways, rehab services mean mental health. If they're provided by the government, it's exempt. Let's see if you're able to understand this.
So, by private tax.
Taxable. Unless you're an authorized medical practitioner. Now what happens is, now on Instagram also people are giving mental health. I'm an Instagrammer, I'm a mental health expert. Government says, listen, you're not a mental health expert. If you are, you become a doctor. If you're authorized medical practitioner, then it's exempt. Lots of people, they call themselves mental. I have a friend of mine. She was earlier a travel agent. Now she's a mental health expert. She's so much following on Instagram and all. She's a mental health expert. Government says your service will be taxable. Otherwise, guys, I'm not giving you education services. This is mental health. So people are abusing that rule. So the government says no. Only if you're authorized, means if you're a psychiatrist, then you have then it's exempt. Yes, all right. As I'm looking at healthcare services from here. Yes. And there's something called palliative care. Have you heard of palliative care, guys? Everyone, have you heard of palliative care? Palliative care is basically someone has a very, very dangerous disease and there's no chance of survival. So you take care of them till they are no more. That's called palliative care. Again, it's healthcare only. So that is also exempt. Palliative care. I'll show it to you here on the illustration. Guys, see the benefit of a quick book, guys. I'll show you here. Is this the quick book? What is the service? Healthcare. When you finish it, there is an illustration number 1. So you go here and illustration number 1. Yes, everyone. You don't have to hunt which illustration, you can go to illustration 1. Everyone, I'm reading, you will tell me, is this exempt or taxable? Everyone on the screen, please. 5.44. Yes. Can I have everyone's attention on the screen as well? Yes. Guys, good healthcare medical center or a clinical establishment offers the following services. Reiki healing treatment, taxable. Plastic surgery, taxable. One such surgery was conducted to repair the cleft lip of a newborn baby. Is it a deformity? Yes. So this one is what, guys? Exempt. Air ambulance services, exempt. Palliative care for terminally ill patients, exempt. Even if they're home, guys, doesn't matter. Palliative basically means near end, near death, that care. Alternate medical treatment by way of yoga, exempt. Good Health Medical Center also operates a cord blood bank which provides stem cell therapy. Now taxable. And see, this view is so wrong, guys. Good Health Medical Centers are the view that since it is a clinical establishment, all the healthcare services provided by it as well as provided to it are exempt. Guys, are all healthcare services to it exempt? No. Example, I'm a CA. If I give services to Good Health, is it exempt? No. Guys, you're not getting convinced. So I'm asking you again, guys. For a hospital, guys, are all services received and given all exempt? No. I'm a CA. If I'm a CA to this guy, I will charge them a bill plus GST. Only one is exempt. Doctors. Are we okay? Let's see this, guys. Here we go. The first one, Reiki healing, is not exempt. The next one, guys, is cosmetic surgery. The first one is exempt. The others are not exempt. Next, guys, is this air ambulance? It is exempt. Next, because of deformity, etc., it is palliative care is basically exempt. Next, is yoga also exempt? Yes. Is cord blood banks by way of preservation of stem cells are not exempt from GST. We've done this. Yes. All right. So this is what it is. Everyone read this time quiz. Let's see if you're able to answer this. Which of the following services provided by healthy, wealthy, wealthy nursing home are not exempt, which are taxable? Renting of rooms with per day charges of 6,000 to inpatients, taxable. Food supplied to inpatients. No, inpatients is exempt. Homeopathy, oh sorry, naturopathy, exempt. Intensive care unit of 12,000, exempt. So only the first one is what, guys? Taxable. Good, guys. Quiz time, he's happy. Yes, you got the right answer. Perfect. All right. So we're done with 2 more exemptions and we are also done with 2 chapters. Good stuff. Ending the session here. Let's take a 20-minute break. Let's come back and let's move. Which is chapter next, guys? Can we do supply? Yes. I don't want to do charge today because RCM after 5 o'clock is not RCM, guys. It's something else only. So what we'll do, RCM we'll do tomorrow. We'll do today supply and registration. Yes. All right. All right. Season 2 of GST lectures. Of fast track course. We've done 2 chapters already, guys. So just highlighting them. We've finished introduction to GST. We've finished value of supply and 2 exemptions per day. We've already begun that. So that's a good start. We now move to chapter number 3 with the post break energy. Let's see how well we can do that. I'll explain the chapter first for some time and then we'll move over to the questions. And we'll see also what kind of questions have come in the exam. Refer the quick book, refer your old notes, whatever you want to refer. But try and plug in my shortcuts to whatever you already know. That will be really helpful while we discuss ahead. So ending all this here. The time right now is about 4:45, 4:50. We are going to start right now. I think in about 1.5 hours, we should look at this chapter and we should be able to complete this chapter. All right. Guys, this chapter's name is called Supply under GST. What is it called, guys? Supply under GST. First, let's do a nice introduction about this chapter. Then we'll understand what the chapter is. Sections also I'll make you by heart. Guys, supply is like the heartbeat or like the oxygen of GST. Because if there is supply, there is GST. If there is no supply, guys, there is no GST. So supply is a taxable event. What is it called, guys? It's a taxable event. That means if there is no supply, guys, there will be no GST. So the government is looking forward to supply. And we know a shortcut already called SL. Is what is the shortcut? Supply leads to liability. The moment there is a supply, example, I provide services to a student, client, etc. Any person provides services, the government gets happy because there is supply, which leads to what, guys? Liability. For the supply chapter, we need some definitions, not because they're asked in the exam, but because you should be aware of these kind of definitions. One is, who's the supplier? It's very stupid definition. Who's the supplier? The one who supplies. Yes. Who's the recipient? The one who makes a payment, or the one who receives. Is generally the one who makes the payment is a recipient. So we know what is a supplier. We know what is a recipient. Next, what is consideration? Consideration basically means quid pro quo. What is quid pro quo, guys? Example, you paid fees and you attended lectures. Is there a quid pro quo? Yes. Dhoni was given money and he basically did an ad. Is there a quid pro quo? Yes. Virat Kohli was given an Audi and he did an ad. Is that also consideration? Yes. It can be monetary or it can be non-monetary. So there is a supplier, there is a recipient, there is something called consideration. Next, we will look at what is goods, guys. Guys, in GST definition, what is goods? Goods means everything that is movable, guys. Goods means anything that is except IMS. Except what, guys? IMS. Of course, when I say movable, it all automatically excludes immovable property. It also excludes money and securities. Now let's discuss what is this IMS, guys. If I'm selling land, it's an immovable property, there is no GST. Yes. If I'm selling this building, it's an immovable property, there is no GST. But if I'm selling something under construction, then I'm not selling the apartment, I'm selling construction services, there is GST on that. Are we okay? So in the exam, under construction, GST. Fully made, furnished, etc. No GST. Next, money. If I go to a bank and I tell the bank that I need a 1 crore rupee loan, there will be no GST because that is money. But on the loan service charges, can there be GST? Yes. Same way security also. If I buy a share, will there be GST? No. But on the brokerage, can there be GST? Yes. So on the main core thing, there is no GST. Now for money, there's something called numismatic value, guys. What is numismatic value? I have a 10 rupee note which is 100 years old. Now it's not about 10 rupees then. It can fetch a thousands, couple of lakhs also sometimes. So that kind of transaction will have, that's money, but it's not in today's currency, so there will be GST on that. So yes, can we repeat? The money which is in today's currency, no GST. But numismatic means collector's money, guys. Will there be GST? Yes. Next is services, guys. What is it? Services. Services means everything except GIMS. Means goods, immovable property, money, security. Besides that, everything is services. They have not defined it because they wanted more and more things to be under goods or services. Next, yes. What is an agent? In GST, guys, do you know what is an agent? Yes, agent, a person who's going to sell your goods or supply your goods or services. Example, electric bike companies in Bangalore, but they don't want to be only in Bangalore, they want to be pan-India. So can they appoint me as an agent in Mumbai, guys? Yes, I'll sell the bikes on their behalf. I'm an agent. So everyone, agent is the one who Sells. But there's a special agent called Del Keder agent, guys. What is this? Del Keder agent. Guys, Del Keder is an unnecessary hype around this agent. I'll tell you, he does only two things. One, does he sell? Yes. Plus, he collects the money also. Example. So not just he sells, but most agents are Del Keder agents only. So, example, I'll give you two agents. You tell me which one is a Del Keder agent. I've appointed someone to make electric bike company or electric bikes popular. He's not selling, he's only making them popular. Is he a normal agent, marketing agent? Yes. But there's one agent who's been appointed to sell also, he'll collect the money also. What kind of agent is that, guys? Del Credit agent, guys. So that's a very, it's like a phone having one more feature. So Del Credit agent is a normal agent, one more feature, they also help in collecting money. Next, what are related persons? No, related persons, not family. A family can co 25%. Just tell me what is co. Common control, partners, employer and employee. Are they related persons? Yes. And in that family, self, spouse, children, parents, grandparents. But only one definition, siblings, parents, grandparents, only if they are dependent on you. Dhanush asked the question, what about vice parents? No, only yours. Only the small clock. Next. Guys, what's a business asset? Everyone, what's a very simple. Any asset used for business. So business asset, of course. But I'll tell you one which is linked to GST, guys. On any asset which is used for business on which credit has been taken. On which, example, guys, Yeshas Academy buys a new projector. Is it a business asset? Yes. But they will also take, it's a PC. What is PC? Purchase, which leads to credit. That's a business asset. So business asset not just is something which is used for business, but also on which they have taken ITC. ITC is nothing but what? Credit. Everyone, okay. All right. Next, all right. Yes, guys. From DT, we know something which will be used here, guys. What is a works contract? SM. Guys, in works contract, you have to give specification also and material also. Example, guys. You go to Zudio and you buy a shirt. It's a purchase. What is that, guys? And that's a good. But you go to a tailor and you give him the specification material, he makes it for you. That's a works contract. Works contract is a service. What is it, guys? You go to IKEA, buy some furniture. No, means it's a purchase, goods. But if you ask a furniture guy to make it, it's a service. So works contract basically is like a service. Next, tenancy rights. Yes. Let me discuss what is tenancy. If you know it, guys, great. You can recap it. If you don't know it, I'll explain. Guys, in certain states in India, not in every state, certain states, when you rent a particular place for more than 12, 13, 14 years, guys, that means a considerable period of time, you become a tenant. What do you become? And you get some rights called tenancy rights. Example, you take an apartment in Mumbai for 11 months, no tenancy rights. But you take a same apartment, guys, on rent continuously for 15 years, you get some rights which are called tenancy rights. Now, what are tenancy rights? Go into detail is no use. Let's see the GST angle. Tomorrow, guys, I have tenancy rights of an apartment in Mumbai. Can I sell them to her? Yes. And when I sell them to her, it's not an apartment I'm selling. I'm selling what? If I sell the apartment, then there is no GST already. But tenancy rights have GST, guys. It's considered sale of services. What is it called, guys? Supply of services. So what is tenancy right? A tenant who stays in one place for more than X number of years gets a right which is called tenancy right. Can he sell the tenancy rights? Yes, it is supply of service. Guys, let's see me and him. He's the owner of an apartment. He sells the apartment. No GST. I'm a tenancy right holder. I sell the tenancy rights. Yes, GST. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. Very small things, but maybe useful ahead. Anything else that we have to? Okay. Looks like this is it. Now let's go to supply, guys. Everyone. We go to the main chapter of supply. The supply main chapter says that for any supply to happen, there is a chemistry formula or a maths formula. A is equal to B plus C. Can we repeat the shortcut, guys? A is equal to B plus C. That means A is supply. A is what, guys? For supply to happen, you have to have two things. It should be in the course of business. Everyone, it should be in the course of, and there should be what, guys? Consideration. Let me help you understand this better. EBC is selling a bike for 1 lakh rupees. Let's check, is it supply? So we have to check for how many conditions, guys? Two. Guys, is supplying bikes in the course of its business? Yes. And is there consideration? Yes. How much? 1 lakh. So it is what, guys? Supply. Everyone. Guys, you are selling your old bike on OLX. You're a CA student. You're selling your old bike where? OLX for 30,000 rupees. Now tell me, is that a supply? Why? There is consideration. but it's not in the course of your business. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. Guys, you are helping another CA into student for her or his studies, guys. Is that supply? No, it is not in the course of business also, and there is no consideration also. So it's a very simple thing. There should be how many tests? Two. It should be in the course of, and there should be one rate. If both these things are there, then it is supply, and this is given in section 7(1)(a). What is the section, guys? 7(1)(a). 7(1)(a) covers all the supplies, and for 7(1)(a) it should be only two things, B and C. You booked a flight on Indigo for 5,000 rupees. Is it in the course of business? Yes. Not for you. For Indigo, is it in the course of business? Yes. And is there a consideration? Yes. You went to McDonald's and ordered a Happy Meal. Yes. Is it in the course of business? And is there a consideration? Yes. You took a Netflix subscription. Is it in the course of business? Is there consideration? So basically, this is the main section which covers all of it, guys, whether it's a business and consideration. Yes. So in the exam, guys, which section will you quote? 7(1)(a). This is a section, main section for what, guys? Supply. And it has how many conditions? Two, business and consideration. If one of them is also not there, no supply, and then there is no GST. Good. Now, guys, once there is supply, whether it's supply of goods or services, does it matter? If you're giving CA inter, whether it's May or September, does it matter now, guys? Honestly, no. Because if it is goods, there is GST. Even if it's service, there is GST. Are we okay, guys? Yes. But the government still tries to bifurcate between goods and services. It could be an exam question also, maybe, whether this is goods or services. And that is given in a section called section 7(1)(a). Guys, what is the section called? 7(1)(a). Forget the section, guys. There's a schedule called Schedule 2. Guys, what is the schedule? First of all, what is, sir, is a schedule? Schedule means an act. Behind the act, guys, they put some attachment. That's called schedule. In Schedule 2, they bifurcate a supply into what? Supply of goods or supply of what, guys? Services. And no one can teach you this, guys, because you already know it. Yes. Yeah, not because it's difficult, because you already know it. I'll tell you something, guys. You buy a laptop, goods. You rent a laptop, you buy a bike, goods. You service the bike, services. So it's very simple, guys. Yeshas Academy, service. CA firm, service. Selling this watch, goods. So it's very simple. That's why no one can teach you, because you already know what is the supply of goods or what is supply of services. But they tell you a technical term called title, guys. What is the technical term called? They say if the title in that product is transferred permanently to you, then it's supply of goods. If the title is not transferred, then it is supply of service. Guys, unnecessary drama. Guys, trust me, from an exam perspective, if you are able to identify goods and services, all this does not matter. So I'm giving you some examples. You tell me. You bought a new car, Kia Seltos. You bought a new car, Kia Seltos, on EMI. Goods. The title will get transferred to you in the future. So still it is goods. On hire purchase, goods. You rented a Kia Seltos. Service. No one can teach you this. Don't go into all this from an exam perspective. All that you should remember is Schedule 2 differentiates them between goods and service. Are we okay? But there are some things which will always be service. Example, guys. You go to a Subway sandwich guy and you tell him, listen, I want this. He makes a nice Subway sandwich for you. Goods or service? Was goods, no? Bread, paneer in it. So it's a mix. So there are some which will always be service, guys. Everyone. Some which will always be what? So let's see which are some which will always be service, guys. First is a restaurant. What is this? Restaurant will always be what? Service. You go to a grocery supermarket and you buy, that is goods. But if it's a restaurant, it will always be what? Service. Next, works contract. Service. Next, tenancy rights. Service. So these things will always be what, guys? Service. Important? Not at all. Mainly important is B plus C. And the section 7(1)(a). Can we repeat, guys? Everyone? Section 7(1)(a) tells you how many conditions are required, guys? 2. What is the first one? It should be in the course of business, and there should be perfect, guys. That's B plus C. Everyone, okay? And it's connected to which schedule, guys? Schedule 2. All right. Now, guys, 7(1)(a) is done. I'm giving you which sections. For 7(1)(a) is done. Now let's go to the next one. Very simple, guys. You want to renovate your office, guys. What do you want to do? Yeshas Academy, they're moving to a new premise. They want to renovate the premise. They go to an Indian architect or Indian interior designer, and the architect says, listen, I'll charge you 1 crore rupees. How much? But I'll have to charge you GST. I'll have to charge you Yes, service, definitely. 1 crore plus GST. Yeshas Academy says, listen, yeah, 1 crore is good, but I don't want to pay. For some reason, I don't want to pay GST. So they say, listen, you keep on hold. We'll not engage you. They say, listen, we'll get back to you. In India, we don't say no. We'll say, we'll get back to you. And you go to an architect abroad, guys, and you tell the architect who's, let's say, in Singapore, let's say, can you develop my office? He says, yes, I'll also charge you how much? 1 crore, but I'll not charge you because I'm in which country? Singapore. In Singapore, there is no Indian GST. So you say, very nice, yeah. On this 1 crore, I'll not have to pay what? GST. He said, I'll come down to India, I'll renovate, and I'll go back, I'll raise a bill from there, I'll not charge you GST. Guys, great way to save money. Guys, everyone, do you agree? Yes. Indian architect is upset. Why? Because the work has gone where? Singapore. One more person is upset. Government, they said, listen, what are you doing? In India, I would have got GST. Abroad, I'm not getting GST. You're getting Bahar se service. Everyone, what are you getting? Bahar se service. This is called importation of services. What is it called? Importation of service. And so who's not happy with importation of service? And you know, whenever they're not happy, they make a new section which is Bahar se service. Everyone, what is this called, guys? Bahar se service section 7(1)(b). Everyone, what is the section? 7(1)(b) Bahar se service. So in the exam, if you see importation of service, just blindly open this section. 7(1)(b). Now it's not for Bahar se goods. If you're importing something, goods is only at CFI. This is only Bahar se service. Where's the architect? Singapore. Is he giving you some service? Yes, that's called what, guys? Bahar se service. Let's forget 7(1)(b. Only look at B. B is what? Bahar se. Same formula, guys. B is equal to B plus C. A was also equal to B plus C. B is also equal to B plus C. Government says, listen, yeah, Bahar se service is great. Is it for a consideration? Yes. What is the consideration? 1 crore. And B is here, right? On the left hand side. So whether here on the right hand side, is it for business purpose or not for business purpose, doesn't matter. Guys, 1 minute. What is the government saying? As long as there is what? Consideration. Whether it is for business or whether it's not for business. That means what were you renovating? House. Sorry, business, office. If it's a house also, doesn't matter. Guys, whether it's for what purpose? Business or not for business doesn't matter. Because why does it not matter? Because on the left hand side there is always B. That's a shortcut to remember, guys. So please tell me for 7(1)(b), is it necessary business purpose? No. 7(1)(b) is Bahar se service. Repeat. Bahar se, whether it is for business or whether it is for personal purpose doesn't matter. That means B is there or not there doesn't matter as long as what is there. The government says, listen, on this also now I made a section for supply. So on this also there is GST. Who's smiling? Government. They made a new law. Yes, he's also smiling. Government is also smiling. Yes. No, it's okay. He's just not smiling only. Okay, so 7(1)(a) and 7(1)(b) both are supply. Means both there will be what, guys? GST. So 7(1)(a) and 7(1)(b), let's differentiate. In 7(1)(a) also there is GST. 7(1)(b) also there is GST. 7(1)(a) covers all goods and services. 7(1)(b) only covers Bahar se service, importation of service. Whether it's for business or not for business, there will be what, guys? GST. Now tell me, guys, on this 1 crore now, will there be GST? Yes. Guys, will the American or Singapore architect come to India, register and pay the GST? No. Who's in India? The recipient. Yes. Who's in India, guys? The recipient. The recipient will himself pay the GST. Are we okay with it, guys? Yes. See, generally, you're the recipient with Yeshas Academy. You pay GST to whom? Yeshas. And they pay ahead. But in this case, rare case, the recipient will only pay. This is called RCM, which we'll see tomorrow. Yes. Anyways, repeating, guys, what is 7(1)(b)? You tell me the shortcut. 7(1)(b) Bahar se services. Whether the Bahar se service is for business or not for business, as long as there is, that means, guys, I'm saying as long as there is some money involved, you have to pay GST. Everyone. All right. So that is 2 sections down. No schedule here, guys. So let's recap the 2 sections. For supply chapter, guys, what is the first section? 7(1)(a). There should be business and there should be consideration. In 7(1)(b), whether business is there or not there, there should be what, guys? Consideration. All right. Now, guys, please tell me government's agenda. If you make money, the government wants GST. Is that right? Yes. If you make money, the government wants what? GST. If you don't make money, the government doesn't want GST. Example, guys, today Starbucks sells a coffee to you. Will there be GST? Yes. But Starbucks gives you a free coffee, inaugural offer, first day of new branch outlet is open, and they're standing outside of the tray and they're giving you free. Guys, will there be any GST? Why? Guys, if they are not making money, the government doesn't want what, guys? GST. It's a very simple thing. But guys, a lot of people manipulate it. Example, guys, I'm selling some goods or I'm supplying some goods to my brother only. But to avoid GST, we'll say, listen, it's also free. It is also free. So the government says, listen, generally on free supply, everyone, generally on which supply, I will not have any GST. Everyone repeat, generally on free supply, I'll not have any GST. But in 4 cases, I've changed my mind. How many cases? Generally, people who can manipulate, related persons. Everyone, guys. How many cases? 4. So please tell me on free supply. That means supply without consideration. Repeat. Supply without consideration. That's free supply only. Is there any GST? No. Guys, no. For only for example, I file a return for a friend for free. Will there be any GST on that? No, because that is what supply. But the government says, listen, yeah, in 4 cases, how many cases? 4 cases, there will be GST, even if it's for free. And they made a section that when there is no C, everyone, when there is no C means no consideration, we will use section 7(1)(c). Everyone. What is the section? 7(1)(c). You will use it only when there is. So please tell me, I have gone to McDonald's and paid a meal 300 rupees. Will it be covered here?
Yes.
No. It will be covered in 7(1)(a). I have imported some services from an app developer in UK. 7(1)(b). I have done some service which is free. 7. So C room will open only when there is no consideration. Yes. So 7(1)(c) you will quote in the exam only when there is no consideration. But guys, they say it should be in the course of business. The right hand side cannot be empty. C is not there, but what should be there? B. That's a way of thinking. So here, what is there? C. So I don't need what here? C. But what should be there? So first, guys, 7(1)(c) means supply without consideration. Okay. Supply without no C, but it should be in the course of what, guys? Business. And it is only in how many cases, guys? 4. Everyone. How many cases? 4. So I'm making supplies free to everyone, guys. Is there any GST? Not at all. Everyone, Geo for the first 3 months. You know those golden days of Reliance Geo were free. Guys, was there any GST? No. But how many cases? 4 cases there can be or could be GST, guys. Here we go. And this is given in Schedule 1. What is given in Schedule 1? Guys, Schedule 1 because you did not even get 1 rupee. Guys, what is the shortcut? You did not even get 1 rupee. Schedule 2 was goods and service. Schedule 1 is very important. So taking it from the top, guys, when will you quote section 7(1)(c) in the exam? Whenever there is no consideration, but it should be in the course of. And how many of these guys are covered? 4. Shortcut. Related agent. Guys, who is this? Related agent, imported BA. Everyone, what is the shortcut? Related agent, imported BA. How many cases? 4. Where the supply is free. Everyone, where the supply is free. Still there will be what, guys? GST. But sir, how will they value the supply is free? How will they value CFL? But right now only GST is there or not, that we have to say. Yes. So guys, how many cases will the government charge GST? 4, even if it is free. First, they say, are you supplying EBC, Yeshas Academy, anyone? Are you supplying some goods or services free to whom? Related persons. Guys, do you know related persons? A family can co 25%. Remove A they've kept separate here. Other than A. You can include A also, doesn't matter, but I've kept 4 separate. So guys, if you supply to any related persons free of cost, yes. Example, guys, I forgot to mention the shortcut or this concept, but you know it already. I am EBC Karnataka. Where am I? Karnataka. I open EBC Maharashtra. Are we under the same pan? Everyone, are we under the same pan? Yes, we are under the same pan. EBC Karnataka, EBC Maharashtra, both are EBC. But are we in different states of GST? So I'll have a different GST registration here, different in Maharashtra. Are you aware of this, guys?
Yes.
If I start EBC Chennai, different. All these 3 are called deemed distinct persons. What are they called, guys? Why deemed? Actually, they're not distinct persons. They're the same only EBC, but for GST, they are assumed to be different. That's why I call that DDP. What is it called? DDP. Deemed distinct person. Everyone. So now let's see, guys, whom are you supplying? 4 people. What are you supplying? Free. What are the 4 people, guys? Related agent, imported, BA. If you are supplying something free to whom? Related persons, including DDPs, including whom, guys? This supply will be subject to what? GST. I'll explain, guys. I am EBC Karnataka. I am EBC. I got a call, EBC Maharashtra, that listen, here we've got an order for 100 bikes. How many? We only have 80 bikes. We're short of 20. Can you suddenly quickly send? I said, tomorrow morning I'll send. Don't worry. And guys, is it DDP only? So will I literally charge them right now? No, I send the 20 bikes without charge. The government says even on that there will be GST. Sir, how will it apply? We'll see in CA final. Very simple, guys. Whenever you can't find the price, no, it is the fair market value. Which value? But let's not discuss it. We'll discuss that CA final. Yes. All right. So first, whom are you supplying to? Related person, including whom, guys? DDPs. Next, if you are supplying anything free to whom? Agent. Even on that we want what, guys? GST. Here also what the government gets? GST. Next, you are importing some services. What are you doing? Sir, importing some services. Bahar se service 7(1)(b). But hear me out. You're importing some services free. 1 minute, 1 minute. There it was with consideration. You are importing some services free. So importing services can go in two places. 7(1)(b) also when there is consideration, and 7(1)(c) also when there is. Don't worry, guys. In the exam, when there is no consideration, only one room opens. 7(1)(c). Yes, it will all fall into place. Give it some time. Yes, everyone. You are supplying free to whom? Related or DDP? Why is the government smiling? GST. You are supplying free to whom? Agent. You get GST. Government. Now you are importing what? Services. कहाँ से? बाहर से. But without any. So then why are you charging GST if it's imported from related persons? Which persons, guys? I'm telling you, all these are related persons only. First one, related. Second, agent is also related. Importing from whom, guys? Related. Are we okay, everyone? So in the exam, they say bahar se services, but you are paying 7(1)(b). Excellent, guys. Bahar se services, but you're not paying. But it should be from whom, guys? Only then we'll charge GST, guys. So I have a shortcut here, guys. It should be from which persons, guys? Related persons. Everyone can't seem to write anything. So recapping everything, guys, section 7(1)(c) will be used in every case in India. No, only when there is no consideration, but it should be in the course of business. Is your mom giving you a free meal? Is it here? No. Why? No concept, but no business also, right? So it should be in the course of what? Business. And which schedule will be open, right? First. And how many cases? 4. Related, agent, imported, BA. Here, guys, this is who? So are you making some supply? To which person? Related person, including TDPs. Or to a importing, but importing from whom, guys? Related person. And last, guys, business asset. Hear me out first, and then we'll see. First, I'll give you the logic, because at this stage, I think you'll understand the logic here. Business asset. Yes. Now, guys, Yeshas Academy bought a new projector for 1 lakh plus GST 12,000. Guys, 1 lakh plus 12,000. So how much is the total amount? 1 lakh 12. Is it a PC for them? What is PC? Purchase leads to credit. Repeat, guys. Purchase leads to. So Yeshas Academy took a credit of 12,000. Is that right? Legitimate, guys. On any business purchase, you can take what? Credit. They took 12,000 credit. In 1 week, they liked the projector. They took it home and they put it in the living room. Now, guys, is that right? Because it's a business asset. It is what? And they've taken it to their house permanently. Is it a permanent disposal? What if they've taken it for repair and they're giving it back? No, then we don't have a problem. But if it's a permanent disposal, repeat, permanent disposal on which you've taken credit, everyone. Is it a business asset? Guys, what is PC here? Permanent disposal, guys. Yeah. Purchase leads to credit, but here it's a small, different shortcut. It's a permanent disposal. Guys, where is the projector now? Home, permanently. And on which you've taken what, guys? Credit. The government says, then I want my GST back. This will also be subject to what, guys? GST. Everyone. Logic you understand, guys, is, see, why did they give credit on this projector? You were supposed to use for which purpose, guys? Business. Now you've taken it home. So, guys, is it a permanent disposal? And on this asset, you had already taken what? Credit. So the government wants GST on this. Even if you've taken it for free, guys, this is supplies free. Where was it? Classroom. Now where is it? Home. Is this supply free only? Yes, they've just taken it. still there will be GST. Yes, guys, very good understanding. Now I am going to talk about all three sections together. You tell me, guys, where will it apply? 7(1)(a), where will it apply? All cases, except 7(1)(b). This is where bahar se, and 7(1)(c), free. Nice, very layman shortcut, free. Yes, no consideration, free. So you know where to apply. I'm giving you three examples. You tell me where to fit them. This TV was worth for 2 lakh rupees. 7(1)(a). This TV was received free. C. We have imported someone to develop an app on this TV. Yes, everyone okay with this? So 7(1)(b) is only and only when it's bahar se service, whether it's for business or not. As long as there is what? Who's smiling? Because there is GST. In this case, you want business also? Consideration. Only then the government will smile. And here, guys, how many cases? Only four. Government says, listen, Starbucks, you want to give coffees for free? I'm not interested in GST. Listen, Jio, you want to give telecom service for 6 months for free? We are not talking about GST. But only in how many cases? Four. Related, agent, imported, bill. Who are you giving it to? Auto DDP. Whom are you giving to? Where are you getting it from? Imported. But which person? And last, business asset on which is permanent disposal, on which you've taken credit. On this projector, I have not taken credit.
No.
Then we don't want the GST back. If you've taken credit, this projector has been taken home for repairs, getting it back.
No.
Only if it's a permanent disposal. Are we okay with that, guys? Yes. So this is a list. 7(1)(a), 7(1)(b), 7(1)(c). 7(1)(c) is connected to which schedule? Schedule 1, because you did not even get 1 rupee. And this is connected to which schedule? 2, because goods or service. Honestly, all this is not important. I'll tell you what is important. They'll give you a service like this. There is a person or there is a lady who has taken the help of an interior designer based in Australia. Based in
Australia.
To interior decorate her house in Bangalore for 25 lakh rupees. Step by step. Is it Bahar se service? So section 7(1)(b). And is there consideration?
Yes.
So will there be GST? Yes. Whether for business or not, whether for house or office doesn't matter. Now next. Same thing, same example. She has taken interior design services from someone in Australia, free of cost, because she was her best friend from school.
No.
Section wise. 7(1)(c), because there is no consideration. Is it in the course of business? You are renovating your house. Same question. You've taken some services from an interior designer in Australia, free of cost, for your office, from a school friend. Or let's confuse you, no problem. One by one. Is it free? So section 7(1)(c). Is it for business purpose? So 7(1)(c) is meeting. Let's go to schedule 1 now. Is it Bahar se? But is it from a related person?
No.
So no GST. So everything should match only then, step by step. First go to 7(1)(c). In 7(1)(c) you need business. Then you go to schedule 1. Everything should match only then there is GST. Otherwise, guys, doesn't make sense. No, why should free supply ever have GST? Alright. Guys, while this is what we are looking at, the next one I'm not going to talk about it, but there is a schedule called Schedule 3. What is the schedule, guys? Schedule 3, which says that this is a negative list. What is this? Why is this list so negative? Negative basically means the government doesn't want GST. The government doesn't want.
Yes.
Guys, there is a shortcut in my QuickBook for it, but I'm generally telling you what is there in this. Salary. Guys, what is there? Everyone on the screen. This is a negative list. Everyone, what is Schedule 3? Negative means there is no GST. Guys, what is there in this? Salary. Guys, have you ever heard of a cousin saying, like, listen, yeah, I was placed yesterday 10 lakh plus GST? No. So on salary, there is no GST. Next, burial services. Which services, guys? Burial, crematorium. Thankfully, they've left them at least without GST. Next, actionable claims. We forgot to mention this also, guys. What is actionable claim? Guys, yeah. Actionable claim means when you can action out and claim money. When you can demand and claim money. Example, guys, you win a lottery. You win. Can you demand money? Yes. You win betting, gambling. Yes. And if you lend money to someone 1 lakh, he said, I'll give you next Monday. Can you demand money? Yes. So these are all actionable claims. Lottery, betting, gambling. Repeat. Lottery, betting, gambling, and unsecured debt. And unsecured debt. On that, there is no GST. Then people got angry. They said I go to tuition classes, there is GST. Lottery betting gambling, no GST. So they removed lottery betting gambling from your guys. So except lottery betting gambling. So in the exam, lottery ticket, GST. And think logically, guys. If Yeshas Academy services are GST, guys, my CA services are GST, guys. This should not lottery not have GST. What world are we living in? Yes. So, guys, like banning water and promoting alcohol, guys. What is wrong? So this is not right. So, guys, actionable claims there is no GST except lottery, betting, gambling. Burial services, no GST. Salary, no GST. I'll just in a short form I'm telling court fees. What is court fees? Every time you go to the court and put a case against someone, you have to pay a small court fees, but they want it accessible to everyone, so there is no GST, so it makes it cheaper. Um, yes, court fees. Yes, that's it, guys. So this is a negative list. I've made a very short form of the negative list. There's a long short, but this is a short form. I'm telling you some things. You tell me. MP is getting a salary, no GST. A High Court judge is getting salary. You are getting salary from EY, no GST. A partner is getting salary from a partnership firm. Mukesh Ambani is getting salary from Reliance, no. So nutshell, guys, salary, no GST. Everyone. Anything to do with salary, guys, no GST. Example, in your job, as part of your employment, you got commission, no GST. Leave salary, no GST. Guys, in a nutshell, if you're a slave, there is no GST. Whether you're a partner slave, director slave, wherever, if you're an employee, if you're a slave on a salary, there is no GST. Next, court fees, no GST. Actionable claims, no GST except lottery, betting, gambling, and burial services also no GST. I've just summarized Schedule 3 for you. Yes, everyone. Good stuff, guys. Very little left of this chapter. We've been in class for 36 minutes and we're almost looking at the last part of this chapter, which is great. Can we do a recap, guys, section wise or example wise? You bought a car and you paid 10 lakh rupees, guys. 71A. Is it in the course of business? And there is what? Consideration. You gifted a car to your father free of cost. 71C. Is it free? But is it in the course of business? No. So we'll not even go ahead to schedule part. You got some services from abroad, app development services, and you paid $1 million. 71B. We don't even care why you paid the $1 million. As long as there is consideration, we want what the GST. You are ABC Karnataka. You send some bikes free of cost to EBC Maharashtra. Guys, 71C. Is it in the course of business? Yes. Then you go there. Is it to related person and DDP? Yes. So there will be what? That's GST. You got from services from abroad, interior designing services from abroad for your office, from an interior designer who happens to be your brother, very well settled abroad. So let's check one thing, guys. It's free. So 71C, tick mark. And is it in the course of business? Tick mark. Schedule 1. Is it Bahar se? Yes. But is it from related person? Your brother is well settled. Yes, yeah, brother is well settled. Is he dependent on you? No. So the last thing is no GST. Changing it from a brother who's financially dependent on you. Yes. Are we getting this twist, guys? Yes. All right. So you'll check, and I am very confident you'll get it. This is what it is. This is supply chapter. The next part is very simple. 2 minutes it will take. Yes. I go buy a phone, and I get a charger free. 1 lakh rupees. Yes. Phone, charger free. Now tell me, guys, this kind of supply is called composite supply. What is it called, guys? Composite supply. I take a flight Air India, breakfast free. Yes, composite. I take a hotel room, breakfast free. Composite supply. You come to Yeshas Academy, books along with your fees. Composite. The shortcut is no problem. Guys, what is the shortcut? No problem. I'll tell you the shortcut, guys. No is N. Are they naturally bundled? Of education, books, etc. Are they naturally bundled? And what is the principal supply? Service. In the air ticket and breakfast, guys, what is the principal supply? Flight ticket. I didn't go to the flight for the sandwich. Yes, who goes there? Who does that? Yes, then guys, your mobile phone and charger. Did you buy 1 lakh charger? No, you went to buy the mobile phone. So guys, when there is natural bundle, what kind of bundle? Natural. And there is principal supply. Means one of them should be the main supply. Then it is called what supply, guys? Composite. And what rate will apply, guys? whichever applies to the principal supply. So between phone and charger, phone's rate. Between ticket and food, ticket. Now I'm giving you a very tricky example, guys. Use NP, toothbrush and toothpaste. Are they naturally bundled? Definitely, guys. What a question. Naturally bundled? Yes. But which is the principal supply? I like the confidence, but which is the principal supply? Because he's saying with the finger. But technically, guys, there's no principal supply. Then in that case, this is mixed supply. Which rate? Highest rate. Everyone. So there are two kinds of supplies. But sir, how in the exam will I identify? I'll tell you guys. The shortcut is multiple one. What is the shortcut? Multiple goods and services, one price. Repeat. Multiple goods and services, one price. You bought shoes, watch, and perfume hamper together. Shoes, watch, and perfume hamper together for 1 lakh rupees. Now, guys, please tell me, are they naturally bundled? No. And is there any principal supply? No. So, which rate will apply? Highest. You bought shoes, 10,000. Perfume, 10,000. Watch, 10,000. What supply? Individual supply. The moment it's not, is it multiple goods? Yes, but is it one price? No, separate price. So individual supply. You go to DMart, you got butter, cheese, and biscuits. Butter for 1,000, cheese for 1,000, biscuits for 1,000. Individual. The moment you have individual prices, there is no concept only here. This problem arises only when there are M1, multiple things and one price. Everyone. You yes. What other example can I give you? Yes. You bought a laptop and warranty came along with it for 1 lakh rupees, guys. Just ask yourself NP. Are they naturally bundled? And what is the principal supply? Laptop. So then laptop rate will apply. It's a composite supply. Yes. You bought a laptop and you bought a television for home together for a bundle price of Chroma, which is 2 lakh rupees. Mixed supply. Which rate will apply, guys? Highest. So the both the things is NP. If NP meets, composite. If NP doesn't meet, mixed supply. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. Common things, there's nothing like it, but naturally, you have to think of naturally bundled and principal supply. If both are meeting, composite. If both are not meeting, anyone not meeting, mixed supply. Yes, everyone. Some peculiar examples I want to give you. You tell me, guys. I gave my car for servicing, and he put some goods also, some filters, etc. He put and he gave me a bill. Goods also, service also together. Goods, very small filters, etc. But mainly service. Now tell me, guys, are they naturally bundled? Yes. And what is the principal supply I went for? Service. So that rate will apply. All right, great. This is done. Now between goods and services, I'll ask you. You tell me. Forget this is chapter is done. Composite and mixed supply. Section 8. What is it called, guys? Section 8. NP. Naturally bundled, principal supply. Both are met. Composite. Any of not met. Mixed. Chapter over. Just additional points. Guys, you work at EY. You work where? EY. It's your birthday, and they give you a watch for 30,000 for free. 30,000 for free. You are very happy, but you meet some GST expert, and he says, "Listen, yeah, this is free. Everyone, this is free. 71C. There is no C, and it is in the course of business. So 71C is applicable. Schedule 1. Related agent imported BA. What is related person? A family can cope. It's employer-employee. And that GST expert told you, listen, you have to pay GST on this. 1 minute. It's true, guys. 1 minute. Everyone tell me, what did you get? Watch. Worth how many thousand? 30,000. Is it free? So which section will apply? 71C. Everyone, okay, first step 71C. Is it in the course of business? Sir, why is it a business? Because you're making an employee. Employer is a business only, guys. Yeah? So 71B. Next, is it to a related person? Yes. So there should be GST. But the government, a lot of people made a request to the government. Government don't do this up to 50,000. Up to how many thousand? So they removed it. So if an employer is gifting, repeat, if an employer is gifting an employee a gift up to, it is free. There will be GST, but not up to 50,000. What if it's more than that in a year? Then there will be GST. That's first additional point. Yes. It's you are thinking course of business very narrow. You're thinking course of business is selling watches. No, course of business means while it's a business transaction only. I'm giving.
So you will pay GST already while buying the watch.
But both are different GST. Example, let's say I'm selling you this watch. When I buy that watch, I'll pay GST, and I sell it to you, I'll have GST. So GST is always twice, but the buyer gets the credit. Oh, so you are thinking of course of business very narrow. You're thinking only selling watches should be a course of business. No, as long as have you gifted it because he's an employee only, so it's part of your business only, right? Yes, then there will be GST on that. Yes, so that's what they're saying. Okay, then it becomes like a transaction. When you buy, example, I'm a watch dealer. When I buy this watch, I know. That's why they make an exception till 50,000. I know what you're trying to say. That 50,000 se upar hua, why should there be GST only? Because they are saying otherwise. See, they made a law and then there was this gap in the law, so they made an exception. They can increase the limit, but right now it's 50,000. Not about the limit. You would have paid GST while buying the watch. Yeah, but that person gets a credit, no? Why? No. Business assets you get credit when you purchase for any business, any purchase. Today I'm okay. Let me give you an example. I'm a businessman, Yeshas Academy. If they purchase, how do I give you an example? Yeah, but what you are trying to say is it's they're not selling watches, so they're not in the business. But what I'm trying to tell you is that okay, I'll give you another example. This is Diwali, and I'm giving my clients Diwali gifts. Is it in the course of business? Yes. Why? My business is I'm a CA. No. It's just widen your definition of business. Business basically means any expense done in the course of business. Like that also is in the course of business. Yeah. 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 No. That's what they're saying. See, and to clients, so there's no problem. Related person out there. Here it's a problem with the related person. So they say we'll avoid GST by giving a limit of 50,000. I know it's a mismatch in understanding. What you're saying is you've already paid GST. Now again, this guy will pay GST. Yes. So, but what happens is when you pay GST, many times you get credit. We'll talk about the credit part in ITC, but many times you get credit. So the government, like when you bought it, you got credit. No? So now I want GST at least when you sell it, when you supply it. Yes, it's a complex concept. That's why I didn't teach it when I was doing the chapter. Now at the end, I'm teaching because it's a part of your law that you have to understand. Yes, very easy to manipulate this. I'll teach you how to also. But right now, employer to employee gift for the how many thousand guys? 50,000. There is no GST. Everyone aggregate per year to per employee. Aggregate per year to per employee. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. All right. We'll talk about how to avoid that, but right now, guys, that's one additional point. Second, guys, someone is printing a book for me. I've given them the content, emailed them the content. They're giving me printed books. Is it a goods or a service? Service, because they're only giving me what printing. But guys, someone is making the book only, selling it. That is a good. Yes, because that's printing plus content. Yes. All right. That's it. That's the chapter, guys. Everyone, 47 minutes it took us to do a chapter, which is very nice, guys. Let's recap everyone from the start. Supply quickly section. 7.1a. It covers everything as long as two conditions met, B and C. Restaurant. Service. Works contract. Service. Tenancy right. Service. Great. Next, 7.1b I'll only use in the rare case when I get bahar se goods. Service. Only service. Where B is not there or there doesn't matter as long as I'm paying money. Who's happier? Government. And 7.1c in the rarest case when there is free supply only to how many people? 4. And that too should be in the course of business. So you have to go to 7.1c. First check for what? Business. Then go to schedule 1 and check for how many people? 4. Related agent imported BA. You're supplying to related persons including TDP or agent or bahar se services from related persons or business asset if it's permanently disposed. Guys, don't worry, they will not ask you everything together. So one by one, I'm going to give you some examples. Bahar se services is covered under which sections? 7.1b, 7.1c. In 7.1b, if there is consideration. In 7.1c, if there is no consideration. Are we okay? So it can go to two places. Yes. And employer-employee gift up to 50,000. Schedule 3, negative list. Salary, no GST. Burial services, no GST. Actionable claims except lottery betting, gambling, no GST. And court fees, no GST. Was it? MP हमले salary है, no GST. So that's how it is. Perfect. That's the chapter, guys. Take 5 minutes. Just go through the quick book. If you can, if there's any doubt, you want to reach out, let's discuss. Anything. All right. So zero rated supply, I'll just explain. Of course, the CA final concept more like, but I'll just explain briefly what is zero rated, guys. Let's say I'm purchasing these watches for export. What am I purchasing for? So when I purchase, guys, will I pay GST? Yes, because it's someone who's selling me, obviously selling me in India, so he's charging me GST. I'm in Bangalore, I'm purchasing the watches, let's say from Chennai. So that guy charged me GST. Let's say I paid 10 lakh GST. Now when I export these watches, I don't know if you're aware, but on export there is no GST, guys. So when I export, will there be any GST? SL, supply, will not lead to liability this time. So how much will I pay to the government? Zero. Then what happens to my, you get a refund. You get a refund. So that 12 lakh which I paid, I'll pay and I'll get a refund. You'll see this is the final, but at both sides, finally it's zero. When you supply, that's also zero. And when you purchase also, that credit you get or you get a refund, so also zero. That supply is called zero rated supply. In a nutshell, there are two supplies. One is supply to ICZ, one is supply to export, but that both are at CA final. Right now, think of it as export supply. Yes. Yeah.
We export, will charge GST.
No. On export of services and goods, there is no GST. So example, as a CA firm, if we have a client abroad, we have to just charge them the fees, no GST.
Then what is the refund?
Refund on buying this watch I purchased from Chennai, I paid GST. I got a credit. Now I can't use the credit, right? So I'll just explain it here diagrammatically. This is me. I'm buying a watch or I'm buying watches where the GST I'm paying is 12 lakh. Yes, I want to take credit. PC, can I take credit? Yes. This will go in my credit ledger 12 lakh. Now I'm exporting this abroad, let's say to Europe, and I'm not charging them in GST. So if I'm not charging, how much will I pay to the government? Zero. Then what will I do with this credit? So the government says, no problem, you are exporting, you're a very good person, so we'll give you a refund. These refund rules and export thing we'll see at CA final. Yes. And overall, zero rated supply is a concept more at CA final. Yes. All right. Can we now do the questions, guys? Yes. Let's see the questions that have come probably in the exam. We'll first do those. Here we go. This is CA into GST. Handwritten notes. Let's see from this chapter what has come in the exam. There is a main 2020 6B. Here we go, guys. ICAI papers, May 22. Yes. Interesting question. I don't think you will have any difficulty getting your 2 marks here, guys. Yes. This, many people say this is theory. Definitely theory, guys. But we have brought logic to it, and we'll see how we'll explain also. We'll first discuss, and then we'll imagine how we'll write, and we'll discuss that as well. Please start reading. All right, guys. Are you paying a trust? Yes. Generally, paying a trust. Will there be any GST? No. But guys, have you put a condition? What is the condition? Advertisement. So guys, now there is a quid pro quo. Now what is it, guys? Quid pro quo, and it's going to help your business, guys. So it's in the course of your business. So now there will be what, guys? GST. I'm actually I forgot to explain this. Good that we saw this question. Guys, you went to Tirupati Trust and you donated money.
No GST.
No GST. You went to Tirupati Trust, donated 300 crores. That for 3 months you put Vivo's Tirupati Trust. Then will there be GST, guys? Yes. Are we okay with this? So there's a quid pro quo. Next, guys, you donated money to a temple, and out of gratitude, they put your name there that donated with thanks from this person. No, but they put a board saying best pipes, Prince pipes, please buy, and all that, guys. Then GST. So, if there's any promotion, there's any quid pro quo, then there is GST. We'll explain, and I'll tell you how to write this also. Read the next one, guys. Is it Bahar se service? And are you paying money? Yes, so 71C or 71B? Superb, 71B. Now, whether this is for office or your house, doesn't matter. Will there be GST? Yes. Now, guys, how will we write this? Examine whether the following activities would amount to supply. First, the facts. Guys, Glory Limited has donated a sum of 2 lakh to Seva Trust with a condition that Seva Trust will place a hoarding, that is, promote the business of Glory Limited. As per section 718, since this involves a consideration that is a quid pro quo and is in the course of business of Glory Limited, it will be considered as a supply and there will be GST. Full stop, 2 marks. Section done, law done, conclusion done, facts done. But I've done it very briefly because it's 2 marks. Had it been 4 marks, we would elaborate. But 4 marks, they'll be adding much more. Next, guys, facts. Swami of Chennai has taken some services from UK for buying a residential house property in Mumbai for a fee of 200 UK pounds. Full stop. As per section 71B, since it is importation, you can't say Bahar se service in the exam, guys. Yeah? You'll be tempted to, but don't. Since it is importation of services, there will, since it is importation of services, whether for the purpose of business or personal, since there is consideration, it would be considered as a supply. There will be GST applicable. Just adding one more point under RC. Under what, guys? Because who's the recipient here? Swami. He is the recipient. He'll only pay the GST. Will he pay to Jacob? Will Jacob come to India? No. He will only pay. That's why it is under which mechanism, guys? RC. Yes. So two marks here. Yes. Yes.
But then who will pay the GST?
Who is benefiting? Who is the person getting the money? The trust. They will have to pay GST.
RC.
Yes. No. No. You are receiving Glory is receiving the popularity. No, they are receiving the sponsorship services. All right. Okay. I'll tell you a shortcut. Recipient is the one who pays. Forget all this. Between you and Yeshas Academy, who is the recipient? Why? You'll pay. Between Glory and the trust, who has paid? Glory is paid. So Glory is the recipient. I know this is confusing. GST, I know. To the government, yes. So, no, the trust will pay. The trust will pay. Yes. I know this is sponsorship, so this is confusing. But every time you're confused with the recipient, no, ask yourself, there's a shortcut also I made, RP. Recipient is the person who pays. So, between you and Yeshas Academy, who's the recipient? I'll confuse you now even more. Between Tata and IPL. No, this is a good thing that we're asking. Between Tata and IPL, who's the recipient? Yes. Getting it? Because RP, otherwise it's very confusing. Between Tata and IPL, guys, who's the recipient? You say, oh, IPL is receiving money, Tata, you're very confusing. In sponsorship, it's very confusing. Otherwise, not confusing. Between Hyundai and you guys, you're buying a car, who's the recipient? You. It's not only in sponsorship, guys, it's very confusing. So, in sponsorship, when it's confusing, ask yourself RP. Who's the recipient? The one who pays. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. All right. Now, I want to ask you one more thing, which is just 1 second. Guys, you are a painter. Who are you? You send your paintings for exhibitions and they might get sold, they might not get sold. You sold 100 paintings, not sold. You sent 100 paintings for an exhibition. Is it supply? Why not? It's in the course of business. So there is no consideration. But out of that, 5 got sold. Now that is supply. Are we okay? I forgot to mention this exhibition thing and this donation thing. Guys, on donations, on pure donation, what is it called? Pure. On that, there is no GST. But if there's a quid pro quo, then there is GST. Yes. All right. Yes. I hope that doubt is answered. Yes. RP. RP's recipient is paid. Yeah. No problem. इसमें RP करते ना. Tell me who's the recipient. Glory. So they are the recipient. And who is the supplier? Seva Trust. I know because the sponsorship is very difficult to digest, but this is the recipient because he's paying. And this is the supplier. So he's paid how much to him? 2 lakh. Out of that, they'll have to pay what? GST to the government. Are we okay? Yeah, I know it's difficult to digest this. Instead of this, any other thing is very easy. I'll tell you. You're buying a car from Hyundai. Tell me who's the supplier? Hyundai. And this is you. Are you the recipient? Yes, simple. You'll pay Hyundai, Hyundai will pay the government. Because there are goods. When it's services, no, sometimes gets a little complicated. So RP is very helpful. Yes. All right. That is good. We'll move to one more question. There is another question here. which is RTP November 20 question. Question number 11 on GST. Here guys. No, question number November 21 or what? It's in the wrong place. This is not from here. Anyway, so we'll start doing the ICAI material, guys. November 20, question number 8. Sorry. Question number 8. 8 is also different. 8C. Yes. All right, here we go, guys. This is 8C. Please read and please let's discuss. Good question, guys, for 5 marks. 8C. Guys, what are we talking about? Importation of services. Guys, importation of services can be in 2 categories. So we have to answer it like that. That importation of services will be considered as under. First, as per section 7(1)(b), importation of services will be considered as supply, whether in the course of business or not in the course of business, as long as there is consideration. Full stop. Next, as per section 7(1)(c), read with schedule 1. Read with schedule 1. Importation of services will be considered as supply only if it's in the course of business and taken from related persons. Are we okay, everyone? So in B, so there is no condition only. In C, how many conditions, guys? 2. We had made a shortcut called BR. Yes, it should be in the course of business and it should be on which person, guys? Related person. Yes. If you want, this is already written, guys, in the handwritten notes. You can have a look at it. Yes. So how do you do, guys? Whenever you revise, right? Let's say you're revising GST and you want to know where are the exam questions. Of course, QuickBook has the references. Let's say I'm opening the QuickBook. Here is a QuickBook. 7(1)(b). Yeah. So this is the chapter. Now at the end of the chapter, generally this is the supply chapter. At the end of the chapter, you will find, yes, do you see November 28th? Yes. So I think QuickBook is a great place to July 21 also, guys. Let's see, and May 23 also. July 21, 6B. Yes. Explain the composite supply and mixed supply. First, you'll have to explain that for 2 marks. If a trader launches a package sales for marriage containing double bed, refrigerator, washing machine, wooden wardrobe at a single rate, he is issuing invoice showing value of goods separately. Whether this is case of mixed supply or composite supply. So how will you explain this? First, as per section 8, composite supply is when the goods and services naturally bundled and there is a principal supply. It will be considered as composite supply and the tax rate applicable to the principal supply will be levied. Full stop. Next slide. Again, as per section 8, in case the goods and services are not naturally bundled and there is no principal supply, it will be considered a mix up because they told to explain that. It will be considered a mix supply. Full stop. In this case, the GST rate applicable to the highest GST rate applicable will be applicable. Full stop. Next slide. In the above case, if a trader is giving a double bed, refrigerator, washing machine, wooden wardrobe at a single rate but has issued an invoice showing separate value, then it is neither a mixed supply nor a composite supply. It is a case of individual supply. In this case, individual GST rates would apply. So on refrigerator, what GST rate will apply? Refrigerator. Washing machine rate. Are we okay? Have you by hearted all the rates, guys? We don't have to. Yes. One of the first things that people enter, right? All the students, they feel, oh, we have to by heart all these rates. So I hope neither at inter, neither at final. Only few. Example, right now interest 18%. At CA final on lottery, 28%. So some there you have to buy, some here you have to buy. Yes. GTA, when you go to RCM, you will see 5 and 12. So very few rates we have to buy hard, which we will buy. All right. So this is another question done. There is May 23, 882. Yes. List any 5 activities or transactions specified under Schedule 3 which shall be neither a supply of goods nor supply of services. Negative list. Schedule 3 is a negative list when it will not be considered as goods nor as services. That is, GST will not apply. So generally give an introduction, guys, because otherwise the answer will look very small. Next line. Salary received by an employee, partner, director. Next, burial services. Next, actionable claims other than lottery, betting, gambling, and court fees. I have a shortcut, guys, which has some other things also, like salary received by MPs, MLAs, movement of trucks, etc. So you can use that shortcut and get this. But we know at least 4 5 already. That salary you can split. Salary received by employee also, salary received by partner, director, and constitutional positions also. So you'll have about 5. Guys, when they say 5, it's a great thing because you have to write 5 and you get your marks. And they cannot say this one is small, this one is big. Any 5, right? You can write. So, which is, yeah, when they say 5, it's a great thing. List the 4 conditions and which, so great. 4 conditions, you get your marks. Yes. All right. So, this is it. It's right now 6 o'clock, and I don't know how long we've been in class, but we finished this one. ICAI material questions are left. Let's look at that. All the material fried today, right now. Yes, we'll see how many questions are there. 14, my God. But some of them are very simple. Guys, you keep tick marking E and D because that's important for you to revise. Yes. First one is E, everyone. Is this the same one? Page number, yeah, very important. 2.89. You will see this diagram with all fruits, vegetables, mobile charger. What amazing illustration the ICAI can do. All right. Yes. Please read the first question, already marked as E, guys. Kindly state as to what is the taxable event under GST. Very simple. Supply is a taxable event under GST. And on intrastate supply, C and SGST. And on interstate supply, IGST. Yes, all right, no problem. All right, next. Guys, very simple. Again, you will read. We'll discuss it. First one, tick mark and write E. Guys, is it free supply? Yes. So section 7(1)(c) is it in the course of business? And are you supplying to a DDP? Then will it qualify as supply, guys? Yes. How will you write this, guys? Everyone, tick mark and write D, guys. Something that you should be doing again. First, facts. I'm not repeating the facts, guys. You can write in your own words. Then you write as per section 7(1)(c), since this supplies without any consideration, but in the course of business, and the goods have been supplied to a DDP in the exam, deemed distinct person, the same would qualify as what type? Supply. In the background, who's smiling? Government. Yes. Now, guys, I want to take you one step further because you guys understand tax well, I feel. Now, tell me, is it fair? I'm supplying, I'm in which city? Delhi. I'm supplying to someone in my DDP only in West Bengal free. And the government says, take what? GST. And that's not fair, no? Yes, because, yes, great. So the persons at the other end, guys, what will he get? Credit, because for him it's a PC. What is it? So literally we pay GST and we get credit back. Yes, that's how the idea works. So even if it's free supply and we feel why should there be GST, we get credit because the other person will automatically take credit. But there's a one hidden thing which we don't realize. What are you paying? GST. Yes, that's money, guys. Everyone. That's what? Money. And then what do you get? Credit. Credit can only be used in which world? GST world. See, money can be used to buy anything. I can buy money, I can buy AC, etc. When I pay that to the government, then I can only use it for GST. So it's like basically lens card saying, yeah, lens card saying you put money in lens card account. Oh, it's your money only, but now I can only use it for what? Lens card. Yes. Yeah. Zomato. So if you put money in Zomato wallet, then you can use it only for what? Yes. So a lot of time when you cancel an order or take a credit from Mintra and Ajio, they say, should we put it in your Ajio account? You're like, no, 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 in my original bank. So yeah. All right. Question number 3, guys. Good question, guys. Can be asked for 4 marks. Can any supply without consideration be considered as supply? Yes. As per section 7(1)(c), in case a supply is made without consideration, but in the course of business, the following supplies will be considered. And you will just have to write related, agent, imported, BA. But imported from which person? Related persons. So actually, it's all related persons only. First also related, agent also related, third also is related. Yes. Question point number 4. Very silly, stupid question. Please mark it as E. Don't waste your time again. Composite supply is not highest rate. It is the rate which applies to the principal supply. Fifth one also is E. Transfer of title and possession both is necessary. No, only transfer of title. Sixth one is excellent question to come in the exam. They will change Sureka to some other name and they will give it. Very good question. First one, we'll discuss it together. Guys, is it 7(1)(c) again? But is it for DDP? Yes. So will there be supply and will there be GST? Yes. Second one.
No, no, sir.
Which section? 7(1)(b) or 7(1)(c)? 7(1)(c) because it is, guys, free. Guys, do you see that word free? Yes, 7(1)(c). First, is it in the course of business? No, it's for a family dispute. I'm not even going to schedule one. Guys, if it's not business, then why should I go to schedule one? See the next one. Now check one guys. Is it free? Yes. Is it in the course of business? Yes. Next, schedule one. Is it bahar se service? And last, guys, is it from a related person? Check, 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 check. Because, guys, well settled in London. So he's, guys, that one word settled in London means he's not dependent. That means he's not a related person. That means there's no GST. Guys, please, that C part was important. Everyone, hoping you understood. Changing this question, guys. His brother is dependent.
Yes.
Then is related person. Then there will be GST. Yes. All right. Point number 7. Please mark it as E only. Guys, anything that is service will be supply of service. Renting is service. Goods is goods. Next is transfer of right in goods without transfer of title. No, it's as easy as that. Without transfer of title means service. Transfer of title means goods. Guys, don't worry about this. Please mark it as E. They'll never ask you something like this. Next, question number 8. I'll tell you and you answer whether it's goods or services. Temporary transfer. Service. Temporary is always service. Any treatment or process which is applied, yes. Treatment or process means like servicing your bike, etc. Transfer of title in goods. Goods. Again, guys, let's not keep our hopes too high like these questions, guys. Never come in the exam. The goods supplied on hire purchase basis will be treated as supply of services. No, see, higher purchase, the title is transferred ultimately. And that's why whether title is transferred today or ultimately in the future, it is supply of goods. This is good, guys. Please mark it as D. 10th is super important, guys. Definitely mark it as D. Read the first one. Let's discuss only the first one. 7(1)(b) or 7(1)(c)? But it's Bahar se, right? Yes, 7(1)(b). And doesn't matter for what purpose, guys. Is there consideration? So will there be GST? Yes. Second one. Guys, is this free? So did not pay any consideration in which section? 7(1)(c). Is it in the course of business? No. Then don't even go ahead, guys. There's no supply here. Look at the next one. Is it in the course of business? Yes. Now check, is it a related person? Yes. So I'll give you a shortcut, guys. Check for two condition BR, everyone. What is it, BR? Is it in the business and it's from related person? Yes. Is it related person, guys? How do you know? Brother is wholly dependent. It's full. All expenses paid by her only. Yes. So definitely. Guys, D question. The 10th question is D. 11th question I'm not even discussing, guys. Price of, we know because we've discussed the same thing. Has it been each item separately? Yes. So then is it mixed supply? No. Composite supply? No. Individual supply. Question number 12. It's beyond our standards also, guys. This is degrading our CA level. Read the question. This is a disgrace to our intellect. What kind of supply is this, guys? Mixed supply. Question number 13 is unnecessary, guys. I'll tell you what it is. Yes, it's confusing, but I'll tell you what it is. Yes. Guys, I have taken a car and I'm driving from Bangalore to Mumbai. Is there any GST on that travel? What a stupid question. Guys, is there any GST on that movement of that car? No. Guys, you've taken your bike, you've gone to Mysore on a highway on the bike. Is there any GST? They've made a provision for this. They say movement of trucks. Repeat, movement of trucks, buses, vehicles, aircraft. On that movement, there is no GST. What an absurd thing. When I buy an air ticket, there is GST. Yes, everyone. When I pay different things, but on that movement, there is no GST. So that is what they're trying to explore in this question. I don't think it's important. It also sounds very confusing. You can have a read once. Yes, it's in the negative list. It is a shortcut called employee partner director moved constitutional court. I've not given the entire shortcut because unnecessary. But movement of these trucks, etc., there's no GST. Guys, 1 minute. I'm transporting ACs in that truck. Can I pay for transportation charges GST? Yes. They're not talking about transportation charges. They're talking about the movement is a GST. That means, guys, it's the government seeing you move and charging you GST. Tomorrow they'll say breathing, there is GST. Guys, how can there be GST on these kind of things? And they made a provision for it when people get so confused. This, guys, people get, oh, sir, movement. Full, they only move. Guys, people don't understand only this thing. So be careful. This is just a small thing on movement of trucks, buses, airports, anything, cranes. There is no GST. All right. Next, guys. Question number 14. I'm not even explaining this one, but it's very simple. In that shortcut, guys, employee, partner, director, moved, yes, license. Guys, alcohol is also not on GST. And guys, of course, we know to sell alcohol, we need license and a bars, etc. Even to consume in many states, guys, you need license. On all those licenses, also there is no GST because again, it is with Schedule 3. You can tick mark 14th one and mark it as D. All right. So I'm really happy that we are done with 1, 2, 3, 4 exemptions. We did entry to events. We did performance by an artist. We did postal services. We did healthcare services. So how many exemptions done, guys? 4. And we did 1 introduction chapter, 1 value of supply, and 1 supply, not bad, guys. Yes, 3 chapters and 4 exemptions. So of course, first chapter is like complimentary. It's like that mancha soup, the noodles, so it not doesn't matter, but we still made a good start. I don't think we have the mental bandwidth to do more, especially the ones that I want to start, like registration, etc. So I'll tell you, let's decide for tomorrow so that you can read a little bit and then we can have a better discussion. You tell me, guys, tomorrow I want to do registration, 1 chapter. I want to do charge of GST. Is that okay, guys? Yes. So charge of GST, registration, And let's do a smaller chapter. TDS, TCS, advanced. Sorry, not advanced. TDS and TCS. So these three chapters you read. TDS, TCS, even if you don't read, guys, 15 minutes I'll make you by heart. You'll be a champ at TDS, TCS. Yeah, don't worry about it. So 15-minute game with this. And but I also don't have the bandwidth right now. Otherwise, I have taught you right now only. So TDS, TCS, we'll do tomorrow. Charge. Go through that RCM list. Confuse yourself a little bit. Understand a little bit. Come to class. And registration. Registration is the single most annoying chapter for most people who've not been my students. But if you've been my student, guys, or today also, tomorrow also, I'll teach you some amazing shortcuts to remember the entire registration chapter. As a rule, guys, don't fall for these traps of how many days, sir, if I cancel my registration, how many days, because that keeps changing. Yes, example, I'll tell you. Your registration gets cancelled. The registration gets. Can you apply for revocation? That period of revocation has now increased from 30 days to 90 days. Yes, but all that doesn't count because it keeps changing. It's not important because it keeps changing. There are many other important things to ask. Yes, and I'll tell you again, guys. The first sum, which is for 15 marks, again is very practical sum. Yes. Then I'll tell you how the structure looks like. ITC and payment together. It's a very practical sum. So at least 10 marks come from that chapter. Next, exemption will be about 4-5 marks. They'll put it either in 2 or 3. Then value of supply, time of supply. A value of supply we did today only, practical all numbers. Time of supply, it's not numbers, but it's again date, which I will teach you some shortcuts. So you'll figure the date. So that will come again in 2 or 3. So between 1, 2 and 3, guys, you'll manage. You'll not need to go to the next last one. When I say 1, 2, 3, I mean 6, 7, 8. But in the last one, no, they asked things like invoice. They ask things like very theoretical that enumerate 5 things in schedule 3. You might not have to go there also, as long as you understand the practical aspects well. Yes. And there are chapters like place of supply and all. I have some very nice shortcuts to help you understand those chapters, but we'll take them as and when they go. We will be doing one chapter, which is a chapter where a lot of people find it difficult because of something that is charge of GST. So we'll talk about it today. That one we'll do. Then we will do a chapter which is called registration. And then we'll do a very small, nice chapter called TDS and TCS. So 3 chapters. And that also means we'll be covering 6 exemptions. So you can choose the exemptions and we'll be covering 6, 2 after every chapter ends. Yes. So let's start. I want to start with charge of GST. This is what our GST to do looks like. So we are done with one chapter here, second, and we're also done with supply. Today we'll be finishing charge of GST first, and then returns I forgot to mention only. So we'll mention it here and then we'll finish it. So registration. No, it's not. Returns. Yeah. Yeah. It's returns, but yeah, it looks like registration, but it's returns. So returns and registration and TDS, TCS, these 3 chapters we'll be doing today, and just going to take the exemption list. And we finished 4 exemption. If you remember, guys, entry to an event, whereby we go to national monuments, etc. We had seen performance by an artist. We had seen postal services. If you ever happen to go to a post office, and we'd also seen, yes, hoping you never go to hospital soon, but yes, if you go, you know what happens there. So that those were the exemptions and stuff we did yesterday. We move now today to charge. We're starting off right now, and I have a feeling we'll finish the entire chapter conceptually in about 1 hour, and then we'll go to the sums. I know what the pain points could be, so we'll address it from an exam perspective. We'll look at how this question is asked in the exam. Yes, guys, in the exam, the question number 1 generally talks about some entity. Let's call it EBC. EBC is which one, guys? Electric Bike Company. And they are doing 2 things, particularly in the first sum. They are doing 2 things. One is supply, which leads to liability, and they're doing one thing, which is purchase, which leads to what, guys? Credit. Now it's very simple. When they supply, let's say EBC is the supplier, and they're supplying a bike to A, then this is under FCM, forward charge mechanism. It's pretty simple how forward charge mechanism work. In FCM, both the parties are given some work to do. Example, Mr. A will bear the burden. He is the recipient. Let's call him R. Instead of A, guys, let's call him what? R. And in forward charge mechanism, life is balanced because both of them have some work they do independently. Example here, if we see, just 1 second. Yeah. So this is R, and in forward charge mechanism, he will be paying 1,18,000, and this money goes to whom? EBC. So he is bearing the burden. What is B for? Burden. EBC will collect the money and will that 18,000 rupees they will bear the headache of paying to the government. So what is a headache in that? It's a very loose term, but a headache basically means you'll go online, you'll file your return, you'll pay your GST every month. All that is a headache. So when burden and headache is on two different people, it's called which mechanism, guys? Forward charge mechanism. And is the government happy? Yes, because they get GST of how much, guys? 18,000. Now, I have a very different take on FCM RCM. Of course, we've already begun charge of GST section, etc. aside. Guys, FCM RCM from the government perspective is like you going with your family for dinner. So you and your parents go out for dinner, and your parents pay the bill. Guys, is the restaurateur happy? Yes, because your parents have paid the bill. If your parents say, listen, I forgot my wallet at home, you GPay it, and if you pay the restaurateur, guys, is the restaurateur still happy? Yes, because what does he want? Money. He wants the money. Whether you pay, whether parents pay, that does not matter to him. As long as it's easier for him to get it, it's all good. So generally, guys, all things, 99.99% things in India are under FCM, whereby Yeshas Academy will provide you services. You will bear the burden, pay GST to whom? Yeshas Academy, and they will pay ahead. Guys, which mechanism? Forward charge. You go to McDonald's, have a burger, you pay 112 rupees, the GST inclusive. They will collect it and they will pay ahead. What mechanism, guys? Forward charge. Guys, you book an Uber, Ola, and you pay the Uber, guys, and you will bear the burden, they will bear the headache. Again, which mechanism? FCM. So most things in India work on FCM mechanism, which is pretty straightforward. And this is under section 9.1. What is the section, guys? 9.1. FCM, I don't think there's too much challenge. On petrol, etc., right now there is no GST, but if it comes under GST, it is also FCM under section 9.2. Not important from an exam perspective. Next, there are some things which are under RCM. Now, what is RCM? Is basically there is a supplier, let's say this is EBC, and there is a recipient, let's say Mr. R. And in a rare case where EBC is providing the services or goods, they will only charge how much? 1 lakh. They will not charge 1 lakh 18. They will not collect. They will don't do any headache, guys. The entire thing will be borne. The burden also, and the headache is on whom? Recipient. That's why R for recipient, R for RCM. But the government is happy in any case they were getting the money. So FCM, RCM doesn't matter. So RCM in a way does not impact the government. Yes, it only impacts whom, guys? The recipient. Now, why does the government introduce RCM? First, the logic, guys, because many times the supplier is either very important or very busy or very small. Example, lawyer, very busy, very small, etc. GTA, very busy. Insurance agents. My mom is an insurance agent, very small. So, guys, the government says, I don't want to burden the suppliers in this case. So, let's burden the recipient. And he's very big. Example, if a goods transport agent provides services to Reliance, guys, is Reliance a recipient? Yes. Are they very big anyway? Is someone filing the return anyway? So the government says, listen, you're doing anything, everything anyway. Do one more thing and pay us the money. That's called RCM. Yes. In a nutshell, I'm going to explain RCM through this example on the screen. This is a lawyer and they provide services to Reliance, which is a very, very big entity. Guys, do you think Reliance is already registered under GST? Yes. The services will give a common amount of 1 lakh rupees. The GST is 18,000. If the lawyer will charge it, Reliance will pay to the lawyer will pay to the government. So lawyer says, listen, yeah, I don't want to do this hard work. I'm very busy. So lawyer says, government, yeah, what do you want? Guys, what does the government want? GST. The government says, I want GST. So he says, is it possible I convince Reliance only because they're already registered that they have to bear what? Burden, which they are anyways bearing. They will bear what? Headache, and they will only pay. The government like, I have no problem as long as I am getting my 18,000. So is government happy? Yes. Are you without a headache? So you're also happy, and Reliance also is happy because anyways they don't have to do anything extra. They have to pay only. Instead of paying you, they are paying whom, guys? Government. Are we okay? So this mechanism where the recipient is in the case is called RCM. Yes. So whenever I give you the list of RCM, always draw the diagram. There is a supplier and there is who? Recipient. Everyone, there is a supplier and there is a recipient, and the entire work is to be done by the recipient in this mechanism called RCM. Yes, the shortcut works like this, guys. Yes, some resident lawyers, guys, what is the shortcut? Some resident lawyers, they lending cars, guys. What did they take? Lending cars. They did not have their own cars, so lending cars. They met three people, guys. Whom did they meet? They met RBI, they met DIG, and they met the good government. Can we repeat the RCM shortcut, guys? Some resident lawyers lending what? Cars met RBI, DIG, good government. Guys, this is the RCM shortcut. And in these cases, you just have to identify the service. What service? Once you identify the service, you know who's paying this GST, guys. Recipient under RCM. Let's take one example, guys. What is this? Lawyer. When the lawyer is providing services to Reliance, guys, who will pay the tax? Reliance. Who will bear the headache? Reliance. This will be under which mechanism? RCM. So we just need to know the services, guys. The first one we'll do is legal service. Which one? Legal service. Who is this? Lawyer. What service are they providing? Legal services. To whom, guys? Reliance. So legal services under RCM. So how to identify in the exam? In the exam, they'll give you a service. CA services, FCM, education services, FCM, legal services, RCM. So you basically have to just identify the service. No one's told you this, but that's what you need to do. Just identify the service. So this is for legal service. Let's go to the next one. Guys, you're a musician. Who are you? Musician or a photographer or an artist, guys. You are very busy making music. You don't want to get into the whole headache of collecting GST and paying. The government says, listen, musician, you make music. What do you make? Music. When you're a musician, you make music and you give it to T series. Which series? T series. They're the bigger company. They will pay them under which mechanism? RCM. So one is what? Lawyer. One is what? Musician, photographer, artist. When they provide services, you just need to know the nature of the services. Everyone. So in the exam, they say that Yeshas provide education services. McDonald's provide restaurant services, FCM, but they say legal. Suddenly RCM. They say musician, RCM. Next. Guys, RBI is not the provider. Guys, there is a committee called Overseeing Committee. Which committee? Overseeing Committee. Imagine very senior retired bankers, very old bankers. They meet and they write a report that yes bank is becoming a dangerous bank, no bank is becoming a yes bank, or whatever report they write, and they'll give this report to RBI. They give this report to whom? Obviously they will charge money, but the government says RBI, you're the bigger person. So instead of giving them the headache, you bear the burden and the headache, and you pay the GST under which mechanism, guys? RCM. Are we okay? So this is L for lawyer, M for musician, and who's providing services, guys? Overseeing committee. And another secret thing I'll tell you about RCM, guys, the recipient is generally the bigger one. They are the stronger people, and hence the government says you are bigger, no, you pay the GST. It's like older and younger sibling. Younger sibling never does anything because the older, like, you are older, no, you do it. Yes, for older siblings you'll understand it better. So that's why this is the older sibling, guys. They say, listen, you're the bigger one, no, why are you harassing the musician? You pay. So that's how they pay it. All right, next, director. What is this, guys? Director. This is the director in a company, guys, and if he gets salary, guys, this is director in what? Company. If he gets salary, etc., there is no GST because yesterday we saw schedule 3. But besides salary, guys, director also gets other fees. Example, guys, director gets sitting fees. Which fees? They say, listen, yeah, you sit. Who's the other one? Company. They are bigger, they'll pay under which mechanism? RCA. So in the exam, they said director receiving salary, no GST. And if there is no GST, no RCM, no FCM. Everyone, no GST means no RCM, no FCM. But if he gets sitting fees, then who will pay the GST, guys? Company. All right, next. My mom's an insurance agent, guys. She stopped doing that, but many years back, she used to be an active insurance agent, and she used to sell policies and get what? Premium, guys. That commission is called what, guys? Premium in commission. Yes, insurance commission from insurance companies. So here is my mom, and she is getting insurance from insurance companies, and on that insurance, guys, commission, there used to be GST. Now, guys, my mom will collect GST. Let's say my mom is charging them 1 lakh rupees. How much? 1 lakh plus GST. She will collect it, she will pay it. How will she do all this? So the government says, insurance company, you're the bigger person, you do it under which mechanism? RCM. So without even thinking much, guys, we finished 4. First, lawyer. Next, musician, photographer, artist. Next, overseeing committee providing RBI. Next, directors to a company, ICE, insurance agent. Next, GTA. Is your goods transport agent. What do you drive? Trucks on the highway, full traffic and all. And you're thinking, oh, I have to collect GST, pay the government. They say, listen, you drive. You focus on the highway. Who is the other person? You're transporting goods for Voltas, you're transporting goods for Amazon. That Voltas Amazon will make them pay GST, and this is also under which mechanism, guys? RCM. Everyone okay? We'll add something more, but right now GTA under which mechanism, guys? Forget the rate and all. Right now, just remember the service, and then if I have to add some layers like GTA, there are 2 rates. I'll add those layers, but right now, if there is GTA services, guys, the GTA will focus on the highway. Who will focus on GST, guys? The recipient. And every time you figure RCM, who is the person, draw the diagram. R for RCM, R for recipient. Everyone okay with this, guys? Yes? All right. Next, This guy is providing security services. Guys, what is he providing? Guys, all watchmen outside ATM, watchmen outside this building, guys, security service. So there is a person, let's say Mr. A, he is providing with service, guys, security service. And let's say he's providing it to a big bank like Kotak Bank. Outside Kotak Bank ATM, there's a security service guy who's providing services. The government says, listen, yeah, you are charging 1 lakh for the year plus what? GST. How will you collect and pay me and all? You listen, you guard the door well. We'll collect the money from whom, guys? Kotak, which is which recipient? RCM. Are we okay? So what is S for? Security. L for lawyer. M for musician. Next, one by one. And I am promising you guys, if you see this in the exam with this shortcut, you'll have no problem identifying the service and then draw the diagram. And who's going to pay, guys? Recipient. R for RCM, R for recipient. Next. Guys, I have some shares in my demat account and I don't want to sell them for the next 10 years. Next 10 years. So RBI has made a policy that if you don't want, you have shares extra. Example, if I have an extra house, can I rent it out? Yes. Extra cars, can I rent it out? Same way, if I have extra shares, the government has made a policy that if you don't want shares, you can rent out those shares also. And guys, if I rent out my house, what will I earn? In income. Rent out house, I'll get in income. Same way, if I rent out my house, etc. Same way, if I rent out my shares also, I get money. Everyone. Simple. House rental, is it my income? Car rental, is it my income? Same way, I'm renting shares. What am I renting, guys? Share. It's called share lending scheme, guys. What is it called, guys? Share lending scheme. Whereby this is me. I rent my shares or I lend my shares to Motilal Oswal, a share broker. Guys, is this a service? Yes. I will charge them 1 lakh plus what? Listen, yeah, you focus on your lectures. You'll collect money, you'll pay. Instead, let Motilal Oswal only pay. Because, guys, shareholders can be many. See, today I'm registered under GST, but there can be a shareholder who's not registered. So the government says even this lending of securities, repeat, lending of, that is also under which mechanism? RCM. Repeating, S, security, legal service, lending, securities, musician, overseeing committee, directors, insurance, and GTA. Everyone. All right. Next. Guys, I'm a BPO and my work involves a business process outsourcing, a call center, etc. And the work gets over very late. So I have to drop the employees. I have to drop the employee. So there is a company called ABC or an entity called AC. I tell that ABC, listen, can you give me car rental? Can you give me car rental? Everyone, more participation, guys. Can you give me? That means you drop my employees. Every month I'll pay you 1 lakh plus what? GST. Same like GTA. The government says, listen, car rental, you also focus on the road. Driving at night, anyways. So you focus on the road. The GST will be paid by whom? BPO. Under which mechanism, guys? RC. So which is this rental? Car. This is same like GTA. GTA is goods. This is what? Car. Are we okay? Everyone. Guys, simple. The best way to crack RCM is draw a diagram. There will be a supplier, there will be a recipient. Identify the service. If the service is CA service, FCM, education service, restaurant service, electric bike, FCM, but legal service, RCM, security service, musician, RCM, director giving service, RCM. The moment you spot this, first you draw a diagram, the moment you spot this, then the arrow will be only on the recipient. All right. Next, resident will do in some time and GG will do in some time. Guys. So some resident lawyers lending cars met RBI, DIG and good government. Where did they meet, guys? At CCD. Guys, where did they meet? At CCD. They sponsored the breakfast. Guys, what did they sponsor? Breakfast. And they reversed basic charge. Everyone. Some resident lawyers lending cars met whom? RBI, DIG, good government. Where did they meet, guys? At CCD, sponsored their breakfast and reversed their basic charge. Are we okay? Let's see this next line. Very simple. The first line is more complicated. The second line is very simple. All right. Guys, this is an author. Who is he? Author is someone who writes a nice book and he says, listen, yeah, you're a penguin publishing company. Which is this? Penguin publishing company. You're a very big company. I'm selling my book to you, copyright of my book for 10 lakh plus GST. Government is like, listen, yeah, why do you want to collect GST? You write your next book, no? Who will go online, file return? You go on Word and write your next book instead. So Penguin Publishing, you will pay the GST under which mechanism? RC. See, the government is smart. They are not saying don't charge GST. They're saying we'll charge it, but the other guy is bigger, he'll pay the GST. So what is A for? Author. T is tribunal, which is the same as lawyer, guys. Tribunal services, legal services. Same. Everyone, repeat. Tribunal services, legal services, same. One of the exemption we'll do today is legal services exemption because it's connected. All right. Repeating guys. A for author, T for tribunal services. Next. Guys, you're a bank and you're given some loan to a person to buy a car. To buy what? Guys, that guy is not paying his EMI. He's not paying his. What do? You call him first. He's blocked your number only. Then you sell some bodybuilders, guys. Yes, you tell, listen, you are recovery agents. You look very big and strong. Go home, lift and against the wall and take some videos, post it on Instagram, embarrass him, Telegram, social media, everywhere. So you do that, guys, and he suddenly gets very scared and he pays the bank. Guys, job done. And for that, you are a recovery agent. Who are you? You're not a bank employee. You don't wear a tie and all, guys. Full, only till your sleeves, and full 6'3", and you're just lifting people up and getting money. You do recovery agent services. What are you doing? Recovery agent. And if you're a recovery agent, only for banks, only for, when I say banks, I also mean financial institution. I also mean NBFCs. If you're providing them services, obviously you will charge 1 lakh plus what? GST. They say, listen here, you focus on protein. Yes, what are you doing in GST and all? You focus, have the next milkshake. Yes, so this let them pay the GST under which mechanism, guys? RCM. So this is which agent, guys? Recovery agent. Reversed is recovery agent. Next. Yes. That doesn't include
recovery agent for retail.
retail lender, every lender, any lender. As long as you are a recovery agent, you're providing services to a bank.
Yeah.
Yes. To anyone. Like, I didn't understand your question. So whoever bank gives loan to, if they engage a recovery agent.
Instead of a bank, retail lender, he's setting it.
No. Example, let's say you're a gold jeweler. Someone bought gold jewelry, said, I'll pay an EMI. And they stop paying. Now you engage recovery agent? No, that is not under RCM. That is under FCM. Example, let's change this. Let's say you're Kalyan Jewelers. Who are you? Kalyan Jewelers. That guy took the jewelry on EMI and he's not paying the EMI. Yes. And yours EMI scheme only. So you engage a recovery agent. He goes and the recovery agent is only wearing Kalyan Jeweler gold chain. And then guys, that amount is not under RCM. Then it is under which mechanism? FCM. Yes. So only when the services are provided to whom? Banks, financial institution, NBFCs. Yes. All right. Next. Guys, are banks there in most parts of India? Yes. But guys, let's say there's a small village, 20 houses. How many houses? Can the bank establish a branch in 20 houses? Yeah, it's not viable. No? 20 houses, literally. Like it starts and it ends the village. So the government says, listen, for such villages, we can't have bank branches. Yes. So they employ someone called business correspondent. What do they engage? Business correspondent or bank facilitator. Or which facilitator? Guys, what are these? He's the village postman. While he's giving you letters, he'll also take your check. He'll also give you money. He's doing the work on behalf of whom? Bank. And he charges the bank some money, let's say 10,000 plus what? GST. The government says, listen, yeah, you're too small. You're a postman. You don't worry about all these things. We'll take the GST from whom, guys? Banks. So what is BF? Business facilitator. What is BC? Bank correspondent. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes, everyone. So A for author, T for tribunal services, business facilitator, bank correspondence. Yes, guys, they're small people. Like example, guys, that small school in a village, the school principal can also become like a bank facilitator. They get some small money, and on that there is GST, but who pays it? Banks. Everyone. All right. Next, guys, this one might be a little different. No, this is easy actually. Guys, you want to buy mutual funds. What do you want to buy? Mutual funds, but not the ones on your demat, etc. You don't trust them. You want to go to someone's office, sit, and he will sell you the mutual fund. That agent, just like insurance agent, that agent is called direct selling agent. What is he called, right? Direct selling agent. Just like you buy insurance from insurance agent, you sit in an office and he's suggesting you buy this mutual fund, and he'll buy it for you, and he gets some commission. What is he getting? Commission from which company is your mutual funds, guys? He suggests buy HDFC mutual fund, he'll get a small commission from there. Example, he's getting a commission of what? 1 lakh plus GST. They said, listen, you're again a small person. We'll take the GST from whom? Mutual funds. So, and I say direct selling agent is very similar to insurance agent. Yes. Insurance agent is getting commission from whom? Insurance companies. Here he's getting from mutual funds. All right. This CC and this GG we'll do later, not right now. This CC and this GG. We'll now look at sponsorship services. Yes. Everyone, yesterday we discussed who's the recipient, who's a sponsor between Tata and IPL, guys. Between Tata and IPL. Forget, I'm not even drawing the diagram. You will tell me and then I will draw, guys. Who is the recipient? How do you know? Payer. It's very difficult otherwise. Who's getting famous? Tata is getting famous or IPL is getting famous? Confused. So ask yourself, who's the payer? Tata. So Tata is the recipient here, guys. Everyone okay? And who's the supplier? IPL. Guys, is this sponsorship services? Yes. Very difficult to find out. Yes, because I'm telling you, this was very single most complex thing to find out who's the supplier recipient. So the shortcut is RP. What is the shortcut? The recipient is the one who pays. Who is the one who pays, guys? Tata. They are writing a check of 100 crore rupees so that IPL can be sponsored, main sponsor. Now, guys, on that is there GST? Yes. The government says IPL, you forget. Tata will pay under which mechanism? RCM. Of course, there are some conditions, but we will now first see which services and then we'll keep adding the layers to it, guys. Yes, everyone. So, besides 1, 2, 3, or actually, these both are similar, these both are similar, and this is one. So, besides three of them, we're done with all RCM, guys. We'll recap some resident lawyers. Lending cards. They met RBI, DIG, good government, and CCD, sponsored breakfast and reversed basic charge. In all these cases, is there a supplier? Yes. Is there a recipient? Is there a service? And these services, guys, who's responsible? RCM, recipient is responsible. Under which mechanism, guys? RCM. You will tell me just the name first. Security service, legal service, lending of securities, car rental services, musician, overseeing committee, directors, insurance agent, GTA, author services, tribunal services, direct selling agent, sponsorship service, business facilitator, bank correspondent, and recovery agent services. These services, guys, are under the RCM mechanism. Now, adding layers wherever possible, guys. The first layer I'm adding here in security. They say you're a security person, right? You are outside Kotak Bank, you stand and you have a team of 5, 6 people. You raise a bill every month of 1 lakh. Yes. We will put you under RCM. Only thing you should not be a company. Only thing you should not be a. If you're a company, then you're big enough for FCM. Yes. So please, what is the only layer on security? The supplier should not be a company. Yes. So in the exam, they say ABC partnership firm. No problem. RCM. ABC private limited. Then FCM. Are we okay? Only you should not be what, guys? Company. That's the first small layer on this. Next, no layer on this. This is done. Lending, no layer. Cars and GTA, same thing. Let's put the layer on car and GTA. Guys, here is a problem. This is a GTA and they are providing services to Voltas, guys. To whom? Voltas. They transport their ACs across India and they're providing services and they're charging how much, guys? 1 lakh plus what? GST. But government says you don't charge any GST. We'll take the GST from whom? So Voltas is going to bear the burden also, headache also, and they'll pay the government how much, guys? 18,000 under which mechanism? RC. Now, guys, Voltas is buying an AC. Everyone, Voltas is buying a AC. Can they take credit? Yes, guys, give and take. How much are they giving? 18. So can they also take credit? Yes. So Voltas is covered, guys, no problem. But let's talk about GTA. GTA is paying how much to the government? Nothing. Everyone. GTA itself is paying how much to the government? Nothing. GTA says, government, I bought a new mobile phone today for office. I bought a mobile phone. I've kept the bill also. I want to take credit. Government says, who are you? I don't know you. I don't. 1 minute, 1 minute. Give and take, guys. Give and take. I don't know you. Who's giving me the money? Voltas. I don't even know you. I'm not going to give you credit, guys. This classic case of give and take. He says, but sir, I want credit. I have a big office now. I have a GTA. I have 20 trucks. So many people have laptops. I want credit. The government says, okay. If you want credit, then I'm giving you an option. I'm giving you an option. The RCM is default. You can also pay it under which mechanism? FC. You choose. But once you choose, you have to follow that only. So government, they said, wow, great. I'll choose FCM. I'll choose what? In FCM, who's paying? GTA. Will they be able to get credit? Yes. But the government says only drawback is on FCM, there'll be 12% GST. How much? And if you're under RCM, it will be under which mechanism? RCM, what is it? Fine. And Voltas is like, don't worry, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't? How is it not mattering to Voltas? I'll tell you how it doesn't matter. Today, mobile phone GST 18%. I buy a mobile of 1 lakh GST. How much is it? 18,000. Tomorrow in the paper I read it's become 28,000. I'm smiling. Why? Because for me it's credit. Purchase leads to credit. I buy a mobile phone 1 lakh plus 18. I'll get credit of 18. PC. Everyone repeat. PC. Purchase leads to. Tomorrow, guys, I buy a mobile phone 1 lakh plus 20,000. I'll get credit of how much? 20. So, guys, for me, it doesn't matter. So, please tell me, for Voltas, does it matter if they pay 5% or 12%? No. If they pay 5%, they'll get credit of how much percent? 5. If they pay 12%, they'll get credit of how much percent? But government has said that if you want to follow RCM, no problem. We have a rate of how much percent? 5. But if you want to follow FCM, we have a rate of how much, guys? 12. Are we okay? Everyone. Can we recap this? Guys, only GTAs have two options. Default option. RCM at what rate? 5%. But if FCM, and why will the GTA want to do so much headache, guys? Super credit. Sir, I don't want any credit. I don't have any mobile phone to purchase. I'm still using landline phone. No problem. If you don't want credit, no, go under which mechanism? RCM. But once you follow under FCM, then you cannot say no, I'll not pay. Then you have to charge a GST, collect and pay. Yes. In the exam, if they say 5%, if they say 2.5%, because 2.5 is GST, 2.5 is. If they say 12%, FCM, 6% also FCM, because 6 is 12. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. So who gets this option, guys? Goods transport agent. Same option is given to this car rental guy. Guys, car rental, remember, he was giving services to a BPO. Everyone. Who is this guy? Car rental. He was giving services to whom? BPO. And guys, 1 lakh rupees, you focus on the car. Who will pay the GST? BPO. Will the car rental get any credit? No. Why not? Now you tell me. Why not? No giving, no taking. But he wants credit. Yes, same. FCM at what rate? 12. So just repeating, guys, where all there are layers, guys. For security, should not be a company. Guys, car rental, there are two options, 5% and 12%. Here also there are two options, 5% and 12%. Next, author. Guys, you are not one book old now. You have written 15 books. You are Chetan Bhagat. Who are you? Chetan Bhagat. You're a famous lawyer, famous author now, guys. You've written many books. And guys, which is mechanism applicable on authors, guys? RCM. Who's paying the GST? Penguin. Yes, publishing company. You have bought 14, 15 laptops for your staff. And you want credit. Government says, I don't care who you are. You might be Chetan Bhagat, but I don't know because you don't pay any. So he says, sir, I also want to pay. The government says, no problem. I'll give you also an option. No change in rate, same rate. Only thing is, you are an author. Till now, who was paying the GST? Publishing. Now you are paying. So there are three conditions. First, please register. First, if you don't register, you can't go on the portal only. So first, you need to register. Then you need to raise an invoice which has amount plus GST. Basically, you need to intimate him. And then, guys, for 1 year, you have to be under which mechanism? FCA. It cannot be that you write FCM, you take the credit, and tomorrow onwards you say publishing company, you pay next book. No. Once you take FCM, you have to be under FCM for how long? Guys, is it possible Chetan Bhagat makes this one invoice on FCM? Yes. Guys, let me know. He sells a book for 1 crore. How much? 1 crore. 18 lakh GST. Guys, he's under which mechanism suddenly? FCM. Can he take credit now? Yes. And after that, he says, I don't want credit now. Now RCM next month. After 1 year. At least for 1 year, all the returns should be under which mechanism? FCM. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. So, guys, next this author has two layers, guys. Yes. So first, security. Next, cars. Next, GTA. GTA cars are the same. The next was author. Tribunal, nothing. Sponsorship. Guys, sponsorship. Can you repeat who are the sponsors, guys? Here it was IPL, and here it was Tata. Let's say Tata is not sponsoring, guys. Let's say SRK is sponsoring Shah Rukh Khan, and he's saying, I am sponsoring personally, not Shah Rukh Khan private limited. I am sponsoring individually. Then the government says, then it will not be RC. RCM is only when the recipient, repeat, when the recipient is a company or a partnership. Which form? Company or partnership. Guys, SRK has a company called Red Chilies Entertainment. Then RCM. Guys, if it's a company, so this is the first time where the condition is on the recipient, guys. The recipient has to be either a company or a partner. When I say partnership form also, I mean LLP. Only then RCM. So I'm giving an example, guys. Indian Kabaddi League got sponsored from Samsung Private Limited. RCM. From Baiju's Private Limited. From Ravindran Baiju individual. Then FC. Because government wants a GST, but it will be under which mechanism, right? FC. All right. Doesn't matter. Here it's not like that. Your big, small doesn't matter. They see the entity. If the entity is a company, the recipient is a company or a partnership firm, then they assume it to be big, so RC. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. They can again shift, right? But generally, what they do is car and these guys, they generally take, I'll tell you, which GTA will take FCM, guys? The big GTAs. Because they have office, they have CA charging them GST, they purchase laptop, they purchase mobile phone. Those big GTA will go under FCM. Let's say you are one truck driver only. You bought a truck with EMI, etc. with a lot of. You don't want to be under FCM because what do you fill in your truck? Diesel. Is that a purchase? But there is no GST. So you don't have any purchases. So generally big guys will follow under FCM. Same with author only. As you've written just one book, you have no intention writing any other book. RCM. But you are regular author, you have other purchases, then FCM. Are we okay with this? Yes. All right. So please can we repeat, guys? For sponsorship, what is the condition? The recipient should be a company or a partnership firm. We already saw recovery agent. Recovery agent only of whose? Banks, financial institutions, NBFCs, not of Kalyan Jewelers, etc. All right. So these were, and yes, this direct selling agent and insurance agent should be individual. Should be whom, guys? Individuals. Yes. All right. So these are some of the layers that we had understood. Now let's figure this one, GG and CC. Yes. Actually, till now, figure this. We'll keep this pending 3. We'll add them later. I don't want your understanding to be spoiled, guys. So which mechanism is this, guys? RCM. So let's take a question, guys. I'm giving you a question. Indigo Airlines selling air tickets. FCM. Domino's selling burgers, pizzas, FCM. Um, what else? Epson projector selling projector, FCM. A director giving services to, yeah, RCM. Lawyer giving services, CA giving services, FCA. So only if it is in this sentence, and this sentence is under section 9.3 and 9.4. Which section, guys? 9.3 and 9.4 of the GST Act. Yes, very simple. Put these layers and you'll be able to understand. Something so complex with this sentence, what happens? There are two things. Not just you recollect in the exam, but one day before the exam also revising is very simple. RCM with this sentence. Yes, let's revise in 2 minutes, guys. Please repeat the shortcut. Some resident lawyers lending cars met DIG, RBI, good government at CCD, sponsored their breakfast and reversed basic charge. Everyone, okay. All right. Questions, guys. Whatever you studied, if you have any questions, yes. Anyone, anything, anyone. Okay. Now, how does it ask in the exam? I'll tell you how it's asked in the exam. Guys, here we go. There are 2 places it can be asked in the exam. One is a direct question. Enumerate in the following cases who will be the person liable to pay GST to the government. An author has written a book and the author is unregistered. RCM. Are we okay? A lawyer is giving legal services to Mantra Mintra Private Limited. RCM. There is Indian Kabaddi League who's giving services, sponsorship services to an individual. FCM. So you'll have to choose, quote the section. If it's FCM, 9.1. If it's RCM, 9.39. This is one way of asking the question. The second way of asking the question is here, guys, on the screen. In question number 1, they will give you a person called EBC. I told you already. And they'll be supplying something. What is this? Supply leads to liability. Everyone watch this carefully. Here, practically how it's asked. RCM, FCM. They supply a bike for 1 lakh. GST how much? 18,000. Will they collect it from the customer? Yes. And they will pay how much? 18,000 to the government. So guys, everyone watch and tell me. And you know GST, so I'm asking you this, guys. This 18,000 will go in the liability ledger. Electronic liability register. Everyone. Electronic. So is EBC liable to pay the government? Yes. How much? 18,000. And guys, remember SL. Every time they supply, this liability ledger will go up. All right. Next, they purchase something. Guys, they purchase batteries worth 10,000. Can they take credit of 1200? Yes. This will go in which ledger, guys? Electronic credit ledger. This will again go here, guys. 1200. Are we okay? Now see twisting, guys. Little bit twisting. They take legal services for 1 lakh rupees. Everyone, what are they taking? For how much, guys? 1 lakh. Is there GST on it? Yes. But under which mechanism? So are they liable to pay GST? Yes. So guys, even though this is a purchase, they will be liable. So guys, in a nutshell, if there is RCM, no, it will go into the, let's keep a different amount. GST 12,000. How much? So it will go in their liability ledger because they are responsible to pay the government. Are we okay? First. Second, is it a purchase for them?
Yes.
Guys, PC.
Yes.
Purchase leads to, so you'll get a credit also of 12,000. Right, everyone. So repeating. General purchase, everyone repeat. General purchase, PC. Purchase leads to credit. RCM purchase has two impact. It'll go to a credit because it's a purchase, it'll go to credit ledger also, and you're liable to pay, so it'll go to a liability ledger also. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. So practically there are two impacts when there is a RCM purchase, guys. Everyone okay? So guys, practically this is how it's asked in the exam. Yes. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
So
Yes.
we did one example outside.
Architect abroad. Yes. Bahar se service. See, that is also RCM, but that is not covered right now because CA final. So, but you know, anyways, it's under RCM. There are three things which are under RCM at CA final: merchant trading, import export. But that I'm not talking about it because they're not part of your curriculum at India. It's only reserved for CA final. See this RCM list now, same shortcut as the CA final also shortcut. Only three things are added there, guys. I don't want to talk about those three things, but right now only three things are added. So the main RCM is done at Inter only. At a final, it's a very easy chapter because RCM we already done here. Yes. All right. So this is where it is. Any other question? Any other question? So we figured RCM, FCM. Yes. All right. I've given you the practical impact also of RCM. We'll do questions also on RCM, exam questions also on RCM. Here is the next thing. Yes. Okay. Guys, you tell me, a very peculiar thing has happened. You tell me who's liable to pay. This is Make My Trip. Who is this? Make My Trip. And this is, guys, the surgeon. He has booked a hotel, Taj hotel booking through Make My Trip. Yes. 10,000 plus GST. 10,000 plus GST. Guys, will Make My Trip charge the surgeon? Yes. And who's liable to, who's bearing the burden? Surgeon. So he's bearing the burden of GST, let's say 1800 rupees. How much is the GST? 1800. Now, guys, in the middle is Taj hotel. What is in the middle? He is bearing the burdens, all right. But guys, he is going to pay, but who will ultimately pay? The government. Make My Trip. So the government went to Make My Trip. You're the supplier, you should pay. He said, listen, I'm not the supplier, Taj is the supplier. They went to Taj, because see, who's bearing the burden? So that is clear. But who's bearing the headache? Make My Trip said Taj. Taj said Make My Trip. Government like, what are you doing with me? You cannot play, you cannot throw me around like a ball. So you have to decide. So the government decided, guys, whenever you heard the government like this, they make a new law. They made a new law under section 9(5), which is the section. And they said, listen, all the e-commerce operators in India under only three services, HTH. Which services? First is hotel. What is? Hotel, transport, and housekeeping. Hotel means Make My Trip, Make My Trip, Go I Vivo, etc. Taxi is Ola's, Uber's, Rapidos, and housekeeping is Urban Clap and all those. They said, listen, we don't need any discussion. I don't want to be thrown out like a ball here and there. So they put the responsibility on whom, guys? E-commerce operators. Guys, now tell me, who's the bearing the burden? No. Who's bearing the burden? Surgeon. And who's going to bear the headache? Absolutely right, MMT. Because who's told this here? 9(5). So 9(5) they made a rule only, not for Amazon, not for Myntra. This is only for three notified services: HTH, hotel, transport, and housekeeping. They added one more, which I will teach you right now. You went on to Zomato and you ordered some Chinese food from, let's say, a company called Wok Chinese Wok. What is the company's name? Chinese Wok. And this is you, guys, or the surgeon. And he's ordered food for 1,000 rupees plus GST, 1,800 rupees. Yeah, or 180 rupees. Who's bearing the burden? Surgeon. He's paying that 1,000 plus 180. Very simple, guys. See, the government only wants money, but who's paying the money? That is what being talked. So the bill is 1,000 rupees. You can see the Zomato bill. How much GST? 180. Now, surgeon is bearing the burden, which is fine. Who will get the money? Zomato, sometimes even Chinese Wok. Guys, you can also pay COD. The Chinese Wok guy in his Chinese Wok uniform, red color, comes and you give him the money. Now, the government says, listen, I don't want any confusion here also. Because Zomato will say, Wok. They both are showing fingers at each other. The government says, listen, we are making HTHR. HTHR. Even for restaurant, if you're ordering through a Zomato, etc., then Zomato, etc., will be liable to pay GST to the government. Are we okay? Unless the restaurant is in a five-star hotel. Unless the restaurant is in a five-star hotel where the room rent is more than 7,500. Don't ask me the logic right now. I'll tell you the logic, but in some time. HTHR. What is R? Restaurant. Guys, you're ordering from a Zomato, you're ordering to a restaurant, unless the restaurant is in a five-star hotel where the room rent is more than 7,000. I'll teach you the logic later, but right now, so if I order from Wok Chinese, who is liable to pay? Zomato. But if I order from Taj and Zomato guy goes in Taj and gets it and all, then Taj will be responsible. That logic I'll tell you later. Yes. So I don't think that kind of question will come in the exam. But just saying 1 second. HTHR. H for hotel. T for transport. H for housekeeping and R for in all these four cases, if you use an e-commerce operator. Sir, what if I go to UD and no, then you're not using e-commerce operator. If you use an e-commerce operator in these four things, then who is responsible? E-commerce operator. Are we okay? Yes.
In Zomato, there is a YouTube like a dining option.
Yes. Yeah.
That dining option is it like with there we go and
Yeah.
if you book through Zomato, then it is Zomato.
No, you pay through Zomato. Same thing here also. So this is also restaurant services only. You are booking through Zomato. Basically, you book a seat on Zomato. You go in the restaurant, you hog, and then you pay through Zomato and get a discount. Now, in that case, who's responsible to pay GST to the government? Zomato, e-commerce operator. Yes. Unless it's a five-star hotel where the room rent is more than 7,500, then the hotel responsible. I'll tell you the logic later. Yes. Okay, let me tell you the logic right now only. If it's a five-star hotel, what kind of hotel? Five-star. Is it luxury?
Yes.
So the GST rates is higher there. So then they don't expect, because Zomato will pay at a standard rate of 18%, 5%, 12%. There the rate is higher. So hence they say, listen, if you're a five-star hotel where the room rent is more than 7,500, we'll tax you at a separate rate and hence you have to pay. Yes, that's the logic. Everyone? All right. See, in many countries, no, GST rate is the same. If whenever I have traveled, I especially notice all developing countries, Europe, entire Europe, there's GST, but one common rate, 12%. What rate? So in Germany, you eat, you pay a CA, you pay anyone, there's a flat rate of how much percent? 12. Because everyone's there is rich. The person who's serving you coffee in a cafe may be earning as much as you are. Because everyone gets the same. So they have kept one GST rate. But in India, there's a lot of diversity. We can't have on small things, we can't have 28% or 18%. So we have 5%, 0%, and then 28% also. Yes. So hence this bifurcation is this exception. So guys, that's it. Everyone, let's recap the section. The section is section 9. What is the section? 9. 9.1.9.2. FCM. One guy bears the headache, one guy bears the burden. Evenly distributed FCM. Most cases, FCM. You book a ticket at PVR. FCM. You go to UD. FCM. You bear the burden, they will bear the headache. Simple. FCM importance in the exam is 0 because naturally everything is FCM. No one has to teach you FCM, guys. Yes, it's like breathing. You paid Yeshas Academy and they will pay ahead. It's a very natural thing. RCM is not natural. Because, guys, it's like Yeshas Academy charging you money, but who will pay the GST? You, directly to whom? Government. That is RCM. So RCM is not natural. That's why we have to understand RCM very differently. RCM is on a list of specified services. Yes, where the section shortcut is there. I'm just telling you some services, guys. Sponsorship, GTA, RCM, author, car rental, lending of securities, RCM, directors, insurance, direct selling, all RCM. Some layers are there. Security, there's a layer. Car, there's another layer, guys. Car rental. I forgot to mention the car rental, guys. That car rental under RCM, only if the car renting company is not a company. It can be an individual partnership firm, but should not be what? Company. What are they renting? Car. And they should be giving the service to a company. CCC connection. The supplier is not a company. What are they giving? Car. And the recipient should be a logic is, guys, the supplier should be small, recipient should be big. So supplier is not a company, the recipient is a company. So it's small and big. Are we okay? And guys, if you ever get very confused, it's like a younger brother and elder brother. Guys, yes, younger brother, elder brother. Some relatives have to be dropped to the station. Elder brother, you go know why he has to study. You're the elder one. So same thing in this also, all the responsibility put on the elder brother only. This is RCM. Yes, R for RCM, R for recipient. All right. So it's been about 47 minutes. Oh my god. Okay, but no problem, guys. We've done well. Those three I'll teach you in some time. The residents and the other two. Right now, just have a look. All right, guys. Moving ahead, and the next work is smooth sailing. I'll tell you the CC, GG, and DO resident also. Let's talk about construction first, guys. CC. Let's at least get that out. Guys, there is a builder in Bangalore which is called Brigade. Guys. What is the builder's name? Brigade. He has his eyes on one very big plot of bungalow and he goes to talk to the landowners, guys. These are the owners of the land. He says, listen, yeah, can you sell me this land? It's in Jayanagar. They said, no, sorry, we can't sell you the land. But what we can give is we can give you a long-term lease, which can give you long-term lease. That means more than 30 years you only occupy. After 30 years, our family will get this land back. But Brigade says, no problem. 30 years, my job will be done. I'll make a commercial building. I'll rent it out. 30 years, I'll make money. So the owners decided to give a long-term lease for, let's say, 100 crores. How much? 100 crores. To whom? Brigade. On this, the government wants what? GST. But they say, listen, these owners can be some really small family. I've given 100 crores a big number. Let's say it's 1 crore. How much? They say these owners can be a small family, a retired person, a widow, etc. So they say, we'll not burden him. Who's the bigger guy? Brigade, you pay the GST under which mechanism? RCM. So what term lease, guys? Long-term lease. Next. Same concept, same owners, but instead of long-term lease, they say, listen, we don't want to give the land to you, but we can give you FSI. My development rights, which is called TDR, transferable development right. So in this bungalow, I can make 14 floors. I'll give you that right. You build another one in Whitefield and make it 14 extra floors. So not in Bangalore, but many cities, they allow this transferable development rights. You've taken Netflix subscription for the whole year. You don't need it. Can you give it to a friend and charge him money? Same way. I don't need to develop it. I give my development rights to you. You can develop it somewhere else, guys. This is just transferable development rights. Guys, that is also for how many crore? 1 crore. The government says, Brigade, you pay the GST under which mechanism? RCM. And TDR, another way, another name is called FSI. What is it called, guys? FSI. It happens in Mumbai very often that I don't want to build a huge. My house is just 1 story, let's say, ground plus first. But I can technically build 10 floors. So those 8 floors, right, I can give it to the builder. And the builder, wherever he's building 10 floors, he can now build 18 floors. So this is called TDR. What is it called? Subject to flight rules and all, they allow that. So that when you get the money, you are not supposed to pay the GST. Who's supposed to pay the GST? Builder. Under which mechanism? RCM. So that CC is construction. Construction companies. Which companies? When the construction companies are getting which lease? Long-term lease, and then they're getting FSI or TDR. Everyone okay? So now we're left with two, GG and that resident. All right. Let's move to the next one. Next one is my favorite concept, guys, of GST, which is a composition scheme. Which scheme, guys? Let's quickly see why there composition scheme concept only. Guys, there is a company called the shoe company, guys. Which company? Shoe company. Their main job is only one, to sell shoes for 1000 rupees. Very good leather shoes for how much? 1000. Amazing quality shoes, 1000 rupees. There is a queue to actually buy those shoes every day. But after GST, things have changed. The GST rate is 28% on leather shoes. How much? So now the shoes are for how much? 1280. Suddenly people are no longer buying. They're saying, no, we don't want these shoes now, expensive. He's worried. He goes to the government. Government, you have stopped my business only. Government says, listen, I have not stopped your business. You don't know the law well. People like you who don't want to pay such high GST, guys, you can fall under regular scheme. No, you can fall under a new scheme which is called composition scheme. In composition scheme, you will not have to charge regular tax of 18, 28, etc. You can just pay how much percent? 1%. So on the 1000 rupees shoe, you don't have to pay us 280 rupees GST. You have to pay just 10 rupees GST. So everyone, what is the scheme called? Composition scheme. Guys, you can register in the regular scheme or you can register under the composition scheme. You can also switch from the regular scheme to which scheme? Composition scheme. And in this scheme, what is the GST? Only 1%. Such a good scheme. He says, I want details. Here are the details, guys. Step 1. The composition scheme can only be taken by 3 people in India called TRIM. What is the shortcut, guys? TRIM. First, you should be a trader. Who should be? Trader. You should be a manufacturer, or you should be a restaurant service provider. Everyone, trader, manufacturer, or restaurant service provider. Yeshas Academy. No. A person who's trading in cement. Yes. A person who manufactures cement. Zomato. No. But a restaurant. Yes. Are we okay? Only 3 people can take this scheme, composition scheme. So can shoe company take up? Yes. They are who, guys? Traders. Next, step number 2. You can register only if you're a small person, guys. Your turnover should be up to 1.5 crore. Up to how many crore? Not this year, last year. Which year? Last year, your turnover should be up to 1.5 crore. Shoe company goes, checks books of accounts. Last year's turnover 1.2 crore.
Yes.
Are they eligible? Yes. And now, once you are entering the scheme, you cannot do 6 things. Which things? 6 things. So please tell me, guys, which scheme? Section 10.1 and 10.2. What is the section, guys? 10.1 and 10.2 says composition scheme. It's a scheme in India only for the small businessmen who are traders, Restaurant service providers, manufacturers. We will not charge you regular rate of GST. We'll charge you only 1%, restaurant 5%, manufacturers 1%. So 1, 5, 1%. And your turnover last year should be up to. That means you should be a small businessman. Can Adani, Reliance, Kotak, Mahindra ever take the scheme? No. Only which businessman, guys? Small. Next. Guys, you are supposed to be small. You cannot do 6 things. You cannot casually need ice cream. Guys, what is the shortcut? Casually need ice cream. You cannot study income tax online. Guys, everyone. Casually need ice cream, study income tax online. Guys, what are the some things you can't do? You cannot supply these shoes online. That means I want to put my shoes on Amazon, sell across India. Online you cannot do. Online within the state you can do, but online outside the state you cannot do. Next, you cannot supply interstate. You are supposed to be small, supply in this state only. Are we okay? Which supply you cannot do? Online. Which supply you cannot do? You cannot supply services except restaurant services. You cannot supply services except restaurant services. Next, you cannot be supplying prohibited goods. Which goods, guys? Prohibited. Guys, I'm not discussed prohibited goods, but prohibited goods are not banned goods. Guys. They are prohibited. The government keeps a watch on them, and the shortcut is pita bread. Guys, what is the shortcut? Pita bread. These are, guys, first pan masala. Yes, people eat and then they spit. Next, tobacco, ice cream, aerated water. Now I don't know why pan masala and ice cream in the same way. I'm feeling offended. But guys, they have made it. It's not banned. It's just prohibited. Basically, they want to keep a stricter watch on that. So P, ice cream, tobacco, and aerated water. And now they've added one more thing: bricks and tiles. These 5 things are prohibited. These 5 things are prohibited. Prohibited bricks and tiles. Bricks means those red bricks and tiles. These 5 things, guys, you cannot manufacture if you want to be under which scheme? Composite. Sir, I want to trade. Trade you can do. You cannot manufacture. And guys, you cannot be supplying non-taxable. Which things? Remember 3 N's: nil, notification, and non-taxable. Nil you do. Notification you do. But you cannot supply non-taxable. Repeat, you cannot supply. Guys, there are 3 different N's. Nil, no problem. Notification, no problem. But non-taxable you can. Yes, that is schedule 3, petrol, diesel, those you can't. Yes. Next, you cannot be a casual person or an NRTP person, which I will explain to you in some time. What you cannot be: casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person. Guys, these are 6 people you cannot. But sir, I want to sell my shoes online. Then you have which scheme? Regular. You cannot be in this scheme. But sir, I want to sell to Maharashtra, Gujarat, other states. Regular. I'm not stopping you, but in this scheme you cannot. Alright. Next, guys, this scheme, you cannot charge GST to the customer. How much are your shoes for? You can only charge how much? 1,000. So you cannot issue a tax invoice. You have to issue a bill of supply. Which supply? And then, sir, who will pay the GST? You will pay from your own pocket. It's just 1%. So, sir, can I charge my customers? No. In fact, outside the board, you have to write a board that this person is under which scheme? Composition. And you will be called CSD. Composition Scheme Dealer. Yes. So you cannot charge GST to your customers. You will pay 1% from your own pocket. Sir, every day I have to pay? No. Sleep for the entire quarter. April, May, June. Wake up in July. Pay the GST. Go back to sleep. July, August, September, October. So this 1% the government says pay me how many times in the year? 4 times. We'll see that in returns chapter. Alright. Guys, can we repeat? Very good scheme, guys. Composition scheme. I'll tell you what questions also come from here. Section 10.1, 10.2. Rate 1.5.1. Step 1. Trim. Trader, restaurant service provider, manufacturer. Turnover up to 1.5. Sir, I'm a trader. I have 4 offices in India: Bangalore, Chennai, Gujarat, Maharashtra. Then turnover means full turnover, all the pan together. That means Bangalore, Chennai, Gujarat, Maharashtra, all 5, 1.6 crore. Always turnover. I'll tell you shortcut. Turnover is like family turnover. Turnover is like family. Full family turnover you have to give. Yes, 1.6 crore. No, 1.4 crore. Yes. And in the northeastern states, northeastern states, can you give me 2, 3 northeastern? Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, yes, Sikkim, not West Bengal, yes, Mizoram, yes, all these are which states? Northeastern, yes, northeastern states. Are they small? So the turnover was also small, 75 lakh. Other states, 1.5. Northeastern states, 75. Sir, but problem, I have one entity in Bangalore, one entity in Tripura, then lower one, rotten apple. Because see, government suffers here. They don't want to suffer because government gets how much GST? So they say, listen, I don't want to give you that easily. So guys, it's called rotten apple. It's called what? Rotten apple. One apple is rotten. The entire, so same way, one is low limit, everyone will get low limit. Bangalore, Chennai, Manipur, 75. Bangalore, Chennai, Maharashtra, 1.5. Yes, and just that Assam no, is a very big northeastern state. So they've removed Assam from that map and put Uttarakhand. They put what there? Uttarakhand. Everyone. So Uttarakhand will get limit of 75. Assam will get limit of 1.5. Are we okay with this, guys? Can we recap? He will issue a tax invoice. No, he will issue a bill of supply. He will charge 1%. No, he will pay from his own pocket. And guys, you cannot be in this scheme forever. The moment you touch 1.5 crore, like the moment you touch or 75 lakh, you're out of the scheme. The moment you do one of these 6 things, you're out of the scheme. The moment you voluntarily want to get out, but who will voluntarily want to get out of such a good scheme? I'll tell you, in this scheme, you don't get any credit. Sir, but why I'm paying? No, what are you paying? 1%. That's a tip to the government. They wanted 20, you're paying them 1, you don't get credit. If you want credit, no. And if the government feels you should not have taken, Yeshas Academy, can they take this scheme? No, but they took it. How will the government know online composition scheme? If you can't take it and you take it, then we will also throw you out of the scheme. Are we okay? So what are the 4 times when they can be sent out of the scheme? First, when they touch a turnover of 1.5 or 75. So I touch 1.5 today, 20th November. At least till the year end, you'll allow me, in this scheme. No. The next supply has to be under which scheme? Regular scheme. Yes. You touch turnover, you do any of these 6 things voluntarily, or if the government feels you're not eligible for the scheme. Yes. All right. Just one more thing I want to add. Yes. As you can't do any services except, so that's a problem. I'm selling what? Shoes. No, I'm selling what? Shoes. Some person came to repair the shoes. I'm saying, no, I can't touch these shoes. They say, your shoes only repair. He said, no, I can't touch them because under which scheme? Government, what is this? You don't allow any services. They say, okay, I'll give you marginal services. I'll allow you. Marginal means some amount of service. Little service, guys. Yes, marginal means last year's turnover was 10%. Last year turnover? How much was the last year turnover? 1.2 into 10%. 12 lakh or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. That much amount of marginal service I'll allow you. That means, guys, can I do full-fledged services? Can I become Infosys? No. You can do small services. Last year's turnover is 10% or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. So 1.2 or 5? 1.2. 12 lakh, sorry. That. Are we okay? Yes, question.
Sir, if a company has taken a composite, not a company, if a trader has
Taking composite, yeah.
And has different states.
Yes.
And he can't, if he has sent a goods from one state.
Yeah, good. I'll answer that question. That tagline, guys. Very smart, guys. I can't take credit in this scheme, guys. I can't take credit. 1 minute, I can't take credit. So in Bangalore, my shop, I can't take credit. So I tell my other shop in Mumbai, listen, you don't be under composition scheme. You be under regular scheme. So if I want to purchase the mobile, I'll not purchase in Bangalore. Where will I purchase it? The government says, what are you trying to do? Yes. So the government made a rule: 1 PAN, 1 scheme. What is the shortcut, guys? 1 PAN, 1 scheme, 1 turnover. Repeat the shortcut: 1 PAN, 1 scheme, 1 turnover. So if you're in Bangalore under this scheme, composition, in Maharashtra also same. So shortcut, everyone: 1 PAN, 1 scheme, 1 turnover. Repeat: 1 PAN, 1 scheme, 1 turnover. Are we okay? And yes. So
But the question was, if he sent the goods.
he cannot, because he cannot do interstate.
Yeah.
Yes, he cannot do interstate. No, he cannot. Yes. And last, guys, what is this casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person on the screen? Guys, where is EBC? Guys, which state? Karnataka. And there is an exhibition happening in Delhi. Guys. There is a exhibition, electric cars and bikes exhibition happening where? Delhi. Where is EBC registered? But they say, no, I want to participate. So they book a stall, guys. They book a stall where? Delhi. This is the stall, all bikes parked, and someone comes and buys a bike there. Is what GST will apply there. CGST, Delhi CGST, and SGST. Yes. So the government says, listen, you cannot be there. If you are going to be there, you will be called a casual taxable person. What person? Casual taxable person. And guys, you have to register as a casual taxable person. So everyone, if I'm in Karnataka, no problem. If I go to other state casually for a few days, I'll be called a casual taxable person. Just above, opposite that stall, guys, there's a stall of Tesla. Guys, which company? Tesla is from where? USA. Yes, USA. They are not in India, but only for this exhibition they've come to India for 30 days, guys. They'll be called a non-resident taxable person. Repeat, CTP, casual. NRTP, are they in India for forever? No. They're in India or they're in that's it only for a small time. That's why they call CTP or NRTP. Sir, I'm in the composition scheme. I want to go to Delhi and become a CTP. No. If you want to be a CTP, you need to be under which scheme? Regular scheme. Are we okay? And guys, can I switch from composition to regular, regular to composition? It's like a mobile phone, silent, loud, silent, loud. But if you switch from regular to composition, repeat, from regular to comp, you can do that only on first day. Only on? So, sir, I've never registered. I want to register today, 28th November. Then you can choose whichever scheme. I'm moving from composition to regular any day. But if you want to move from regular, that means if you want to hurt the government, only on first day. Yes, because the government gets hurt here. Guys, why has the government made this scheme only and only with one intention? Small businesses. Guys, which businesses? Small business. Only to give them relief, they made this scheme. And still many businesses don't go under this scheme. Why? Yes, biggest drawback is credit. Yes, this section called 10.1, 10.2. What is the section? With the section, guys. Section 10.1, 10.2. What is this called? Who can take composition scheme? Trim. Shortcuts. Trim. What is the rate? 151%. What should be your last year's turnover? 1.5. If you're in the northeastern state. If you're in both the states, 75. And guys, after that you can't do 6 things: online, interstate, prohibited goods. Yes, you can't manufacture. Can I trade in them? Can I trade in ice cream? Yes, you can't manufacture. You cannot be doing non-taxable. You cannot be doing services except now 2 services you can do: restaurant and marginal. And you cannot be CTP and RTP. Rate of taxes 151%. Can you charge it to your customers? No. And what are the things? When can you get out? Also, we want this to. Yes. Now, guys, everyone's upset who are service providers. I'm a salon. Can I take this scheme? Why not? You're not allowed except restaurant. So I went to complain to the government, discrimination, full board outside the government's office. The government said, okay, 1 minute. What do you want? Composition scheme given to you also. 10.2 again. Guys, 10.2A, capital A. That's the section. That is composition scheme for which service, which providers? Service. So as a salon, you also can take same steps. First step, service provider. Second step, your turnover last year should be up to not 1.5 crore, 50 lakhs. Guys, how much lakhs? 50 lakhs. Next, you also cannot do 6 things. But now services you can provide. Yes. Otherwise, same 6 things. And same, you have to charge from your own pocket. You have to pay. Everything is the same, except the rate is not 1%. The rate is not 5%. Add both of them. 6%. 1 plus 5. 1 plus 5, 6%. That's why it's not good, guys. Because see, 1% is very attractive. You can pay from your own pocket. But 6%? No. 6% you will not. Yes. Everyone, 6% you will not. Alright. Now, typical questions in the exam from this. There is a person whose turnover is 1.4 crore and he is in Assam. Can he take up the scheme? Yes. That was one question. Zafar of Assam. There I come. Next. There is a person who is manufacturing prohibited goods. No. Trading? Okay. So calculation of turnover is very important. Yes. Then you are already under the composition scheme and you are selling goods. Guys, what percent GST? 1. But they write 0.5. Why 0.5? C GST, S GST. There will never be IGST. Any other question which typically comes? Yes. What are the reasons why you would opt out of composition scheme? That is something that could be asked. Yes, typically is, you know what, there is a person always in the exam. I don't know why, for some reason he's confused whether he can take the composition scheme or not. And you have to answer it and get 3-4 marks. Yes. And typically what will be the issue? Either he's selling interstate, then you have to say no. Either his turnover is 1.5 more, then you have to say no. There's one question says that, listen, my turnover exceeded today, at least till the end of the month, can I be under comp? No. The next supply has to be under which scheme? Regular. And guys, this scheme, who's the most upset about this scheme? Government. Yes. Another thing, he wants to purchase and take credit. No. He wants to supply interstate. No. Very interesting question. He wants to purchase interstate. Yes, that is okay. Only what you cannot supply, because logic is you have to be small as a small businessman. So in reality, let's talk about reality, guys. Who takes up the scheme? Small businessmen whose purchases are not under GST. I'm a shoe company. Yes, I'm a small shoe company. I'm purchasing my shoes from cobblers, and my purchase has no GST. I don't want credit. So those are the small people who will be under this. Are we okay? Yes. I'm a Logitech camera supplier. I'm small. But in composition scheme, it will hurt me. I'll tell you why. Because when I purchase the Logitech camera, I'll pay GST. I can't charge GST. I'll do. So these people never take composite. Traders generally who buy with GST never take this scheme. But you're a trader who sells some small wooden things, toys. On purchase, there's no GST. Then you take this scheme. Reality. Yes. All right. 10-1, 10-2, 10-2, done. Any questions, guys? Online supply within the state is okay. Like Zepto, you can do. But Amazon, where supplying outside and all, then you cannot do. Yes. Also, one thing very important, how do you calculate turnover, guys? How do you calculate turnover? Very, very important. I have a shortcut for it, guys. I'm going to ask you 5 things, 10, 10, 10 lakhs. You tell me, can it be included in turnover? I'm supplying something interstate. Yes. Intrastate. Export. Supplying petrol, diesel. Guys, my shortcut. Anything that is going outside. Repeat. Anything that is going, anything, petrol, diesel, anything that is going outside, except 3 things or 4 things, IING. Repeat. IING. I'll tell you guys. Now I'm everything that is going outside. Intrastate. Yes. Interstate. Petrol. Yes. Confidently. Yes. Diesel. Yes. Anything that is going outside, even to Mars. Yes. Your answer should be yes, except IING. What is IING first? If you're supplying worth 10 lakh and there was GST of 1.2 lakh, will you add 11 lakh 20 in the target turnover? 10 lakh. 10 lakh. Except IING means GST you don't have to take. Everyone, what is G for? GST. Next, I. Inward supplies you don't take. Only with supplies outward. So IING, everyone. IING. What is I? Inward you don't have to take. Only outward. Next, interest you don't have to take. Example, I put a fixed deposit at HDFC Bank. I'm earning interest. That interest you don't have to take. So what is one I? Inward. What is another I? Interest. Next, N. Not, but only Schedule 3 non-tax. Only. How do I remember? I have to tell you guys. IIN is at number 3. So only schedule. That's why I've changed the shortcut. Earlier it used to be IIGN. Now I've changed it to IING. So only IIN. N means Schedule 3. Only non-taxable. Schedule 3 you cannot take. And G is GST. So I'm giving you some example. Please calculate my aggregate turnover. Yes. Export supply 10 lakh. Take a calculator, guys. Export supply 10 lakh. Interstate supply 10 lakh. Intrastate supply 10 lakh. Supply of petrol 10 lakh. Inward supply 5 lakh. Interest 5 lakh. Outward supply GST 2 lakh. No. You can't take that. GST. Outward supply customs duty 2 lakh. Yes, that 2 lakh you can take. So only 4 things you cannot take. Only 4 things. Can you tell me the only 4 things you cannot take, guys? IING. What is I? Inward. Inward and RCM? Nothing, guys. Don't get confused. Any inward supply, don't take. Don't touch it only. Next. Interest. Next. N. Schedule 3. And G. GST. Don't touch those. Guys, aggregate turnover is not to check how much GST you will pay. Everyone, aggregate turnover is just to see how big you are. Guys, my turnover is 10 lakh, 10 lakh, 10 lakh, petrol 50 lakh. Government says add all of that. Petrol also, sir. Yes, I'm not charging GST on it. Guys, everyone repeat, aggregate turnover is not to charge GST, only to see how big you are. Can we repeat this, guys? So every time you add petrol, I know what you're thinking. Oh, sir, petrol is not under GST. I'm not charging GST. Aggregate turnover is only to see how big you are. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. That's the chapter. I don't think there's anything much. Now we can go over to the sums. It's been 1 hour and 18 minutes into the chapter, but well worth it. Yes. Any company can offer a competition scheme as long as they're not doing those 6 things. Mainly the problem is interstate. Many companies want to do interstate, and that's why. And credit. Those are 2 problems. Credit they don't get.
I have a branch in Mumbai.
Yeah.
And I have a business unit.
Yeah.
And if I'm sending goods
You cannot.
same with this.
Security guard standing outside only. Interstate, why? No. Then you have to be in the regular scheme. So people who have multiple branches. Other misconception people have. I have a branch in Bangalore, 1 branch in Mumbai. Is it interstate? No, guys, it's not always. Branch in Mumbai can supply only in Maharashtra, and branch in Bangalore can supply only in Karnataka. So just because I have two branches doesn't mean I'm making interstate supply. Are you okay, guys? Everyone, guys, McDonald's Bangalore, are they throwing burgers at McDonald's Maharashtra? No, he's serving here, they are serving there. So not necessarily they do interstate. Yes, all right. I think the chapter is okay, done well. That residential and that GG I'll explain in some time, but not right now. We can move over to sums in 2-3 minutes, please. Yes, I'm tired today. You can read and ask me questions this meeting. Yes. DDP within the same country, state. Huh?
Having different restrictions.
Yes.
If they supply to one another,
Yes.
they each have to pay the GST.
DDP in the same state.
They can have different registration at the same time.
See, the moment you have different registration, no, you'll have to that GST will apply.
So each have to pay 1% when they pay. Like A, B, he sends goods to another DP.
But then why would you do that? See, that's voluntary, no?
If they want to, if one branch is somewhere else, another branch is somewhere else, they make the purchase and they make the sale. If it was so, then each has to pay.
I've not seen a real life case, but technically yes. Technically yes. Let me think. Technically seems like yes. I'll check also once. But generally, people who are under this, they will not do this only in the same state because of this problem only. But I'll check once. Which one? Schedule 3. Okay, it doesn't come under nil. It doesn't come under notification. So it comes under non-taxable. No. Notification is healthcare and all that. Okay, I'll tell you, I'll simplify it. Nil means they'll zero. That is not there only. Notification is all this healthcare and all that. Everything else, petrol, diesel, schedule 3, all of that is non-taxable. How you do it? That non-taxable is everything else. Nil is zero. Notification is what we're discussing every day, 2. Everything besides that. So petrol, non-taxable. Diesel, non-taxable. Then salary, schedule 3. So schedule 3 is also non-taxable.
Net rated is zero.
Hmm.
Then this petrol thing, is it under non-taxable?
Yeah, non-taxable. Everything is non-taxable. Healthcare. Yesterday hospital. That notification number 12. That. Which are learning. Yes. Only those are under exempt.
For aggregate turnover, everything except those where salary thing. For alcohol, petroleum, we can include in the aggregate turnover.
Petrol, diesel, everything. Only schedule 3 you can't include in aggregate turnover. That's why N is coming where? At 3. So in aggregate turnover, you can include everything except the one which is in schedule 3.
In aggregate turnover, we include the exemption list.
Everything, yes. Everything. Okay. So guys, I think the only concept we should discuss now is aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover, you tell me guys, why does GST law can compute aggregate turnover? To compute two options, to compute GST or to see your scale. They are not saying basically to see how you're charging GST. So hence they include everything except. Are we clear with inward supplies? Anything that is coming to your house is inward. Yes. Second, interest. Are we okay with that? Next, non-taxable are only schedule 3. That's why I've written this as a third point. Yes. I'm giving you something guys. Notification. You will include. Nil. You will include. Petrol, diesel, everything you will include. But only schedule 3. Remember burial service. Actionable claims. Those you will not include. Are we okay? And guys, G is GST. Exam question. You did some export supply of 10 lakhs. Will it be included in aggregate turnover? On that export supply, there was some customs duty. Yes. Every duty except GST. Yes. All right. Good.
The aggregate turnover is the same for previous year and this year. While paying GST also we differ.
No. Aggregate turnover is different for previous year is all. While paying GST, you will not pay GST on petrol, diesel, etc. So while paying GST, you will only see taxable supply. I'll teach you that logic. Right now, only the scale we are checking. Yes. All right. Let's move over to the questions, guys, from this chapter. Don't worry. The questions are predictable and you will be able to answer them. Let's see how they go. I'm opening up first. This is IDT. We'll open up some exam questions first. July 21, May 19, November 19, Jan 21, November 19, November 22. Lot of questions, guys. Let's start with May 19. Here, guys. Let's start with this question, that is May 19. Let's see where is the question here. Yes. Enumerate the persons who are not eligible for offer composition scheme under section 10(2) of the CGST Act. Guys, you can enumerate any 5 people who are not eligible for composition scheme. People who are casual taxable persons or non-resident taxable persons. People who are supplying interstate supply. People who make online supply interstate. People who provide services other than restaurant services, marginal services. People who manufacture prohibited goods. And people making Schedule 3 supplies. Basically, what I've said is casually needing ice cream, studying income tax online. Are we okay? You can add more also. People whose turnover is more than 1.5 crore. People other than traders, restaurant service providers, manufacturers. Yes, all right. That time we didn't have 10(2)A, guys. 10(2)A came in later on. That time we had only 10(1) and 10(2). Yes, the goods part. Are we okay, guys? Yes. Moving to the next paper. The next paper is November 20. Let's see. Also, November 19 also we have a question. Let's see November 19. Don't worry, guys. This chapter is easily manageable if your concepts are strong, which they are. I've taught you. You will be okay. Let's answer these questions. Question number 6. Mr. Zafar of Assam provides the following for the preceding year 1819 are required to find out the aggregate turnover. So first define which turnover, aggregate turnover, and then you will define whether is eligible for which scheme, composition scheme. Everyone take your calculators. Value of taxable outward supply out of the about 10 lakh was in the course of interstate. Is it okay, guys? Everything which is going outside. Value of exempt supply, which includes 30 lakh received at interest. So 30 I cannot take, but can I take 40? Yes. So 50 plus 40. Next, value of inward supply. But sir, he is liable to pay tax on reverse. Doesn't matter, guys. Yes. Value of exports. Yes. Please add 95. And you're in which state? Assam. What is the turnover limit? 1.5. So will he be eligible? Yes. Lots of people said no because they felt this was northeast. So 75 lakh. He's already at 95. So they said no. But remember, Assam has been replaced by Uttarakhand. Yes, so change your geography map in your mind. Assam, remove, put there, and Uttarakhand, put it there. All right. That's another question down. That is November 19. Next is November 20 paper. Yes, here we go. We'll see November 20, which is it. Question number 6 is on value of supply. We could do this. Actually, we've done this. Yes, everyone, let's do this. Please read the question and tell me who will be liable to pay GST. You may assume that recipient is located in taxable territory. What is taxable territory? India. Guys, what is taxable territory? GST applies only in India, Indian GST. So taxable territory is India. Draw the diagram, guys. Who's the supplier? Guys, who's the supplier? V Transport. Yes, excellent. Who's the recipient? Dilip and company. And what service is it? GTA. GTA generally is under RCM, but I can see a number there. Now, a moment it's 12%, it's a very given thing, it's under FCM, and who will pay the GST, guys? Trans. I'll show you how to word it also, but right now get the answer. Next one. Who's the supplier? Superb. Kamal Jain is a supplier. Who's the recipient? PQR. Guys, generally author services are under RCM. So who's responsible to pay? PQR. But do the authors have an option? Yes. So we have to elaborate that also. Let's see how you will write this for 2 marks in the exam. First, facts of the case, guys. Everyone, tell me the facts in the first case. No, that you given said answer only. First facts. We Transport is a GTA providing services to Dilip and Company, charging GST at the rate of 12%. In the above case, as per section 9.3 and 9.4, also 9.1 you can quote because the FCM. Since We Transport is charging GST at the rate of 12%, it is taxable under FCM, and We Transport will be liable to pay GST to the government. Are we okay with this? Next one, guys, please tell me the facts. Kamal Jain is an unregistered, famous and all you know to write, unregistered author providing services of publication of book to PQR publications. Uh, next line, as per section 9.3 and 9.4, such services are covered under RCM, and PQR publications will be liable to pay GST to the government. Not responsible, word is liable. Next line, however, the author has an option to also pay the tax under FCM provided he is registered. He raises an invoice and intimates the recipient, and has to be in FCM scheme for at least 1 year. It's 2 marks, so you don't have to give points and all. You can give paragraph, 2, 3 paragraphs, and done. All right, guys, good stuff. Next, value we've done yesterday. Same question we've done. Check.
Yes.
The value was 9 lakh. We can still do it. Value is 9 lakh 50. Municipal tax will be add. Yes. Outward freight will be add. Yes. Interest free, but it has been waived off, so you will not add. Next, subsidy is from, but it's non-linked, so you'll not add. This deduction is which was not as per agreement, so can you minus it? No. And last is TCS. We've written this also. Yes, we've written this question, no problem. All right, so this is TCS and GST we don't, otherwise all taxes we have. All right, Jan 21 paper. Next, guys. Yes, here. Yes, there we go. So can you explain 151? Yes, Dhanush, I will explain. Just give me 2 minutes. Okay, while they are reading, I'll tell you. So traders need to pay GST at the rate of 1% under composition scheme. Restaurant service providers 5%, and manufacturers also 1%. That's 151. Yes, guys, same thing. Should we even discuss this? No. First, you'll give the fact, then you'll give next section 9.3 and 9.4, and then an option with how many points, guys? 3 points. Yes, that's how you'll get your 5 marks. This is Jan 21 done. Now July 21 also there is a question, and November 22 also there is a question. May 22 also there is a question. Okay. If I see some other chapter also which we have done, we'll do it only. Yes. Have you done this? Marriage, double bed, refrigerator? Yes. Yes. we've done it this way. Yes. Can you calculate the aggregate turnover here? Yes. This is the question 7A. We don't have to comment on anything composition scheme, but can we calculate the aggregate turnover of this person? Yes. Let's see, guys. Intrastate outward supply. Will you include it? Yes. Exempt outward supply. Turnover export. Payment of IGST. This. Customs. Payment of availing GTA. No. Why not? Inward. So this is the balance, guys. This is, you can check it also. Here we go. 32 lakh 40. It's very, very simple. It's very simple definition. Anything which is going outward except IING. Guess what, guys? Same thing. In 2 years, 1.5 year, whenever you read CA final, a same concept is there also aggregate turnover. Yes, it is used there also in the same chapter, same concept there also. Yeah, so again, they are not saying customs duty basically means on export generally there's no customs. But on rare cases they have customs. So they say that even that we want to see your scale. So even that, so I know what they're saying, the word turnover they should actually change because this is not turnover. This is just saying what is your transaction actually. But yes, it's a very off thing on turnover they've included, but they say everything except GST that is included in turnover. But in reality, no, that's what happens. Example, in your P&L account, from an accounting perspective, if I'm selling this mic for 10,000 plus there are some taxes in my turnover, sometimes you put that also. Now, how is tax your turnover? Let's say this mic is for this is for 10,000 plus some sales tax, etc. Earlier sales tax 1,000, so 11,000. In my sales, how much is going? 11. Actually, is it 11 my sale? No. So traditionally also they have put taxes in turnover. So here they put every tax except GST in the turnover. Yes. All right. But don't complicate. IING will solve it. Will help you. All right. We move to the next paper. After November 19, July 21, there is November 22 and May 22. Last two papers. Yes. Let's see. Nisa Mani started his business activities in the month of Feb in the state of Orissa. He has provided the following details. Compute aggregate turnover. This is for registration chapter, but you can still compute aggregate turnover here also. Aggregate turnover definition is the same. Getting it? Will you include 4 lakh? Yes. Outward supply. Will you include exempt also? Yes. Outward. I am not even reading ahead. Is it outward? Yes. Outward? Yes. Inward? No. 4 plus 2? 8. 8 plus 5? 13. 13 plus 6? 19. No, wait. 1 minute. 4 plus 2? 6. 6 plus 6? 12. 12 plus 5? 17. Let's see. 17. Yeah, this shortcut is magic, guys. Really, it works so well. And two chapters it covers. This also, registration also. Yes. All right. That's it. We'll have one more paper, which is May 22. You can tell me any other paper also to do, guys. If you feel in your paper it has come or some other paper, you can. Yes. This is government. We've not covered this GG, but we'll talk about it in some time. And residential. Guys, that residence and GG we've not spoken about, but otherwise this is the chapter. All right. Now, guys, a small request because we spend more time discussing the concepts. From ICAI material, I'm only going to take 5 questions. Yes, the remaining you have to do at home tomorrow and you have to come back if you have any doubts. Yes, so I'm going to the ICAI material now. I'm at the bottom of the ICAI material and going backwards. There are how many questions? Let's check. 11. I'm only going to be doing 5. The remaining 5 you will be doing on your own. Yes. Page number 3.74. Everyone. Let's take the first one. Let's start. Services provided by an arbitrary tribunal to a business entity. Guys, which mechanism? Arbitrary tribunal, RCM. Sponsorship services provided by a company to an individual. Who's the recipient? Individual. So it will be under which mechanism? FCM. Changing it. Sponsorship services by a company to a company. Renting of immovable property provided by the government to a registered business entity. Okay, we have not discussed government, but guys, shortcut is lazy government. Shortcut is, guys, the government is lazy. They'll supply service, but they'll not collect GST and pay and all. So everyone read who's a supplier. No, no, who's a supplier? Government. Will they provide services? Yes, because that means they'll get money, but they'll not want to pay GST. Lazy government. Very simple. I'll explain to you later the detail. But here, take a guess, guys. Who will pay? RCM, registered business entity. Second one. Tick mark the first one. Write D. Everyone. Second one. Guys, who is it? Is it a director? And what services is he providing? Sitting fees. What did they say? Salary? No GST. No. Salary, no GST only. And this is RCM. Next, third one. In the third one, who's the supplier? Superb. Raghu Associate is the supplier, guys. Who's the recipient? We win. Is it an LLP? Yes. Which mechanism? RCM. Do you remember company and yes? All right. Yes. Next. Fourth one. Guys, who's the supplier? The lawyer, of course. And he's supplying legal services to a business entity. Under which mechanism? RCM. Guys, why are they given 50 lakh and all? Wait for the exemption. You'll know why is this 50 lakh. Yes. Fifth one, guys. Insurance agent to an insurance company. Yeah, FCM, RCM. RCM. Guys, the moment you spot that, no, unless it's many conditions, otherwise RCM. A recovery agent to a car dealer. Excellent. FCM. Why is a recovery only to banks? Next, security services to a registered person. RCM. Because it is provided by which firm? Partnership firm. What if the security service is a company? Then FCM. Are we okay? All right. Guys, sixth onwards you'll have to do because we spend lots of time. I have no problem discussing it tomorrow if you have any doubt. But sixth onwards you can do illustrations. You can do. I'm very confident with the shortcuts that we've made. I think you should be good to go. All right. Guys, great. So we have covered another chapter which is charge of GST. I have to explain two things. One is the government, but I'm very confident the government and residents both will come in exemptions. So when it comes in exemptions, I'll cover those. So right now GG and then residential is left. But right now, guys, I'm looking at two more exemptions for the day. Let's see which exemptions we'll do for the day. I'll just put down two exemptions right now. Guys, right now I'll take one which is slightly big, the fifth one, which is legal services. Which services, guys? Legal services. And we'll take sixth one, banking services. We'll see what is there in legal and what is there in banking. Yes. You can open your QuickBook if you have access to it right now. All right, everyone, attention on the screen. I'm explaining. We'll solve a sum also. We'll solve an illustration also. But everyone on the screen, please. Which two exemptions we are covering today? Legal right now and banking. Let's first cover legal. Guys, you're a lawyer. Who are you? Lawyer. Obviously, when you charge your fees, you want to charge GST. But here is the exemption, guys. Yes. Yeah. On the screen. We'll see from the QuickBook later. But right now, this. Yeah. All right. So the lawyer is providing services to the government. To whom, guys? We'll keep a standard fee of 10 lakh rupees. The lawyer said, I'll charge you how many lakh? Government says, no problem, but don't charge me what? GST, because I'm the government. Guys, it's not always that case. If Chroma sells a AC to the government, they'll charge GST. But only here they've said, don't charge me. So services provided to whom is what, guys? Exempt. Next. Guys, they're providing services to you, individuals, etc. for personal purpose. Which purpose? Personal purpose. Guys, you're going through a divorce, you're going through a fight, you hit people on the road, auto drivers, you hit so many, you have many cases against you. Now, guys, is the lawyer giving you services? But he will not charge you what, guys? GST, because legal service should be accessible for everyone. Next. Can services of legal services be provided to each other? Example, one lawyer giving services to another lawyer. Even that is what, guys? Exempt. Next. If they are providing service to a small business entity, which business entity? So what is small? I'll explain. No, guys, right now small business entity. Example, some pan shop is there close by cigarette shop, and he's getting thrown away by the BBMP. He engages a lawyer, so then it'll be exempt, guys. Legal services. But if they provide services to whom, guys? Big business entity. Which entity? Big. What is big and small? I'll tell you. Like Reliance. Then, guys, will there be tax? Yes. Under which mechanism? RCM. So linking it, guys. Legal services for personal purposes. No. Legal services to the government. Exempt. Legal services to each other. Legal service is small business entity, but big business entity. So what is small, what is big? Go last year and check whether you are eligible for registration under GST. If you are eligible for what? Registration, that means you are big. If you're not eligible for registration, that means you are small. That's why in Tatwa Trading Company, they had said last year's turnover 50 lakhs. That means which entity? Big. What if they said Tatwa 5 lakh turnover last year? Small, X. Everyone. Read, think, let me know if you have a question. Very simple, guys. Now, there is something called senior advocate, guys. Yes, what happened? Registration limits. Yeah, we'll see in our next chapter only. But if you're eligible for registration, big. If you're not eligible for registration, small. All right. Guys, one guy is called a senior advocate. Who is he? Guys, he's the one who has a full white hair. And he says, I will only transfer business class. I will only stay in big hotels. I'll charge 2 lakh per hour if I. These are very senior advocates, guys. Yes. So the government says, listen, yeah, if a senior advocate provides you services as a lawyer, who are you? Lawyer. You yourself are a lawyer. Guys, who are you? Lawyer. You are engaging whom? If you can afford to have a senior advocate, you can also afford to pay what, guys? GST. So lawyers giving each other services, exempt. But you are a lawyer engaging a senior advocate. Yes, so then you can afford to pay GST. All right. That's one. Next, banking, guys. Everyone here on the screen, banking has come in the exam before, and for 4 marks, this will be a good question. All right. Guys, banks give 2 services generally. Guys, when you deposit money, what do they pay you? Interest. And when you take loans, etc., what do you pay? Interest. So the bank said that on the interest component, repeat, guys, on which component? Interest, there is no GST, completely exempt. So, guys, you took a bank loan. What are you paying? Interest. Will you charge any GST on that? No. But, guys, having said that, if there is any processing fees, which fees? Example, other charges, etc., on that there is GST. So, everyone, I have taken a loan from a bank, I'm paying interest. No. But while taking a loan, there are processing charges. Yes. Guys, when banks provide each other services, banks are providing each other services for Forex. Only for what? Forex. It is completely exempt. Guys, when RBI provides services, who provides services? RBI, it was completely exempt. Then they realize why. So they put it here now. When RBI now provides services, they also charge what, guys? GST. Everyone. This is a change. Earlier, RBI services used to be. Now, if RBI is providing you service, your ICICI bank, right? You want a report from RBI, RBI will charge you 10 lakh plus GST. Everyone okay? Next. Guys, if you swipe your credit card, everyone, if you swipe your credit card, let's say you go to buy a t-shirt, you swipe your credit card, 500 rupees. Who wants the money, guys? No. Yeah, government wants the money. But in the t-shirt purchase, who wants the money? The shopkeeper. Who will pay? You. And who's in the middle, guys? The bank. Because you pay through credit card. So the bank charges a small fee, processing fee. Which fee? On that, is there GST? Yes, if the transaction is more than 2,000. That's why, guys, if you ever go to buy a mobile phone, big purchase. Recently, guys, I had got a car. I told the guy, swipe my credit card. My credit card has a very good limit. So I told him, swipe my credit card. He said, sir, I'll swipe it, but there'll be 2% charge. So 25 lakh, 2%, too much. So I said, no, don't charge that. On small transactions, they don't apply because they don't have to pay GST. Otherwise, guys, so credit card swiping up to 2,000. Up to how much? Is there a fees? Yes, but there is no GST. Fees is there, but there is no GST. Next, interest, or okay, yes, guys, on interest there is no GST, but if it's interest on credit card, interest on what? Only one interest on, so example, your due date for credit card was today. What is today's date? 20th. You forgot to pay. Tomorrow they will charge you interest with GST. That's why people say a credit card you should not use, because only credit card interest there is what? GST also. All right, anything else? Yes, guys, remember bank facilitator and business correspondent. Guys, can they provide services to banks? Yes. You know it also, guys. They provide services to HDFC Bank. Is there GST? Yes. Under which mechanism? But if this branch is a rural branch, which branch? Then, guys, it is exempt. There is no RCM. There is no FCM. Can we repeat? RBI providing services. Taxable. Interest on credit card. Taxable. Finance charges, processing charges, etc. Taxable. Banks other than that interest. Exempt. Banks providing each other services, forex. Exempt. Credit card transactions up to 2,000 on the fees. Exempt. And BCBF providing rural branches services. Exempt. Rural branches. So if you're HDFC Bank, Bangalore, and I'm a BCBF giving you services, I'll charge GST RCM. But if you're the same HDFC Bank but a rural branch, then on this transaction there is no GST. Have a look, guys, at banking and financial services. Do you see anything else there? Yes. Everyone, question number 39 on the screen. Pyarelal and Company has obtained registration under GST in the preceding financial year. Guys, that means, is it a big business entity? Yes. In the current year, it sought legal consultancy services from Nyaya Advocates. I'm not even reading ahead. Will there be GST? Yes. Under which mechanism? RCM. Changing it, guys, they are unregistered. Guys, Parallel Company are unregistered. Then small business entity. Guys, last year's turnover is very low, so small, then exempt. Are we okay? The legal services are received by Parallel are not exempt because its aggregate turnover exceeds, and it will be payable under which charge, guys? Reverse charge. They've given the answer also here. Quiz time, guys. Very good. Yes. Which of the following services are liable for GST? Guys, urban area branch? Yes. Legal services provided by a senior advocate? Yes. Services provided by banking company under Jandan Yojana. Senior advocate to, oh, this is unregistered. This is not liable to GST. This is liable, first one. 1 second. Services. Oh, I forgot to mention this, guys. Guys, banking. When I spoke about banking services, there is an account called BSBDA. Guys, you remember Jandan Yojana, whereby you can open a basic account. That's called Basic Saving Bank Deposit Account. Repeat, which account, guys? Basic Service and Bank Deposit. That's a very small account, guys, with no charges, no GST also on that. So services provided banking company to Basic Service Bank Deposit under Jandan Yojana, no GST. And services by way of collection of distribution or Atal Pension Yojana. Anything to do with government, there is no GST. So no GST, no GST. Labels. Okay. A and B, A and C. Do they give answers? Second one, no GST, no GST, no GST, only this first one. Sorry, A is the answer because it's unregistered. Sorry, I saw business entity only. So unregistered, so no GST. Here also no GST. Here also. Guys, I'll give you a pro tip. Most of the government schemes have no GST. Most of the government schemes have no GST. So which is the answer, guys? A. Guys, changing this also, rural area branch. No GST then. Yes, are we okay? All right. Perfect. This is one. And banking also, let's check. Senior advocate to other advocate, I've said. This is unregistered business entity. Getting it? Yes. All right. Yep.
2,000 per swipe or per month?
Which one?
Credit card transaction.
Process per swiping. Per swipe, if it's up to 2,000, then they'll charge you a fee, but they'll not charge you GST. This is to encourage people to use credit cards. Yes. Yes, 2 to 3 times you can swipe. Yes, everyone. This is a good question. Please answer this. Messrs Apna Bank, a scheduled commercial bank, has furnished the following details for the month of August. You tell me, guys, which will be under GST. Compute the value of taxable supply. Take a calculator, guys. Extended housing loans to customers. On money, is there any GST? No. Processing fees. Yes, everyone on the calculator 20. Commission on bank guarantee. Yes, 30. Interest income on credit card. Yes, 40. Interest on housing loan. No. Minimum balance charges. Yes. Any other charges? Yeah, except interest. 01. How much total? 91. Here, guys, we go 91. Are we okay? Yes. Which of the following amounts are not exempt, guys? Interest on housing loan. Exempt. Charges for late payment. Taxable. So this is not exempt. C is not exempt. Interest on overdraft facility. This is interest exempt. Check discounting. All of them are exempt except which one, guys? C. Yes, on credit card. All right. There is an exam question on this. Let me just see. I just saw an exam question on banking. I think in November 22. So I'll give you some shortcut, guys. All interest exempt, credit card interest taxable. And guys, other than that, any charges, processing, late fee, minimum balance, all that is taxable. November 22 is not the May 22.
The discounting charges is exempt or tax?
Which one? That was on credit card, no? That was on credit card. One second, I'll just check. Check discounting charges received. Check discounting interest on overdraft. This one is basically not exempt. Check discounting, I'll tell you what is check. Check discounting is indirectly interest only. You know what is check discounting? What is check discounting? Can someone tell me? And you get money earlier. The government they deduct something that's indirectly interest because they're giving you money and they're charging upfront interest. So I'll tell you guys, this check discounting is basically interest. So is it exempt? Yes. This is also what? Interest. This is also interest. Only charges for late payment of what, guys? Credit card. This is not exempt. Yes. Good. I'm just checking. There was one exemption question on this. Yeah, guys, this one we discussed yesterday, guys. It's good 5 marks on this. Yes, guys, it's 1,25,000. It's classical dance, but she's a brand ambassador. Explain the relevant provision. Whether Mahima will be required to pay? Yes. What will be the answer if the proceeds of the concert are donated to a charitable organization? Such a nice thing, guys. But still GST will be there. What if everyone says I'll donate, don't charge me GST? No, that is different. This is different. Yes, no matter what you're doing with the money, guys, that's your problem. Yes, but GST will apply. Yes. All right. So how will you write this, guys? Of course, it's a very simple question. How will you write it for 5 marks? Goal. Round and round. First, explain the facts. What are the facts? That Miss Mahima is performing a concert, which is a classical dance performance concert. Full stop. Next paragraph. She has charged 1,25,000 for the said concert. She is performing in the concert to promote a brand, that is, she is a brand ambassador. As per notification number 12 of 2017, performance by an artist will be exempt if the following 3 conditions are fulfilled. First, Indian classical performance. Second, performance up to 1,50,000. And third, should not be a brand ambassador. Since Miss Mahima is not fulfilling the above 3 conditions cumulatively, she will be required to pay GST on a performance of 1,25,000 rupees. Yes, full round and round. Yes. And second, but of course, it should not look like it's round and round. That means you can't repeat anything. I'm not repeating anything. I'm just explaining everything in more detail. And next, will your answer, if she donated, that you'll get 1 mark for this one also. So no, the answer will not change since this is application of funds and GST will still apply on the performance of the artist. Yes. All right. You know why they give you these questions, guys? Because there's some other question which is difficult. So they try and balance it out. Otherwise, guys, there's no challenge here. Do you see any challenge in this question? No. So I'm sure there is one question here which is difficult to make up for that 5 marks. 5 marks they've given for this one. This is a 2-mark question actually. All right. This is exemption, 10 marks from this exemption chapter, but it's agriculture and welfare association. Anyway, so I can't find that sum. Maybe after a while I'll just try looking at it again. last we'll see May 23. There is definitely a banking exemption question. Yeah, yes. All right, guys, exemption sum 4 marks. Everyone on the screen, please. Yes. Yes, guys, on the screen, everyone. Yeah, we've written it. Don't worry. Why are you struggling with it? I've written it on the sheet. Guys, let's do this sum 4 marks. Shyam Das was admitted to Suraksha Hospital in Mumbai for how many days? 2 days in relation to diagnosis of removal of stones from his kidney. For the said service, Suraksha Hospital charged following from Mr. Das. And what is the last line, guys? In each of the above scenario, explain whether Suraksha Hospital should levy GST or not. Guys, the first one. Room rent.
GST.
Why, guys?
5,000.
They amended it and they asked it also. Yes. Next, operation theatre charges. No. Doctor's consultation charges. Per day. Yes.
Per day for 2 days.
Per day, no?
Per day.
Per day. No problem. He missed the per day. Per day is basically 7,000 plus 7,000. If it's per day, more than 5,000. What if they say it's an ICU? Then no ICU, there is no GST. Doctor's consultation charges, no GST. Other services,
Yes. Other services.
so then you can write other services assumed to be in the case of healthcare services and exempt. Yes. It can be restaurant also. But then he's admitted, right? So it's a composite supply. And the main supply is treatment. So then, yes, let's see the answer. No? Healthcare services by clinical establishment are exempt from GST. However, services provided by clinical establishment pay off providing room charges exceeding how much? 5,000. So how much is leviable? 14,000. Other than room rent, all the nature of services. So everything they've taken as exempt except the room rent. Yes. All right. Anyways, I'll tell you why, guys. Anyways, he's admitted. So the main reason is what? Treatment. Everything else is composite supply. So it's exempt except the room. Yes. Good. Was it? This they've only suggested this. They've suggested. This is not for us. This goes first to the exam moderators. So, and if you write everything else, of course, I'll not present it like this. I'll present like 1 1 1 1 because they've asked only give it each and wise. Yes. I'm telling you, these questions are given just to compensate a difficult question somewhere else. This question was what? Only on room rent. So if someone knew that room rent 5,000, they scored this marks. Yes. All right. Guys, great. We've done some good exemptions. I'll just show you the list of exemptions that we've done. This is it, exemptions. Okay. For people who are wondering how many exemptions we've done 6. Yes, here is the list. Can we also put this nice tick mark here also? Post office, remember books RIP? Yes, pension saved money, basic pension saved money. Healthcare services, legal services, and banking. So, okay, exemption manageable. 6 we've done. We'll do more today. Right now, we've been in class for about 2 hours 5 minutes. I know we want to take a break, but I want to finish TDS TCS before the break. It's a very small chapter. Yes, it's 10 minutes. 10 minutes TDS, 10 minutes TCS, and sums. Yes, guys. Getting back, and this name of this chapter is wrong, guys. TDS is just such a scary name. After direct tax TDS, guys, we see another GST. They should call it mini TDS, guys, or like the trailer version of TDS because it is so small and so easy. Let me show you how easy it is. It's 3:55. In another 10 minutes, maximum 15 minutes, you'll know TDS. And after that 10-15 minutes, you'll know TCS. Yes. Let's see how it works, guys. Everyone on the screen. With shortcuts, I don't think it'll be a problem. And then after the break, we'll go to the sums. ICM material, all the sums. Guys, it's a new chapter. So new chapters means importance is very high. And you can expect like a 4-5 mark question definitely on this. Yes. Let's have a look. What is this TCS, TDS? Please first start with TDS, guys. Nothing in the book on the screen. There's an example. Of course, our best friend is Electric Bike Company and they are selling bikes. And they got a huge order today from a government company. Let's call it SAIL, or which is a let's say government of Karnataka, guys, government of India. They got a huge order from government of India, and the government of India said that listen, we don't want 1 bike, 2 bike, we want 100 bikes. How many? 100 bikes worth 1 crore rupees. Worth how much? 1 crore. And let's call it Bescom. Which company, guys? Bescom. Bescom is a government electricity company in Karnataka, so we'll keep it Bescom. Now Bescom has placed an order for how many crores? 1 crore, and GST on that should be how many lakhs? 18 lakhs. Who's smiling, guys? Government. They say, I'm going to get 18 lakh rupees on this order. Typically, how will it work? Bescom will pay EBC how much? 1 crore 18. EBC will keep 1 crore and they will pay how much to the government, guys? 18. So while this is working, the government has a plan, and they said that only in few 7 cases, guys. How many cases? 7. Because the number CF7 is important, because return number is also 7 here. So they say in only 7 cases, if there is some people here who are paying, then the government says, listen, your Bescom, do one thing. No, you are going to pay such a huge amount. Why don't you do one thing? Whenever you pay this amount, can you deduct a small amount and pay to us only? And we are the GST department. Which department? GST department. And we'll call it TDS. We'll call it what? Bescom says, no problem. You make same concept is the same. TDS means money is coming earlier. So guys, this transaction happened in the month of November. Which month? November. And Bescom was told that, listen, you pay 2% TDS, guys. How much percent TDS? 2% of the transaction value to the GST department. Now EBC says, listen, this is not right. I am expecting how many crore? 1 crore. Forget the GST part. I'm expecting how many crore? 1 crore. Now Bescom says, no, I cannot pay you 1 crore. I have to pay 2% to whom? Government. EBC says, I want how many crore? 1 crore. So they go to the government to complain that, government, I wanted how many crore? 1 crore. What is this TDS you put in the middle? They said, don't worry. This is your 2 lakhs only. How many lakhs? 2 lakhs. And in fact, do one thing. Just check your cash ledger. Just check your, guys, do you remember there are 3 ledgers? One is your liability ledger, SL. Supply leads to liability, PC. Purchase leads to credit. And the last ledger is called electronic cash ledger. Guys, government says, don't worry, I have this 2 lakh more. You check your cash ledger. So he goes on the computer, refreshes, and suddenly in the cash ledger, how much does he see? 2 lakh. So basically, what is it? They collect the money and they give it to you. But guys, of course, logic is this money can only be used now to pay GST. Yes. So this is TDS. This is the concept of what? TDS. Now, why is the government doing this? Because they want money slightly faster, and they apply this TDS. The TDS section is section 51, guys. What is the section? 51. And this TDS is only on 7 people. How many people, guys? 7. So it is government and LA, guys. What is the shortcut? Government and LA notified SAP. Can you repeat the shortcut, guys? Government and LA notified SAP. First, if who is purchasing, guys? Government, state government, central government, any government authority, guys. What is this? Authority. Any local authority like BBMP. Everyone. First, government. Second, government authority. Next, local authority. And 3 people have been notified, guys. One is societies. One is what? Societies. I'll tell you which societies, etc. One is government agencies. What is this? Guys, recently very famous ED. Yes, that's a government agency. And PSUs. What is this? PS. Basically, that means TDS generally applies when the person purchasing is almost like the government only. See, all these entities are somewhere like government only. First, government agency, local authority, society. I'll tell you which kind of society. Red Cross Society, all these societies which are basically like NGOs, etc. This is government authority, this is agency, then this is authority, and last is PSU. Only thing is, in this government authority, the government should have at least 51% stake. How much percent stake? No, identifying this will be a no-brainer in the exam. It will be something related to whom, guys? Government. Guys, EBC is selling 100 bikes to Zomato. No. Selling 100 bikes to you, to me. No. Selling 100 bikes to McDonald's. No. Selling 100 bikes to the government, to public sector undertaking, to a government authority, to a government agency. Yes. Are we okay? So actually there are only 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But the shortcut is on 7, because I'll tell you something to do with returns. Yes. So everyone, what is the concept of TDS? Section 51. How many people, guys? 7 is a shortcut, guys, but government and LA notified SAP. And TDS rate is what percent, guys? 2%. If you both happen to be in the same state, then 1% CGST, 1% FGA. But if you both happen to be in different states, then 2% IGST. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. And this amount is immediately reflected in which ledger? Electronic cash ledger. That means, guys, is government taking away your money? No, they're taking it and putting it in your cash ledger. Okay. Now, guys, please tell me, forget the GST department right now. Guys, who has deducted 2%? Bescom. So they have to tell the government by the 10th of the next month. By which date? Guys, 10th of the next month, they have to write a letter, dear government, I already have your 2 lakh rupees. And they have to file a return called GSTR7. Which return, guys? GSTR7. That's why, guys, TDS is 7 people. And guys, the moment they file GSTR7, whose money is it? They will get an automated notification in GSTR 7 automated, like 7A. Earlier they used to give a certificate, now it's all automated. Are we okay? Guys, this is TDS, and TDS will apply only when the transaction value is more than 2 lakh rupees. More than how many lakh? Excluding GST. Excluding? Guys, Bestcom is buying one bike. No, two bikes. How many bike? Three or more. Guys, that means transaction value should be more than how many lakh? In our example, I've kept the transaction value how much, guys? 1 crore. Alright, now guys, a little tricky part but easy to understand. The transaction value is 1 crore. How much is the transaction value? 1 crore. So Bestcom wants how many bikes? 100 bikes. ABC is listen, yeah, this month I can't give you 100 bikes. I don't have so many bikes only with me in stock. I'll give you 5 bikes, 5 lakh rupees. Then guys, will TDS apply? Yes. I'll give you 2 bikes. Yes. You have to look at the overall contract value. Which value? If the overall contract value is more than how many? 2, then individual you don't have to see. So you look at the bigger one or the smaller one? Bigger one. Overall. I shortcut. You look at the overall. Overall contract value 25 lakh. Under that transaction value 70,000. Yes, because you look at which value, guys? Overall contract. Of course, the GST 2% will be on only 70,000. But will it apply? Yes. Again, overall contract value 30 lakh. Internal transaction value 1 lakh. Yes. 1 lakh into what percent? 2%. Are we okay? So you look at overall value or individual value, guys? Overall value. Alright. And yes, TDS, this will not apply in 2 cases. When these 7 people are only buying and selling from each other. One PSU, another PSU. No. And second one is in place of supply. I'll teach you. Then you'll understand, guys, that 2 people are in one state and 1 person in another state. I'll teach you that in place of supply. So in 2 cases, it will not apply. First is place of supply. I'll teach you later. And second, when the 7 people, the buyer and seller are both amongst the 7 people only. Are we okay with this, guys? That's the end of TDS. In fact, it took 8 minutes to do this. Yes, I'm going to go to TDS from our quick book. And we'll see so that we've not missed out anything, guys. Yes, everyone. Let's read, guys. Which is the section? 51 TDS. That following persons need to deduct TDS. Guys. Oh, sorry, my bad. 250. My bad. Government and LA notified SAP. Guys, everyone quickly repeat. Guys, by heart it here only. Which government? Central and state. Government, agencies, local, authority. And 3 people have been notified. Society, any authority or any PSU. No TDS in the following cases supplies between the above persons. And this one you'll understand, guys, in place of supply chapter. Next, what is the TDS threshold, guys? 2,50,000, but exclusive of what? Guys, transaction value 2,40,000 with GST 2,60,000. Exclude what? GST. Only the core transaction value. And look at the bigger picture or smaller picture. Guys, even if the individual supplies are less than 2,50,000, guys, still will TDS apply? Yes. TDS rate 2%. GST return GSTR 7 auto populated in GSTR 7A. And guys, if you don't pay the government by 10th, who's upset? Government. They say, listen, we'll charge you interest. In the entire GST, interest is 18% per annum. How much? Sir, 1% in TT? No, nothing. 12% per 18% per annum. Entire GST interest is 18% per annum. Next. Yes, that's it. Any questions in TDS? Sir, what kind of question will come in the exam? I'll tell you, guys. There is a person called Messrs ABC Private Limited. They are providing services to following 7 entities. Please determine TDS applicability. First, they are providing services to the central government for a transaction value of 2,40,000 plus GST. No, why not? Yes. They are providing services to a public sector undertaking 2,40,000 taxable value, 1 lakh exempt supply.
Yes, yes.
No, the taxable value should be more than how much, guys? 2,50,000. They are supplying services to a government authority. Service value excluding GST 5 lakhs. Yes, but the individual value is only 70,000. Still yes. So they will give you this. So typical questions will be around the contract value. Contract value should be only which value? Taxable supply, and that should be more than. So if it's exempt supply, ignore it. If it's GST, Ignore it. Only focus on the core contract value. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. Second transaction will be about this big value, small value. Overall contract value 7 lakh. Individual value 70,000. Will TDS apply? Yes. Because which value will you focus on, guys? Overall value. Then TDS will be on the nature. You are in Pune, they are also in Pune. CGST, SGST. You are in Pune, they are in Bangalore. IGST. And rate is what percent, guys? 2%. All right, guys. Good stuff. We move to the next one, TCS. Guys, it took us exactly 12 minutes to do TDS. I don't know what is your background in TDS, but it never takes more than this time unless you're doing first time. In a regular class, if I go at this pace, they'll get scared. Yes, so I don't go at this pace, but I take some time, but it's very easy to understand TDS as a chapter. So when they introduced 3 new chapters at CA inter level, these 2 chapters are from where, guys? Same. They took 3 chapters of final and put it here. I was happy, also not very happy. Happy because one final portion is reduced now by how many chapters? 3 chapters. Anyways, it was less. Your CA final IDT is a cakewalk. If you just see the number of chapters, I'll give you a little idea from the IDT here. See the chapters. Introduction. Then which one? Supply. Then which one? Charge, registration, time of supply, value of supply, ITC, payment, place of supply, TDS, TCS. Invoice is done, returns is done, accounts records receivable is done. So many chapters are done, guys. Out of these chapters, only these are the chapters that are new. It's such an easy thing. In fact, I love teaching CA finality because it goes so smooth. Okay, huna se, okay, done. All right, this that. Yeah, it literally goes so fast. And it's amazing how they have given 100 marks. Yes, there. Only new thing is customs, which is also there is another India mobile company there. It's very easy. It's not very difficult, but it's amazing how they took 3 chapters from there, put it here. TDS, TCS, super smooth, very easy. Accounts records, EVFL also, and place of supply. You will go from fearing that chapter to it becoming your favorite chapter, guys, because there's some amazing shortcut there which I'll teach you today. Or not today, but in 1-2 days. But anyways, good part is also another good part. I'm optimistic, so I'll see the good part that these 3 chapters now have a weightage of how many marks, guys? 10 marks. So literally, it's good thing that we'll get about 10 marks from these 3 chapters. All right. Now we have target another 7 minutes and we have to finish TCS, guys. Let's see on the screen if we can finish TCS in the next 7 minutes. Don't worry, questions will come back and I'll help you how to present it also. Yes. Everyone. Yes. Accounts records receivable we have to do. We've not done yet. Very small chapter. What's that? New chapter. Receivable was always there. They put accounts and records there. Yes. Yeah. We'll do that later. No. Yeah. All right. Now on the screen, guys. Yes. So very small part of TCS. So here we go, guys. EBC says enough selling in the showroom, guys. Now I want to sell bikes online. I don't know if that's the future, but I've seen Ola being sold online also. Yes, it's a bike, right? It's a standard thing. Why not purchase? If you can purchase a laptop and mobile phone, why not a bike? Was that?
Yeah.
We can buy. Yes. So we are going to use that example only. So here is EBC, and EBC is basically selling their bike now on which cart, guys? Flipkart. So you and me can literally go to Flipkart. We can select EBC and we can buy it. Who will we pay money to? Flipkart, and Flipkart will pay to whom, guys? ABC. So government is clapping in the background, and this is the GST department. They say, listen, yeah, good. How many bikes Flipkart you sold? They said we sold 12 bikes. How many bikes? Out of the 2 returns, because people in India we return very often. So we sold 12 bikes. We returned 2 bikes. So how many? What is the net supply? 10 bikes. So 10 bikes, that is 10 lakh worth of bikes we sold. So Flipkart is saying after my commission etc. I'm going to pay EBC 10 lakh rupees. How much? They say, great, yeah, this is nice. Can you do one thing? Can you collect a small amount and pay to us? And we'll call it what, guys? TCS. What will we call it, guys? TCS. They said, okay. So they are paying TCS at the rate of 1%. What is it, guys? 1%. Who's getting this? GST department. Who will complain about? EBC. EBC, don't worry. 1 minute. I have got what? GST. Do one thing. Refresh your cash ledger. Refresh which ledger? So they immediately go online, they press refresh, and suddenly what do they see there, guys? That GST. Of what percent, guys? 1%. 10 lakh, 1% is how much? 10,000. How much is it, guys? 10,000. That 10,000 reflect in which ledger, guys? Cash. It's the same thing, guys. It's the same thing. 1 minute. That was TDS. That was what percent? 2. This is what percent? 1%. That is section 51. This is section 52. That only applies to how many people? 7. Guys, in India, there are only 8 e-commerce operators which are big. Shortcut. How many e-commerce operators are big? 8. This TCS, guys, concept is what? TCS. What is the percent? 1%. What is the section? 52. It applies on all e-commerce operators. No limit. No limit. That means, guys, earlier there was a contract value in TDS. What is the contract? Here, nothing. Here, 20 rupees also, 200 rupees also, 2 lakh also. There is TCS. Yes. Now, some common things, guys. It will go to which balance? Electronic cash ledger. Who has this money right now? Flipkart. They are paid to the government. They have to pay by when? 10th of the next month. If they don't pay by the 10th of the next month, 18% interest. And guess what GST return will they file? 8. Because how many e-commerce operators in India? 8. That's a very easy way to something in returns also. Yes. And whenever they file this return with the government, who will get updated? EBC, guys. And GST are 8. 8. Yes. Flipkart is the one paying EBC. Yes. So I'll tell you, yes, I know you're thinking of TDS, but what they say is we'll collect my service charges plus I'll collect 1% extra. That's how yeah, I know what you're thinking. In the middle, it should be the seller. Yes. So how they think of it as e-commerce operators, I'll tell you. Flipkart has sold 10 bikes, so they are paying for 10 bikes. Plus they will charge their charges. See, is Flipkart doing charity? No. What? Why are they doing this? For a service fee. No, one minute. Let's do one thing. What is EBC getting out of this transaction? Forget GST. What is EBC? Why sales? Why is Flipkart doing this transaction? Commission. So will they collect the commission? Plus they will collect 1% extra. That's why TCS. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know what you're comparing with. Actually, we've done TDS, TCS there and here very quickly. That's why you're getting confused. Here it's not the seller in the middle and all that. Yes, everyone. So I'll repeat again, guys. Why is EBC in this whole transaction? To sell bikes. Why is Flipkart in this transaction? To collect commission. When they're collecting commission, they'll collect how much percent extra? 1% of the overall transaction value and pay to the government. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. Now again, sir, why are they doing this? I'll tell you guys. See, is this a transaction on which there's GST? Supply of bikes? Yes. The government just wants the GST a little in advance. Yes. And they want to monitor also who are these people who are selling on e-commerce operators. Yes. Always the intention of TDS, TCS is only one. The government wants the money faster. So 10-12 days faster, yes, even that matters. So they want it faster. That's the intention. Yes. Can we recap? TCS applicable on everyone in India? No, only on e-commerce operators. E-commerce operators means Flipkart, Amazon. You can either run them, maintain them, own them, doesn't matter. Any marketplace. Okay. And what percent? 1%. Guys, common things. 10th of the next month. Interest of 18%. GSTR 8. Automated in GSTR 8. Great. Sir, I am EBC. I am selling these bikes on my own website, ebc.com. No. Guys, TCS will apply only when you all both are separate. On both are separate. One more question. Sir, I am EBC. I am selling it on my own app. No. Sir, I am Flipkart. I have bought the bikes from EBC. Now they are my bikes. Now I am selling them. No. Only if you are selling them on behalf of someone else will there be TCS. So TCS does not apply in these cases. Next, I am selling some exempt goods. No TCS. Sir, I am Flipkart, but I am selling HTHR. Hotel, taxi, house, no TCS. So no TCS applies in some cases. Let's put it together, guys. No TCS when you're selling on your own website. Are we okay? No TCS when you buy and you sell their own goods, guys. So everyone, own website. Second, own goods, no TCS. What if it's HTHR? No TCS. And when it's exempt supply, which supply, guys? Exempt supply. Now between TDS and TCS, guys, which applied to the government? TDS. So government TDS, because 7 entities were all government. TCS applied to. So they said e-commerce operators, you guys are private players. We'll give you one more thing to do. Because you're private players, government people know one more, here one more. Which return are you filing? 8. At the end of the year, file an annual return also. File a GSTR 9B. But sir, I filed monthly, no, but you're not telling TDS people. TDS people are who? Government. We can't tell them. You file one more return at the end of the year, GSTR 9 9B. How will you remember? Because e-commerce operators are big, so 9B. That's how I remember in practical life also. Yes. That's about it. Yes. Let's read from this. Everyone, what is the section? 52. 52 talks about, yes, my Word document is hung. Not being an agent, that supplier. Okay. I think I'll have to restart. No problem, guys. Can you have a look, guys? Is there anything that we missed there? Please see. Do you see 1%? What if it's IGST? 1. What if CNSGST? 1. So which number should I remember, guys? You'll go crazy if you remember all the numbers. Just remember TDS, 2%, TCS, 1. If it's CGST, it would half know that time only. Why are you remembering so many numbers? Yes. And TCS is on all e-commerce operators. But sir, why only 8 you said? GSTR is that 8. That's why I made that shortcut. That's how it is. 8A. And it's on the net supplies. What is it? Net means after returns, etc. Whatever the net sale is. Perfect. That's it, guys. Yes, TDS, TCS. What we'll do is when we come back from the break, we'll do sums, so you'll get an idea of what kind of sums are asked. Yes, 1% of the entire transaction value. So let's say you're selling 10 bikes. 10 bikes into 1 lakh. 10 lakh of that 1%. So you'll take your commission also. See, commission you'll keep with you. This 1% you'll pay to the government. Yes. And it's actually not much. I'll tell you. On GST on 10 lakh will be 18%. I'm collecting only 1%. So only part of the GST I'm collecting. Yes. All right. Don't compare this TCS with our. The intention is the same, just the applicability is different. Yes. All right. So just dividing the class, guys. Your TDS, your TCS. TDS section 51, 52 rate 2%, 1%. GSTR 7, 8, 7A, 8A, 10th. How many people? 7. Yeah. Yeah, I think you should sit there then. Government and LA notified SAP. And here it is on how many? All e-commerce. Will you file an annual return? No, we are government. We don't file annual return. Here, will you file annual return? Yes. Very simple. And transaction value more than how much? 2,50,000 of taxable supply, excluding GST. Here, what? Nothing. Net supply. Yes, whatever it is. Yes. All right, guys. I have a feeling this can be in your exam. We'll see latest papers on how this has come in the exam, and we'll see ICAI material also. So right now it's 2 hours 36 minutes in class. That is crazy. That's illegal. Yeah. But good stuff. Charge of GST was a problem for many. TDS, TCS also, if you fear, I think that is done. When we come back, we'll look at the sums and we'll look at registration chapter. Yes, all right. All right, guys, couple of good chapters down. We are done with TDS, TCS before the break. Now it's time to look at the questions and see how exam could ask these questions. Guys, I have a feeling they will ask these kind of questions only. They will pick up initial few times. They will pick up these kind of questions only and give it in the exam. Yes. Everyone on the screen, there's a puzzle which we will solve. Let's see. TDS is not attracted if services are supplied by one PSU to another PSU. Value of supply shall include tax or cess or exclude? Exclude tax and cess for the purpose of TDS. The amount of tax deducted at source should be deposited to the government account by 10th of the succeeding year, decade, month. Net value of taxable supplies shall mean the aggregate value of taxable supplies other than services made during any month through the operator reduced by the value of taxable supplies returned to the supplier. Yes, such a big line for return. Dash sector undertakings are notified to deduct TDS. Public sector. Good guys. Downwards. TDS will be deducted if supplier, place of supply and recipient are in different and the same state. We don't know this because we don't know place of supply yet. The TDS deductees are the suppliers whose total value of supply of taxable goods under a contract exceeds 2,50,000, excluding of tax and cess. Yes, per annum per transaction. Yes. Next, every e-commerce operator not being an agent has been mandated to collect TCS on the net value of taxable supplies made dash it by suppliers. Made through it by suppliers. That's downwards across. No, this is basically the crossword puzzle, so hence it's a little tricky. Yeah. The TCS amount collected by the e-commerce operator has to be remitted to the government treasury within how many days, guys? 10 days. Everyone okay with this? Yes. If you're wondering why they asked a stupid question, because they have to fit it here, guys. Yes. All right. Thankfully, we don't have this in the exam. Yeah. We move to the exam questions now. This is a rapid fire quiz. Is it correct or not that PSU is liable to deduct TDS from payments made to suppliers of taxable goods? Is PSU likely to deduct TDS? Yes. What is the implication of TDS in case services are applied from one PSU to another PSU? No TDS. Mr. X contends that tax is liable to be deducted if total value of supplier taxable goods under contract is 2,50,000 exclusive of tax. No, guys, it should be more than 2,50,000. Otherwise, there is no TDS. Yes. What is the implication of TDS in case of supplier place of supply? This you don't know. What is the implication of TDS in case of location of nahi? This you don't know. Both of them are place of supply only, guys. What is the implication of TDS supplier as well as place? What is the rate of TCS under current CGST? CGST. CGST 0.5. Is it valid that services by way of transportation of passengers by motorcycle is to be included by computing net value of taxable supplies? Motorcycle. Yes, everyone. Good question, guys. HTH. Yes. So if you're supplying anything which is the nature of HTHR, there is no TCS on it. I told you also, guys. Yes. So the transportation of passengers by motorcycle is HTHR. Yes, and hence it is not to be included. Yes. Anyway, so this is rapid fire. We'll do the non-rapid fire. Whether the rate of tax of 1% notified under section 52 is CGST or SGST or a combination of both. Combination. Section 52 means TTCS. Is every e-commerce operator required to collect tax? Yes, every. I told you 8 is a shortcut for 8 big, but otherwise all e-commerce operators are required to collect TCS on actual supplier. State whether the provisions pertaining to tax collected at source under section 52 will be applicable if Fitan Limited sells watch on its own website. No. It is only when the e-commerce operator and the supplier are different. There is no onus of filing any monthly and annual statements by e-commerce operator. They have to. GSTR 8 and GSTR 9B. State whether the provisions pertaining to tax collected at source under section 52 will be applicable if ABC Limited, who is a dealer of Royal brand of sells watches through Flipkart and e-commerce operator. Yes. All right. Flipkart, Royal brand. Yes. All right. Nothing major, guys. I don't think anything is difficult. But I'll tell you what could be asked. They will give you two, three situations. There is a person who's selling on e-commerce operator. He is of the opinion that not all e-commerce operators are liable to deduct TCS. So he'll say no, as per section 52. Then he'll say that he has purchased the goods and he's selling. No. Yes, only if the supplier are different. And then the rate was 1% CGST, 1% SGST. No, it is totally 1%. Yes. So they can give you some parts and then they can give you 1 mark, 4 marks question like that. All right. Everything else in DCS is very, very simple. You can have a look at the ICAI material, but not required, guys. A quick book is a good read. Next is TDS. We'll do the questions under TDS. Yes, everyone. Have a look. Illustration 1. Again, TCS only. I'll zoom in. No, first question is, does he fall under the definition of electronic commerce operator? Yes. If you're operating through a website, you are an e-commerce operator. But whether he's required to collect TCS? No. Yes, Mr. X will come under the definition of e-commerce operator, but because he's selling his own goods, he will not be liable to collect what, guys? TCS. There is no requirement to collect TCS as per the provision of section 52. Next, please read. Guys, first, is he purchasing? Yes. So then there is no requirement to collect TCS. Here also there is no requirement to collect TCS. Yeah, guys. All this is not required. This is basically a summary. Let us recapitulate. Basically, means let us revise. Yes. So this is how they revise, guys. Here. No, some of them are nice. Some diagrams are good. Some diagrams it's like a maze. You get it, but you don't get out. This is okay. This is not bad. TDS sums are only not there. TCS sums are only there.
We didn't, uh,
I'm just checking if there are some more illustrations, guys. All right, guys, everyone. Okay, this is also place for supply. Yes. Yes, can we have everyone's attention on the screen? Supplier makes a supply worth how many lakhs? 20 lakhs to a recipient, and the GST rate is how much? 18% is required to be paid. The recipient, while making the payment of 20 lakh to the supplier, shall deduct how much percent? 2%. So basically, it's 2% of that value, 40,000 as TDS. This is not an example. This is just the TDS will be deposited to the government, shall be reflected in which ledger, guys? Cash ledger. Yeah, the recipient has to be out of 7. Actually, 6. There are no 7. 7 I'm using as a shortcut because of GSTR. Yes, everyone, can I have again, guys, attention on the screen? Yes. Suppose a certain product is sold at how much, guys? 1,120 rupees, including what? GST at 12% through an operator by a supplier. Will TCS apply? Yes, e-commerce operator. I mean, yes. What percent TCS will apply? 1% of how much, guys? Would collect tax at 1% of the net value. What is net value? 1,000 of 10%. Yes. Basically, will exclude GST. So 112 GST we excluded on 1,010 rupees. Yes. Yes, I'll tell you some practical case here happened. One of my clients back in Mumbai, he basically sells food on Zomato. Pretty big player in Mumbai, and he's an investment banker, CA investment banker. He quit his job in a very fancy investment bank, and he started selling food. And he sells parathas. He's a Sardar Punjabi guy, and he sells parathas on online on Zomato. His business name is called Spicebox and Oi Kidda. He has 2 brands. But although it sounds very small, but his turnover is very big, like 10 crore rupees parathas he sells every year on Zomato and Flipkart. No, Zomato and Swiggy. Only 2 things. His own website, no one orders, only Zomato and Swiggy. And he has these kitchens where he makes and he supplies them. Now, earlier, he used to be on Zomato, so Zomato used to charge like this. See if you can understand. So, Zomato used to sell, let's say, worth 10 lakh rupees in a month, and they are going to pay him how many lakh? 10 lakh. But from that, they used to deduct, let's say, 50,000 as their commission. So now how much do they have to pay? 9 lakh 50. From 10 lakh, 1% TCS. That is like 95,000. No, 10,000, let's say. 10 lakh, 1%. So they would deduct 50,000 and 10,000 and give him how much? 9 lakh 40. So as a CA, we would see a credit of 9 lakh 40 and we would have to do the maths. And the 10,000 would come where? Electronic cash ledger. And 50,000 was an expense because 50,000 earlier. Then, guys, there was no HTHR that time. There was only HTH. Then, guys, they put HTHR also. That means now HTHR has notified services. Now, guys, that 1% does not apply. Yes, are we okay? So that's I'm giving practical example how that got removed. Yes, all right. Perfect, guys. Nothing major here. So this is how it is. All right. Yes. Any questions? Any doubts? Yes, yes. Look at the Yeshas book questions also. Do you guys have the Yeshas book? No. Okay. We can have a look at the Yeshas book questions for TDS especially. Here, I'll open it for you guys here. And some good questions from TDS are here. I've taken them from CA final and I put it here.
Q&A.
Yeah, Q&A. Okay. Guys, we can see the questions. First one is the same question we've seen. His second one is also I've taken from ICAI material also. Third, guys, yes. Titan sells watch on its own website. No. ABC Limited, who's a dealer of Titan, sells through Flipkart. Yes. This also I've seen from ICAI material only. Yes. Read this fifth one, guys. If we purchase goods from different vendors and sell them on our own website, will TCS be required, guys? No. Yes, good question. Guys, have a look at it. This is from CA final, but it's the same concept, so I put it here. Read the question, we can discuss. Should I zoom in? Yeah. Yes, so guys, XYZ is supplying through e-commerce operator. Total supply is how much? 25 lakh. Is that the net supply? Yes, returns 2.5 lakh. So net supply is 22 lakh 50 into 1%. Yes, so here we go, guys. 1%. Next. This is actually not a question. This is a wrong thing. Here it's only a statement. The next question is a question, guys. Eighth question, number 8. If you exclude, it will be 10 lakhs, guys. Determine the amount of tax to be deducted at source. TDS is at what percent, guys? 2%. 2% of 10 lakh or 11 lakh 80. So how much is that, guys? 20,000. So guys, you have to deduct 20,000 and pay to the government. Guys, this transaction is happening in which month? December. So you need to pay by when? Jan 10th. But if you are delaying, guys, you'll have to pay interest at what rate? So 20,000 rupees into what percent, guys? 18% into number of days of delay. Guys, from which day will you calculate the delay? After 10th. Guys, after 10th, because 10th is okay. After 10th, so here we go. From 10th January to 20th March, you'll have to calculate the days, and that is 78 days. And this is a leap year. 23, 24. So, and then that will be 767. Yes. So you'll have to calculate the number of days, but rate of percent will be how much, guys? 18%. Yes. If you want, you can calculate the number of days and see if you're okay with the number of days. I'll tell you. January will be 31 minus 10. How many days, guys? 21 days of January. February 29, March 28. How many days, guys? 78 days. Very good question. Directly I've taken from CA Finals, Manihar Enterprises. I think this could be asked somewhere in your exam, but not all of them, guys. A few points. Let's see the first one. Manihar Enterprises, registered where? Delhi, is engaged in the supply of various goods and services exclusively to government departments. Basically, they're looking at section 51, which is what, guys? TDS. It has provided the total contract value inclusive of what? And payment due, guys. If the total contract value is more than how many lakhs? 2.5 lakh. Will it be TDS on this amount, guys? Yes. Let's see the first one. You're in Delhi. There's a fisheries department where? Kolkata. Everyone take your calculators. Rate is 18%. It's written below here. All the rates are 18%. Just one second. I'll show you the. Just one second. The rates are 9, 9, 18%. Let's remove, guys, everyone. 2 lakh 60 divide by 118. Everyone do the calculation. 2 lakh 20,000 339. So will there be any TDS, guys? No, no TDS. Next, car rental services to Municipal Corporation of Delhi. 2 lakh 95 divided by 118. 2 lakh 50,000. Will there be any TDS? No. Public sector undertaking of Uttarakhand. Guys, how much is the value? 5 lakh. So now, will there be TDS? Yes. 25% into 1% and 1%. Why 1%, guys? Sorry, my bad. How much percent, guys? 2%, because you're in Delhi, they are in Uttarakhand. Everyone okay with this? Yes. Next, supply of taxable goods to Delhi office of National Housing Bank. Again, Delhi only. Everyone divide 6 lakh 49 divide by 118. 5 lakh 50,000. Will there be TCS? TDS? 1% and 1%. Why 1%? Delhi. Next, this we can't do because it's that place of supply problem, guys, which we can't do right now. This we can do. Supply of printed books and printed postcards to a West Delhi post office. Out of the total contract value is how much, guys? 9 lakh 72. Contract value of supply of books, which is exempt, is how much? 7 lakh. Everyone, I'm removing, guys, 9 lakh 72. After 7 lakh, how much is the balance? 2 lakh 72. And that is with GST. 2 lakh 30,000. So will there be any? No. Are we okay? Is there written and exempt GST is included, guys? Just check, no? Guys, on this, how much is exempt? 7. That I'm excluding. What is the balance? But have they written including GST? At the top, they've written yes, inclusive of GST. So there will be no TCS, TDS here. Next, this one also we can't do because this is something to do with exempt supply, exemption chapter, government supply. Yes. So point number 7 and point number 5, we will be able to do this after place of supply chapter and the last one after exemption chapter. Yes. But I'll tell you also, guys, here. See, you are supplying street lights to municipal area of Delhi. Guys, everyone pay attention, please. 2 minutes. What are you supplying? Street lights to whom? Government. See, we've not done government exemption, but when you supply goods and services to the government, one are pure services, one are with services. That means only service, and one is with goods. One is with goods. Here, the maintenance contract also involves replacement of what? Defunct light. So, is there goods also? Up to how much percent? 25. And up to 25% if you supply with goods. So everyone is very blank, guys. You've never done this. Exemption to the government. Okay, we'll do this in exemption chapter. What I mean to say is this supply is exempt ultimately. This supply is exempt. If it's exempt, will there be any TDS? No. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Good. Exemptions we need to work a little on. So we'll now go back to exemptions. We'll do 2 more exemptions, guys. You tell me which 2 exemptions. Government we can't do right now. Government will do tomorrow. Which other exemption we'll do? We done 6. Yes.
TDS, how would you
Combination of
TDS, deducting TDS, TDS, and
in RCM.
like if we think of that combination, here it is given as not TDS or RCM supplies. What if in case of TDS and
See, RCM, you are only paying the GST amount to the government. So you're saying TDS and RCM. One second.
so there is not a but
Mhm.
there is a case.
No, I'm just thinking, how can there be a case? I'm just thinking. So if you're supplying something to the taxable supply, no, no lazy government, then there'll be no TDS only. TDS is when the government is paying, not the government is supplying. Government is a recipient. Yeah, we have to do that. GG and residential is left. But I'm going to do government with exemptions. Your exemptions are very weak actually. So if I teach you also GG, you won't understand. I give lazy government as a shortcut. But that government supply I have to teach. Keep that as a pending thing right now. Okay, simple. Can the forget government right now? So with any questions besides government you can ask me right now. Government, because government, I'll tell you why I'm not doing it, because for that we need exemptions. Like if I supply services to the municipality, is it exempted or taxable? You don't know. The exemptions are not strong. So I have to do exemption and then I have to do that. Yes. All right. Yes.
Can't be. Because in there they think of supplier.
Hmm.
Here it is
Actually, I'll tell you what happens is in this case the government will not want TDS only because TDS is basically the supplier's GST. Now let's say the GT is providing me services and I'm paying the GST. If I deduct TDS, it will be in his cash ledger. What will he do? And most of them are not even registered, so there'll be no TDS in that case. Yes. All right. No problem. Something slightly complex he asked. I don't think that's important from an exam perspective. We'll stick to what we know from exam perspective. I think that'll be good to go. Yes. Guys, TDS, TCS, I'm expecting 4 marks of question. Yes. Things like rates, will it apply, not apply, especially taxable supply, guys. That definition of taxable supply, it should be excluding exempt supply, excluding tax, excluding cess, excluding everything. Only taxable supply. Yes. All right. It's come. Yeah. Okay. We'll do it. Perfect. Yes. Who is liable to deduct TCS, collection of tax at source under section 52? Briefly explain the provisions relating to registration, filing of return and deposit of TCS. Registration, we'll talk in registration chapter next. Okay. Yes, let's try and attempt it, guys. This is theoretical question, but we can try and attempt. Who is liable to deduct TCS under section 52? Every e-commerce operator, either owning, maintaining and developing an e-commerce marketplace or e-commerce operation in India, is liable to deduct TCS, that is tax collected at source, under which section? 52. Then we have to elaborate more. They will need to collect TCS at the rate of 1% on the net supplies, that is supplies after any returns. In case of intrastate supply, it will be 0.5% CGST and 0.5% SGST. Next line. You'll know in registration chapter, but I'm telling you right now only. As per section 24, e-commerce operators will need to be compulsorily registered. You'll see the next chapter only. Next line. E-commerce operators will need to file GSTR 8, excellent, by the 10th of the next month, subsequent month, to deposit the TCS, and the amount will be auto generated in GSTR 8A and deposit of TCS. Next line. They will need to pay the TCS to the government by the 10th of the next month, failing which interest will be liable to be paid at the rate of 18% per annum. Yes. So this is how you could explain it. It's in September also. We'll do the September paper, that time we'll discuss that. Yes. All right. Good. It'll reflect in the ITR, cash ledger.
Auto-populated in 8 days.
Huh. No, so you are selling to me your EBC. I am the BESCOM. I'll pay to the government, and in your GSTR 8 it will reflect. Yes, I'll file 8. It will reflect in 8. Because see, for me, why will there be 80? I'm only paying. No? So to tell you that I have paid, there'll be 80. Okay, let's talk about two more exemptions. Which one we can do? Let's talk GTA. So this is 6. Agriculture we'll do tomorrow. So today we'll talk about GTA. Very simple GTA. Actually, there's no GTA. It's goods transport. What is it? Goods transport. Let's talk about goods and passenger transport both together only. Goods transport, and we'll do one more. Passenger. Yes. What happened? All okay. Yes. September paper. Okay. Which TDS sum is there? TCS. Okay. We'll have a look now together. At least one sum we'll reserve for the last day. It's easy. Okay. Nice. So good. Yeah. Good. I'm happy. All right. Let's see. Now, guys, we are looking at two exemptions. Let's figure out 10 minutes. Let's target both the exemptions. Also, I'm just thinking how many chapters are now left so I can plan my day as well. We are on 28, 29, 31st. We have 3 days. Yes. Main chapters, guys, tomorrow what we should do is ITC and payment. Yes, because that is unmissable. We have to do that. And tomorrow we'll do place of supply also. So 2 chapters, place of supply. Don't worry, whatever you know, I'll change it all. If you've not been my student, if you've been my student, you know what happens. But otherwise, I'll change place of supply completely on understanding and ITC and payment. Yes, returns we'll do very briefly. I don't want to get into too much of detail. Anything new, QRMP scheme, I'll tell you quarterly return. Otherwise, guys, all this small GSTR1, GSTR3B, just go through what you know from your books, whatever you're studying. That's something I'm just highlighting because I don't want to do that. I want to just discuss the main QRMP scheme. I'll discuss. Someone's asked for accounts records e-way. I'll talk about that. Tax, invoice, TDS we've done already. Okay. So tomorrow I'm just thinking place of supply we'll do, ITC and payment we'll do. Yes. Yeah. So we are good actually. We'll be okay. Have we done introduction? Yes. Supply? Yes. Charge? Value? Yes. So day after tomorrow we can do time of supply. Tax invoice. Time of supply won't take too much time. Yes. Tax invoice is also not very big. In terms of understanding, there's nothing very difficult. Accounts records e-way bill is like a half an hour chapter. In fact, we can do accounts records e-way bill today only. If we don't want to do registration, which is very big, we can do a small chapter today. And registration, yeah, we'll easily finish. Surprising, right? And last day we'll only like solve sums. Yes. So I think that's great. I think we should be good to go. Tomorrow, day after, easily we'll finish. I was thinking we'll not, but exemptions we'll have to get on board. So exemptions also parallelly we'll have to finish. So let's do this 2 exemptions. All right. Everyone, passenger transport services. Is India a big country? Very big, guys. Yes. Many countries are like states. So many places, countries are like Singapore, Malaysia. Yes, all these are small places. In Europe, yeah, small, yeah. Half of Bangalore, yeah. So, and we compare ourselves with those because we feel, oh, they are so managed, because it's easy to manage them. Yeah, we are such a big country. And I still remember in From one country to another in Europe, we used to sit in the train and 3 hours we are in another country, and here and 3 hours we are in the same city sometimes. Yeah, so it's kind of funny how we are so big, and the government says, listen, yeah, passengers need to travel. You need to go back to your hometown. People need to travel for work. So the government has made some exemption. Let's see what are the exemptions in passenger transport service. Very logical, guys. The first is the fastest mode of transport is what? Air. Yes. So airways. Everyone. Which ways? The government says, listen, you booked a flight ticket. Airways. If you can afford airline, if you can afford what? Airline, then you can also afford to pay what, guys? GST. So is it taxable? Yes. But they've exempted one thing. So I'll put taxable here and I'll put exempted on the other side. So if you can afford airways, you can also afford to pay GST. But exception, I'm putting exemption here. If you go to northeastern states, which states, guys? North. So I'm putting exemption here. If you go to northeastern states, can you tell me northeastern states, two, three of them? Manipur. Now we are expert at northeastern states. Yes. So if you go to any northeastern state or come back, going and coming back, then you'll pay, of course, flight fare, but you'll not pay GST. But just to tell you, the flight fare is anyways too much for northeast. Yes. So GST is not a very big deal anyway. CA finally will see how GST calculated on airfare. I'll just tell you. Let's say your flight is 5,000 rupees. How much? It's never 5,000 plus GST, or it's never on 5,000 there's no GST. It's only on a very small component. That's why if you next time book a airfare or air ticket in India, check the GST will be very small. From Mumbai to Bangalore, because I get credits for my GST, I know the amount is some 30 rupees, 25 rupees, like that. Very small. You'll see at CA final why it's so small. But anyways, if you go to which states, that trip is entirely, there will be no GST. There is a place called Bagdogra. Which Dogra? Bagdogra. That's in West Bengal. That's where even that is exempt because people generally go there to go to northeast. Yes, so northeastern states, I'm also writing with state, guys. Bagdogra. Plus, guys, there is a regional connectivity scheme of the government. Which scheme? The regional connectivity scheme. In Tirupati there's an airport, in Shirdi there's an airport. Small places, guys, they put the airport. So for 3 years, for how many years? So that more people travel, there is no GST on that travel. All right, that's first. Second, which is the next most fastest mode of transport? Railways. The government says, listen, railways is the heartbeat of the nation, honestly. Like I've traveled so much, all my childhood is in railways, only going to Rajasthan, coming back to Mumbai or anywhere actually, because that time flights were very expensive also, and of course there's many people, so railways is the best option. I've literally unreservation. I don't know if you all ever gone unreserved. Yeah, talking to the TT, giving him like 200 rupees and giving, yeah, once in 200 rupees he gave us the first class because that was the only available seat anyway. So, so yeah, in railways, the government says, listen, yeah, this is the heartbeat of the nation. We can't tax it. So this is completely what? Exempt. Everyone. So I'm putting railways here, it is exempt. But the government says, listen, if you get too comfortable, if you feel AC, then we are jealous of it. If you can afford AC, then, so I'm writing AC is what, guys? Taxable and first class. Which class? First class is also taxable under GST. So I'm just giving you AC third class, taxable, AC second class. In a nutshell, guys, they don't like AC. They said AC you enjoying, you can pay GST. Yes. And which other class, guys? First class. Yes. Sleeper, non-AC, no GST. Yes. Are we okay? So I'm writing here railways, other railways. So, or actually you can think of it that railways is completely exempt. That's a good way of remembering. Railways is completely exempt unless it is AC or first class. Next, what is the third mode of transport which we don't use at all in India? Waterways. Yes, waterways. I don't know when we used last. Yes, waterways in Goa, they take a ferry and all that. Otherwise, waterways, and actually, funny but we have a huge coastline. So, waterways is something we should use, but we don't use it only. So, the government says waterways is completely exempt. Waterways is completely exempt because they want us to use waterways. But where are the ships? Like what ships? So, waterways is completely what, guys? Exempt unless it is for tourism purpose. What purpose, guys? Example, guys, Goa to Mumbai, there's a Cordelia cruise which goes huge, nice, full entertainment, the casino and all that. They say, listen, please pay GST. Yeah. Chennai to Andaman, guys, Chennai to Andaman also there is a boat. Now, again, if it's mainly for tourism, if it's mainly for what? That is GST on that. Yes, all right. So, tourism, there is GST, otherwise, it is exempt. Yes, anything going abroad also, they will, within India, I'm talking about. Inland to definitely exempt. What is inland waterways? Rivers. Yes, rivers. Yeah, backwaters. That is completely exempt. And others for tourism, it is taxable. Even backwaters tourism, so taxable. Yes. Dal Lake also taxable because tourism. Tourism, yes. Alright. What else, guys? Which is the other mode of transport? Yeah. Yeah.
Dead body comes.
Taxable. Taxable. Yeah, taxable. No, it's if it's an air ambulance, then it's exempt. Otherwise, taxable. Yeah, taxable. I know, but this is taxable because they don't have an option only. Airlines don't have an option only. For that also, there is actually it comes through cargo, so it's cargo and it's taxable. Yeah, it's cargo. But you can't. It's not sitting next to you. No, it's in cargo. Yes. Yeah. I think you're overthinking about tax. Should take it easy. Nice, just give her some break. Let tomorrow watch 2 movies and come to class. Yeah. And happy movies, not people dying and all. Yeah. All right, guys. What is the next mode of transport? Roadways. Everyone, everyone. Roadways. Guys, roadways means buses, etc. Again, that is also completely exempt. Everyone. Roadways is also completely exempt. I'm talking about stage carriage, guys. What is it? Stage carriage. What is stage carriage, guys? Stage carriage basically means it's already staged. It's already there. It's going to go in a bus. Example: a bus is going from Bangalore to Tirupati. Guys, can you tell it? No, no, no. Go to Goa first and then. No, no. It's already staged. It has a route. So that stage carriage is already exempt unless one condition. Yes, AC. Guys, what is the condition? AC. If in the bus you feel AC, then the conductor will charge you GST. Next, what is the fifth one? Contract carriage, guys. Everyone, what is it? Contract. What is the difference between stage carriage and contract carriage? I'll tell you guys. The Innova which will take you to Tirupati, guys, is booked by you, so it's called contract carriage. Everyone, stage carriage has a fixed route. Contract carriage is yours only. It has two C's. How many C's? So there are two conditions, guys. Contract carriage. One is AC and one is tourism. Yes, everyone. Can we repeat? Stage carriage has how many conditions? No, stage carriage has one. Contract carriage, C two C's, so two conditions. Yes, all right. And what else is there? Yes, mainly in taxable, guys. Anything you use an app, anything for that for which you're using what? Bus app, taxable. Taxi app, taxable. Anything app, taxable. Are we okay? Everything, anything which you book through an app, guys, is taxable under GST. Yes, except railways. So, example, guys, you book a bus ticket. You book a bus ticket. You book from Go Redbus.in, taxable. Even that. Yes. Guys, what about auto? Rapido Auto, GST. Ola's, Ubers, or GST. So they call it, guys, radio cabs. What do we call it? They said, listen, yeah, you have an app and all, so then you have to pay GST and all. Yes. Same. App is it just a?
Yeah.
Hmm.
The red bus also.
Yeah, Red Bus is definitely there is GST.
The red bus is the basic. They are free for public transport.
No, redbus.in. There's a website called redbus.in. No, not red color bus. Uh, so what they're trying to say, okay, let me get to the point. Good point, and thankfully he's raised it. So what I'm trying to say is that generally bus is a stage carriage, so it's not taxable unless it's AC. But if you use an app, some bus aggregator app you use and you book it, then there will be GST.
Website.
I'll have to check that. Yes, but generally the law is that if you use any e-commerce operator, but that's not e-commerce operator then, no? Their own website. If you use an e-commerce operator to book, then there'll be GST, even if it's non-AC. Yes, I'll plug that in later. And last, guys, radio cabs. Guys, what if you go down and book an auto? Very difficult. He'll refuse only. But what if he agrees? There'll no GST. Yes. All right. Let's recap. First, airways, GST. But if they say northeastern states, exempt. What if they say regional connectivity scheme? Exempt. Bagdogra, exempt. Next. So actually, we'll say all are exempt. Only we'll see the taxable part, guys. Railways taxable when AC or first class. Stage carriage taxable on one condition, AC. Contract carriage taxable on two condition, AC or tourism. Waterways taxable on one condition, tourism. And taxi is more bikes, etc. When it's radio. Are we okay? All right. Now, guys, asking you a question. After class, you book a Rapido and you went home. Taxable. You stood in the road and stopped a green auto. Non-taxable. You went to very important, metro. Metro is AC also, guys. Yes. And Delhi Metro to entertaining also. You've seen videos, guys. Yes. So, even Bangalore Metro, yeah. I've not traveled too much of Metro, but yeah, Metro is AC, but that's an exception. The government says people, we want to encourage people to use the Metro. Yes, we want to see more fights in the Metro. So that Metro is always an exception, guys. Here, Metro. Yes. You first laugh and then you say.
Delhi uncles will fight in the
Bangalore aunties will fight. Uh, all right, but guys, Metro is an exception, always exempt. Yes. All right. Let's take up some questions of passenger transport from ICAI material.
So can it be said that radio taxi is in the nature of contract carriage, otherwise it is taxable?
What radio?
Radio taxi is in the nature of contract.
No. They basically saying that it's. I understand, but they're saying you book through convenience. That's why there's GST. All right. Yes, guys. Here we go. Passenger transport. Yes. Let's see. All this is so confusing, guys. Just read. You'll give up halfway only. All this is very crazy. First, they give the law. This is description. This is the law. And then they've analyzed it. The analysis is so deep. Yes, very quickly, let's see. Rituraj has booked air tickets in economy class of a flight from Delhi to Guwahati, Assam. No GST. Next. Subrata has hired a non-air conditioned bus from Mohit Travels for organizing a recreation tour. Guys, is it a stage carriage? Only one condition. AC? No, that is for contract carriage. But has he hired it? Yeah, guys, it's hired for him only. So it's a contract carriage. 1 minute, guys. If it's hired for you, it's a contract carriage. So how many conditions? Two. AC or tourism. Is it for tourism? Yes. So there will be what, guys? GST. However, said transportation, see, generally transport of passengers by non-air condition is exempt. However, said transportation is for which purpose, guys? Tourism. Yes. Guys, all this is very confusing. Just remember, stage carriage, how many conditions? One. Contract carriage, how many conditions? This is which carriage? Contract. Because it's for you. Yes, all right. Yes, guys, it is important to note that if you take any of these services, guys, through e-commerce operators, such as services are not exempt. Yes, are we okay? So if you book all these through e-commerce operator, they'll be chargeable to GST. Services by way of transportation of passengers, not predominantly for tourism, on a vessel, guys, exempt. But if it's for tourism, taxable. Which of the following services are not exempt, guys? First, passengers by railways in sleeper class. Guys, let's tackle this one. Is it exempt? Yes. Passengers in auto rickshaw. Exempt. Transportation of passengers by air in economy class from Delhi to Manipur. So this one will be taxable. Service of transportation of employees in air-conditioned van for pickup and airport predetermined route on a predetermined route means contract carriage. Guys, is it AC? Yes. So then it is taxable. All right. I'll just check if there's something else we could do. Okay, done. So we're done with one more exemption, which is here, guys. PTS, passenger transport. Let's go to the next one, which is GTS. Yes, everyone. Goods transport services. Now again, similar. In this also, guys, not too much. I'll give you some nice shortcuts to do this. Everyone, passenger transport is okay. Yes, now let's go to goods transport. All right, in goods transport, guys, this is the deal that if you want to send goods very fast, how will you send them? Airlines, guys, through where? Airways. If you want airways, if you can afford airways, same concept. Then you can also pay GST. Is it taxable? Yes. Another fast mode is courier. Another fast mode is what? Even that is what, guys? Taxable. Next, what is the next best way of sending? Yeah, but easier. Oh, sorry. Exempt is, I just wrote waterways. It is completely exempt. Everyone. Waterways is completely exempt. You know why, guys? Yes, they want to encourage people to use waterways. Next, we'll put taxable here and what exempt here. Next, she said, which is the mode? You said railways. Guys, they say railways is taxable. Guys, surprising. Railways is taxable unless, guys, it is in the nature of this. This is a shortcut. Dr. Nam. Guys, what is the shortcut? Dr. Nam. Everyone focus. Railways is taxable. Everyone, railways is taxable unless it is Dr. Nam. What is Dr. Nam, guys? If it's defense goods. Which goods? Then railways will not charge GST. Relief material. Which material? Floods and all. So D for defense, R for relief. Everyday newspapers, magazines, agricultural produce, organic manure and milk. Can we repeat? Defense, relief material, newspapers and magazines, agricultural produce, organic manure and milk. This is not just milk. This is milk, salt, food grains. Repeat. Milk, salt, food grains. Everyone. Milk, salt and food grains. And in food grains, guys, North India has wheat. South India has rice. Entire India has pulses. That's how we remember. Everyone. Milk, salt, and food grains. Yes, North India, wheat. South India, rice, and whole India, pulses. Their transportation is exempt. All right. Which other ways do you transport? Roadways. What is this, guys? Roadways, which is called GTA. Which is called what, guys? GTA. We'll discuss that very quickly. Airways, taxable. Courier, cargo ships, exempt. Cargo is exempt. Ship is exempt. Next, guys, there's something called Angadiya. Angadiyas are basically local couriers. Angadiyas are what? Example, I want to transport gold. Guys, gold through courier is risky, no? If you give it to some courier company or gold, guys, courier company also closed, gold also gone. So they have Angadiyas, which are basically trusted courier companies for particular businesses. So those also charge you GST. Yes, so there is taxable. Next, roadways we'll talk about, but railways very surprisingly is taxable except Dr. Nam. Now we come to GTA, guys. First, tell me, these books are printed at some place and we bring it here through a local tempo guy. He rides and he breaks 4 signals and he comes here. Guys, that guy does not give us very formal challan and all. He just gives us a small amount that, okay, pay us this and we pay him that. Do you think that small tempo guy, will there be GST? No. Guys, because he does not issue a consignment note. Which note? Technical, yes. If he issues a consignment note, he'll become a GTA, guys. So what is roadways? There are two types. One is all these small tempos which don't issue consignment. So if the exam they say consignment board was not issued, local tempo guy, no GST. Yes. But if it's a consignment note, then it is a GTA. Everyone. So roadways two types. Non-consignment, consignment. If it's non-consignment, guys, it's small, no GST. But if it's consignment note, then it is a goods transport agent, which is on the screen, guys. This is GTA. Same like lawyer, guys, on the screen, please. Goods transport agent is transporting goods for the government. For whom? Government, like, listen, you'll take GST from me. No, it is also exempt. Everyone, take 2 minutes, but GTA has to be done separately, guys. Roadways are two types. What is first type? Non-consignment. That is never taxable on the GST. But consignment, let's see what happens. So this is a truck, guys. What is this? Truck. If he's transporting for whom? Government, exempt. Yes. If it's transporting for personal purpose, which purpose? Example, guys, you are moving from Bangalore to Chennai and all your books, household utensils, etc. going in a truck. That is also what, guys? Exempt. Everyone. That is also what? Exempt. If it's a small business entity, exempt. But if it's a big business entity, you tell me what is a big business entity, guys. Then it is taxable under which mechanism? RCM, what rate? 5%, but it can also be FCM, what rate? 12%. Yes. And last, guys, if it's, so I'll put it here, small business entity exempt. Dr. Nam is back, guys. Dr. Nam also is what? Exempt. So repeating, guys, GTA, what are the exemptions first? If it's to the government, exempt. If it's for personal purpose, exempt. Small business entity, exempt. Dr. Nam, exempt. But if it's to a big business entity, guys, will it be taxable? Under which mechanism? RCM 5% or FCM 12%. Yes. Let's once again recap. And let's see real life, guys. How do we transport goods, guys? Amazon couriers. Will there be GST? Yes, because courier. You ordered some mobile phone from Samsung Airways. GST. All right. I'm talking about the airfare. On that, there will be GST. Yes. Next is waterways. Completely exempt. Railways. Taxable except Dr. Nam. And roadways, if it's non-consignment, always exempt because they're small tempos. And if it's GTA, then only in one case, guys, it is taxable when it's a business entity. Yes. So I'm giving you some examples, guys. GTA is transporting some goods for Blue Star ACs, taxable. They are sending your goods, family's goods to Chennai, exempt. They are supplying supply services to the government, exempt. Are we okay? Let's see it from ICAI material, goods transport services. Which one? Again, good question here. But if you use an app, if you use what app, again, it is taxable under GST. All right. Guys, here, please read the 9th point. Even app is taxed even for? Yes. That's what I'm meaning. Any of these exemptions, if you use an app, then it's taxable. Yes, here, guys. Bablu Transporters is a GTA. Transported which material? Relief material. Guys, will there be any GST on relief material? No, guys. Yes. Guys, reading again. GTA transported relief materials in a goods carriage meant for victims of Kerala floods. Guys, Bablu transfers of the view that it is not liable to pay GST on the said services, provided such services are exempt. You are required to advise on the issue. Yes, there is no GST on this. Yes. This one GTA to another GTA, we've not discussed it. We'll discuss it in a common exemptions. Yes. In goods transportation, we'll have some illustrations. Let's see those illustrations. Guys, do you see this by hearted already? Check, guys. What is R for? D for defense. N for newspapers, agricultural produce, milk, salt, food grain, flour or wheat, rice, pulses. Yes, method to the madness, organic manure. Let's see if there's some illustrations here. Hari Prasad owns a truck and operates it himself, guys. He carries the goods booked by his truck without issuance of consignment note. Yes, he's the truck driver, guys. Rash driving in Bangalore, etc. Everywhere. Delivers on time, but there's no GST. Yes. Next. Express cargo services. Guys, just gently saying anything express. Taxable under. You want it fast, right? GST. Yes. All right. All this transportation of mineral mining area doesn't matter. All this. It's a contract carriage. Just saying. Guys, if you have a mine and you're transporting stones from one place to another, do you have a truck? It's a contract carriage. Is it AC? No, that truck. Yeah. And so it's not it's a contract carriage then. Yes. All right. Please read this. Which of the following provided by Sundar Transport is a GTA are not exempt? That means are taxable. Organic manure, exempt. Excellent, guys. Transportation of household items, exempt. Malhotra and unregistered partnership firm. Guys, how small? Okay, I forgot to mention. I'll talk about this. And transportation of milk sorry, municipal corporation to the government, exempt. Okay, let me just good point that we spoke about this. Guys, GTA will only be taxable. First, tell me when will it be exempt? Personal purposes, exempt. Government, exempt. A doctor name, exempt. Small, exempt. Except if it's a partnership firm which is unregistered. Sorry, if it's a only one thing, guys. This is a question also in Yeshas book. Yes, at the back is a question also. I'll show you that question. But unless it's a partnership firm which is unregistered, only in that one case, even then it will apply under RCM or FCM as the case may be. Yes. All right. Yes. Yes. No, IKEA's home delivery is you are not transporting. IKEA is transporting. It's a business. But let's say your IKEA items are now home and you're moving your home from Bangalore, let's say to Delhi. And there's a GTA of transporting household goods, then there's no GST. Like I moved a lot of stuff from Mumbai to Delhi, Mumbai to Bangalore, like about 6-8 months back. The entire thing there was no GST on it. Yes, in fact, I caught something which is very fake. I'll tell you, like 2 minutes. But what happens is I contacted someone on Just Dial. Just Dial. Yes, in Mumbai, I want to transport all my goods to Bangalore. A lot of my stuff I got to Bangalore, clothes, etc. So there's one guy who said one person gave a quote of 30,000 something, and I'm like, okay. There's another person who gave me a quote of straight 12,000 or 16,000 rupees only, and I was like, there's a big difference. So 35,000 something or 16,000, and I'm like, great, yeah. So I said, okay. So they said we'll send you a performer invoice right away, and that person sent me, that lady sent me a full invoice, nice, and I happened to ignore it for that time. I like, oh nice, 16,000. I finalized it on in my mind. Then I was supposed to finalize it, and then I saw, okay, let me just check the name. I saw name was proper, some DHL big name and all, and on the invoice there was no GST. There was GST added. What was added? Then I realized that this lady or this company is fraud, because if it's a company who's doing this transportation regularly, then there should be no GST and they should know about it. So I told her, I'm coming to your office to just meet once and finalize and pay the advance. So they said okay. I actually went to their office. They kept me on call. They answered all my calls till I reached the station, the closest station. And when I went there, I started calling them that your office is not available. They said number 41 office, and the offices ended at 40 only. And I'm calling them, they didn't pick up only the call. And actually, I realized it's a fraud. I was supposed to pay them 16,000. 16,000 is not a big deal. What I read online after that was that these people actually come, they collect all of this stuff also, and then they disappear. So they take your money also, and they take your items also, and then they go. So thankfully, I got saved, and then I actually googled it. I saw so many people have been fraud. India is a land of very creative frauds, and thankfully GST saved me, because I would have never gone to their office and checked. I would have finalized it because the amount was very less as compared to 3516, but they had charged GST, and that surprised me. That listen, on this there should be no GST, and they charged me GST. So that was the one which was a trigger. Anyway, so yeah, good, GST saved my fraud. Yes, yeah,
GTS unregistered partner.
yes.
So is it RCM?
It is RCM. They will have to register and pay. Yes. Generally, these firms, what they do is they go in for those GTS which have FCM. Getting it? So they pay and they don't have to register them. Yes. But that's the only exception where registered entity might be subject to RCM also. Yes. All right. Everyone, so this is where we are. Today's session, we did TDS, TCS. We also did charge. And we did how many exemptions, guys? 4. GTS, PTS, legal services, and one more, banking services. So we did 4 exemptions, 2 chapters, and I think I'm done like for the day. I feel what we could do is registration. Time supply has some amazing shortcuts, but I need to be in that zone to teach you the shortcuts. Yes, registration. Okay, so what we can do is that also has some good shortcuts. Small topic. Accounts records, e-way bill, yeah, but I'm really very tired today. What we could do, I'm just planning. We have 2 more exemptions we can do. Yeah, I'm just checking how many chapters are left. I think ITC tomorrow is very doable. Yes, ITC and payment and place of supply. At least 2 chapters if we finish tomorrow. Tomorrow is what day? 29th. And 30th, guys, we can finish time of supply, tax invoice, account records, and e-way bill. We can finish that day. 3. Registration chapter. That is, last day we can do 1 chapter. But I was thinking last day we'll not keep anything. We'll just do sums if that's possible. Time of supply, I want you all to do a little bit of reading before you come. So I think it'll help me. Um, okay. Yes, we can do accounts records and e-way bill right now. Yes. Or we can do 2 exemptions. Accounts records, e-way bill. Okay. 2 minutes and we'll start.
When same
Other video.
you got a chance. Your mom is going.
Even till now. हेलो क्लास में हो क्या कर रहे हो आधा घंटे में फोन करता हूँ ओके 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 बाय बाय ओके ओके बाय यस All right. Okay. So looking at one chapter, I thought we'll do registration, but then I changed my mind because I will do it tomorrow. Actually, registration now with aggregate turnover done and all will go very fast. But there are some nice shortcuts, and some of you guys don't know my shortcuts, so I think it will be nice to learn the shortcuts tomorrow fresh. Accounts records e-waybill does not have too much of complication. Also, does not have too many shortcuts. Also, so we'll look at a very small chapter, guys. Yes. Okay. Let's look at the chapter, guys. Accounts records and e-waybill. We'll first start with e-waybill, guys. What is an e-waybill? Basically, whenever you supply something, example, electric bike company is supplying 10 bikes to Maharashtra. Guys, Karnataka to Maharashtra. Now they're putting the bikes in a tempo. They have an invoice of 10 bikes plus GST, etc., which is great. But the government said, listen, that's your invoice. It's a proof of supply. It's a proof of. There you have to create a license, which is a proof of movement. It's almost like your driving license. When you have a bike, guys, you need a helmet also. Plus, you need what? Driving license. Without driving license, guys, you cannot. Same way, when there is movement of goods, when there is movement of not services, only goods, then you need to create a document called e-waybill. Yes. E-waybill is required only when the supply is more than 50,000 including GST. The first time they have included what?
Yes.
The intention is they want more people to create e-waybills. Yes. So example, if your supply is worth 47,000 with GST 51,000. Yes, compulsory. And there are three cases where it's even though the value will not be more, you will still have to. One is when you send goods to a job worker. To whom?
Job.
But sir, who's a job worker? I'll tell you guys. I want to paint my bike and I send it to a painter. That's a job worker. Then irrespective of the value, create an e-waybill. Next, if I'm selling handicraft goods, which goods? Why handicraft? In registration chapter, they don't need registration, but whenever you move handicraft goods, you will require e-waybill. Everyone. Job worker, e-waybill. Handicraft goods and voluntary. I don't want to, but I don't have to, but I want to create e-waybill. Can I do that? The value is 35,000. Yes, I know people, guys, sometimes they don't have this value. Every supply they'll create an e-waybill. Yes, everyone. It's like in this lane when you ride a bike, do you need to wear a helmet? Yes, but you may not. But someone said, no, I want to. Great. Yes, so it's voluntary, everyone. So e-way bill or electronic way bill is a section called section 68. What is the section? 68. And there's a rule called rule 138. And in that, they say that you need to compulsorily create e-way bills. And e-way bills need to be made compulsorily the value of supply, including GST is more than how much, guys? 50,000. And taxable value with GST. So I'm giving you an example. 45,000 plus GST 4,000. No. 45,000 plus GST 4,000 plus exempt supply 10,000. No. It is only taxable supply plus what, guys? Yes. All right. And voluntarily you can create GST e-way bills. If you're job worker, you have to, and in handicraft, you have to. All right. Now, guys, e-way bill, let's say EBC is supplying 10 bikes to someone in Maharashtra and they have to create a e-way bill. They have separate dedicated website to create e-way bills. And what will they put, guys? E-way bill has two parts. How many parts? Part A and part B. Part A, they will have to put all the details of the supplier. So who's the supplier? EBC, their GST number, etc., details, address. Who's the recipient? Someone in Maharashtra, yeah. But here in our example, someone in Maharashtra, their GST number if possible, their address, etc. What are you sending? Bikes, their details, their price, etc. All details have to be put in part A. Once you create part A, then you can create part B, which is basically the transporter's details. You're sending it through JMB transporter, so JMB transporter, their details, etc. And the vehicle number also has to be on that part B. And once both are generated, then the e-way bill will be generated. Yes. So how many parts of the e-way bill? Two. The second part or e-way bill is not required. Part B, transporter's details. If you're sending it only within the same state up to 50 kilometers, up to how many kilometers? But who'll measure all 50? So generally businessmen, they do part A also and part B also. Yes. Now once an e-way bill is generated, you cannot part A cannot be modified. Which cannot be modified? Part A. Part B can be modified. Example, your truck is going from Karnataka to Maharashtra, and in the middle in Goa the truck changes. So the transporter changes. Can you modify part B? Part B can be modified any number of times. Who can modify it? EBC. Who else can modify it? Recipient. Who else can modify it? The earlier transporter also can modify it if given authorization. If given authorization. So part A cannot be modified. Part B can be modified any number of times. But if they check your part B transport truck should match with your actual truck number. So truck number is 1234. Your actual truck number should be 1234. Yes. Next, guys, can you cancel your e-way bill? Yes. You can cancel it within 24 hours. Within how many hours? Or before the transport starts. Like example, if your movement starts in 2 hours only. After that you can't. Example, guys, your air ticket. You booked a air ticket. Can you cancel the air ticket? But the flight is taking off. You're sitting in the seat, you're cancelling it, you can't do that. Same way, guys, once the movement starts, you can't cancel your e-way bill. Next, e-way bill has to be approved by the other party. Yes, because they are going to receive it. But generally, approval is not in real life. They don't approve it because if they don't approve within 72 hours, within it is default approved. Yes, so it's like sending. They have to approve, otherwise default approval. Next, validity. As e-way bill, you have to basically calculate the number of kilometers. So let's say Bangalore to Mumbai is 1,000 kilometers. How many? And divide by 200 per day. How much? So how many days? So e-way bill validity will be 5 days. But what if it's 1,020 kilometers? Then it will be 5 point something. It will be 6 days. If it's 6.7, 7.1, 8. Are we okay? And if it's a over dimensional cargo, which cargo? That's mean those big cargos, etc. Or if any of the transport is by waterways, then you don't have to divide by 200 kilometers, 20 kilometers. Everyone. So it goes slower. So what is the validity? 200 kilometers per day. But if it's over dimensional cargo, if it's anyways by waterways, 20. All right. So validity we understood. Cancellation we understood. Acceptance we understood. Part A we understood. Part B. Part B will not have to be created in which case? Up to 50 kilometers within the same state. Which can be modified? Which cannot be modified? Part A. Value we understood? Yes. Next. Now guys, when can this prohibit you from creating a e-way bill? Guys, not creating e-way bill means you cannot supply only. 1 minute. It's like your parents saying, give me your driving license, give me your car keys, give me your bike keys. Then you can't go out only. So in some cases, the government is very upset with you and they block your part A of the e-way bill. That means, can you create an e-way bill? No. When does it happen, guys? When you don't file your returns for 2 months, GSTR 1. For how many months? Or you don't file GSTR 3B for 2 months. Or if you're a composition scheme guy and you've not paid your GST for 2 quarters, two, everyone repeat. 2 months GSTR 1 you've not filed, 2 months GSTR 3B you've not filed, or that composition guy every quarter he has to pay, 2 quarters is not paid, the government is upset, they can block your creation of part A. Part A means part B also you can't create. Or when your GST is suspended. What is it? Suspended. When it is suspended, we'll see in registration chapter. In these 4 cases, guys, your part A creation can be blocked. But don't worry, you cannot make outward supplies. But can you still have inward supplies? Yes. Alright. Now, guys, Kalyan Jewelers is transporting diamonds worth 500 crores from Bangalore to Chennai in a truck. And they call you're the CA firm. And they say article assistant se baat karao, and article assistant they tell him, listen, create a e-waybill 500 crores worth of diamond. Now that article assistant is having ideas in his mind because he knows the truck number also. Yes, and he has friends in different places who can rob, or with an omni van they can go and they rob. So they say in some cases we don't need e-waybill. Yes, you need to know 5 cases where you don't require e-waybill. Guys, anything which is precious like currency, ATM van is full of currency, you don't need e-waybill. Then transporting what? Jewelry, corals, all this you don't need e-waybills. Defense goods. No, otherwise Pakistan knows exactly how your defense goods are going. Yes, so no e-waybill required. So in some cases you don't require e-waybill. I'll give you a shortcut. The shortcut is, I'll show you the shortcut, guys. But generally, anything precious, currency, jewelry, corals, defense goods, used goods. Which goods? Goods which are going on auto cycle rickshaw. Which rickshaw? Cycle rickshaw. Means they're going not very far away. Postal goods. Which goods? If a postman is delivering goods, in these cases you don't require e-waybill. Petrol, diesel also you don't require e-waybill. Yes, all right. What else is there in e-waybill? Yes. Can the e-waybill be intercepted by the GST officers? Yes. They have a tracking ID called RFID. They can scan the e-waybill and they can see who's transporting, etc. And if they feel, they can even inspect the vehicle. They can even, but if they stop, technically, guys, if they stop your vehicle for more than half an hour, more than 30 minutes, then you can write a report on the GST portal. Technically, no one does it, but if they stop your vehicle for more than how many minutes? 30 minutes. And if they do detailed inspection of your truck, etc., they need to file 2 reports online. 1 report within 24 hours. Within how many hours? And 1 within 3 days. See, it's on paper, all this is there. It's like if you find a pothole, you can complain to BBMP. Yes, so it's on paper. Everyone, let's repeat. If they stop you for more than 30 minutes, you can file a report on a GST portal. If they do a detailed search of your vehicle, they need to file a basic report within 24 hours and a detailed report within 3 days. Anything else in e-waybills? Yes, now common questions. When do you need to create e-waybills? They'll give you the value, and the value should be more than 50,000 of which value? Taxable value plus GST. All right, that is one. Next, second, what is the question they could ask on e-waybill? Yes, cancellation of e-waybill. Next, part A and part B of the e-waybill. When part B does not have to be generated, that. Then modification. This is exam question. Your goods were going from one place in Gujarat to another place in Gujarat only, and in the middle, beach mein transporter changed. Then what do? Who can modify? Supplier, recipient, or the transporter if authorized. All right, very important, guys. I'm sending my goods in 2 trucks. 10 bikes will not fit in a truck. I'm sending them in 2 trucks. How many e-waybills will I require? There's only 1 invoice, but 2 trucks. Simple, guys. If you're on 2 bikes, how many licenses will you require? 2. If you're on 2 bikes, your friend is riding 1 bike, you're riding 1 bike, how many licenses will you require? 2. So same way, if you're sending the goods, 1 invoice, but how many tempos? 2. So how many e-waybills? 2. Similarly, 2 invoices and 2 trucks. 2 e-waybills. That means number of invoices, number of e-waybills. Repeat, number of invoices, number of e-waybills, and number of vehicles also number of e-waybills. All right. That is a yes. Guys, e-waybill is created online through a form number called GST EWB, which is the form number GST EWB 0101. And sometimes, the transporter, let's say all of you guys have small value of goods, but e-waybills, and you give it to me in my truck, all your goods are going. Now, guys, all of you have e-way bills. Let's say 15 e-way bills are given to me. Can I make another consolidate e-way bill? Yes. That is called consolidate e-way bill. It has no validity. It has no, it's like the index of a book. The book has 15 chapters, guys. How do you go to chapter number 7? See the index. Same way, guys, if you give me 15 e-way bills, I can make a consolidated e-way bill. Repeat, what e-way bill? Who will make this consolidated e-way bill? Transporter. Who will make it? And it's like a trip sheet. It's like a, I'll know he wants to deliver where, he wants to deliver where, like that. It's like an index of a book, guys. It has no validity of its own, and that is GST e-way bill 02. What is it, guys? GST e-way bill 02. Are we okay with this? Yes. All right. Yes.
Company has not filed its tax,
Yes. For 2 months. Yes.
then we have to cancel.
Yes. Not cancelled. They cannot create new e-way bills.
Once they have filed their
Yes, then that capacity comes back. Yes, it's only a prohibition till you don't file a return. Yes, but what happens then? You can't make supplies. If your e-way bill creation is blocked, you can't make supplies then.
once you file the return.
Yes, that encourages you to file a return, pay your taxes, and get your get this. Yeah, one invoice, one e-way bill. Yes, one invoice more than 50,000 rupees. You need to have one e-way bill. Ah, then you're consolidating there. That's a consolidated e-way bill. GST e-way bill 01. Hmm.
No, we can mention only one. I have done that. I have done 100 only one invoice.
One invoice more than 50,000, one e-way bill is required. Yeah. One supply, one e-way bill is required. And if you split it, if you have one invoice, but you split it into two conveyances, you need two e-way bills there. Yeah.
Create three invoices and consolidate.
Each of them is, each of them is more than 50,000. If it's more than 50,000, so each invoice should have a e-way bill. I don't think, because each one invoice should have one e-way bill. Hmm.
We can put only one number.
Hmm. Were you using some software, website, or portal only? Hmm. See, technically you can't. The law is that one invoice has to be supported. So I'll tell you how I'll look at it. Let's say I make two invoices. One invoice is more than 50,000. One invoice is less than 50,000. For the one which is more than 50,000, I require one e-way bill. The other one does not require an e-way bill. But the one which has more than 50,000 requires an e-way bill. Technically, this is the legally this is what it is. I'll check if you can make multiple invoices. But if it's then it's actually wrong. It's actually wrong. Even if they're permitting, it's actually against law. Maybe they are allowing it, but technically it's wrong. Yes. And yes, since he spoke about it, what if you don't create an e-way bill, guys, and you're caught? Yeah, there's a penalty of 10,000 rupees. We'll see in penalties at CA final, but penalty of 10,000 rupees. Plus, they don't always, but they may confiscate your items. Yes, goods. All right. Yes, anything else on e-way bill, guys? Can you just flip your quick book or any questions that you have on e-way bill before we go to accounts and records? Which one? Yes. 15 digits. Okay. So if a transporter, guys, can a transporter create e-way bill? So live not playing. Okay. Yes. Ram, I think when electricity goes for a while, I think it goes off. Let me know if it's okay and you're back live. I'll check. I'll get it checked. Don't worry.
Even if laptop.
This thing live is not playing. It should actually, internet, everything is proper. What happened?
Is the recording done online?
No, we're recording it also, but online it's live, so some people are watching it live. 2 minutes only, 2 3 minutes only. All right. Hoping it's live now, back again. I think some power fluctuations, so internet goes off, so live goes off. So I hope it's back now. Okay, it's reconnecting. 1 second. Okay, live not playing. Okay, what we'll do is e-way bill is what we'll end it at, guys. We'll pick up from accounts records tomorrow because I don't want to miss. Otherwise, we'll have to repeat for them or they'll have to watch records, which is painful. So we'll let's figure what we're going to do tomorrow. ITC and payment we'll start with. Then we'll do 2 exemptions again like that. And I don't think there are too many big exemptions. One, agriculture is big, government is big. Otherwise, there are which other exemptions have been painful for you personally? Government will do tomorrow. Agriculture will do tomorrow. Education, yeah, we'll do tomorrow, no problems. Charitable, yes. So we'll finish most of the big exemption tomorrow only. ITC payment chapter, accounts records, and one small chapter, place of supply. Not small, but decent chapter, place of supply. Business facility, we've done. If it's urban banks, then RCM. If it's rural banks, then I've included there only. And there are extra miscellaneous exemptions will be covered at one place, small. Yeah, it's to rural banks, no? Exemption. Yes. Business facilitator, bank correspondent, and rural branches they provide services exempt. Yes. GG and residence. When I do exemption, we can connect it there. So residential is in miscellaneous exemption, and GG is in government exemptions. Yes. All right. Perfect. So ending this right now, and I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Only one thing, if you can, this e-way bill accounts records, try and see the sums. What else? ITC and payment, wherever you studied from, guys, have a look at it. And place of supply also. Place of supply, actually don't have a look at it at all. I don't want anyone else's confusion. I'll confuse you. Yes. I'll give you shortcuts. My shortcuts, they'll work really well. So don't read place of supply from anywhere. Just do that. Yes. All right. Yes, and welcome back. From counting number of days to start of class, now we are counting number of days to end of class. So the third last day of class today, and we are looking to get better at GST. People who are online as well as people who are here, this is what we have to do. This is where we are right now, and we'll see how we move ahead today. Guys, we've already finished the chapter which is called what, guys? Introduction to GST. We also finished a chapter which is called Supply, where we saw Bahar se services, where we saw Schedule 3, where we saw Composite and Mixed Supply as well. Then we charged our GST up with this chapter called Charge of GST, where we saw HT, HR. We also saw RCM. We saw some lawyers lending cars and some resident lawyers. Besides 2 of them, I think all of them were done. Then we also saw that someone doesn't want to pay the full GST in India. They can go under the composition scheme under section 10.1 and 10.2. And we also have 10.2A, which is basically small service providers for them, the composition scheme. We did 5 sums from here. And I was hoping that you had done the other sums, and if there's any difficulties, we can always discuss. Then we also did a chapter which is called value or supply. The government wants the value to be higher or lower? Higher, because higher the value, higher the GST. So that is what they wanted to do. And then we also did a very tiny little chapter called TDS and TCS. So that is something. Kari, okay. एक और लिएगा. LGP. Okay. So we also did a very small chapter called TDS and TCS. Then today is a new day and we are going to be looking at some new chapters. We'll first start off, we also did e-way bills, so we've not completed the chapter. So we'll start with that only, and we'll finish accounts, records, and e-payable first. So that's out then of our portion today. So I'm just putting a star mark on the sums we are going chapters we're going to do. This is the first one. Then we will do registration, which is here hiding somewhere. Yes, registration. Then we will probably, I think both of these we'll then take a break, and after that we'll look at ITC and payment today. Or we can start with ITC and payment, then move to registration. Depends on how how fresh we look and how fresh we feel and how well we can understand. Yes. All right. And in the middle, we've been doing exemptions. So we did a couple of exemptions till yesterday. We did, I think, 6 of them. So entry to events, performance by notice, post office, healthcare services, legal services, banking services. We also yesterday did, guys, goods transport. If you remember, consignment note, Dr. Nam was a doctor we met yesterday. And we also did passenger transport services. So we'll add a few more today. I'm hoping we'll at least do about 6 new exemptions today. We could list them down. I specifically want to do charity. So charitable and religious trust, I want to do charitable and religious trust. Yes, one of my favorites actually. It's very easy. I'll give you some nice shortcuts, which is education. So we'll do that as well. Then I want to do 6. So let's line up 1, 2, 3. Agriculture is one more. So we'll do that as well. Then insurance, very simple, very small. So we'll do that as well. Then government we'll do right in the end. Then we will do miscellaneous. So we'll do the miscellaneous small exemptions. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anything else? If nothing, then we will do the government thing also. So we'll see how that works. And surprisingly, it will come to an end. If there's something more also, we'll look at it. But this is what I want to start with right now. Let's look at charitable and religious trust. Yes, let's do one exemption, then we'll do the chapter, then we'll come back and we'll do one more exemption and then the next chapter as well. All right, so how many of you all do charity? What is the charity you do as a student? Not much. So but when you start earning income, can you donate money to a charity? And we've seen that in supply chapter, that is a pure donation. What kind of donation? Pure donation. There is no GST on it. Example, if you donate to a Tirupati trust or some other trust, there's on donation, there is no GST. But now we are talking about charitable trust, how they are subject to GST or how they are not subject to GST. So here, guys, we are going to talk about first charitable and also religious trust. Yes. Every time you quote a notification, you have to quote the same section or same notification number, which is number 12 of which year, guys? 2017. In that year, we told that listen charity, listen religious trust. We want to give you a lot of exemptions, but do we really trust you? That means, are you registered or not? Are you registered? So they should be registered. There's an Income Tax Act which you'll see at CA final called 12AA, which has now been changed to 12AB. So they should be registered. What if it's an unregistered trust? Then no benefits. So GST benefits are only reserved for which one, guys? Registered trust. So this is a registered trust. And let's see what all they are doing, guys. First, registered charitable and religious trust. I'm going to call them trust from now onwards. If you're registered and you are performing services in the nature of here, guys, what is the shortcut? Here, everyone. First, healthcare. What is it? Blood donation camp, free cataract camp, or 100 rupees cataract camp. All these, guys, the government says no problem. Even if you can collect 100 rupees, we will not charge what? GST. Next, you are doing something in the field of education. What are you doing? Education, a school for the poor where we only charge 200 rupees per month fees. Yes, so on that there will be no GST. When I say education, I also mean skill development. Which development? Skill development. Skill development should be in rural areas. Should be in rural areas for more than 65 years of age of people. Only then in that case there will be no GST. So education and skill development. Next, here is religion, spirituality and yoga. If you're doing something in spirituality, religion, yoga, example, a trust is conducting a yoga camp. Can they collect fees? Yes, but there will be no GST. Since years, my mom in Mumbai has been going to a yoga camp. It's run by a trust. Every evening she goes for yoga, almost 4 days. She pays a very small amount, but there's no GST. Next, if you're doing something for the environment, wildlife and forest, like tiger, save the tiger. So in that case, if there's some amount you earned, on that there will be no GST. So can we repeat the 4 here, guys? Healthcare, education and skill development, religion, spirituality and yoga, and last is environment, which also includes wildlife and forest. So in this case, if you make some money, there will be no GST, so that's a good thing. Second good thing, Guys, if you ever gone to a big temple like Tirupati temple, they have a couple of shops outside. Have you noticed? They sell all these religious products outside the temple. And then, guys, inside the temple, there's a temple hall where you can get married, you can have all these naming ceremonies. And they also have rooms because people come from outside. So there are three things. One is shop. What is this, guys? Shop. Then one is rooms. And one is hall. When they charge up below a certain amount, there is no GST. For shop, less than 10,000 a month. How much? For room, less than 1,000 per day. And for hall, also less than 10,000 per event. In that case, there will be no GST. So how do I remember? I'll tell you why simply. First, is it charity? So will they always charge it less? Yes, the shortcut is not less than or equal to. It is less. ICAI hasn't done this. But what if they put exactly 1,000 rupees? Then GST. So how do you remember? Less than. What charities always charge? Less. So that's how the shortcut works. Shop and hall is 10,000. Shop, of course, is per month. Hall and room are per day. Then in that case, guys, there will be no GST. All this is exempt. But what if the rents are high, guys? Then it will be taxable. Everyone, what if the rents are high? Then it will become taxable. All right. Next, guys, what if the charitable organization does some advertisement, renting, etc. Other than this, so all others are taxable, guys. All others are taxable. Example, in the charitable institution, they give some other rent to some other person, then all that is taxable. Guys, Tirupati Trust has a lot of money and they have invested in a mall in Bangalore. They made a mall in Bangalore. Everyone. Can they do that with the spare funds? Yes, they can invest, but that renting will be taxable. All right. Next, we move ahead. Guys, can they also have sports, guys? Which sports, but as a recreation? As what? Example, guys, let's say some trust has a sports cricket coaching only for children at a very nominal price. The government says if it's sports, but only for what purpose? Recreation, then that also there will be no GST. That also is completely exempt. Yes. Guys, repeating, what is HERE? Healthcare, education, religion, and environment. Shop, room, and hall, all the symbol is what, guys? Less than. And sports, recreation, but only recreation, not professional tournament, not professional coaching. Then again, there will be no GST. Will they charge a fee? Yes, but there will be no GST. All right. This is only if you are registered. This is only if you're all right, guys. A charity is doing a very nice thing. They're running a old age home, guys. What are they running? Old age home. The government says thank you for taking care of old age people. If you charge them up to 25,000 rupees a month, up to how much? That means if you're not very expensive, then I will give you exemption from what? GST. Everyone okay till here? All right. We move now to the next part. This is also, guys, something to do with religion, etc. But you don't need to be registered. You don't need to be. So this is applicable to all, guys. What is it? Applicable to all. First, guys, I feel bad when I say this, but as a CA, when I provide services, there is GST. But if you're a Pandit, who are you? Pandit. That means you conduct religious ceremony. Recently, guys, who is the most famous person who got married recently? Anand Ambani. Yes, his wedding went over for months and months and months. Yes. Now, guys, there was a religious Pandit who was doing the ceremony. Do you think Mukesh Ambani would have paid him well? Yes. On that entire amount, no GST. Everyone. So if you conduct any religious ceremonies, which ceremonies? Religious. Of course, Pandit is only one religion. There can be Muslim also, Sikh also, Parsis also. Any religious ceremonies, if you conduct and if you get some money, there will be no one, guys, GST. Are we okay with this? But for this, you don't need to be registered. This is for everyone. Tomorrow, you can also, instead of buying tax, buy out some slokas and conduct ceremonies. If people pay you on that, there will be no GST. Second, sports training, you need to be registered. But if you're an arts training, guys, which training? Arts, everyone. Example, you're a Kathak dance trainer. So art forms, but which art forms? Always they trust only one, Indian classical. Yes. So if you teach someone drawing, Kathak, singing, Carnatic music, etc., all that also there will be no GST. But arts is for all, guys. What is arts for? All. A for arts, A for all. Sports is only for registered. Yes. And last, guys, if you get people to do all these Char Dham Yatras, you are basically doing some Char Dham Yatra, or you're taking people for a Hajj, but you're not a private tour. You are someone called Kumau Nigam Vikas Mandal. What is it, guys? Kumau Nigam Vikas Mandal. Or you're a Hajj committee. What is it? Guys, they are basically government nominated people who will take people for Char Dham and Hajj committee. What if you're Kesari Tours and you take an ultra luxury Char Dham Yatra? Then there is GST. Yes, are we okay with this? And this applies to whom? All. Everyone okay with it? Can we recap? Which trust? Religious and charitable trust. Should they be registered? Yes. Under which section? Doesn't matter. They should be registered. And you should know about here. You should know old age home will charge up to 25,000. Thank you. You should have sports in the mind and room rents less than, less than, less than, and arts for all. Good shortcut, guys. Religious ceremonies conducting that, and one more thing was there, which is Kumao Vikas Kumao. Yes, Kumao Mandal and Hajj Committee. When they take their trips on that, they will charge money, but there will be no GST. Let's have a look on how this looks from our QuickBook. Here we go. This is the cash course, and this is the QuickBook here. We'll have a look at. I'm just going to type here, and maybe okay here there'll be too many years. So religion. Yes. Here we go, guys. Religious and charitable trust. See the exemption, guys. First, do you see HERE? Yes, healthcare, education, and skill development. But skill development is only for prisoners and people above which age 65 years in rural areas. Which yoga camps? Education also. If you're a trust providing education on that, there is no GST. That's why all these colleges and schools where trust are running, there is no GST. No GST. Yes. Next, guys, what about residential yoga camp? Yoga camp we understood. What about residential? Where they're giving you food also, stay also. It is composite supply. What supply? What is the main supply? Yoga, which is exempt. Hospital also. Guys, precincts, room, hall, and shops. We've discussed this. Sports we've discussed. Old age home we've discussed. A for arts we've discussed. Conducting religious activities we've done. Kumao Vikas Mandal we've done. All other services, yes. Alright, just one thing I forgot, guys. If tomorrow Tirupati Trust buys an air conditioner, will there be GST on that? Yes. Guys, on their inward supply, there is no exemption. Only one exemption. If they get some services from outside India, Bahar se service. Repeat, guys. Bahar se. Guys, Bahar se service you thought is taxable, but only if who's getting it? Charity, the government says I don't want GST. Repeat, guys. Only one inward supply. Bahar se services. Only that one, there will be no GST on that. Are we okay with this? Yes, your question.
Yoga camp.
Yoga camp, yes.
That residential, if they have AC and they for that.
That's also okay, no problem. As long as the trust is doing it. Your HERE, that is religion, spirituality, yoga. So basically, you're a trust and you're doing a yoga camp. Then in that case, whether it's a pure yoga camp or residential yoga camp, everything is exempt. All right. Now, I'll tell you practically how this works. A lot of our schools in India are run by a trust, and in that they charge school fees. They're not government schools; they are trust. Like example, Jain Trust runs a school. Then in that case, guys, on that fees there will be no GST. Are we okay with this? Yes. But we'll talk about education separately. This is trust. Everyone okay? I'm looking at now some sums. Let's go to the ICAI material now. Let's see if there are some sums on charity and religious. All right. Charitable activities. Here we go. Let's see if we can answer these charitable activity questions. The first one. Shiksha Academy and Education Institute run by whom, guys? Sar Seva Trust. Guys, will there be any GST? Guys, here, check. Skill development program for more than 65 years in which area, guys? Urban. Urban will be taxable. If it's rural area, no. The activities, guys, only when such persons are residing in which area? Rural area. So keep this in mind, rural area. Next, Kumao Mandal Vikas Nigam, guys. Will it be exempt? Yes. Arranging yoga camps. Bhavya Jyoti Foundation, a charitable trust, organize a yoga meditation camp for old age people. Is it exempt, guys? Yes, religion, spirituality, and yoga. Next, all this is all okay. Manavta Satsana Charitable Trust, registered under Section 12AB, organize a basketball training camp. Yes, sports, recreation, yes. But guys, this has to be registered. Are they registered? Yes. Arts is for all, but sports you have to be registered. Next, conduct of religion. Ramanan Joshi, a priest, charges 12,000 for conducting a religious ceremony. No GST. Let him be without GST, guys. We can't have GST on God. Next, Durga Devi Trust, a religious trust, owns and manages a temple in the locality. It rents the commercial shops for an rent of 10,000 per month per shop. Excellent, guys. It should be less than that. And Sarvodaya Religious Trust, under section, owns and manages a Gurudwara. It rents a community hall for rent of 9,000. Exactly. Because less than how much, guys? Please look at this and tell me, what do we do? ABC is liable to pay GST. Which of them is their GST? Skill development, services and yoga training, exempt. Skill development, exempt. Coaching for cricket, yoga training and skill development. Coaching for cricket and yoga. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, but they've said metro cities.
Yes.
Where? Oh yeah. 65 is regarding Metro City. Yes, skill development. Perfect. All right. So quiz time. Good stuff. I can tick mark happily one more exemption which is done and dusted, which is charitable and which is trust. We'll move ahead. We want to do one more, guys. We'll do one more education also. Yes, let's do education also. All right. First, before starting, guys, you tell me, should education be under GST? No. Then why did you pay GST to Yeshas? Yes. But this is education only, no? Right. Yes. So the government again has a very soft corner for education, and they said, listen, yeah, on education, how can we charge GST? But this is of course private education. So let's have a look, guys. Everyone, even if you've done it from anywhere, I'll make sure you do it even better now with our shortcuts. Here we go, guys. This is education. Now I want to ask you guys, where all have you been educated from the start? Yeah, pre-nursery, guys. Pre-nursery. Yes, she went straight to school, but he went to pre-nursery. Yes. Where else have you gone? Then LKG, UKG, then that is all school. School in Bangalore is still 10. In Rajasthan, it's still 12. In Maharashtra also, it's still 10. So generally, schools can be up to when, guys? 12. After that is what? College. Yes, the good days, college days. Yes, here we call it PU. That's 11, 12. And after that, that is college. In Mumbai, it's 5 years of college. If you take commerce, 5 years of full of college. And then after that, guys, can you get employed? Sorry. Then there is something called vocational courses. Which courses, guys? Guys, what is vocational basically means they train you on something. Example, they train you on mobile repairing, hardware, computer hardware. Yes, all these are vocational courses. As the government says, listen, you guys are doing a very, very good job. Any services you provide to SFS. Who, guys? SFS. Any services you provide to students. Any services you provide to faculties. Any services you provide to staff will be completely exempt. Example, students only. Student goes to school, pays the fee. Guys, is there a supply? Yes, but that will be completely exempt. Next. Anything to do with entrance exams, guys. Anything to do with exams or entrance exam. Example, you want to go to IIT. Guys. How do you go to IIT? You straight go to IIT and start sitting on the benches? No. What do you have to give? Entrance. And when you give entrance, are you a student? You becoming a student. So even entrance exams, even though you're not a student currently, on that entrance exam fee, there will be no GST. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. So what is SFS? Students, faculty, staff, and this is what, guys? Exams, entrance exams, etc., or any exams. All right. I'm not talking about inward supply now. I'm only talking about outward supplies. Yes, guys, this is taxable. Everything else will be exempt. So whenever it's taxable, we'll put it here, guys. And exempt will continue here. Guys, anything which is run by the government, any course which is run by government is completely exempt. Example, they say some Pradhan Mantri, some Yojana, some education program under Pradhan Mantri Yojana, exempt. National Skill Development Corporation, exempt. I want more answer, guys. National Skill Development Corporation, exempt. Deen Dayal Upadhyay, etc., etc., exempt. That's a pro tip, guys. Anything done by the government will always be exempt because they don't want education by them only to become expensive. Next, yeah, I'll take up questions. 2 minutes. Next, guys, you go to your college, but it's not a college where you're going home close to home. It's a college where you have to stay in a hostel. Guys, so are you staying in? Are you educating yourself? Plus, you're staying in where? Hostel. You're eating which food? Hostel food. That food which no one likes. Yeah, and you're paying a fee for all three together. Now tell me, guys, which of them will be taxable? No, it is a composite supply. What supply, guys? Composite supply. Are they naturally bundled? Yes. And what is the principal supply? Education. So it is completely exempt if it is education also plus what, guys? Hostel also plus what? Food also. Are we okay? Next, guys, you did any degree which is recognized by the government. Example, law, exempt. CA, exempt. So any degree which is recognized by what, guys? Law or the government is completely exempt. So when you pay your CA fees, like the to ICAI, that fees is completely exempt from GST. But you say, no, 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 I don't want to do CA. I want to do ACCA. I want to do CFA. I want to do CMA, USA. Government says USA and all you want to go. Then we'll charge you what, guys? GST. So if it's foreign courses, which courses, guys? Foreign, the government says we'll charge you GST. You already know, guys, private coaching. Which coaching? Private coaching, the government says we'll also charge you GST. Next, you want to learn guitar classes. Or you want to learn swimming classes. Will also be also under which, guys? Taxable. But if your school has swimming classes, exempt, because then it's composite supply. And what is the main thing? You did not join school because you could learn swimming. You joined school and then they taught you swimming. So that is also with supply, guys. Composite supply. What else? Guys, your school, this is all the different programs. Yes. Yeah, your question.
Sir, the government thing, is it for central, only central government or state government?
Any government. As long as you are recognized by a law degree. Example, let's say it's a private school. But are they giving you 10 standard degree recognized by law? Yes, then it's exempt. Are we okay? Not everything has to be government because see, most of us have not gone to government schools. We've gone to private schools. But guys, private schools also give us a degree recognized by whom? Law. So then that is also exempt. Everyone, all right. So anything foreign is taxable. Any private coaching is taxable. Any only hobby is also taxable. Everyone, okay? Yes. Now the inward supply. Guys, the college, your college or your school is buying an AC and putting in the principal's cabin. Will there be GST? Yes. So which are the inward supply on which there is no GST, guys? Here we out. What are the inward supplies? Which inward supplies are exempt from GST? So first, this is only for education institution which are nursery and school up till 12th. School up till 12th. When they take any services in the nature of TCS. What is the nature, guys? TCS. Example, guys. You go to school via bus. You go to school via bus. You pay the school 2,000 rupees per month for bus fees. Guys, there will be no GST because you're paying whom? School. But do you think, guys, the principal is driving the bus or it's the principal's bus? No. They also take it on rent. They also take it on. So let's say there is a ABC company providing transportation service. Which service? Then the school, guys, they will raise a bill on whom? School. 1 minute, 1 minute. You are the school, guys. You are the school. I'm the transporter. I'm providing you a bus for the whole month with the driver with 1 lakh rupees charge. You will charge whom? Students. That is exempt because you are charging students. But am I charging you 1 lakh?
Yes.
Even that inward supply because it is for what?
Student.
Transportation. What is T for? Thank you, Bharat. What is T for? Transportation. In that case, guys, it is completely exempt. Only three things. Next. Guys, one of the best memories of school is the canteen. Yes, when you provide food to the students, guys, will the principal be making samosas and all? No. So it's given to someone outsiders. So that catering also, guys, the caterer will charge amount, but without any GST. And last, guys, benches, cleaning, security, social housekeeping, all that also, when it's inward supply to whom? Schools up till 12, that is exempt. I'm giving you an example, guys. Catering provided to a college. No GST. Guys, TCS is only to our schools up till 12th standard. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. Can we repeat what is TCS? Transportation, catering, and security and housekeeping. All that is exempt is provided up to whom, guys? Up to school level. Next, colleges were upset that we also want some inward exemption. They said, listen, if we give you any service, if we give you any service for online learning, for which learning, guys? Example, your college wants to convert all the textbooks into online presentations. And there's a company which gives them the work, which does the work for a college and charges 1 lakh, but they will not charge what? GST. So this online learning is only for college. TCS is only for school. I'm giving an example. Bus transport service to a college. Taxable. Catering to a college. Online learning to a school. Taxable. So you cannot mix and match, guys. Yes. And to all institutes, guys, to all institutes, any services in relation to exam, any services in relation to completely exempt. Like the government is saying exam very seriously. I'll tell you what. When ICAI has your exams on Mondays, when ICAI has an exam, where do you go to write the exam? ICAI? No, you go to a school, centers, etc. So when they rent that, that service is exempt. When they ask a paper setter to set the paper, will the paper setter charge money? Yes, but they will not charge GST. Any service, repeat, any service with relation to exam that is completely exempt. Are we okay? Can we repeat the inward supply? First, for schools up till 12th standard, TCS, full form. Transport, catering, security, housekeeping. For colleges, online learning, etc. And for all, service in relation to exam. Guys, a person has set the exam paper. He's charging 10,000 rupees. No GST. A person is correcting the exam paper. He's charging 20,000 rupees. A person is supplying paper for exam. Yes, there is GST because that is goods. That is what? Goods. Only service relation to what, guys? Exam. Are we okay with this? You are renting a premise for exam. No GST. Everyone. Good stuff here. Okay. Transportation provided to a school. Exam. Transportation provided to a school when they are taking it to a picnic. Taxable. It's only from school to students and back, guys, not for picnics. Are we okay? Basically, that means the service should be to the school premise. School premise. Everyone okay? This is education. Let's see if you miss something. Well, we go to the quick book. Here we go. Let's go to the quick book. Very important. A lot of people struggle with it, but I think you should be good. SFS, yes. Let's see. Education services. Education institute means preschool, school, colleges, and approved vocational courses. Services provided to SFS. What is SFS? Students, faculty, and staff. Students provide services provided with respect to any entrance exams, any vocational courses. I didn't understand ITI, industrial training institute. Guys, anything which is recognized, which has approval of the government, blessing of the government is exempt. National Skill Development Corporation, exempt. Guys, I'll talk about this. Government Skill Development Program, exempt. Approved maritime courses, exempt. Courses are recognized by law. Composite supply, food, and I okay. Two things I'll teach you guys. Bangalore is very famous for IIM. Bangalore is very famous for IIM. IIM Bangalore is very famous. If they have a 2-year MBA course and you pay 30 lakh fees, how much? No GST. Because it's a long course. Because it is a any course more than 1 year, guys. Any course more than 1 year considered as long course. Are we okay? MBA, IIM Bangalore is doing a technical analysis stock market course for 1 week. GST. Are we okay? Only which courses for IIM? Long. Guys, you have not studied in a normal school, you've studied in an IB school. Which school? IB, international school and all that. Government says international school only, but it's school. Only the method of learning is international, so that is also exempt. All foreign courses, taxable. Only IB, remember, IB is a school which is Indian school only, but giving you what kind of education is foreign. So that is exempt. Everyone, that's an exception. Read foreign courses, taxable. Tuition classes, taxable. Hobby classes, IM short courses, taxable, guys. And placement services, guys. Do you know your colleges give you placement? And they charge whom? They can't charge companies on that. There is GS because that is not education. That is not education. All right. Guys, take a look at the inward services. Guys. Everyone read. I've already taught you. Read it.
Small charitable trust go under composition.
Small charitable trusts go under. They are not traders, restaurant service providers, manufacturers. Small service providers. They can go but they'll have to charge 6% and pay from their own pocket. They can go under because 10 to A says that you can be a service provider. Yes, renting is a service. But generally, they will not pay 6% on their own pocket. It's very expensive. So, yes, can they go? Yes. But do they go? Generally, I have not seen. Alright, guys, everyone okay? Guys, what you should know here, I'll tell you. Anything to do with government is completely exempt. Are we okay with it? Anything to do with foreign, taxable. Anything to do with hobby, taxable. And inward supplies is very important here. Are we okay? Everyone. All right. Now, guys, we go back to our ICAI material, exemption chapter. Some good sums are there in exemptions from education. Here we go. Yes, here it is. You can see it directly from here. I'll just show you. You read it and you tell me what the answer would be. Everyone, the first one. Dharam Institute of Technology, a private engineering course in MP, offers postgraduate engineering programs. Guys, all of them are recognized by law. Is it exempt? Yes. Little Ways Public School is a school located in Tamil Nadu. The school has two branches. One is a preschool, the other is a higher secondary school. Both are affiliated. Exempt. Yes. Next. Kaldrishti ITI Gorakhpur is engaged in providing skill development courses under the Apprentices Act, etc. The moment you see anything to do with government, exempt. Superminds, a coaching institute in Raipur, provides coaching. Is it private coaching? Yes, then it is taxable. All right. Keep moving ahead, keep looking at it. There is IM photograph also. I see IM Ahmedabad here. Short duration programs of IIMs, taxable. This is less than 1 year. Sorry, I said more than 1 year. More than or equal to 1 year is exempt. Conduct of entrance exams, exempt. All this, you don't have to read all this, guys. If you read, how will you finish your portion? What is the diploma at national board? They've highlighted it for some reason. Guys, nothing in the exam. It's very simple. If it's recognized by the government, exempt. Supply of food in a mess or canteen, exempt for whom, guys? Schools. So Anganwadi is also exempt. They have full guys. See this Anganwadi. You will go back to school only then, guys. If you read all this and go for the exam. Entrance examination, fees for admission, migration certificate, all are exempt. Fees charged from employers. See, I don't know how I don't know how, if you're aware how placement works. Placement is they go to PwC. They say PwC, we have so many hundreds of finance professionals in our college, you come to our college. They'll charge PwC 1 lakh rupees. How much? On that there is GST. Will they charge students anything? No. So this is how it works. Maritime courses is approved maritime courses. Anything approved, exempt. Anything approved is exempt. Approved by government. Yes. Please read the first one. Why taxable, guys? Online journals to schools. Next. Transportation to a school. Exempt. Next. Services in relation to exams. Completely exempt. Next. For security and housekeeping. Exempt because the school. Remember TCS? Right? That shortcut works very well. Now, if you read this, guys, type of education institution. Full education only will get questioned here. Yes. I've given you shortcuts. I've read all of this for you so that I can summarize it that anything recognized by law is completely exempt. Have a look, guys. What is this perfect coaching classes? Who calls themselves perfect coaching classes? So, guys, which one is taxable? C. All right, guys. Good stuff. We are done. Actually, these two exemptions are so big, they're almost like a small chapter only. So, I'm very happy that we're done with two exemptions. All right. Now I know I want to do accounts, records, and e-waybill, but I don't want to start the day with accounts, records, and e-waybill. Yes, we can end the day with that. We don't want to start the day. I want to start the day with something exciting and something really important, that is ITC and payment. So that we can also get our 8 marks, 10 marks, etc. in the exam from that chapter. So guys, inaugurating one of the most hyped up chapters of our portion, ITC and payment. And we'll see how that works. Most of you guys have probably read it today. And so my discussion will get better and faster. Yes, we'll do a exam kind of discussion on ITC and payment. Yes. So I'll tell you in exam, they don't tell you that explain the entire chapter. They don't tell you theory. I'll tell you how they say. They'll take one supplier. Let's say they'll take an example of EBC. Again, I'll take the example, guys. And this is what they're purchasing. Everyone, this is what they're purchasing. First, they purchase some goods which are used for business. Some goods which are used for what? Business. But they don't have an invoice for that. Like they don't have what? Invoice. The government says, listen, if you don't have an invoice, we won't give you credit. That's one of the conditions. We'll go from exam perspective. You bought goods worth 10 lakh, but goods worth 2 lakh rupees, you don't have invoice. 8 lakh you'll get whatever GST, but 2 lakh you'll not. You bought these goods intrastate. CGST, SGST. You got such goods intrastate. IGST. Rates will always be given in the exam. Next. Guys, you got some goods in the month of November you want to take credit, but the goods are coming in two lots, November and December. They say, listen, we'll not give it proportionately. We are the government. We don't want to give you credit. We'll give it to you after delay in December. Yes. Coming in three lots, November, December, Jan. In reality, no one does it. If I know I'm going to get in lots, no, what I do, I make three separate invoices. Invoice in November, I'll get in November credit. Who is stupid enough to do this? But of course, exam question, they can test your knowledge on this, guys. Next. Here, guys, you are someone who's purchasing batteries. What are you purchasing, guys? Batteries. But you did not want them in your office, so you asked the battery supplier to send it to your third-party job worker, and he has received the batteries, guys. This is called bill to ship to model. What is it called, guys? Is it billing it to you? and shipping it to them, guys. Will you get the credit? Yes, because it's billed to you, so you will get the credit. Are we okay? You bought some personal goods, guys, and you want to take a credit. No. Personal goods, you can't take any credit. Next, you bought a projector, guys. What have you bought? Projector. Capital good for 1 lakh rupees. GST 18,000. GST how much? You have taken 1 lakh 18 to the balance sheet. You have capitalized it. What is the word? Capitalize it. Now you want ITC also. Government like, are smart. You want depreciation also and ITC also. Very good. You can't do that. One Wonderla ticket, one person enters. So same way, if you take 1 lakh 18 to the balance sheet, you will only get depreciation. So you can't get credit. So you're stupid. Instead, what you should have done?
1 lakh.
Taken 18,000 to your credit ledger and 1 lakh to your balance sheet. Are we okay? That means I'll tell you something, guys. Your GST should not touch your balance sheet for capital assets. For which assets? Your GST should not go where? Balance sheet. But the moment it goes to the balance sheet, you can't get what, guys? Credit ledger. Alright, but telling you something, guys. Very smart people are so smart. The government has done some block credit. Have you heard of block credit? When you buy a car, the credit is blocked. Because, guys, every businessman will want to buy a car. And let's say you want to buy a sports car, 1 crore rupees. How much is a sports car? 1 crore. GST 18,000. You say, I'll go for all my meetings on the sports car only. The government says we blocked it. We have blocked it. So everyone, you're purchasing which car? Sports car. How much? 1 crore. GST 18 lakh, 28 lakh. The government has said this is block credit. In government, businessmen say no problem. We'll find a way out. What they do is they take the entire thing to balance sheet and depreciate. So one way is closed, the other way is still open. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. So we have studied, guys, there are section 16.1. What is section 16.1? The shortcut is BR. That anything that you purchase should be the purpose of business and it should be, sorry. It should be for the purpose of business and you should be registered. Sorry, my bad. You should be registered. Guys, what if you guys purchase a phone today? You will not get it because I am registered. If I am using it for business purpose, I can get credit. That's first section, not very important. Second one, 6.2, 16.2. Shortcut is DRGR. What is the shortcut? DRGR. Guys, you should have a document. What you should have? But now no one checks physical documents. You know that, guys. Let's say I'm EBC, I'm purchasing batteries. What am I purchasing? I have invoice number 123. Which invoice number? I will upload that in my GSTR3B. My GSTR3, the details. And the supplier will upload in GSTR1 and it will be a match. And once it matches, guys, only then you'll get credit. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. So what is D for? Document. So should you have a physical document? Good if you have it, but you don't need one. You should match at GSTR1 level. Next, you should have received the goods. What you should do, guys? Receive. Guys, between battery supply company and EBC, who owns the credit? EBC. Guys, PC. Purchase, we forgot to start the chapter of this. PC means what, guys? Priyanka Chopra. No, purchase leads to credit. In purchase leads to credit, guys. The person who's purchasing wants the credit. So government said, listen, you better file a return. You better file your. If you don't file a return, you won't get credits. And last, guys, everyone who's supplying batteries. BSC, battery supply company. To whom? EBC. What is today's date? 29th November. Guys, should EBC pay battery supply company today only? No. In business, it does not work like this. Business is not like going to 20 rupees coffee and giving coffee money in the same time. Business basically gives you a credit period. What period? You can pay in 30, 60, 90 days. The government says, listen, yeah, you are purchasing. Everyone repeat. What are you doing? I will give you credit, PC. I will give you credit. But promise to pay him within 180 days. Within how many days, guys? They have a rule called Rule 37 to beat. Which rule? That you pay within how much time? 180 days. Which month are we in right? Guys, you take the credit in November. Pinky promise that you have to pay within how many days? 180. 180 basically means 6 months. If you pay within 6 months, life is good. Life is good, guys. 6 months means December, Jan, Feb, March, April, May. Let's say by May you have to pay. If you pay by May, all good. You made a promise, you fulfill the promise. If you don't pay by May, then whatever credit you took, example, let's say you took credit of 18,000. How much? You have to reverse it. What is R for? Reverse. And you have to pay interest also. You have to pay not to be battery supply company, but to the government because you took credit from the government. Everyone. Guys, repeat this G. Guys, the government has made the rule. Who's the purchaser? EBC. Who's the supplier? Do I need to pay today? No. Tonight? Right now, GPay. No hurry. You have to pay within how many days? But promise to pay within how many days? 180. Government says, I will get my GST now only. You will also get your credit now, but you have to pay him within 180 days. That's protecting whom, guys? Battery supply. Protecting him because he'll get the money within 180 days. If you pay within 180 days, all good. But if you don't pay, RI, what is the shortcut? How much credit did you take? 18,000, reverse it. And on that, you'll have to pay what? Interest. From the day you took the credit till the day you pay the money back. Are we okay? Like a money lender. What rate of interest, guys? 18%. Next, on my capital asset projector, I have taken 1,18,000 to the balance sheet. Then I can take, but I will not get debt. So 16.3 talks about that. And guys, what is ABC buying from BSC? Batteries. In which month? November. They don't have an invoice. Guys, no ITC. They found the invoice after 8 years. Like, what are you saying? Crazy? After 8 years, who does this? So they have put a deadline called NA, guys. What is the deadline? Which is the year, financial year? 1st April to 31st March. 1st April, 31st March. They say no problem. You didn't find the invoice, find it by March. If you can't find it in March, keep finding it till November also will be okay. Till which date? 30th November or annual return filing date, whichever is earlier. Guys, repeat. Which is this month? November. This year, this month, you forgot an invoice. Can you search for it? Can you find it next month? Will the government give you credit next month also? December, Jan, Feb, March, no problem. Even after the year you search. Till when? November, 30th November. Or annual return filing date. It's not annual return due date, annual return filing date. What is you file the return on 10th October? Then after 10th October, nothing you can do. Yes, are we okay? That is NA, November or annual return filing date, whichever is earlier. That is given in section 16. I'm doing the non-traditional way of ITC chapter, guys, where you don't have to worry about all the sections, but you have to just feel that whether you can get the credit or not. Yes. All right. All right, we move ahead now. BR you should know. Rule 37 you should know. Guys, DR, GR you should know a little bit. But overall, guys, more than the conditions, you should know whether you can take the credit or not. Yes, typical question in the exam, that capital asset. Very typical. That NA, November or annual return filing. Earlier it used to be September. Then they moved it to what, guys? First the shortcut was SA. Now it is NA. Next, something that is that invoice missing and that 180-day period, guys. That RI. What is RI? You have to reverse the amount and pay what, guys? Interest. Yes, everyone. Okay. Now we move ahead to the next one. Very simple. Here we go. Guys, I am EBC. I'm making export supply or exempt supply. What supply? Export or exempt. How much GST I am paying to the government? 0. The government says sorry, then credit also I will not give you. Give and take. Repeat. Give. Simple philosophy, guys. I'm a doctor. How much GST I am paying to the government? 0. More answers. Guys. How much GST I am? 0. So when I buy something also I will not get any credit. I'm changing this. I'm making taxable supply. Will I get credit? Yes, because give and take. Am I giving to the government? Yes. Guys, in a nutshell, SL and PC always go together. SL, supply leads to liability. PC, purchase leads to credit. Okay, look a little confused there. Yes. Okay, no understanding. That's a natural look there. Yes. So SL and PC, everyone okay? Now, yeah.
So if a person does
Both. So there is a rule called Rule 43 and Rule 44. They push it to CA final now. Yes. So good question, guys. What if EBC is making both supplies, guys? Exempt supply also and taxable supply. Exempt, who's not happy? Taxable, who's happy? So do they want to give you credit on something which is common? They say yes, proportionately. How? Guys, exactly like sharing Maggie with your sibling. Proportionately. But that proportion we'll discuss at CA final. There's a rule called Rule 43. Which rule? 43 and Rule 44, which is now pushed to which final? CA final. Everyone. All right. We go to the next concept. Very simple concept I'm doing like this. See, in India, people are very smart. So the government says we are smarter. We block some credit. Very important, guys. What is the concept? Block credit. I'm just testing your knowledge and then we'll update our block credit. Guys, the government says the block credit section is 17.5. Which section will you put? 17.5. In that, the first thing they blocked is VAM. Vessel, aircraft, motor vehicles. Everyone. Vessel, aircraft, motor vehicle. Every person dreams of buying a car. When you buy a car in the business name, can you take GST credit? Not at all. It's blocked. A for aircraft, V for Vessel, sorry, you cannot take credit. You cannot take credit unless you put a number plate called GST, please. What is the number plate? GST, please. Now, what does it mean, guys? GST, please. Do the exception. Unless it's for transportation of goods. Transportation of what? Then will you get credit? Yes. Unless it's for the same line of business. I'm buying a car so I can sell it ahead. Will you get the credit? Yes. For training of people. Driving, yes. Motor driving. Will you get the credit? Yes. And last, guys, this is only for motor vehicles. This P is only for if your passengers in the vehicle are more than 13, guys. More than how much? 13. Everyone. So I'm giving you some examples. You are a CEO of a company, you bought a two-seater sports car. No. You're a motor driving school, you bought a Toyota car to train people. You bought a truck for goods transport. You bought a minivan capacity 18 people. Yes, because more than how many? 13. More than how many? Sir, I'm confused. More than 13 equal to 13. 13 is unlucky. More than that. Guys, 13 is? So more than that. Yes. Oh, 13 including driver, excluding driver. Car. We don't have Tesla yet in India. We need a driver. So always including driver it should be more than how much, guys? 30. Very simple ways of understanding something complex. Yes. Alright. Guys, CEO bought a sports car. He wants credit, but no, you can't. It's blocked. He's servicing that motor car, sports car. On that service GST. No. It's the main VAM. Repeat. The main VAM is blocked. The servicing, the insurance, everything is blocked. You purchase a truck for your company. Credit allowed? Yes. Truck is for transportation of goods. Allowed. You're servicing the truck. There is GST. You can take the credit. Once it's allowed, everything is allowed. Are we okay? Everyone. That's the first block credit. Next. This is called A. Next is B. B is for beauty. B is for what? You go nice salon, guys. You look good. You'll do very big business. The government says sorry. Any beauty treatment. You join the best gym of Bangalore because you can look good and then present. Sorry. All that is personal. All that is what? So beauty treatment. Any beauty treatment, gym, any clubhouse. All of that, guys, is completely blocked. Everyone. So I'm giving you examples in the exam. Mr. A has purchased a salon package worth 10,000 rupees plus GST. Will you get credit? No. He has purchased a two-seater car, 12-seater car, 22-seater van. Yes. Everyone okay with this? All right. Next, C. Guys, if this building is sold today, will the government get GST? No. Excellent. Why? Immovable property. If it's immovable property, the government doesn't get what, guys? GST. Yeshas Academy is building a new building, let's say, and they are constructing it. They are constructing. C for what? Constructing. The government says, listen, yeah, you constructed the building. I can't give you credit. The contractor is charging you credit, but I can't give you because tomorrow you'll sell this building and I will not get what? GST. So repeat on construction. Repeat this on construction of immovable property. Everyone. Construction on it is completely blocked unless it is PSP. Unless PSP. All the shortcuts are there in the quick book. What is PSP? I'll tell you guys. First, hear me out. If you're in the same line of business, that means are you constructing a building for yourself? No, you're constructing it for someone else. Like L&T takes the work of a contractor, then will they take credit? Yes. Same line of business means you're not doing it for yourself, you're doing it for someone else. Example, I'm L&T. I want to make a 10-story building. For the lift part, I'm contacting her. Guys, she's charging me with GST. Can I take credit? Yes. That is S, same line of business. P is plant and machinery. P is what? As you are putting up plant and machinery. That's not immovable property. It is, but still the government will give you credit. So what is PSP? Plant and machinery. What is S? Same line. And if you're doing some work where you're not putting it to balance sheet but P&L account, what is P for? P&L. Example, Yeshas is not making a full building. They're only painting the existing building and they're putting in which account, guys? P&L, then they get credit. Are we okay? What is PSP? Plant and machinery, same line of business and P&L account. I'm giving you an example, guys. PwC is getting a full building constructed. No. Getting the building painted, P&L account.
Yes.
Guys, getting plant and machinery with a foundation like this. Yes. Plant and machinery also, foundation also. Two things will also be considered immovable property, guys. TP, telecom tower. Which tower? And pipelines outside the factory. Repeat TP. Telecom tower and pipeline outside the factory, they will be considered as what property? Immovable. That means, guys, if you're Airtel and you get the telecom tower made, you won't get credit. Shortcut TP. Telecom tower and pipeline outside the factory will be considered as what property? Immovable. Yes. But sir, I'm not giving it to someone else to make it. I'm developing it myself. D for what? Develop. Government said that was also blocked. Everyone. Van. Vessel, aircraft, motor vehicle, banned. GST, please, you know the shortcut. B, beauty, clubhouse, all that is blocked. Main, food and beverage. Guys, Yeshas Academy, he gets me coffee all the time, guys. Can I take credit? No. They said food and beverage completely blocked. Because like government, like how will I check if it's for office not or not office? Today, if I go for dinner, guys, how will the government know whether it's for personal or business use? So the government says easiest way will block it. Yes, unless it's same line of business. Unless it is. So if I'm buying food to sell food, will I get credit? Yes. Or unless it's statutorily required. Example, Factories Act says that for your workers, you need to compulsorily give them food. SS, what is the shortcut?
Yes.
Same line of business was statutorily required. Next. Guys, if I'm a composition scheme dealer, if I'm which dealer? Easy. Guys, I'm going alphabetically if you realize. A for RAM, B for beauty, etc. C for construct, D for develop, E for easy. Guys, composition scheme is very easy. But in that, what is blocked?
Credit.
Credit. So credit is blocked. Something that we know. F, foreigner. Remember that exhibition in Delhi?
Yes.
Who went to that exhibition?
Cash.
EBC, casual taxable person. Who came from abroad? NRTP, guys. NRTP, when he comes to India, will he stay in a hotel? Yes. Will he engage a CA? Maybe. All that is blocked. All that is blocked. Means he will pay GST, but he won't get credit. Guys, in each, you have to go very simple, guys. Just ask the person, is it a PC? Everyone. Very simple. Whoever is named in the exam, A, B, C, whatever, just put that person and ask that person, for that person, is it a PC? Repeat, is it a? If it's a purchase, he will get credit if these conditions are fulfilled. That's all. Don't worry about the wordings. I'll take you through exam sums, but just ask it. P, C, S, L. If it's supply, liability. If it's purchase, credit. Next, E, F, G. Guys, I have something or this, let's say this AC. Guys, tomorrow I make a personal supply, I take it home and I put it at home, this AC. The government says, listen, I can't give you credit because this is with supply. Personal, this is with supply. But government, I have already taken the credit. Then listen, reverse it, I'm watching. 1 minute, 1 minute. Which supply is this? Personal. G for ghar pe. What is G for? If I take any supply ghar pe, first the government is upset because they don't get money. And second, I've already taken what? So they said either reverse it or we'll block the credit. That means if you've not taken the credit, it's blocked. But if you've taken the credit, reverse. Yes, are we okay? Alright, G, H, happy. Guys, I'm giving gifts to all my clients. In my CA firm, all my clients, Diwali gifts, cashew nuts, this nuts, that nuts. Government says sorry. If it's a gift, gift or a sample, it will make people happy. H for happy, but I won't give you credit. Yes, so guys, anytime they say gifts given and you bought the gifts, will you get credit, guys? No. Next, guys, unhappy. Your goods are lying, guys. Let's say you're EBC. Who are you? What do you sell? Bikes. In your bike showroom, there were 10 bikes, guys. The fire happened and all the bike was destroyed. Who's unhappy? Government, because now they won't get GST. So on that, the credit is blocked. Guys, going slow. What did you make? Electric bikes. Did you purchase batteries? Did I give you credit? Now those bikes are burnt, destroyed, lost, stolen, etc. The government is unhappy. So in that case, guys, the government blocks the credit. But government have already taken the credit. Yes. Yes. Okay, so guys, what happens is if it remains too long in the stock, then they'll know that this is remaining in the stock for too long. Yes. They have a concept under section 18.2 of outdated stock. Yes.
If a owner gives gifts to employer,
Hmm.
that's a block.
If an owner gives employee gift, yes, so there's also block credit. Yes. And on that 50,000, if you remember that GST is not applicable. On the purchase, see on the sale, there's no GST. On the purchase, it is blocked. All right. Now, this is all block credit, guys. 17.5. I'll tell you typical block credit how it comes in the exam. You purchase a motor vehicle, 7 passenger capacity. Blocked. 7 passenger for teaching people how to drive. Yes. So block credit either in a big question, the first question they will say that you purchase something which is blocked, or they'll give you directly a question on block credit, which has come recently for 4 marks. We'll be doing the exam questions also. But every time there's block credit, which section will you quote, guys? 17.5. Everyone okay? All right. Now we go to the next one and we talk about that. But before that, I want to show you a sum on block credit, and you tell me, guys, whether you can identify the block credit here. They've given the answer in most cases, so yes, here we go. Let's see if there's some block credit question here. Yes. Everyone, question number 16, just try and tell me. You read it and then I will ask you whether it's blocked or not blocked, everyone. Guys, what do you mean by inward supplies? Purchase. So purchase leads to what? So check guys whether this person will get the credit or not. And if you get the credit, add it on the calculator. Yes, that is the first one. Gross price is sold to customers. Will you get credit? Yes. Gross price is used for personal use of rentals. No. Next.
Yes.
Yes. Motor vehicle? No. Motor vehicle? No. No. Yes. And payment made to contractor for construction? No. So not for this, not for this, not only for 25 and 50. How much is the answer? 75. Question number 16. 75. Huh.
More than 30.
You can't assume. They will tell you if it's more than 30.
So it has to be both.
No. Why? There are 4 employees in the office. Yeah, I know what you're trying to say. Both of you are absolutely right in your thinking. What I'm saying, why if they don't specify, then assume it to be less only. Natural assumption is less. Employee rate, no employees भी नहीं है, employee है. I know what you're trying to say though. Both of you all are absolutely right. Yes. And the last one, construction no, of a movable property. This is construction. Otherwise, they will specify there is debit to P&L account. I'll show you one more question where they specify.
Why paintings are
Okay, so basically construction basically means goes to your balance sheet. They won't get any GST and you'll get depreciation. This goes to your P&L. So it's a normal business expense for which they give you credit. Yes, all right. Guys, read this. Tell me if the first one, second one. Make up your mind. We'll discuss together. We are in the month of March. Will you get credit? No. I'm not even asking. You know the answer. Received in lots. Next one.
yes.
Will you get the credit? Yes, because bill to, ship to. Next. Yes. Do you see now? Yes. So they will specify how many people, guys. Yes. And last.
No.
Why not? Insurance, no, this is not car. Guys, if the car is not allowed, even the insurance will not, you will not get a credit. Yes. All right. Yes, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the calculator, guys, you will tell me how much credit is allowed. Yes, guys, any answers? First one? No. Second one? No. Third one? No. Fourth one?
Yes.
Yes. Fifth one?
Yes.
Some part. Yes, some part. Perfect. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. So this one of the recent question has been a 4-mark question like this only. So we'll see the exam question, but right now I thought we'll do a little detour and understand that. Perfect, guys. So ITC has 3 parts. We're done with 2. Now the third part. Everyone, guys, the bank part. I'm looking at you guys to do it yourself only. I'll just briefly tell you guys. For a bank, who is this bank? Bank, guys, when they charge interest, is it exempt from GST? Yes. But if they have other charges, are they taxable under GST? Yes. So bank is giving both exempt supply and taxable supply. So should they purchase, should they get credit or not is a big question. So they say, listen, banks, you can follow 2 methods. The first method is rule 43 and 44, which we will see at which stage? CA family. And the second rule is you can follow this proportionate 50% rule, which is I give a shortcut of BD 50%. What is the shortcut, guys? This is only for whom, guys? Banks and finance. Yeshas Academy can't take, my CA firm can't take. This is only for banks and financial institutions. BD 50%. What is BD 50%? Which month are we in? November. Take the entire credit of November. Example 10 lakh. Example what? 10 lakh. Minus anything which is blocked. Minus anything that is blocked. Let's say 2 lakh credit is blocked. So what is the balance? 8 lakh. Then whatever is coming from a DDP. Nice. DDP, deemed distinct person. You're a bank in Bangalore, bank in Mumbai, same bank. Is it DDP? Minus that, let's say 3 lakh. Can I minus that? And that you will get fully. That you will get. So this will go to my electronic credit ledger, everyone. So will 2 lakh go? No. What about 3 lakh? Yes, whatever is coming from DDP, you will get the full credit on that purchase. And last, what is the balance? 5 lakh. On that, you'll get only 50%. Yes, 50% you have to give up because of exempt supply. Yes, I'm not going to detail, but I'll still recap once again. What is BD 50%? First, you'll minus block because that's not allowed. Second, you'll minus DDP purchase because that's allowed 100%. On the balance, you'll get 50. Are we okay? Shortcut. And once you take this option out, for the whole year, you have to be in this option. That means, guys, if a bank takes up this option in the month of April, then May, June, July, full. Are we okay with this? Yes. All right, and now we come to the next stage, which is slightly tricky, but I think we should be okay. Yeah.
DDP is also involved in supplying exemptions.
Then they will not. DDP is always out. You're a bank only.
They're 100%.
If they are charging GST, if your DDP has given you services, see, interest is no GST. Other charges there is GST. So if the other bank has given you services on which there is GST, on that fully allowed. Getting it right?
GST paid in respect.
Okay. Yeah. I'll give you two examples. I purchased two things. One, there is GST on my purchase, and on one purchase there is no GST. On which one will I get credit? On what is not GST, there's no GST only. Why have we? There's no question. Yes, tell me now. Okay. Yes. All right. Now, guys, we come to the next and third stage. I divide them in sections. First is section 16, which are all the conditions. Section 17 is what we did, block credit and all this. And now we come to section 18. Guys, very, very happy government is right now, guys. At this point, at 2:54, the government is very happy because they've got a news. There is a person who wants to register under GST. Who wants to? Who's happy? Why, guys? Because from today onwards, they will get tax. Or a person wants to voluntarily register. What is the difference in register and voluntary register? Yes, register means you are liable to register. Interstate limit has crossed, and voluntary register means you're not liable out of your own will, guys. Yes, you are liable, not liable still. Guys, in both cases, who's smiling? They say, listen, yeah, I'm very happy from today onwards, you'll give me GST, and from today onwards, I'll also give you credit. SL, PC starts from when? Today. You say, government, today is okay, but what about my stock which is lying in my godown? What about my stock which is lying in my godown? When I purchased it, I was not registered. So I didn't get credit. Now should I get government? Of course, you will sell this stock. I'll get what? GST. So you will get credit. Repeating slowly. R and V. Are you registering today? Or are you voluntarily registering today? Yes. In both the cases, who's happy? From today onwards, we will start the love story of SL and PC. SL, supply leads to liability. PC, purchase leads to credit. From today onwards. But what about the stock you bought last month, which is still lying with you? Did you purchase it? Was there GST? Yes. Did you get credit? No. But now when you sell that stock, the government will get what? GST. So the government says, no problem, give and take. So tell me what stock you have. Tell me what stock you have. The stock should be fresh. Right? The stock should be purchased within 1 year. And on that, go to your godown. You went to your godown. You saw the stock. How many things? Let's say 10 items. How many items? You saw the invoice. Invoice said GST of 1 lakh. The government says, okay, take 1. As long as the stock is fresh. How fresh? 1 year. Today is what day? 29 November. It should be 29 November last year. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. You say, okay, government, thank you, big thank you to you because you allowed me credit. Guys, will he get credit? Yes, will he get credit? He said, government, this is which month? November. September, I bought a truck also. September, I bought what? Truck, capital goods. Give me credit for that. Listen. Only for stock. Only for, not for which goods, guys? Capital goods. Everyone, this is section 18.1. What is the section? 18. And this fresh stock is 18.2. What is it called, guys? 18.2. So repeating, what is RV? Register and voluntary registering. Why is the government happy? Because they will get credit and they will get GST and you will get today credit. But for about the stock, will you get the GST credit? Yes. Logic is that stock will be sold tomorrow and the government will get GST. But the stock should be fresh. How fresh? 1 year. And on capital goods? Yeah. Next. Same thing, guys. CE. Guys. RV, CE. Everyone. RV, CE. What is CE? You are moving out from the composition scheme. Everyone on the screen only. What is CE? You are moving out from which scheme? And going to which scheme? You wrote a letter, dear Nirmala Sitharaman. I was in which scheme? Composition. I was paying how much GST? You will be happy. No, today onwards I am under which scheme? Regular. I was very happy. Dear Nirmala Sitharaman, till today my supply was exempt. From today onwards my supply is taxable. Again, who's smiling? Because from today onwards, they'll get what, guys? GST. Everyone. Similar situation. R, V, C are very similar. In R and V, who's happy? In C and E also, who's happy, guys? Government. C means what? Composition scheme to regular scheme. Exempt supply to taxable supply, guys. The government is very happy because today onwards, SL, supply leads to liability. PC, purchase leads to the government. All that is good, but what about my stock in the godown which I purchased when I was in composition scheme? Is last month, which scheme I was? I bought some stock, which is still lying. You did not give me what? How much I'll give you today? No, don't worry. Because this stock, when you sell, I'll get what? GST. Same way, exempt supply guy also said that I bought stock when? Last month. When the supply was exempt. So you did not give me credit. Government said, I'll give you credit. So tick mark to all of them as long as the stock is fresh. And these guys, they said, listen, even for your capital goods, even for your capital goods, because you are already registered, guys. Composition means were you registered? This guy was already registered. Both of them were already registered, but under different schemes, etc. The government says, don't worry, for you all, I'll give capital goods also credit. You bought the truck 3 months back. 1 minute. You bought the trucks. I'll give you the credit. Share me the details. He shared the details. Now, I'm just asking you a question. iPhone 16 Pro Max box new pack from the showroom. Will you pay 1 lakh rupees? Yes. But your friend says, listen, here only 3 months have used. Will you pay him 1 lakh? No, why not? Second hand. It is same thing they also say. They say, did you buy the truck? 1 lakh. Did you buy the truck? Which month are we in? November. When did you buy it? September. So then we can't give you full credit. We can't give you full credit. Count the number of quarters. Count the number of quarters. So quarters start with April, May, June. That was not July, August, September. 1 quarter. So September still full quarter. October, November, December. How many quarters? 2 quarters. Guys, 2 quarters you have used it. Repeat, guys. 2 quarters. So 2 quarters amount you have to remove. Everyone. If you want a simple way, guys, I'll give you a simple way. Guys, used. Will you pay for the used item? No. So same way, guys. That period is wrong period. This period is right period. Everyone, I'm giving you a shortcut. Hear me out. Guys, when did you buy the truck? That period was which period? Wrong, because for the government was not getting tax. So the 2 quarters is wrong. Everyone, repeat. 2 quarters is wrong. 2 quarters into 5%. 10. 10% of a GST I can't. My GST was 1 lakh. I'll only give you 90,000. Everyone, wrong quarter, right quarter. Everyone, shortcut, wrong quarter. Guys, how many wrong quarters? 2. Changing it. They didn't buy it in September, they bought it in April. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. How many wrong quarters? 3. I will not give you for 3. 3 into 5%. 15, I'll not give you. 85, I'll give you a calculator will do. Yes, everyone, can we repeat? Guys, RVC, superb, guys. 18-1, 18-2. 18-1, the government is smiling for 4 reasons. RVCE, you're registering, voluntary registering, you're going from composition scheme to regular, and exempt supply to taxable supply. In all the 4 cases, who's celebrating? Government. But you're also celebrating because all that stock on which you are still unsold, will you get the credit? Yes. Capital goods not for the first 2. I'll give you the logic also. Why, guys? People in India are so smart. They buy capital goods. And then they say, oh, I forgot to take credit here. I bought iPhone Pro Mac, everything, MacBook. They say, okay, let's voluntarily register. Your entire family got 5-6 people bought MacBooks, bought iPhones, and you all forgot to take what? Credit because you're not registered. So I said, don't worry, next month you'll voluntarily register and take. They said, no. On capital goods, we won't give. If you want to understand the logic. If you don't want to, don't worry, guys. Today is difficult to explain the logic. So in RVC, the first 2, will you get for capital goods? No. In C, will you get for capital goods? Yes. But guys, wrong quarter, right quarter. 4 wrong quarters. 20% you'll not get, 80% you get. 5 wrong quarters. So this wrong quarter, right quarter, no book teaches you guys. Very simple. Wrong quarter, right quarter. Yes.
How long? More than 2 years also.
3 years also. Actually 5% per quarter. So in 1 year you depreciate by 20%. So basically 5 years. If it's below 5, beyond 5 years, it will be 0 only. Alright guys, everyone okay? And 18.2 means the stock should be fresh. How fresh? Alright, great guys. Immediately we'll go to 18.3 without wasting time. Guys, I have some GST credit with me and I want to shut down my business. And my friend is starting another business. Can I sell him my credit? Can I put a board poster outside on the one of the lighting walls, guys? PG available and below that credit available. No, you can't sell your credit. You can't pass your credit like that, guys. It's not some used items you can pass on. So the government says you can only give your credit to someone else in three circumstances. SAM-R. What is the shortcut? SAM-R. Are you selling your business? Are you amalgamating your business? Are you merging business? Repeat it. Selling, amalgamating, merging, or reorganizing. Or in these four cases only, you can pass your GST to someone. Example. I am Yeshas Academy. We are selling our business, let's say some other academy. Then in that case, guys, can a credit be passed? Yes. There are formalities. You have to go online. You have to file some report. Tell the government that listen, I am amalgamating. I am selling. You have to put the report. They have to accept the report. Only then your 10 lakh credit will go to them. Are we okay? Everyone. Yeah, see, guys. Otherwise, credit will go waste. When you change your phone, your GPay money doesn't disappear. No, you can transfer. There's a process. Same way. How many cases you can transfer? 4. Sale, amalgamation, merger, and reorganization. What is reorganization? I am Yeshas Academy Partnership Firm. From tomorrow onwards or from 1st December, I'll become Yeshas Academy Private Limited. PAN number will change. Guys, what will happen? Name PAN number will change. What will change? GST number will change. Then credit will go away. No, don't worry. Go online, file a GST, GST ITC 02. What is it? GST ITC 02 from one person to the other. Put the details, press submit. If the credit is more than 2 lakh, you get a CA certificate, press submit. And who will get the email? The other party. They will accept it and the credit will go. Are we okay with this, guys? That is section 18.3. What is the section? That this transfer happens as per rule 41. As per rule 41. Only thing is in merger, guys, I cannot send all my goods to the next person. Everyone. In case merger, guys, everyone. Hear me out 2 minutes. Don't read anything, guys. In cases of merger, guys, am I merging 40% of my business to someone else? Then I can also pass my credit only up to 40% based on value of assets. Based on I'm merging my entity 70% of the other entity. Then 70. Yeah, up to 70 you can transfer the credit. Guys, 1 minute. You and your brother are staying in the same house, but the house is small. Your brother is shifting to the neighboring building. No fight and all, guys. Very happy here. He's shifting to the neighboring building. Guys, can you shift some furniture there? Yes. Same thing happens here, guys. Watch, hear me out. Yeshas Academy, Jayanagar. They're starting Yeshas Academy, Mysore. Is in the same state? Yes. Now, can I pass some of my credit to them? Yes, you can. There's a rule called Rule 41A. What is the rule called? They say if it's in the same state, only in the guys, no other states you can't. What if there was Yeshas Academy, Chennai? No. Guys, states don't share water. They will not share GST. Only if it's in the same state. Then only then you can transfer. Are we okay with this? Everyone. So guys, 18.3 done. Tell me the 4 cases where I can transfer my GST credit to someone else. Sale, amalgamation, merger, reorganization. In case of merger based on value of assets. Do I need to file a report? Yes, GST ITC 02. And if it's I forgot. In this case, compulsory CA certificate. That 2 lakh thing is in 18.1, where you're going RVCE. In that case, if your stock credit, GST credit of your stock and capital goods is more than 2 lakh, you need a CA certificate. But I'm very confident this CA certificate thing will not come in the exam. Yes. All right. Next, if you have another entity in the same state, can you transfer credit? Yes. All right. But in another state? No. Next, guys, I bought a truck I'm electric bike company. Who am I? Electric bike company. I had to transport my bikes. I bought a truck in the month of, let's say, June. When did I buy a truck? And let's keep numbers, guys. 10 lakh rupees truck. Small tempo for how many lakh? GST 1 lakh 20. Keep in mind the numbers, guys. Everyone. Tempo for how many lakh? 10 lakh. GST 1 lakh 20. When did I buy? June. Has the government given me credit? Yes, because PC, repeat. Purchase leads to credit. I got a full credit of how much? 1 lakh 20. In which month? June. Guys, June, July, August, September, October, November I used. And I'm like, listen, I don't like this truck. I want to buy an electric tempo. Which tempo? I put an ad, OLX. Hardly used tempo available for sale. And who read it? Government. They're like, listen, 6 months back I gave you full credit for this. It's like your parents. You said, no mom, I'm home at dad, I want this bike only. They got you the bike. After that, you've never tried the bike only. Guys, is it possible? Yes. Full Xbox, PlayStation your parents have bought. After that PlayStation, you never played only. Your parents are disappointed. Same disappointed here, guys. When you bought the tempo, they gave you credit of 1 lakh. 20. As you are selling it now, the government says, if I give you credit on capital assets, repeat, if I give you on capital assets, you better use it for 5 years. How many years? If you don't use it, I'll punish you. Section 18.6. What is section? This is only for capital goods, repeat. Only for, once you get credit on capital goods, you have to use it for how many years? 5 years. If you sell before that, is it before that? They do two calculations. They say, okay, how much are you selling this tempo for? 7 lakh. How much? Do 7 lakh into 12%. 84. Keep that in mind. How much thousand? They'll do two numbers. Whichever is higher, you'll have to pay the government back. Yes, everyone. Government has given you credit of 1,20,000. How much? 1,20,000. Are you selling it? Yes. Everyone. Yes, hear me out. I'll tell you to calculate. They give you credit of 1,20,000. Are they upset? Now they're going to calculate how many numbers? Two. And whichever is higher, they'll reverse it. First number you already got. Whatever is selling it into the GST. So you're selling the tempo for 7 into 12, 84. Second, they say how many right quarters, how many wrong quarters. Same concept. Guys, when did you buy? June. April, May, June. July, August, September. October, November, December. Guys, were there 3 right quarters? Right means did you use it? Guys, everyone, did you use it? How many right quarters? 3. 3 into 5%. 15% right. So how much is wrong? 85. 1 minute on. 15% is right. How did I get 15%? First calculate right quarters. How many right quarters? Sir, why right quarters? Because I use them. Guys, 1 minute. I use them. Don't do any calculation. 2 minutes. Why right quarters? I want more answers. Why right quarters? Because you use them for how many quarters? 3. Did you do the right thing? Yes. So 3 into 5. 15 is right. So what is wrong? 85% of your usage is wrong. So 85 into 1,20,000. Everyone. 102. That you have to reverse. 84 or 102? 102. Let's change the numbers, guys. Same truck. Now 20 lakhs. How many? GST 2,40,000. Bought in the month of January. Guys, stop. What in the month of? Stop. How many lakh truck? 20 lakh. So 2,40,000 GST. Don't calculate anything. I'll give you details one by one. Guys, they give you credit of 2,40,000. You're selling it in November. You're selling it for 12 lakh. Do 12 lakh into 12%. 1,44,000. That's your first number. Keep it ready. Second number. How many right quarters? Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. How many quarters? 4. 4 into 5. 20% is right. How much is wrong? 80% of 2,40,000. Which is higher, guys? 1,92,000. That is. Why 80% of 2,40,000? Because when you bought, how much was the credit? 2,40,000. Of that, 80% is wrong use. 20% is right use. Are we okay with this, guys? So, guys, 18.6. Everyone recapping. 18.6 means capital goods should be used for how many years? 5 years. They don't call it 5 years. They say 60 months. How many months? Same thing, guys. Yes. And if you sell it before, how many numbers will you calculate? 2. One is selling price into GST, and the other is wrong quarter. How many? Wrong quarters. Wrong quarter, right quarter should help you. Yes. This does not apply on dies, molds, and refractory bricks. Dies, molds, and refractory bricks. So, what if you're selling a die within 5 years? No punishment. They'll only calculate first part. Selling price into GST, and that you have to pay back. Because, guys, once you're registered under GST, whatever you sell, there'll be GST. Every month. Whatever you sell will be GST. Tomorrow, Yeshas Academy decides to sell all the projectors. GST. But sir, they're not into. No, once you are registered, anything that you supply, they'll be subject to what? GST. Yes. Alright. And very sad music playing in the background. Guys, RVCE, the only CE partner. Only CE. You are under which scheme? Regular scheme. You are under which scheme? Regular scheme. Who was happy? Was. Now today, dear Nirmala Sitharaman, you levy 28 GST% on me. That's why I'm shifting to sad violin in the background. Because from today onwards, they will get only earlier. Dear Nirmala Sitharaman, earlier my supply was taxable. Now it is becoming exempt. Guys, same but opposite. CE but opposite. Now you're going to which scheme? Composition. Now you're going to which supply? Exempt supply. The government is very sad, but they are also very shocked. Because just last month you bought some stock. You bought some on which you've already taken credit. Now you're going to which scheme? Composition or exempt supply. Now the government won't get GST. So they say, listen, go to your godown, You see the 10 items on which you took credit, they're not sold, you reverse it. Everyone. Can we repeat this? This is the opposite, guys. Who's sad? But they're also shocked because last month you bought what? Stock on which they gave you. They're not sold it yet. So on that, whatever invoice wise, you have to reverse it. Yes. And guys, last 2 months back, you also bought a tempo. 10 lakh rupees. The government gave you credit of 1 lakh 20. Do you remember, guys? Now suddenly you're going into different scheme. The government says, give me the credit back. But you said right quarters, wrong quarters. They say no. When I'm sad, I don't use quarters. I use months. So this is the only calculation which is month wise. Everyone, guys. This is difficult, but it's okay. You understood it well. Just last thing you have to understand. Everyone. What is CE SAD 1? You're going into which scheme? Composition scheme. Or you're going into which supply? Exempt supply. The government says whatever stock you have in your godown on which you have already taken credit, reverse. You'll go on invoice wise, you'll reverse it. That is okay. Next, on the capital goods tempo you bought 3 months back. On that tempo, the government had given you credit. Now, guys, the government says, give me the credit back. But you say quarters, they say no quarters, months. When they are sad, they don't use quarters, they use months. Same calculation, but based on 60 months. Based on how many months did you use it for? June, July, August, September, October, November. How many months you used it for? 6 months. So 6 months you'll get it. The remaining 54 months you have to reverse it. Yes. Are we okay with this? That's changing it, guys. You bought the truck in April. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. How many months? 8 months you're okay. 52 months you'll have to reverse. Guys, why 52? 60 months. Superb, guys. That's your ITC chapter. I will just add 1-2 more things, guys. Repeating. In the exam, how will the question be asked? Hear me out, guys. Mr. A is going from exempt supply to taxable supply on 29 November. Which supply? Exempt supply to taxable. Guys, happy music in the background. Full happy music. On the stock, you have 3 kinds of stock. One purchased last month. Will you get the credit? Yes. One purchased 7 months back. One purchased 7 years back. Now, it's 7 years, it's not sold. Where will it get sold? I won't give you credit. It has to be fresh. Capital goods bought few months back. Will you get the credit? Yes. But right quarters, wrong quarters. Those were wrong quarters. You will get only for the right quarters. Are we okay with this? Yes. Next. There is a sale. You are selling your entity to another entity, guys. Can you take the credit? Yes. Next, very important. This can be a good question. You are selling capital asset bought in the month of January, in the month of November, you're selling it. Guys, you are expected to use it for how much? 60 months. Are you selling it within 60 months? Remember? So the government applies 2 numbers, whichever is higher. A is the selling price, and B is every calculation is quarter wise. Repeat, every calculation is except when they are sad, CE. Then they use months every time. They're sad, they don't use quarters. That's the only time they use months. Perfect. Now, guys, there are 2 small rules in ITC chapter. There's rule 86A and rule 86B. Let's quickly recap. Rule 86A. Guys, I bought 100 mobile phones in this month. All my students, I sent a message on Telegram only. I posted an Instagram story only. Any electronic item you buy, you use my GST number. I'll pay you 10,000 rupees. So I bought hundreds of phones fraudulently, guys. Yes, everyone. Am I actually buying the phones? No, but I'm utilizing the credit. Everyone, I'm utilizing the example. Tomorrow you buy an iPhone, I give you my GST number, use it. iPhone for 1 lakh, GST 18,000. Guys, who bought the iPhone? You. But credit who will get? Me. Is this wrong? Yes. The government notices that suddenly this person has bought 100 mobile phones in this month. So they have the power to restrict my credit. Repeat, they have the power to restrict my credit under rule 86A. What is the rule called? A for avoid. They can avoid my credit, but there are some rules. First, they can restrict my credit for maximum 1 year. Maximum? But they need approval of the commissioner to do that. So they need the boss's approval. And I can request the commissioner to remove the avoidance or restriction in the period of 1 year by providing evidence. And they need to have reasons to avoid my credit or restrict my credit. What are the reasons? First, I don't have any supply. Supply is non-existent. Repeat. Supply is everyone. Supplier is non-existent. Recipient is everything is non-existent. Repeat. First, supply is non-existent, or supplier is non-existent, or recipient is non-existent, or invoice is non-existent, or the government has not got the GST. Repeat. Guys, rule 86A. A for avoid. The GST officer may restrict. Repeat with me, guys. The GST officer may restrict the utilization of credit subject to the following conditions. The restriction can be applied for the maximum period of. It needs the approval of the Commissioner of GST. The restriction can be withdrawal by making an application to the Commissioner, and this restriction can be imposed only when one of the following conditions exists. First, supply is not. I have no mobile phones only. Supplier is non-existent. Recipient is non-existent means they write a letter, but there's no one there. Their office is only shut, or the invoice is non-existent, or the government has not got the GST. In these cases, they can restrict it. Rule 86A. It has come before for 4 marks question. Next, rule 86B. B for beg. B for what? Beg. Everyone hear me out. This is all there in the book. 86B. B for what? Beg. Guys, I have credit of 1 crore rupees. How much credit I have? Legitimate. I have credit of 1 crore rupees in my electronic credit ledger. This month, I want to pay GST liability of 20 lakh. How much?
20 lakh.
Can I use my credit? Everyone. What is my liability? 20 lakh. I need to pay how much to the government? 20 lakh. Can I use my credit? I have a credit of how much? 1 crore. The government says, listen, yeah, if you pay everything to credit, how will I pay my bills? I need something in my cash ledger also. So they beg me, can you pay at least 1%? At least 1% to which ledger? Cash ledger. Everyone. So 20 lakh into 1%. Everyone. 20 lakh into 1. So they say 19 lakh 80 you pay to credit ledger, but at least how much percent? 1%. They beg me for how much percent? 1. This is rule 86B. Rule 86B basically states that the registered person, the registered person has to discharge his liability by using the credit ledger, using the cash ledger for up to at least 1%. Can I pay more? More is good, but at least how much percent? Does this rule apply to everyone? No. If this rule applies only for those months where your supply is more than 50 lakhs. Supply is more than?
50.
So my supply is 5 lakh rupees this month. No, this rule. Supply this month is 657 lakh. Yes. Then when you pay that month's liability, pay in cash ledger at least 1%. So my supply this month is 45 lakh. Last month was 57. Then last month it applies. This month it will not apply. Are we okay? This has to be seen month to month. This has to be seen. Rule 86B, shortcut. Beg. How much percent?
1%.
So which ledger? Cash ledger. Can I pay more to the cash ledger? Yes, more is good. You're begging, guys. A beggar says 10 rupees. Can you give him 100?
Yes.
He will 100% be happy. But less you cannot. And guys, the only thing is here, some people this rule does not apply. To whom? The government does not apply this rule to itself. Yes. So if it's the government, will this rule apply to them? No. Next, if in the last 2 years, repeat, in the last 2 years you filed income tax and you paid more than 1 lakh income tax, everyone, you paid more than 1 lakh income tax last year also, last year also, then this rule does not apply. If last year you had a GST refund of more than 1 lakh, repeat guys, last 2 years income tax, no, last 2 years income tax you have paid for up to 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh. Last year's GST report, GST is only for last year, you got a refund of more than 1. That means you're already paying too much GST. And last condition, guys, 4 conditions, 4 people it will not apply to. First, it will not apply to government. It will not apply to those people where the last 2 years income tax has been paid for more than 1 lakh. It will not apply to those people who got a last year GST refund of more than 1 lakh. And not apply to those people who till this month have anyways paid 11% GST in cash. Example, which month are we in? From April to October, every month I have been paying 1% GST in cash at least. Then this they will not beg because they know you anyways give. Are we okay with this? Guys, in the month of September, I have from April to August, I have every month paid what? 1% in cash ledger. Then this month they will not apply this rule. Are we okay? So can we repeat? 86B is highly probable in any exam. Guys. Rule 86B, shortcut. They ask you to discharge a liability in at least 1% through which ledger? Cash ledger. Can you pay more? Yes. This applies only in those months when the supply is more than 50 lakhs. Good. And does not apply to 4 people. Government. Second, income tax was paid for more than 1 lakh in which year? Last 2 years. GST refund last year. And if this year till this month you have anyways paid GST to the cash ledger of at least 1%. Are we okay? Flip the book, guys.
Yeshas Academy is
Yes.
so
Will they charge? They have to. So when they get money, so if they, let's say, discard it, it's okay. But if they sell it, say they sell it on OLX or they sell it to someone, even after 5 years, within 5 years, so they definitely have to do A and B, whichever is higher. But if it's after 5 years, whatever they supplied for, on that amount they will have to have GST. Practically, in real life, what they people do is when they sell, they don't take money in their bank account, in cash or no, in personal account. I'm selling this to a, let's say, Radhi guy or to some electronic dealer, scrap dealer. I'll tell him GPay into my account. In practical life, or technically, was it?
Anyway, 5 years is the
IDC is government will ask.
Yeah, government will ask me. See, 5 years to punishment is there, but what happens is when you're a bigger company and you're auditable, etc., all these capital assets get stopped. Here also, if you see, all these will carry a number. In most offices, you will see they carry a number. All the benches also will have a number because that's called stock audit. Yes, stock audit basically means whatever stock is or it's audited. So then you can get caught. After 5-7 years, whatever amount they charge on that, technically there should be GST on the rate applicable to projectors. Getting it? And government's logic is, once I register you under GST, you've committed that whatever supply you'll make, and I've also committed that whatever purchase you make, I'll give you credit. I know, but you know, after 7 years, after 5 years, you hardly get any value for these things. So the amount will be too low. The GST will be even lower. Are you getting my point? But see, the government is also committing. No? In GST, though, it's very fair. Even after 10 years of your business starting, you purchase anything, you'll get credit. So they are also giving you forever credits. Yes. All right. Now, guys, here we go. Now, we spent good amount of time discussing a chapter which required that kind of time. Let's attack exam questions first. Yes, are we good to go, guys? Can we start? If you have an exam question in mind, let me know. Otherwise, I'll start with May 24 and we'll do the first question. Yes. Oh, thank you. All right. Guys, latest paper, May 24. Let's see 5 marks if we are able to get this. I'm reading. You tell me sad music in the background or happy music in the background. As per the GST Act 2016-17, Vishnu Limited was not mandatorily required to register. However, they opted for what registration? So happy music in the background, guys. Section 18(1). Guys, actually it is RVCE. Guys, remember which part? V. So 18(1)B. Guys, what is the section? 18(1)B. Your examiner will be highly impressed if you can write this 18(1)B also. And applied for registration on which day? 12 Feb 2024. Now we've not done registration, but I'll just tell you guys. Registration certificate has been granted on which day? 24th February. This is when the celebration will start from. From this day, guys, whatever you supply, SL. Supply leads to liability. Also PC. Purchase leads to credit. Vishnu Limited is not engaged in making interstate outward taxable supply. That means all the supplies are intrastate. The CGST and SGST liability for the month is how much, guys? 31,000. Everyone, I don't know if you're able to see this, but I'm just making the liability ledger. Which ledger is this, guys? Liability ledger. They need to pay CGST of how much? 31,000 and SGST of how much, guys? 31,000. Now, guys, help me make the credit ledger also in the same manner, guys. Can we do this? Yes. All right, guys. First, let's recap. RVCE means V is voluntary ledger. If you have any stock on which the government has not given you credit, will they give you credit? Provided is fresh stock. Fresh means 1 year before this date of 24th February. Not this date, guys. This date. Because the government is celebrating from which date? 24th. And for capital goods? No. So I'm just, I'm going to put SGST here, IGST, CGST and SGST. Guys, how many credits you can get? If the purchase is interstate, IGST. If the purchase is intrastate, CGST and SG. So first you tell me if the credit is available and then we'll put them in the appropriate place. First, capital goods procured. No, sorry, because guys, as per section 18(1)B, on capital goods purchased before registration, the same would not be eligible for any credit. Second, inputs held in finished stock were procured on which date, guys? 13 Feb 23 stock, guys. 24th Feb 2024, guys. Is it beyond 1 year? Yes, guys. The government says sorry, you will not, because as per section 18(1)B, read with section 18(2), guys. 1 minute. Which two sections? 18(1)B read with section 18(2). Since the stock has been procured beyond 1 year from the date of registration, the credit will not be allowed. Let's read this, guys. Inputs received on 10th October 23. Will this be allowed? Guys, I want more answers. Will this be allowed? Yes. Date of GST? CNS, please take your numbers. 2,50,000, 15,000 CGST, 15,000 SGST. Next, input procured on 1st Feb 2024. This year only, guys, few days back. Is it okay? 1,50,000, 7.5, 7.5. 11,250, 11,250. Yes. All right. Inputs procured on 8th Feb. These recently, guys. Is it allowed? 60,000, but IGST. 18% of 60,000. 10,000. Congratulations, guys. Your credit ledger is ready. Let's total it up. IGST have 10,800. CGST have how much? 26,250. And SGST have 26,250. Everyone okay? Now, guys, how do you, sir, pay? But I don't know how to pay. Don't worry, guys. I'm here to help you. How do you pay your credit and your liability? As liability is IGST, there's no liability. CGST, how much? 31,000. SGST, how much? 31,000. Now, guys, hear me out very carefully. We're doing the next chapter already, payment. This is from payment chapter. Hear me out. Guys, you, your parents, and your sibling. How many people in the house, guys? 3. First, always parents first. Always. And there are 2 children, guys. Yes. Now you have a bill to pay. You have your bill to pay. Electricity bill, let's say. How many electricity bill? 3. One is your parents' room. One is your room and one is your siblings' room. How many bills you have to pay? 3. If you don't pay the bills, electricity will go away. So you have to pay the bills every month. Guys, first they will use parents' money. First they will use whose money? They will go to the parents' Paytm. They will use parents' money to pay the parents' bill. Everyone. Which bill? So parents' electricity bill 10,000. Guys, I'll connect it to GST. Don't worry. Parents' electricity bill 10,000. Parents' Paytm 12,000. Can they pay? Is their electricity bill paid? Yes. Now how much is remaining? 2,000. Now, guys, that money you cannot now go to the children's money. First, parents' money has to be over. Everyone to pay. First, parents' money has to be exhausted. Only then you can touch children's money. How much parents' money is left? 2,000. They go to the children. They ask the children which of the child is needy. Which of the child is needy? What do I mean by needy? Let's say both their bills are also 10,000. And both their credit, one credit is 15,000, one credit is 6,000. Yes, guys, both their bills are 10. One has credit of 15. Is he needy? No. Because he has money already of 15. The other has 6. So the one you have 6, no, you'll help. Your 2,000 will go towards there. So out of 10, how much paid? 2. So how much left? 8. Everyone. Let's do this maths here. The 2 children, how much was their bill? 10,000 and 10,000. Parents said how much? Did they help one kid? What is the balance of that kid? 8,000. Now he had only 6,000. So should we pay it? What is the balance? And this kid is very rich, 15,000. Can we pay 10,000? Yes. What is the balance of money he has? But the kids don't talk to each other. This is basically IC and SGST. Parents is IGST. So first you always use IGST credit. Repeat. First you always use. Once IGST credit is over, you try to make it 0. Only then you can touch CGST, SGST credit. Okay. So first you use IGST credit to pay IGST bill. First, who helps? Parents help themselves. If there is left, children. What if children both are not needy? Then any proportion is the right proportion, but you have to keep paying yourself because you have to become what? 0. Only then I can use children's money. Don't worry, 2, 3 sum, then you'll be well versed with it. And children don't talk to each other. Can parents help children? Yes. Can children help parents? Yes. Everyone watch now. Use the same principle here. Guys, how much is the liability? 31, 31. Guys, first which money will be used? IGST, 10,800. Guys, who's needy? Both. 1 minute, guys. Who's needy? Both. I want more answers, guys. Both are needy? Yes. So just split it into half. 10,800 into half is how much, guys? 5,400 here, 5,400 here. What have you used? Which credit have you used? IGST. Is this over? 0. Please tell me the balance now. 25, 600, 25, 600. Next, can I use this money? I don't need 26,250. I'll need only 25, 600, 25, 600. What is the balance, guys? Please. 650 here and 650 here. What do I do with this? Carry it forward to next one. It's like a Paytm account. Check, guys. Oh, we don't have a suggested answer for this one, but this is how you will solve this sum. I'll show you presentation wise also how you'll present, guys. What have they asked? you're required to determine the ITC available and the amount of net minimum GST to be paid in cash. How much will be paid in cash, guys? 0. Let's start. How will you present this, guys? Mentally, first we'll do this maths. Yes, everyone. Computation of ITC. Repeat, guys. Computation of ITC available by for Mr. Vishnu Limited. Then you will write IGST, CGST, SGST. First, guys, tell me the first one. As per section 18(1)(b), ITC cannot be availed on capital goods purchased before registration. That is 24th Feb 2024. How much will you put? Dash, dash, dash. Second, since the inputs have been purchased 1 year before the date of registration, the ITC cannot be availed as per section 18(1)(b) read with section 18(2). Dash, dash, dash. Next. In this case, since the stock has been purchased within 1 year, ITC can be availed. So 2,15,000 to 1%, 6%. Not in IGST, in CGST and SGST. Same for next one. And last, you will put in which column, guys? And you'll total it up and you'll get this total just like this, guys. What will be the total? 10,800, 226, 250, 26. Then you'll write computation, everyone, well, hear me out. Computation of net liability payable in cash. Repeat. Computation of net liability payable in cash by Vishnu Limited. Again, particulars IGST, CGST, SGST. Liability for the month. In I, you will write 0. C, 31. S, 31. Net, less. Amount paid through credit ledger. Guys, how much will you pay through credit ledger first? Just like the way you minused it. IGST paid 5,400, 5,004. What is the balance? 25, 25. Then less CGST and SGST credit used. So first, which credit was used?
IGST.
So you'll write less IGST credit used. And after that, less CGST and SGST credit used. How much will? 25,600, 25,600. What is the balance? 0. And you write a line. Therefore, the net GST payable in cash for the month of this by Vishnu is nil. That is 0. Are we okay, everyone? Guys, this is a very common question. No, this is a first time question. Every time they ask you payable in cash, but they never give you this happy occasion, sad occasion. So this was the first. So, but good. Place of supply will not do today. Yes.
Carry forward to
Next month. Yes, you can write the carry forward also. But how will you write the carry forward? I'll tell you. In the credit ledger only you can write at the bottom, or as a note you can write at the bottom. But actually what they've asked you is eligible, ITC available, and amount of. So we are answering those questions. You'll get your marks anyways. All right. This is all miscellaneous exemption. Don't worry about it. I'll teach you today. We'll do question number 5 in some time, but I want to do some more questions before I come here. Guys, let's do May 23. Whatever question you tell me to, guys, we'll solve, but I'll do the question that I also feel like doing for you all because important ones. Yes. Very good question. We can do this question also. Yes, can we do this one? This is from an exemption chapter that we've done just for a change. Everyone, let's start reading. Mr. Jayesh, what do we need? Details of input services. You are required to compute the gross value of supplies on which GST to be by Jayesh. Gross value of supplies. Yes. On which he has to pay GST, not under RCM. Yes, he's a supplier. Mr. Jayesh, a registered supplier of Mumbai, received the following amounts in respect of various activities undertaking. This is SL. What is this? SL. Commission received as a recovery agent of a non-banking finance company. Guys, he's a supplier. Will supplier be a recipient? Recipient. So not this. Actionable claim received from normal business debtors. On actionable claim, there is no GST except lottery, betting, gambling. Amount received for performance of classical dance in one program. More than one. There is GST on this, guys. So this will be a part of the GST bill. Business assets, old computers given to a friend free of cost. The market value of all the computers is how much? No ITC has been available on such computers used for business. Stop. 1 minute. What is this? What question is this? 71C. Guys, everyone. Why 71C?
No, free of
Free of cost. Stop everyone. 7(1)(c). Is it no consideration? And is it in the course of business? Yes. Next, schedule 1. Is it a permanent disposal of business asset? Remember, related agent imported BA. Is it business asset? Yes. Is it permanent disposal? Or on that you've not taken credit? Everyone, you've not taken. As if you've not taken credit, the government has no problem with this. Everyone. If you had taken credit, then you have to pay GST on the value. Next. Consideration received for 1 month rent from a registered tenant for renting of residential. We don't know, but I'll just tell you guys, renting of residential, renting of to registered person, there is GST now, but under RCM, so supplier you will not pay, we will pay. So not this also. So answer is only 1,74,000. This is input. This is what? If this input means purchase. No, input means purchase. If it's under RCM, he'll pay. If it's not under RCM, the other one will pay. Let's see. Paid to a unregistered goods transport agency for various consignments or transportation of goods by road. Each individual, okay, this has been removed now. Earlier, guys, this was small value 1500, that has been removed. So this is completely removed now. I'll tell you also what is removed. Earlier, guys, if you would transport in a transporter's truck, goods value worth 1500 rupees, up to how much? There was no GST. So remember Dr. Name. Earlier it was LL Dr. Name, low value. But thankfully that has been removed. Yes. So this has been removed. Without this, guys, let's check if 1,74,000 is the right answer. Let's check this. Why not the first one? Reverse charge. Why not the second one? Schedule 3. Are we getting the right answers, guys? Good stuff. Why not this one? Why this one? More than 1,50,000. Why not this one? On which you have not taken ITC. Rent. Again, on which basis, guys? RCM, reverse charge. And this was not a part of what I'm. Yeah, this is unregistered GTA. This is not a part. Earlier it used to be a part. Now no. Yes. Are we okay with this? Yes. So 1,74,000. This because of the amendment we could not do the entire thing. This is May 23. Yes. Let's check the next one. We've done this Shamdas, I think. Suraksha Hospital. Yes, we've done this. All right. We'll come back to the fifth question. We'll come back. That compulsory question. Till then, we'll do the other ones also. Yes, this question number 1, no, I want to do, but I want to make you solve. So I'm just waiting. If you can do the other ones, question number 5 we'll do for all of them, and we'll do at least one of them solved. But till then, I just want to try the others, which won't take too much time. What I'm thinking on the last day, that is day after tomorrow, we'll only do question number 5, because question number 5 is compulsory. Yes, and it has ITC also and credits also, a lot of things, and we can solve it and you'll get with the confidence. Question number 5 is equivalent to that question number 1 of DT. Yes, so don't worry, I want to get you that sense of confidence. So right now let's do the other questions. Question number 5, all on that day we'll solve. Yes, this is question number 5. We'll do 6. Yes, guys, can we do this? I think we've done it already, but let's do it quickly, guys. See, value of supply. List price. Do we start with list price? Tax levied by municipal authority. Add packing charges. Add. Not included also, still you have to add. Yes, as long as you're charging, you have to add. Subsidy received from an NGO. Directly, but it's included. No, included means they minused it. So you have to add it. Remember, included means they minused. Next, paid to a third party. Should we add it? Yes. Every item add, guys. Take your calculators. 50 plus 6 plus 2,500 plus 3,000 plus 2,000. How much till now? 63,000. All right. 63,500. 63,500. Now stop, guys. 2% turnover discount after reviewing the performance, guys. The discount was not known. Can I minus it? Why not? Because it's not ticking enough. It should tick enough, yes. And last, guys, ABC Limited delayed the payment and paid 5,000 as interest to XYZ, guys. Should we add this interest also? Yes. Everyone, take your calculators. 5,000 divide by 118 into 100. 4 4237. Please add this and tell me value of supply. 67,737. Want to check your answer, guys? Check. We got 64.
So if it is added, HGO is if it's already added in the groups, which already there in the list.
Include generally means minus. Let's see where they've gone wrong. Okay. So they have two views here. Okay. Now in one other question, ICAI material only included means they've minused it and they've added it. Here they've said included means it's already there. Yes. So what you can do is if you add it to, it will also be the right answer. You have to just say that it's assumed that included means it's already deducted and hence we've added it back. Are we okay? That's the only thing. Otherwise everything is right, guys. Check. Did we get 50? 6, 2,500. Did we get this 2,000? Turnover union minus 234. The only difference is this interest, a subsidy. Read the subsidy line. Getting it, guys? Yes. So includable, you make up your mind. I have a ICAI material question which says includable means they've already deducted. So what did you do? And I told you also, guys, you go to a showroom and you say the shirt is 800 rupees. What is the discount? They say discount is already included. Means already minus. So you need to add it. Yes. Everyone okay? Don't worry. This both answers will be right as long as you just put a note. So includable, always put a note on it. This is May 22. Let's do a few more. Other than question number 5, let's try question number 6 regularly. Yes, everyone, good. Please read and tell me if you are able to understand this exemption chapter. Yeah, zoom out or in? In. ABSC, AB a registered company where, guys? Chennai, Tamil Nadu has provided the following services for the month of October 2021. Service of transportation of students, faculty and staff from home to college and back to Commerce College. Guys, it is not taxable. No. This is outward supply. See, I told you outward supply, anyone. Inward supply only, it's separate. TCS, colleges, schools. No? Okay, let me recap. Guys, any education institution, right? Repeat, any education institution providing SFS, students, faculty, staff, exam. Any education, nursery to vocational course, and entrance exam also exam. Sir, but then the TCS, I know that was inward supply. That was what supply? If you want to understand, you become a school, guys. What do you become? School. You are providing bus service to your students and you're charging 2,000 per month. Will there be any GST? No. Why not? SFS. You're a college. Still no. Why? S, because that is outward supply. Which supply? Outward there is no GST. Now let's go to inward supply. Inward supply, if you're a school, TCS. See, I'll tell you how to understand this, guys. All outward supplies are exempt. Repeat, all. You're a school, no? All outward supplies. Only inward, there are 3 ones which are exempt. TCS, for whom? Schools. Online journals for? And for all exam services. So inward, there is a restriction. Otherwise, outward, there's all exempt. Guys. Going back, I'm very confident you know this, guys. Be confident. Yes. First one. Services of transportation of students, faculty and staff from home to college and back to Commerce College, providing degree courses in BBA, MBA, BCom, MCom. Guys, are you providing this service to a college? One second. One second. Sorry. You are the company who's supplying these services to a college. Everyone. My bad, guys. I'm taking my words back. Concept is still the same. Understanding you're not a college. You are providing these services to whom, guys? College. Everyone. Let's recap. Who are you? Supplier. What are you supplying? Transportation services to a college. In that case, guys, will there be GST? Yes. Sorry, my bad, guys. But what if you are a college and you're supplying transportation services to students? Then it is exempt. Yes. हाँ, तो 1 लाख एग्जाम है, 1 लाख नहीं है. योर स्कूल, यस वी आर अननेसेसरी कॉम्प्लिकेटिंग इट, बट थोड़ा सा 2 मिनट ध्यान दे. तू स्कूल है, मैं कॉलेज हूँ, अपन दोनों ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सर्विस प्रोवाइड करें. ही इज अ स्कूल, आई एम अ कॉलेज, वी बोथ आर प्रोवाइडिंग विद सर्विस. इज इट आउटवर्ड? Exempt. But we both are taking it from someone. You will not have to pay because you're a school. I'll have to pay because I'm a college. So this is that college part. Let's recap, guys. Let's recap. Everyone. Who are you? AB. Who are you? Service provider. You're providing services to whom? College. For transportation. Guys. Is it taxable? Yes. Just changing this, guys. What if you're providing it to a school? Excellent. Good, guys. Now we are getting it. Online monthly magazine containing question bank and latest updates to a college. Exam. This is exam. Housekeeping services to a coaching institute. Taxable. Changing it. Housekeeping services to school. Exempt. So this is taxable. Security services to a school. Exempt. Services of breakfast, lunch, dinner to students of ABC College. Taxable. If this was school, so guys, shortcut. Everyone, your outward supply is stronger. Inward supplies may be a little weak. So let's recap inward supply. If you were a school, TCS. If you're a college, online journal. And if you're any person, exam. Are we okay with this? So 2 lakh 50, do it on the calculator, guys. 2 lakh 50 plus 50,000 plus 5 lakh 80,000. 8 lakh? Let's see, guys. 8 lakh 80,000. Thankfully, this is the number we wanted. Thankfully, there's no wrong number. All right. So let's go to the next one now. This is 6A, 6B. I don't want to know whether they are eligible for registration because we haven't done registration chapter, but just tell me the aggregate turnover of Q Limited. Family, guys, family. Aggregate turnover is family. Please tell me aggregate turnover of Q Limited. Are we sure? Yes, because aggregate turnover is of family. So 5 plus 14 plus 12. Just adding, guys. 5 more lakhs of supply of petrol. Super. Everyone okay? Aggregate turnover is everything except IING. All right. This registration chapter, when we do, we'll look at this sum again. In the inward supplies, interest, then non-schedule only 3. Schedule 3 and GST. This we've done, guys, if you remember. Customs duty on export. Do you remember this? Yes, aggregate turnover question. Question number 6. Excellent, guys. Thankfully, a very confident question. Question number 6A. Compute the amount of ITC available with Mr. A for the month of December 2020. 6 marks. Whichever is available, you will take it on the calculator. Keep taking it on the calculator and get me the final number. Alright, let's start, guys. First, goods used in constructing an additional floor. No, because it is blocked, guys. This is immobile property. Goods given as free samples. Blocked. Trucks used for transportation. Yeah, available. Inputs used in trial runs. Available. Confectionery item means food.
Factory.
Factory, but is it written anywhere, guys, that it's compulsory?
But factory is
Factory cost.
No, I said if the Factories Act says it's compulsory. Yes, sorry, guys. I don't know if it's went through wrong, but I'm saying if it said that as per the Factories Act it's compulsory only then. So you can assume also, but I'm not assuming it. Next, cement used for making foundation of plant and machinery. Yes. So please total up 18,000, 11,000, 9850, 8050. How much is it? 28,900. Yes.
Trial
Trial run is also business now. Will you drive a car without which has not been trial run before? It's a business expense. Boeing has a plane. They made the plane, but they've not done trial run. You'll sit in that plane. You only said yesterday. Then you'll be that. Yes. Trial run is a business expense. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. Perfect. Right. This is question number 5, which I want to do day after tomorrow, not right now. This welfare association also we have to do. We'll do that exemption right now. We'll do 2 exemptions right now after these questions. And we'll do 4-5 exam ICAI material questions also. This we've already done. Question number 6 is SQM. Okay, let's do some ICAI material questions so that we get an idea of what is there in ICAI material in this chapter. Okay. Yes, let's take a slightly tricky question because I think that will give us a sense of confidence that we know. Yes, here we go. Yes. It's question number 14, everyone. Please read question number 14. I'll zoom in. Mamta links trades in exempt goods and provides taxable services. Okay. Is it exempted also and taxable also? Yes. It is registered under GST. So already registered. On 1st October, the exemption available on his goods gets withdrawn. Guys, happy music or sad music? Happy RVCE. Which part? Last E part. 18(1)D. Will you get on stock also? And capital goods also. But wrong quarters you'll have to remove only the right quarters. Analyze the scenario and determine the eligibility of the tradings for availing ITC. If any on inputs will you get? Yes. And on capital goods also? Yes. After managing how much percent per quarter? 5% per quarter. Yes. Please read question number 8.
No, can't.
Yes. Guys, can he do that? No. Either he can take depreciation or he can take what, guys? Credit. Yes.
So if he has to reverse it,
Yes.
does he has to pay the interest as well?
Yes.
for the month he has used.
For the month. Yes. From the day you avail it till the day you reverse it. So that period you have to pay interest. Yes. This is from payment chapter, guys. Very quickly, you tell me what will happen here. Paritosh is a supplier of goods. He has made 2 supplies. SL. Guys, what is SL? Supply lead to liability. So when there's intrastate supply, guys, what kind of liability it will lead to? CGST and SGST. Will it add some amount here? Yes. Will it add some amount here? Yes. What about this? Will it add some amount here? And these 3 bills he has to pay in which month, guys? This month. Next month. I mean. This month, electricity bill next month. Now guys, he purchased some goods also. On interstate purchase, what credit will he get? C and S. And on interstate purchase, what credit he will get? I. And guys, he has an opening balance, guys. This opening is from what? IGST. This is a CGST. This is a SGST. Can I add those here? And then I'll get my total credit. Please tell me whose credit will I use first? To pay which bill first? If there is any balance, can I help my children?
Yes.
Which one? Needy. Guys, what if there's no balance?
Then equal.
Then no. What if there's no balance? Let's say my bill is 10,000 and my amount is only 8. Then you pay 8 and what is the balance? 2. Who will help you? Children. But children also will first help themselves. Guys, everyone first help themselves. If they have excess, they will help you. But which child can help you? Both. But children cannot help each other. And this is given in payment chapter. So let me quickly recap payment chapter also for you guys. There are 3 ledgers. First is cash, second credit, third liability. Let's talk about liability. SL. Supply leads to liability. If it's interstate, IGST. If it's interstate, C and S. And liability, there's an order of payment of liability. This could be a question, guys. First, you pay current month. Which month, guys? No, so sorry, my bad. First, you pay prior period. Which period? Because that is pending, you have to pay prior period. Then you pay current period, and then you pay anything determined by the GST officer. Guys, they're called TIFO. What are they called? TIFO. Tax, interest, fees, penalty, others. Can we repeat? Tax, interest, fees, penalty, others. They are all your liabilities. At GST, at Inter, we only focus on tax and interest. Yes. Next, which other ledger is there? Credit ledger. How do you get credit? PC. And how do you get credit? Purchase leads to credit. If I purchase something, will I get credit? Unless it is blocked, I don't get credit. Otherwise, I will get credit. If I purchase interstate, IGST. If I purchase intrastate, CGST and SGST. What if I purchase something which is under RCM? Still, purchase is purchase. Purchase is that will be under credit also, and that will be under liability also. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. And next, which ledger? Cash. In cash ledger, guys, it's basically like your bank account. So my liability for the month is 1 lakh. How much? I have 40,000 credit. How much? So 60,000 I have to pay through which ledger? Cash. How cash ledger works is you guys are the GST department. I'm the one supposed to pay. So I'll pay from my bank account, HDFC Bank, to my cash ledger. And from my cash ledger, I'll pay to the GST department. Yes, so it's in the middle between the bank account and the government. Now, how do I put money in the cash ledger, guys? I can put using NEFT, RTGS, etc. I have to make challan. There is only one electronic challan, guys. Only one. You have to put CGST, SGST, IGST, whatever. And TIFO, if you're paying tax, interest, etc. You have to put the detail, generate the challan. The challan is valid for 15 days. How many days? And when you generate the challan, there's a number called CPIN. Common Portal Identification Number. Which number? Common Portal Identification Number, which is a 14-digit number. How many digit number? Which is valid for how many days? 15 days. Are we okay? That's CPIN. Now I can use the challan to pay. When I pay, it's a SIN to pay. What is the shortcut? SIN. Because when I pay, that 14 digit plus my 3 bank digit, it will be a 17-digit SIN number. Guys, one minute. First challan. Which number? CPIN. How many digits? 14. Is it ready? I can use it to pay within how many days? 15 days. But when I pay, another number is generated. 14 plus 3 of the bank, and that number is called SIN number. And what if I, sir, want to pay in cash? You can pay cash, but only maximum 10,000 per person per period. That means if my GST liability is 79 lakhs, can I pay through cash? No. But my GST liability is 2,200. Yes. Then you have to make the same challan, go to a bank and make the cash payment you can make. It's called over the counter. What is it called? Over the counter means cash, check or DD. Guys, cash, check or DD. But what is the limit? 10,000. Now, what if I wanted to put cash ledger, guys? Tax under CGST, tax under, but I by mistake put tax under SGST. They said no problem, it's your money only, shift it. There is a form you have to fill called GST PMT09. What is it called, guys? GST PMT09. That your form you fill and you transfer from one head to another head. There are four major heads. How many major heads, guys? 4. IGST, CGST, SGST, and IGST compensation sets. Repeat the 4 major heads. I, C, S, and GST compensation cess. And in each of them, there are 5 minor heads, TIFO. So, can I pay CGST tax? Yes. Can I pay CGST interest, fees, penalty, and others? Are we okay with this, guys? It's like a building which has 5 floors. Same way, each major head has how many minor heads, guys? 5. So, 45 you can remember, guys. How many major heads? 4. Each of them, how many minor heads? 5. Exam question. You have put SGST interest, but you want to put to SCGST tax. Can you transfer it? In which ledger? Cash. In which ledger, guys? Cash. Credit ledger, you cannot do this. I purchased something intrastate, can I? No, no. Credit ledger, you can't. Only in which ledger? Cash ledger. And guys, in cash ledger, do you get interest from the government? No. That's why, guys, how do you use cash ledger? Only when required. If I need 4,000 in my cash ledger, how much will I put, guys? 4,000. And then whenever I require, I'll keep putting more. Are we okay with this? So credit ledger done, cash ledger done, liability ledger done. Yes. I need to pay my GST every month like electricity bill. So November I will pay. In December. December I will pay. Jan I will pay. Feb. You need to pay by the 20th of the next month. Which date? So November I will pay by when? December 20th. If there is a delay, there will be interest of what percent? Guys, hear me out well. November I had to pay by December. I forgot. December which date? 20th. I paid on 23rd. 3 days delay. How many days delay? So 3 days. Days okay. Divide by 365. Yes. 18% okay. Now amount is what amount? I need to pay the government 1 lakh. But in my credit ledger already I have 90,000. Guys, I need to pay the government
1 lakh.
in my credit ledger already I have how much? So my cash ledger I have to pay how much? So interest will be only on that 10,000. Everyone. Interest is always on the net amount. Repeat, interest is always on the but. Hear me out, guys. Did you file your return? No. You were delayed by how many days? If you've not filed, net amount. Repeat shortcut. Not filed. But guys, I filed my return on 20. I filed my return on how much GST liability? 1 lakh. How much credit? 90,000. How much cash? 10,000. Full pay. 100. Credit. Sorry, liability. 1 lakh. I use my credit of. I paid cash of 10,000. Have I paid my entire thing? I filed it in the month of January. I remembered I forgot something. Then the government says you pay that. Guys, when did I remember? Jan. Let's say Jan 20. Then the government says you pay that, but you'll have to pay what? Interest at what percent? But here now you can't net any amount. That full amount. Yes, so the shortcut on net and gross. Shortcut, hear me out. If you've not filed, repeat. If you've not filed, N for not filed, N for net amount. Logic. If you've not filed, that means your credit is still available. Everyone, your credit is still. So after credit, the net. Yes. But if you don't want to use all your brain, guys, everyone not filed. They say November you had to file your return in December. You forgot you filed in Feb. Everyone, stop. Is it not filed? Then interest will apply, but on which amount? Net amount. Are we okay with this, guys? But if you file and then you realize something, then on the full amount, cross. Are we okay with this? This interest is under section 50. Interest rate is only one. How much percent? Earlier there were two rates, 18 and 24. Now 24 has been removed, only 18%. Yes. Earlier there was that if the government catches you and you forgot genuinely 18%, but deliberately 24. But who will admit deliberate? So then they said, okay, remove 24, only what percent? 18. Summarizing this payment chapter, guys, not very important unless that payment is there. IGST, etc. First, whose credit should I use? IGST to pay IGST. Then I can use IGST credit to pay C and S depending as the case may be. Then C and S can be used to pay IGST liability, but C and S cannot be used cross-utilized. Cannot be. Who told you this? There's a rule called 88A. What is the rule? 88A. This rule tells you that this is the order of utilization. Can you change the order of utilization? No. All right. Second, how many ledgers are there? 3. Cash, credit, and liability. Your liability first has to be paid through which ledger? Credit. If there's excess, you'll use which ledger? Cash. All the ledgers section is 49. What is the section? Anytime you quote the section, 49 for all the ledgers. Yes. Very important. In my cash ledger, can he transfer from one minor head to another major head, etc.? Yes. GST, PMT capital 09, and that section is 4910. What is the section? 49 over bracket 10. That you remember section because very important. Next thing important is interest. You had to pay November's amount by which date? December 20th. You paid on Jan 2nd. So the number of days you'll have to calculate first. Yes. In divide by 365. Everyone okay? Next, into 18% is also okay. What is the net amount or gross amount? Ask yourself, have you not filed? Yes. If you've not filed, logic is if you've not filed, you've not used the credit. So you have to put the net. Yes.
if you're already filed,
Yes.
then again you have something more than something what you get to call.
Example, let's say this month I said that I sold 10 bikes. So my liability was 1,80,000. I paid my liability. After that, next month I realized, oh, I forgot to record one supply. And I have to pay the government 18,000 more GST. Any more liability to the government, then on that 18,000, you can't use that month's credit because that month's credit is already gone. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. If you already filed, then gross amount, then you can't net. Yes. If you have something carried forward of that month, then you can, yes. I'm assuming you use the credit. That's what I'm saying. If you use the credit, then you have to pay on the gross amount. Yes. All right. Everyone okay with this? Yes. All right. This is the overall chapter ITC and payment. Now what we'll do is ITC payment we'll revisit day after tomorrow. We don't have to do question number 1. DT is over. So what we will do is on that day when we meet, straight off while we meet, if there are some exemptions pending, we'll do that. One sum, one exemption, one sum, one exemption. And with sum we'll solve. That question number 5. We have about 5-7 papers. Each sum takes about half an hour to do. So we have a 5-hour session. 5 hour maybe we can do how many sessions? 10 sums we can solve. Yes. And that will give you superb confidence on the last day. So that we'll reserve for day after tomorrow. So now after the break, we'll do registration chapter and place of supply. Today both is difficult. Time of supply. Time and place we can do tomorrow, which else is left anyways. We can do accounts, records, e-way bill, yes, after the break, and we can do registration after the break. Yes, 2 chapters we can do. Tomorrow we can do place of supply and time of supply and tax invoice. That try and read. No, it's very theoretical. From my quick book, if you can read, we can do it tomorrow. So tomorrow, because right now I know it's right now already 4:15. We'll meet after 20 minutes of break. We'll not get more time after registration chapter and accounts, records, e-way bill. Yes, let's be very practical. If there is something which is overpouring, no, what we can do is, when is your accounts marathon starting? Accounts very next day. But what time? 3. So what we could do is we can meet at 1, and between that 1 to 3, we can do, if there is one chapter pending, we can do it that day. Let's say time of supply is pending, we can do it that day. I have no problem. We can, but then your accounts will push ahead. I'm okay. I'll check. Done.
Another 1 hour extra.
Was it?
Another 1 day, 1 hour extra will stay. Any day.
Okay. But what she's suggesting also is right, that we can extend it by, yeah. Or we can do is tomorrow we'll extend the session only. Yes. Instead of that we'll extend the session. Because place of supply absolutely important. Time of supply, have you tried? Have you guys read it? Okay. Okay, difficult. Okay. Time of supply, place of supply, tomorrow we'll try. Invoice chapter, I have a feeling invoice, debit note, credit note, if you go through it, there'll not be too much. Yes. What are we looking at? I'll just tell you what we did since afternoon we met, guys. ITC as a concept we did, then payment we did, but practically we have to solve it. We will solve it day after tomorrow. Right now I'm looking at registration, and if possible we'll also look at exemption, 1-2 more exemptions. Yes, I don't think registration will take too much time because we've done a lot of concepts like aggregate turnover already. Let's start. Everyone, a new chapter, the registration is beginning right now. It's right now 4:51. I think we should be getting done with this in 1 hour maximum. Let's see how we can do. Guys, everyone in India should be registered in GST. Is that true or false? False. Guys, small businesses, why should they register? Government says only if you're a scale businessman, big businessman, then you should register. So they made a section called section 24. What is the section, guys? 24. In that they made a shortcut called I creation. So what is the shortcut? I creation. These people need to be compulsorily registered. Means you don't check their turnover, nothing. Just the day they exist, they will have to register. Anyone who's making interstate supply, which supply? There are 2 exceptions, guys. We'll talk about the exceptions soon. Next, anyone who's a CTP. What is CTP? Casual taxable person. Or anyone who's a RCM recipient. Guys, remember, younger brother, older brother, who does the work? Older. So if you're the recipient in RCM, then you'll have to pay GST. So for that, you'll have to be registered. Next, you're an e-commerce operator. Like yesterday. TCS. Guys, you need to be registered, and not just e-commerce operator. Flipkart has to register. Seller of goods. Repeat. Seller of goods also on e-commerce operators have to be registered compulsory. Agent. What is A for? I am EBC, elected by company. Am I registered? Yes. So all my agents have to be registered. Right? Otherwise, what will happen is if I am registered and my agent, let's say he's not registered, Then someone who doesn't want to pay GST, I'll say, listen, don't buy from me, buy from my agent. So the government said, if you are registered, all your agents have to be compulsory registered. But what if I'm not registered? Then agent depends on his turnover. If he's a big agent, he will register. If he's not a big agent, he won't register. Next, TDS, TCS. We already did, guys. TDS means how many people? 7. And TCS, 8. Those people have to be compulsory registered. This is ISD CA final, OIDR CA final, and this is notified persons, guys. These people have to be compulsory registered. Don't focus on the last 3. Yes. All right. Can we repeat? Some people have to be compulsory registered. Example, your tuition teacher from school. No. A small restaurant in Jayanagar. No. But someone who's making interstate supply of these pens. Yes. Someone who wants to participate in an exhibition. CTP or NRTP. Someone who's an RCM supplier. RCM recipient. Someone who's an agent of a taxable person. Yes. Taxable person means registered person. E-commerce operators in India. Yes. Seller of goods. Yes. And these people need to be compulsory registered. Okay. So let's talk about someone, guys. Let's all talk about someone who sells this thermos. Yes, this thermos, no interstate supply. Only supply within Karnataka. This thermoses, guys, is a Karnataka-based company, let's say, and they're supplying only within what? Karnataka. Should they register under this? No. So then when should they register? Then we have to go check section 22. What is section 22? They said depending on if you're big or small, depending on your aggregate turnover. Which turnover? You already know aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover means anything that is going outside except IIGM. No interest, no invert, no non-taxable Schedule 3 and no GST. First check that. Not individual, as a family. What if they have 3 units, one in Bangalore, Karnataka, one in Tamil Nadu, one in Maharashtra, aggregate. And then check, there are 3 limits. There are 3 limits. The biggest limit is 40 lakh. This limit is only and only if you fulfill 4 conditions called PIGS. What is the shortcut, guys? PIGS. I'll tell you what is PIGS, but if you fulfill all the 4 conditions of PIGS, then what is your limit? If you cross 40 lakh, register. If you don't cross, no. So example, guys, I fulfill all the 4 conditions of PIGS. Then what is my limit? 40 lakh. My turnover 38 lakh. Don't register. 42 lakh, register. This is the highest limit. Then, guys, there's a second very small limit of 10 lakh. How many lakh? This is for NT Mami. What is the shortcut? NT Mami. There are very small 4 states. For them, the government has kept the limit also very. And the default, guys, is anyone 20 lakh. If you ask a CA today, guys, what is the registration limit? They'll straight say 20. They don't even go to all this. But technically, from an exam perspective, we have to go through all this. Yes. What is PIGS and why do you get the highest limit, guys? This was a notification that came out in the year 2019. Which year? 19. And they said that if you don't supply prohibited goods, if you don't supply interstate, if you only supply goods and you don't supply in some states, I'll tell you some states, guys, if you don't supply prohibited, if you don't supply, if you only supply goods and you're not in some states, then you will get a limit of how many lakh? 40 lakh. This thermos, is it a prohibited good? No. Is he doing interstate? No. Is he only dealing in goods and he's not in some of the states? Then what is his limit, guys? Sell for 40 lakh, no problem, no GST issue. Up to how many lakh, guys? 40 lakh. Next, guys, what are these some states? I'll tell you, but next, guys, if you're someone who's in Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram, again, Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram, 4 small states, then what is the limit? 10 lakh. If you cross 10 lakh, you have to register. What if I'm in Karnataka also and Nagaland also? You know, guys, rotten apple. Yes, everyone okay. And guys, what if I'm not this year, not this also? Example, guys, I'm a CA. Who am I? Am I only selling goods? No, I'm selling services, so I can't be there. I'm not in anti-mami, then automatically continue. I am someone who sells these services also and provides services also. Then I cannot be in first one. I can only be in second or third one. Are we okay? So first one is exclusively for what? Goods. Repeat. Exclusively what, guys? Goods. Sir, what are these states you cannot be in? First, anti-mami. Which are these states? If you're in anti-mami, automatically 10 lakh. And there is another state called Putsam. Guys, what is the shortcut? Putsam. Puducherry. Uttarakhand. Guys, Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Telangana. Guys, these are also small states. Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Telangana. Again, Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Telangana, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya. Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya. Even if these states or anti-mami you are in, you cannot be in 40 lakhs. So please tell me, for 40 lakhs, you cannot be in which states? Anti-mami also you cannot be in, Putsam also you cannot be. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. And then this is first, second, and third. All good, everyone.
Is there a provision for marginal service
No. In fact, good you asked this question. Prohibited goods. Remember, guys, prohibited goods in casual compositions go. You could trade in them but not manufacture. Here, you can't trade, you can't manufacture. Pita bread. You can't trade, you can't you can only eat bread. Yes, okay, that was a joke, but never mind. You cannot trade also, you cannot manufacture also. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. So I'm giving you some examples. Yeshas Academy. Can they be in 40 lakh? No. They automatically are 20 lakh. A seller of this fans only selling in Karnataka.
Yes.
Yes. What is the limit, guys? 40 lakh. A seller of this fan, Karnataka also and Sikkim also.
20 lakh.
20 lakh. Karnataka also, Nagaland also. 10 lakh. Are we getting it? Yes. No problem. Nagaland, Antimami. Nagaland, Tripura, Manipur, Mizoram. These states automatically 10.
He is in Karnataka and other.
Then lower limit, rotten apple. Then 40 lakh and 10 lakh, which limit will apply? 10 lakh. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. And aggregate turnover, you know. Alright, guys, 1 minute. If I have to register in one state, I have to register in all. Otherwise, what will happen? Karnataka, I'm registered, Tamil Nadu, will not register. A person comes to buy a bike, I can't pay GST. Okay, don't buy from me, buy from Tamil Nadu. So they say one pan, one turnover, one scheme. That means if you are registered under regular scheme, register under regular scheme everywhere. Unless you are selling petrol, diesel, etc. Guys, one. I'm in Karnataka also, Tamil Nadu also, Maharashtra also. Everywhere I'm selling electric bikes. Should I register? Yes, because one pan, one turnover, one scheme. But in Maharashtra, I'm not selling electric bikes, I have a petrol pump. Then don't register. Because you're selling what supply, guys, not taxable. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes, all right. But sir, you included an aggregate. Yes, you included an aggregate turnover, but we don't make them register because aggregate turnover is only to know the scale. Only to know the scale. Everyone okay with this, guys? Yes. All right. Guys, that is section 24. Can we repeat? Section 24. Compulsory registration. Section 22. Turnover based registration. These are the two sections for registration. Yes. Can we take more examples, guys? Yes. You're a photographer. Yeah, no, 24th we'll ignore. 24th I creation, you'll easily get. 22 only obtain. You're a photographer. 20 lakhs. You are someone who sells watches only in Karnataka. 40. You're someone who sells watches interstate everywhere, compulsory registration. The moment you say interstate, compulsory. Are we okay with it? But don't worry, there's nothing that these two sections cannot cover if you know the shortcut pigs. Everyone. No prohibited, no trading, no manufacturing, no interstate, only goods. And you can't be in some states. If you want 40 lakh, very strict about it. Anti-mami automatically 10 lakh. And besides that, default is 20 lakh. Yes. So just check first for 40. If it's service, don't even check that. Yes, everyone okay. All right. And then there are some people in section 23, which is the section. They say, listen, yeah, don't register only now. What is the need for registering? There are 5 people called years, guys. What is the shortcut? Years. On the screen, guys, everyone. If you're a farmer, agriculturist, who are you? Agriculturist. Then don't register because all your supplies exempt. If you're a RCM supplier, who are you? Who's the other one? Recipient. He's paying. So why do you want to register? If you are someone who only makes exempt supply, only make. You're a doctor. Don't register. A for agriculturist. E for exempt. Only making exempt supply, like a doctor. And R for yes. And these two people don't have to register up to 20 lakh. The first two. If you're a handicraft supplier, guys, what are you supplying? Handicraft. Don't register, but up to 20. That means small handicraft suppliers. Up to how many lakh? 20 lakh. And if you're a service provider, also up to how many lakh? So that means, guys, in years, these people don't have to register. These people don't have to. But the first and the last don't have to register up to. That means if they become big, they have to register. Are we okay? Guys, even if they supply through ICE. Through what? ICE. What are you supplying? Handicraft goods. What are you supplying? Handicraft goods. Even if you do interstate, even if you do as a CTP, or even if you do an e-commerce operator, repeat, guys, even if you do interstate, but sir, interstate goods, yes, two exceptions, handicraft and service. Anyways, don't think of it like that. Think of it as ICE. What is ICE? You're a handicraft supplier. Even if you supply interstate, even if you supply in exhibitions, even if you supply on Flipkart, up to how many lakhs? 20 lakhs. I'm not interested in registering. And same service provider also as ICE. Service provider, even if you supply interstate, even if you supply in exhibitions, or even if you supply E-commerce operator. Yes. Everyone hears. Please tell me HEARS. Yes. Middle A. No register, no limit. E. Exempt supplier. No registration, no limit. R. RCM supplier. But for H and S, is there a limit? What is the limit? No matter whatever you do, 20 lakhs don't cross. If you cross, you'll have to register. Yes. But if you're an anti-mami, obviously 10 lakhs. Yes. Yeah.
So if you have to sell something handicapped online e-commerce, you have to register.
No, now there's a provision. If you supply e-commerce, even on e-commerce operator, ICE, handicraft guys don't have to register. Now they've made this provision. But as a general rule, what happens is all these guys who supply on e-commerce operators, they're crossing 20 lakhs. That's the reason they register. Getting it? If you're a very small supplier of handicraft goods on e-commerce operators, you don't have to register. Yes. But sometimes what happens is, see, the e-commerce operators don't, in practical life, don't want to take the headache of checking your turnover. So they say, listen, you register only. Yes. But technically, up to how many lakhs? 20 lakhs. Are we okay with this? All right. Guys, that's section 22, 23, and 24. Let's go to the next one. Guys, are you supposed to register? Yes. Then you're supposed to register in every state. You're supposed to register in. All right. We go to 25, we'll do in some time. 26, we'll go to straight. Guys, how many acts in GST? 5. CGST, SGST, IGST, UTGST, GST compensation says. So should I register 5 times? No. We are all together. You register in one, you register in all. You get rejected in one. That is section 26. What is that section? 26. Everyone okay with this? Yes. Moving to the next one. Guys, there is a beautiful electric car and bike exhibition happening in Delhi for 27 days. Everyone repeat with me. Happening where? Delhi. For how many days? 27 days. Guys, let's all visit it. And when we visit, on the left hand side, we'll see EBC. Whom do we see? But EBC, you were supposed to be in Karnataka. You were supposed to be. He said, yeah, I'm registered in Karnataka. For 27 days, I'm coming here. I'm a CTP. I'm a casual taxable person. Opposite that is Tesla. We say, Tesla, you're supposed to be a US. I'm here for only how many days? 27. I'm also an NRTP. These are two people, guys, under section 27. Now let's talk to one because the same provision applies to the other guys. So let's talk to CTP. Who's CTP? He's come from which state? But he's not registered in Delhi. So basically, CTP, the technical definition is one, he's registered in one or more states of India. Registered in one or more, but temporarily wants to make supplies in another state. He's called a CTP. Yes. Basically, that means you are going for an exhibition. That's a perfect example. Yes. For how many days? 20. Because the section is 27. Now, guys, do they need to register? Yes. Compulsory registration. Yes. Compulsory registration. And that too not later, 5 days before the exhibition starts. How many days in advance? 5 days. So as a CTP, you will apply 5 days in advance. Dear Nirmala Sitharaman, I am going for an exhibition. Register me as CTP. Once you register, guys, you also have to pay your GST in advance. Why? Because which state are you in? No, which state are you going to? Delhi. And which state are you from? What if you run away? So you pay GST in advance, like a prepaid voucher. You pay in advance, as and when you use it, you keep paying more. Yes, but your application is valid only for how many days? 27. You made an application or registration for how many days? After 27 days, your application or registration will get over. So you can actually register up to 90 days. The shortcut is A90. What is the shortcut? Basically, you can register yourself for the period you apply for or maximum 90 days. So guys, can I apply for 27 days, 47 days, 97 days, 90 days? But you can extend it. If your exhibition is going well, you want to extend, you can again extend by A90. Means period applied for or 90. So total 90 plus maximum your duration can be how much? But sir, I want to stay there for 300-400 days. Then you're not a CTP. Then go and register normally there. Yes, everyone okay with this? Yes. Please tell me CTP. Casual taxable person. You should know the definition in 2-3 lines. You should be able to write them. Then, do they require compulsory registration? Yes. What is the validity of the registration? A90. Period you apply for or 90 days, whichever is lower. Can it be extended by another A90, but only once? And you need to pay a GST in advance. Are we okay with this, guys? I did not tell you, but GST registration cannot happen without PAN number. Without which number? So CTP also will need a PAN number. Will he have a PAN number? Because he's coming from Karnataka, so he has a PAN number. Yes. NRT. Same provisions. He is not registered in India. Repeat, he's not registered in India, but temporarily wants to make supplies from India. Next, second. Yes, he also has to be compulsory registered. For how many days? 90 can be extended once by A 90. Same provision. Except guys, he does not have a PAN number. Guys, do you think Elon Musk has a blue color card? So he has to have PPF. What?
PPF.
He needs to give his passport details. Which details?
Passport.
Next, the person who's a representative in India, their PAN number. PP, passport, PAN, and their foreign registration. Everyone, what is PPF?
PAN.
Passport. Someone is coming from this with passport, then India's representative PAN and a foreign registration. Are we okay? Section 27, dividing the class CTP and RTP. Compulsory registration? Yes. How many days? 27 by section 27. Validity can be extended by once. And who needs PAN? CTP. NRTP? PPF. All right, good. That is section 27. We move to the next one. Guys, you have an Aadhaar number. What number? You have an Aadhaar card also, but you're shifting your house. What do you do? Full Aadhaar number changes over. No, just guys go there and make an application for change of address. Can you amend? Same way, guys. I have a GST registration number. Let's say Yeshas Academy has GST registration number. They are shifting their office. What do? Change. So they say, can you amend the registration? Everyone repeat. Can you amend? The officer, government said, listen, always you can change. No problem. Unless you change three things. We change. Then we need approval. Then you go online, you change the things we need approval. Example, CAN. What is CAN? I'll tell you guys. Three things. CAN. You're changing your address. What is A for? Then you go online, you submit an approval, give me proof. My GST officer will approve. Only then you can change. So please tell me three things which require approval. CAN. What is C for? I've not told you. What is A for? Address. Yes. Next, N. PAN number. No, PAN number changes, full registration changes. So name, Yeshas Academy, then they say Yeshas Education. Then if the name changes, you can require approval, guys. Yes, everyone. And last C, C means constitution. 4 partners, 1 partner always. No. ABC partner C dies. Yeah. So you have to get someone new. So change in constitution to be change in constitution in that case also. So 3 things which require approval for section 28. CAN. Please tell me C. Change in constitution. A. Change in address. N. Change in name. In 3 cases you will require approval. Everything else, example, I'm selling electric bikes. I want to sell electric cars also. Just go and change, no problem. You want to change anything else, no problem, except mobile number and email. Mobile number and then you'll require OTP. But that also approval you don't take. So everyone in the exam, what are the 3 things which you require approval for? CA. Constitution, address and name. Yes. Address of PPOB also, APOB also. What is PPOB, APOB? Principal place of business also if you change, additional place. Example guys, Yeshas Academy, Jayanagar also and Shishadipur also. This is principal place. That is any address change you need to require approval. Yes. Alright. And sir, my PAN number is only changing. Then do one thing, tear that registration. Because if your PAN number changes, your registration only will change. Because guys, your GST registration number works like this. The middle part, yes, is your PAN number. Yes, so this. I have multiple GST registration. One of them, which is on my personal name, is this. So this in the middle, guys, is my PAN number. This is my state code. Are we okay? So if my PAN number changes, guys, then I have to just tear the registration, get a new one. Are we okay with this, everyone? And this is not a secret, guys. Anyone, you can see boards outside. The middle thing is always what, guys? Are we okay with this? All right. So recapping. Registration sections, compulsory registration. 24. Turnover is registration. 2. People who don't have to register. 23 years. Remember years? Yes. Pigs. Remember pigs? Yes. NT Mami. Yes. Okay. Then we are all together. 26. Not important. 27 days exhibition and 28 is coming. 29. Classic. Very good case. Hear me out. Guys, you are already registered. Life is very good. Whenever you purchase, you get credit. Whenever you supply, the government gets liability. But you are tired, you don't want to do any business, you made a lot of money in life. You say, I want to shut and I want to just chill. You've already booked that villa in Goa. You want to relax in life. Can you cancel your registration? Yes. Generally, when you shut down your business, or you sell your business, or you close, or her favorite death, yes. In one case, yesterday dead body, so I remember. So in these cases, guys, if you don't want your registration, can you cancel it? Yes. How do you cancel it? You make an application. What do? Everything happens on which portal? GST. You make an application for cancellation, and just because you make an application doesn't mean it's automatically cancelled. So once you make an application, they'll review, because what if you have liabilities? You'll need to pay. What if you have credit? Yes, unfortunately. So if you have, let's say, credit of 1 crore, how much? 1 crore, liability 70 lakh. What about 30 lakh? Yeah, you can't go to some GST ATM and remove money. No, that provision is not there. And Indians feel very bad for this. Indians can't waste anything. Yes, your t-shirt tomorrow, you know what will come at home. Yes, we don't waste anything. Yes, yeah, dusting, no, even then, more and more things also. Yeah, dusting is one of them. Then your bike will be wiped from that. And yeah, so anyways, so people feel very bad. But yes, if your GST registration get cancelled, guys, then your credit will, what is the word, guys? Lapse. But that's called voluntary cancellation. What is that called, guys? You did not want the registration, you cancel it. Now, guys, that's okay. That doesn't hurt so much. But guys, there is cancellation by the GST officer. That is called suo motu. What is that called? Sumo. Some Japanese wrestler, suo motu. Suo motu means on his own. Guys, suo motu means on his own he can cancel. Guys, what is the fun he's getting in cancelling my registration? He feels you're doing something wrong. He feels you're doing something wrong, so he can cancel registration. But sir, what is there in cancellation registration? I'll register again, no? It takes 3 days to register, guys. But your credit will gone. Yes. So it's very dangerous, guys. Cancellation, very, very, very dangerous. In fact, if any of our clients gets a notice for cancellation, we can make good money, because he is very scared that his registration might get cancelled, all the credit will go away. What are the reasons in which the GST officer can cancel your registration? Shortcut: can immediately commence 36 frauds. Repeat: can immediately commence 36 frauds. Let's take it one by one. Can. If the GST officer feels you have contravened, what is C for? Contravened. Contravened means violated any GST law. Can he cancel the registration? Yes. Immediately. If he feels you are issuing invoice after invoice without making supply, full invoice after invoice, but no supply, then you're doing something might be fraudulent. That's why he may cancel registration. So can immediately commence. If you register but you don't start your business for 6 months, for how many months? Then why did you register and cancel? Can immediately commence 36. If you've not filed your return for 3 months, for how many months? And for a composition scheme, guys, 6 guys. How much? 6. And last, guys, if he feels you got the registration through FMS, fraud, misrepresentation or suppression of facts. What is FMS? Fraud, misrepresentation or suppression of facts. Example, guys, in your address you've given office number 41 and office is ended 40 only. I told you yesterday. Then in that case, he may cancel your registration. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. This is an excellent question, has come before. What are the reasons when the GST officer may suo motu proceed to cancel registration? Any 5 reasons. Can immediately commence 36 frauds. C. Contravention. I. Issuing invoice without making supplies. Comments. Not commencing business for 6 months. 3 and 6 returns you've not filed. And FMS fraud. There are 3 more. Miss ITC 99, which you already know. Miss ITC 99. And when there's a constant mismatch between your GSTR 3B and someone's GSTR 1, everyone. We've not done returns, but you know it. Your GSTR 3B means you filed a return and someone else has filed a return. Always there's a mismatch that may cause your registration to be cancelled. Miss ITC. If you've taken ITC without being right, example, guys, can you take ITC on car? No, but you took it. And then it might get cancelled. Yes. And Miss ITC 99. Remember the 99% rule? 86B. Where 1% you have to pay through cash, 99% through credit. If that you don't follow, it's applicable, but you don't follow. It's applicable, but you don't follow. Guys, you don't have to remember all. Remember any 5. Easier one. Can immediately commence 36 frauds. Are we okay? Now the section. For cancellation of registration, very dangerous section, section 29. What is the section? 29.1, you cancel. No dangerous. 29.2, he cancels. Now what happens in cancellation? I'll tell you a little bit, practically also, exam perspective also. When you apply for cancellation of registration, guys, they evaluate your application. that why is he cancelling? What is his liability? Is he going to run away to UK? So they evaluate your liability and you have to pay your liability. You have to, and once you pay, they give you an order of cancellation. What do they give you? That okay, on the 29th of November, your registration stands cancelled. From then, your registration is cancelled. Now, guys, you applied for cancellation on 1st November. When did you apply? Your order of cancellation is on 29th. What if you supply something in the middle? So the government says during that time we might suspend your registration. We might suspend means you can't supply only. Are we okay? Everyone. What have you applied for? Cancellation. Is he evaluating your proposal? In that time your registration may get suspend. No, no. But before cancellation it may get suspend. Are we okay? And during suspension you cannot make any supply and you don't have to file any return also for that. Are we okay with this case? Yes. That is section 29. Half this class. Give me 3 reasons for voluntary cancellation. No, voluntary means yourself you're cancelling registration. Business is getting closed or death, yes, or shut down. You're shut down, voluntary. Yes, so any of these reasons can be voluntary cancellation. Can be 5 reasons for cancellation by officer suo motu. Can immediately commence 36 frauds, miss ITC 99. And during this cancellation, guys, can my registration be suspended or may be suspended? Yes. And during the suspension period, 2 things cannot happen. No supply, and the good part, you don't have to file returns for that. Are we okay, everyone? All right. And last, guys, you did not file your return for 3 months, 6 months because your CA did not tell you only. So you got a letter that your registration is cancelled because you did not file your return for 3 months, 6 months. You are very upset because your credit is now getting lapsed. Immediately you got the letter, guys. Immediately you ran to the GST office. Said, officer, what to do? They said, don't worry. There's a section called section 30. What is the section? Section 30, where you can ask for revocation. You can ask for, this is nothing but saying sorry. Had a fight with someone, no problem. There is sorry, no, always. You can always apologize, again make mistakes. That's life. So this is section 30 is an apology. You can ask for revocation. You can ask for revocation. You can ask the officer that please, 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 you cancelled my cancellation. We will revoke it. You take it back. So can you apply for revocation? Yes. But guys, it can only happen when the GST officer has cancelled the registration. What if you only apply for cancellation? The officer like, what game are you playing? Last month you said cancel, now I said I want it back. Yes. So you can only revoke the cancellation if it's done by which officer? GST officer. That's all revocation or cancellation. You have to make it up. You have to make an application. The officer doesn't read your mind, guys. So you have to make an application. Earlier the due date for application was 30 days. Now it is 90 days. Now it is how many days? Guys? So you get 90-day period for making an application for revocation or cancellation. And guys, can he revoke? From the date of cancellation. From the date of cancellation, you get 90 days to apply for revocation. Guys, does he always revoke it? No. Guys, what you've done, India's biggest fraud. Then he'll say, are you crazy? I'll revoke your cancellation. But what if you not filed a return? Then he'll revoke your cancellation with a promise. He'll take a conditional revocation that whatever wrong you've done, you have to correct it within 30 days. Within how many days? So, example, you didn't file a return. Because your CA was bad, you didn't file a return. Is the officer revoking? Yes. But once he revokes it, you need to file your return within how many days, guys? 30 days. Are we okay? What is that? And change the CA also. Perfect. Yes. All right. So that's how it is, everyone. This is section 30. What is the section, guys? 30. So 29, 30 go hand in hand. 29 is for cancellation. 30 is for revocation. Guys, other dates don't go into too much of detail. Yes. Sometimes you feel that, oh, these dates, but there are only so much they can ask you. And more the question I've seen, they've not gone so much on the dates part. They've gone more on the concept part. Yes. Because these dates are procedural, which keeps changing. Like 30 days became how many days? 90 days. All right. Now, guys, the procedure for GST registration. How do you register? On the portal. How do you register on the portal? You need which number to register? PAN. Only one person does not need PAN number to register. NRTP. So there is only one exception. Otherwise, in this classroom, all of us want to register. We'll need a PAN number. Next, NRTP doesn't need PAN number. If I have registered in one state, I have to register in all states, and we'll be called deemed distinct person unless you're making non-taxable supply like a petrol pump. Next, now you have to also update your Aadhaar number. Which number? Aadhaar. And if you don't update your Aadhaar, there is a punishment. I'll tell you about it. Then I have a joke that there's a hotline number called 777. What is a hotline number? 777. There's no hotline number to register. I'll tell you what happens. When you apply for registration, the officer has to reply back within how many days? 7 days. If he has any queries, etc., technically 7 working days. If he does not reply back, then it's deemed exempt. Deemed exempt means you're registered. Once he gives back to you the reply, you have to reply within how many days? 7. If you don't reply, deemed cancellation. And once you reply, he has to either accept or reject within how many days? 7 days. Otherwise, deemed acceptance. While this is on paper, it has happened in many cases, guys. That has happened in 7 days. But there have been cases where it's not happened also, and deemed acceptance also has not happened. Yes, because sometimes, because of various circumstances, sometimes it takes more days. But practical experience, my registration, my firm registration, we all got it in 3 days because the documentation was right. Yes, but I've seen a lot of queries where people have not got their registration on time, and people have had asked, GST officers have asked very, very weird queries in the reply. Yes, but by the book, from the exam perspective, how many days? 7, 7, 7. If you don't update your Aadhaar, if you don't update your, that first 7 days will become 30 days. So how many days? That means he will take to reply how many days, guys? 30. When you register, guys, will he have to come and see you and meet you in person? No, it's at his discretion. What is the word? At his discretion. He may visit your premises, he may not visit your premises also. And once you're registered, guys, you need to take a printout of your registration and put it in the registered place of business also and additional places of business also. Are we okay with this? All right. Now, guys, there are some people like embassies, UN offices. Which offices? UN embassies, etc. We'll see in today's or tomorrow's exemption chapter that when an embassy provides services, there is no GST. Example, I want to go to the US, I go for a visa. Where do I go? US embassy. They will charge me 10,000 without any GST. Example, guys. Example. Embassies, UN offices don't charge GST. So their SL is not there. What is not there? There is supply, but there is no liability. So if they purchase, will they get PC? No. Super one minute. SL is not there. So will they get PC? They said, I'm US embassy. You're not giving me credit. You know, we have that button, nuclear button. They say, listen, you have to give us credit. So we have applied them a UIN, unique identity number. Which number, guys? Unique. So all embassies, UN offices, etc., they don't have GST registration. They have a unique identity number. What is the purpose of the number, guys? When the UN office or the US office embassy, guys, purchase a laptop and they want credit, we give them a refund. We give them a example. US embassy, guys, supplies. Is there any liability? No. But when they purchase ACs, guys, will they get credit? Yes. That credit they get as a refund. Are we okay? So you should know what is UIN. What is? And in India, guys, there are 11 embassies. How many embassies? Because GSTR is 11. Yes. That NRTP, non-resident taxable person. Who is in our example NRTP? Tesla. He has come to India after visiting 5 countries. After visiting how many countries? 5. Because the GSTR is 5. Just some small shortcuts. Yes. Don't worry, you'll remember it. UIN 11. In return chapter, we'll see tomorrow. Alright. So this is how it works. We've done 25 section also. Yes, there's one small concept of registration. Nice. Everyone you get. I'm not supposed to register only. I'm not supposed to. Can I voluntarily register? Yes. But once I voluntarily register, after that, every supply should be under GST. Example, I'm a CA. I'm supposed to register after how many lakhs? 20 lakhs. But first day only I registered. Then I can't tell the government don't charge me till 20 lakhs. Then on the next supply also there will be what? GST. So repeat with me. Once you are registered, repeat guys. Once you are, every supply will have GST. Of course, every taxable supply will have GST. Next. I was never supposed to register. Today I applied for registration. What is today's date? 29 November. 5th December I got my registration. So my registration date will be super simple. No sir, when you got a registration, yes. But it might be different for some people. Hear me out. All of you guys were liable to be registered. Were you? Liable. And you were liable to register on 1st December. Which date? The government says if you apply within 30 days, if you apply within 30 days, then guys, from 1st December you'll be registered. Hear me out. You are liable to register from? Liable, why? Because turnover, cross, interstate, etc. from 1st December and you applied on 2nd December. Guys, are you liable? Yes. And you are proactive. Shortcut. Liable and proactive. You are very quick. Then guys, even if you get your registration on 13th December, you will be considered a registered from 1st. So guys, let's make a shortcut. Liable, proactive, early. Guys, liable, proactive, early. Were you liable? Yes. Were you proactive?
Yes.
Then your date will be the early date. Same question. Proactive means you have to apply within 30 days. You are liable for registering first. You applied on 15 January. Were you proactive? No, then late. Then whenever you get your registration, that time will be the registration date. So I'll give you a shortcut if you're getting confused. For everyone, repeat. For everyone, whenever they register, repeat. For everyone, whenever they get their number is the date of registration. Guys, repeat. For everyone in India, when they get their registration is the date of registration. Only one person gets an earlier date. LPE, liable, proactive, then you get the everyone. So I'm giving you some examples. I'm not liable to register. Registration date. You were late. Registration date. He was late. Everyone was late. Everyone registration except one. Liable, proactive, then it will be earlier date. Which earlier date? When you applied? No, no, no. When you were liable, that date. Early state. Yes, LPE. You can remember that as a shortcut. Anything else? That's about it, guys. This is the chapter. In fact, lots of people feel registration is a big this, that. I feel with I creation, with pigs, with IING, family, I don't think there should be any problem with registration. Let's look at some sums from ICAI material also on registration. Yes. Question? Yeah.
36 first time immediately covered 36.
Yes.
That 3 months is for composition.
Yes. And 6,
1 quarterly.
3 quarters for composition scheme and 6 months for regular scheme. Period means for composition scheme, the only period is quarterly. All right. Guys, here we go. Let's see some interesting stuff here on ICAI material registration chapter. All right, let's start. I'm going to ask random questions, guys. You have to reply back with the answers. Rapid quiz. Let's do the rapid quiz. Everyone. Rapid fire. What is the treatment of exports while computing aggregate turnover? Super. What is the treatment of value of inward supplies on which taxes payable on reverse charge while computing aggregate? Ignore. What is the applicable threshold limit for registration? The person is in Meghalaya. NT Mami.
20.
Manipur, Mizoram. This is Meghalaya. 20 lakh. What is the GST treatment of SGST while computing aggregate turnover? Exclude. IING. What is the treatment of outward supply taxable under reverse charge? Is it outward supply? So aggregate turnover means everything that is going outside. Don't get confused with RCM and all that. State whether Mr. X engaged in making supplies of ice cream in Gujarat is required to obtain registration of the aggregate turnover in the financial year is 25 lakh. Let's talk, guys. Ice cream, is it prohibited goods? It cannot be 40. It cannot be 10. So default is 20. And has he exceeded? Yes. What is the effective date of registration of the application submitted after 30 days?
Date of registration.
Every, guys, that's a very good shortcut. Every date is when you get the registration. Everyone's registration date is when they get, except LPE. Liable, proactive, then earlier. Is that an easy way to remember, guys? Yes. All right. Guys, going to some really nice questions and asking you, and you have to reply. Here we go. Yes. Question number 9. What a stupid question to ask. Also. Question number 7-2. Is he required to register? Yes. Let's check, guys. Is he doing goods and services both? So he cannot be under 40 because 40 requires only goods, and he's not in NT Mami, guys. He's in Assam, so automatically 20. Has he exceeded that? Classic question. How do you present this, guys? Very simple. Facts and law conclusion together. If it's for 2 marks, if it's 4 marks, then you'll spread it out. So how will you present this? First, facts. Sanjay of Assam is making intrastate supply of both goods and services and having aggregate turnover of 30 lakhs. Full stop. Next line. As per section 22, no pigs, nothing you will discuss, guys. Straight as per section 22, the threshold amount applicable to the state of Assam is 20 lakhs. He is currently at 30 lakhs, and hence he will be liable to be registered. All right. Nice. First one, 6-1. One state I can see. Tripura. Tripura, I spoiled it for him, guys. Because what is the limit for Tripura? 10. And he is at how many lakh turnover? 44, guys. What is the aggregate turnover? 40. What's our aggregate turnover? Is 11. No, 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 no. You're a family, guys. Never think of yourself alone. You're a family. How many lakh total? 44. All right. Third one. Yes. What will you not eat in life, guys? Pan masala. What does Ajay Devgan eat? Pan masala. Yes. So is this prohibited good? Then what limit will apply? Not apply. 40 will not apply. Then it's either 20 or 10. Then he's in Himachal Pradesh. So automatically which limit, guys? 20 lakh. Yes. He's already at 24, so he should register. Yes. Everyone, please tell me aggregate turnover. I'll tell you simple aggregate turnover. Just keep adding, keep adding, keep adding. 15 plus 10, 25 plus 10, 35. Everything you add. Diesel also, yes, everything you add. Yes. Now at 35, should he register or not? Check, guys. Is he doing only goods? Yes. Is he doing only goods? Yes. Is he doing interstate? No, he's not. Check.
Made in Punjab.
Just because he has Delhi and Punjab, you're saying interstate. No, no. Delhi is only supplying in Delhi. Punjab is only supplying in Punjab. So repeating again. Is he only doing goods? Yes. Second. Is he doing interstate? No. Is he doing prohibited? No. And is he in anti mami or put sem? No. So then what is the limit? 40. Guys, I'll tell you one thing. Just because I told you also, just because McDonald's is in Karnataka also, McDonald's is in Maharashtra, will they throw burgers? Guys? You take a burger and this. So just because they're in two different states doesn't mean it's compulsory like that. This one. Hello, hello, hello. Good. How are you? All right. So, is pure oil is liable for registration, guys? No, because what is the turnover right now? 35. What is the limit, guys? 40 lakhs. Yes. Yes. Please read question number 3A. Guys, is it an agent? And is it supplying goods on behalf of another taxable person? Then don't even read ahead. He has to compulsory register. 3B. No, guys. Remember yours. Agriculture farmers. Why should they register? Guys? Yes. All right. Guys, question number 1A and B both use my new shortcut. That when is registration date for everyone? No. When is the registration? Whenever they get. Except LPE. Use this shortcut. Super. Is the shortcut working well? Yes. Second one. Good shortcuts working well. Nice. Let's see one more question. I don't think registration will have any problem. In fact, let's see if registration from the ICAI material. Give me 1 second.
Is there any punishment for late?
Yes, during that period, if you made supplies after you cross the threshold, technically, let's say you cross the threshold of 40 lakhs and you've not registered, then the excess amount they can charge GST from you and you have to pay from your own pocket, along with interest and penalty. So generally, what happens is you should be a little proactive and you should know when you should register. All right. Penalty up to 300% they say, but now they are very lenient in GST. The GST there's a chapter called penalties where they say that if you agree to it and you pay, then we can reduce the penalty to zero also, because it's a new law. Then if you agree after some time, then there is 10%, which increases to 25%, increases to 100% also. There's a dedicated chapter called penalty at CA. Yes. All right. Is looking at exam question registration, exam question December 21, May 19, November 22. All these are exam questions. Let's say December 21. Okay, no, registration chapter is comfortable. Yes. All right. Yes, everyone, please read and tell me should they register or not for 4 marks. Guys, because they're on which side, guys? Tripura, what is the threshold limit? 10 lakh, should they register? Yes. Now, very interesting, the second part. Then, guys, then Tripura will not be considered only because what are they supplying? Petrol and diesel from Tripura. So then Tripura is not considered. Then what should the other states? Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. Is he supplying only goods? Then what is the limit? 40. And what is the total turnover below that? So he'll not register. I'll just read it out to you here, guys, the B part. Since Q Limited is making taxable supplies from Tripura, a specified special category state, the applicable threshold limit will reduce to how many lakh? So this is liable to be registered. Next, in case Q Limited is making supply of non-taxable goods from Tripura, the applicable threshold limit will not be reduced to how many lakh, guys? So that means if you are making some you'll not even register, that will not even be considered in for that limit. Yes. All right. What else we can do? This is done. Which other paper is here? May 19, November 22, November 23. May 19. Yes, everyone, please read. Guys, is it compulsory? Yes, because what is the word, guys? Interstate. So I'm not even counting turnover, etc. Yes, next. There are two assumptions here. Guys, who's the agent?
Mr. Rishi. Actually, agent.
No, acting as an agent of Mr. Rishi. So who's an agent, guys? SN Gupta is the agent. Now, if you assume Mr. Rishi is a registered person, then is it compulsory registration? Yes. But if you assume he's not compulsory, he's not registered. Yes, I'll draw it diagrammatically here on the screen. Guys, who's the principal? Rishi. If Rishi is assumed to be registered, guys, then SN Gupta will be registered compulsory? Yes. Is this part understood, everyone? Guys, what if Rishi is not registered? Then you have to check SN Gupta's turnover. What is SN Gupta's turnover? 12 lakh plus 9 lakh. How many lakhs? 21. And which state is he in? Rajasthan. Is it only goods? What is his turnover limit? 40 lakhs. So he is not going to register. So, sir, which to write? Write both. If you have 2 marks, write only one. Yes, everyone. So, how would I present this, guys? Here? So I would present, I will write whatever C2 and then I will write first A. So let's say in case the principal, that is Mr. Rishi, is assumed to be registered under GST dash, then in that case, as per section 24, Mr. SN Gupta will be required to be compulsorily registered. Next, in case it is assumed that Mr. Rishi is not registered, then in that case, the applicable threshold limit to Mr. SN Gupta is how many lakh? 40 lakh. His aggregate turnover is 21 lakh and hence he will not be required to be registered. Are we okay? Sir, but it's only 12 lakh. No, no one's questioned me that. His aggregate turnover is 12 or 21? 21. I'll tell you how 21. Guys, I'm selling bikes. I'm selling my bikes, Sourabh Mutha brand bikes, but I'm also selling EBC bikes. Then what is my turnover? Both. The bikes I supply amount plus EBC bikes. Yes, everyone okay? Guys, registration I don't think is a challenge for any of you guys, which is good. Yeah.
The principal will also include that 9 lakh in this turnover.
Yeah, principal will also include in aggregate turnover. Yes, in aggregate turnover, they both will not pay GST. Okay, now, okay, imagine I'm the principal, I'm giving you, you're the agent, I'm supplying you. Both will include. And here, hear me how it will go. I'm selling you bikes worth 9 lakh. Will there be GST? Yes. And you will get credit on it. And when you supply, will there be GST again? Yes. Getting it right. But don't worry, everyone in the middle gets credit. Only the consumer has to pay the GST. Alright. Last November 22 and November 23 exam. Here is November 22. Yes. हाँ लेके आ रहा है हाँ थोड़ी देर बाद भी लेके आएगा नो प्रॉब्लम कितने बजे तक है तू हाँ तो थोड़ी देर मैं तेरे को बोलता हूँ उसके बाद जा. Okay, thank you. November 22 year. Yes, this is the question, guys. Everyone. Very good question. We've done part of the question. Nisa Money started his business activities in the month of February in the state of Orissa. Let's see his aggregate turnover. Everyone calculator. Petrol, 4 lakh. To his branch in Rajasthan, but exempt goods. Everything, guys. Just perfect. 4 plus 2, 6. 6 plus 5, 11. 11 plus 6, 17. Inward supply will you take? No. So what is the aggregate turnover? 70. Now, guys, what is he supplying? Goods. But is he supplying goods to his branches also, guys? Guys, he's in Orissa and he's supplying goods to Uttar Pradesh. Yes. Then, guys, will there be GST registration required? Yes. 1 second. Outward supply of petrol, interstate. Okay, outward supply of taxable goods by his branch in Uttar Pradesh. Okay. So only intra. Okay, okay. Only inter. Inter is exempt. Inter is which one, guys? Okay, first let's see. What is the aggregate turnover, guys? 17. Are we sure about that? Next. Is he compulsory required to register? No, because there is no interstate supply of taxable goods. Yes. So then we'll go to turnover base. What is turnover base? Pigs. Is it prohibited goods? No. Is it interstate supply? No. Is it goods only? Yes. So what is the limit, guys? 40 and he's at 17. Let's check the answer, guys. He's how many? 17. Goods and services. Sorry, we missed services, guys. No. Here. Outward supply of services. Sorry. That's why it's how many lakh, guys? 20. Can we repeat? Everyone? Aggregate turnover? 17. Everyone okay with aggregate turnover 17? Can someone tell me why we are not doing compulsory registration here? Because he's not making interstate supply of taxable goods. Yes, interstate supply has to have no taxable goods. Then we'll go to 22. Why 40 lakh is not applicable? Goods and services. What if they were only goods? Then 40 lakh. Anyway, whether it's 40 or whether it's 20, he'll not register because he's at 70. Alright. So this is good question, guys. What you can do is, again, I've told you before, but just go to this handwritten folder. You have the handwritten notes folder, right? In that, they all mentioned all these exam questions. November 23 also.
Sir, can you upload the ICAI paper?
I've uploaded it. It's not there? Okay. I'll upload it right away. Registration. Okay. Is there? I say, and where is it? In GST for. Yes, guys, this is the question. Question number 8A, the second part. Everyone. Yes, guys, explain the procedure for revocation or cancellation of registration. Guys, can you make an application under section with section, guys? 30. The application has to be made within, this time it was 30 days, guys. So, but now 30 plus 90 days. And whatever has been done incorrectly has to be corrected within the next 30 days. But I don't have too much to write here. See the one before that. This is a rule called Rule 37A. It's a great time to explain this rule to you, all of you guys, everyone. Guys, I am electric bike company. Who am I? Electric bike company. You are battery supply company. Are you supplying batteries to me? For me, it's PC. What is it? Purchase leads to credit. And let's put a number. I bought batteries for 10 lakh rupees, GST 1 lakh 20. So I'm taking credit of how much? 1 lakh 20. The government says, okay, take it, no problem. In which month? November. Guys, in which month? November. I'm taking the credit. But the government says, I want the GST. I want the GST. I say, okay, government, you'll get the GST. I take the credit, guys. All conditions fulfilled. Now the government is not getting the GST from you. I have taken the credit. You were supposed to pay GST to whom? Government. Now the government has not got the GST. Now then in that case, guys, there's a rule called Rule 37A, unnecessary rule. Stupid rule. What is the rule saying? That for your mistake, I have to reverse my credit. Everyone who's not paying GST to the government, battery supply company. In that case, if it's your mistake also, I will have to reverse it and I can re-avail it when you pay. So this is which rule, guys? Rule 37A. In case of Rule 37A, in case GST is not paid by the supplier, the amount of GST credit that has been taken by the recipient has to be reversed. However, the same can be re-availed when the GST has been paid by the supplier. Are we okay with this, guys? Yes. Now, this is very, very painful in real life. Yes, because not because of my mistake, your mistake, I have to reverse my credit. Yes. All right. Guys, if you reach to question number 8 and you find it difficult, always remember, guys, there is question number 7 here. This is 7A. Guys, check here. I'll tell you how the thing looks like. First one is compulsory. Yes, this is question number 1. Between 6, 7, 8, you have to do how many, guys? 2. Let's see the next one. You can do this. See the 6A and 6B, guys. Very, very simple. See the 6A. Let's see. Mr. Dhanwan, an individual registered supplier of Ahmedabad, received the following amounts. Receive means he's made supplies. What does he mean, guys? You have to tell me, guys. See, what have they asked? You are required to compute the value of supply and the GST is to be paid by Mr. Dhawan. All right. Let's see the first one. You are supplied with services, security services to Holy Foundation and Education Institution preschool. Guys, is this exempt? So will you include this value? No. Amount received an honorarium for participation as a guest anchor on Apna TV in relation to a debate. Is this subject to GST? Yes. Guys, think like the government. Why will this not be subject to GST? Yes. Some received as hiring charges for provision of what? Non-air conditioned contract carriage for transportation of employees to and fro work of Mr. Siddhi. And is it a contract carriage? Let's go to passenger transport. Contract carriage, there are two conditions. Either AC or tourism. Is it for AC? No. Is it for tourism? No. So will there be any GST? No.
Okay, so
Guys, remember arts all. I'm assuming it's Indian classes, guys. Will there be any GST? No. Which one? He's not in education. He's just an individual. No, but this is, I told you, now A for arts in charitable trust, I told you. Sports only by registered trust. But arts training or anyone is, as long as this is Indian classical music. They haven't, you can take any. Renting of residential flat we haven't discussed, but I'll tell you guys. R for residential, R for registered. Repeat, guys. R for residential, R for registered. There is GST under RCM. R. Everyone, can we repeat, everyone? R for residential, R for registered. That means if you provide your residential premise on rent to a registered person, there will be GST on what basis? RCM. R. Can we repeat? R for residence, R for registered person, and it has to be under which mechanism? RCM. So guys, will this be on, will he have to pay? No. So he'll have to only pay on how much, guys? 2,25,000. Have they given? We'll check the suggested of this, but this is how it is. Everyone okay with the first one? Yes. Okay with the second one? Only the fourth one I want to see what they have taken as a suggested. So once you solve one more sum, I'll see this November 23 suggested in the meanwhile. Alright. What you can do is, guys, go through your registration chapter for 2 minutes. I'll just go through suggested and tell you what they've taken. And if there are any doubts and questions, you can ask. We have not read the question well, guys. Everyone, please read the question well, the first one.
Outside school.
And thankfully, we discussed this, everyone, guys. Guys, outside school, I told you it should be in school. So, will this be taxable? Yes. This is arts and culture only. Music, they've kept arts and culture. This 1,50,000, I'll check what they've done, guys. I'll update you guys on this 1,50,000. They've said it's taxable. Let me just update you guys on this. Everything else is okay. Guys, everything else is okay. Only thing is, this is also okay. The first one was our mistake on reading. Second one is okay. Only third one they have taxed it. I'll tell you tomorrow why they've taxed it and what is the provision there. Alright. That's it. Guys, here the next one. I know we've not done this chapter today, but we've done this chapter. So can you take 2 minutes and solve this question as well? Yes, the first one, guys. What are you donating? Purchased a water cooler from Panotra Brothers of Hoshiarpur of 25,000 to donate it to a temple situated in Hoshiarpur. Mr. Sonu directed Malhotra Brothers to engrave the words on the water cooler donated by Mr. Sonu from Chandigarh and dispatch the water cooler directly to the temple. Is it okay? Yes. Are you promoting any business, etc.? No. So this is not in the course of business, guys. Yes. Individual, yes. But had he said, you know what, some promotion, I told you, Vivos, Tirupati, any promotion, then yes. Next one, guys. Superb, guys. Is it free of cost? So section 7(1)(c). Is it in the course of business? Yes. And guys, it should be from which person, guys? 100% is yes, head office and yes, good, good, good. Yes, two marks, guys. Here, guys, do you have issues in presenting? Should we discuss how to present, or are you okay? Yes, everyone, let me know if that's a problem. We can discuss it. Everyone, okay, right? For if it's a 2 mark question, facts, law, and conclusion together. And if it's big, then you have to elaborate a little bit. And generally, they'll give you marks, bigger marks for bigger questions, where they calculate aggregate turnover, then discuss and all that. Then it'll be 4 marks. Yes. All right. This theory. But I just feel that if you give facts first, I don't know how you present in law paper. Provision, yes. Now, what I do is, I know this is a great way of doing it, but I feel provision sometimes can go a little haywire also. Facts can never go wrong. So I want to tell the examiner that, listen, I know, hey, like, oh, now this person knows everything. So that's how I function. There's no, ICAI does not have any set pattern. And hence I say facts and law and conclusion. And in my law, then you write the section and all in the law only. Yes. But you can choose, you can go that way also. Yes. All right. Perfect. Guys, accounts, records, and e-way bill is what I want to discuss next. I don't want to waste any time because we have some backlog anyway. So I know we usually end at this time, but with everyone's permission, can we continue for a bit more? Yes, all right. So guys, yesterday we discussed a chapter called accounts, records, e-way bill. We finished e-way bill. Let's quickly recap, guys. E-way bill is basically under section 68, rule 138. It's a evidence of movement. It's a evidence of whether you are supplying goods, you're sending it to a job worker, you're just sending it outside. If there is movement, there needs to be an e-way bill created. You need to create on the portal, and you can have a consolidated e-way bill also by the transporter. Guys, important things you should know: part A, part B. Which part can be changed? Part B. Can you cancel the e-way bill? Yes. Within how many hours? 24 hours. Approval you should know. Validity you should know. 200 kilometers per day. What if it's 5.3 days? 6 days. Yes, it should basically, it's always rounded off like that. And some cases where e-waybill is not required, you should know. And when can a registered person's e-waybill creation part A is restricted to suspend? You have not filed your returns for 2 periods, GSTR 1. You have not filed GSTR 3B for 2 periods. You have not composition scheme dealer, you have not paid your GST for 2 quarters. Or your GST registration is suspended. When is it suspended? Cancellation and all that suspended. That time, guys, you cannot create GST e-waybill. I see the logic now. See if it's all falling in place. You asked for cancellation. What have you asked for? So that means you want to close your business.
Yes.
They have done what to your registration? Suspend. So during that period, why do you want to create e-waybills? What are you trying to do in that period? Are we getting that, guys? Yes. All right. Next, we saw e-waybill. Now we'll see accounts records. Yes. Everyone, accounts records is a very, very small part of the chapter. I'll tell you what. Every registered businessman, let's take EBC, guys. Do they have to maintain accounts and records? Yes. Let's talk about EBC. Details of purchase. Repeat. Details of sales. ITC utilized. Opening stock. Closing stock. Why is all required? Remember RVC. So you need details of stock also. So basically you have to remember any 5-6 things. Just 2 minutes. Yes. So we were at accounts records e-waybill, and accounts records actually the easier part. What they say is that you should know any 5 records to be maintained by a registered person. So actually we'll remember more than 5. First, details of purchase. Why? Because they need to give you credit. Details of supply, because they need to take liability. Details of ITC availed. Details of ITC, then details of opening stock, details of closing stock, then details of goods supplied to an agent, details of goods supplied to agent, then details of export sales, details of its sales, export sales, and what else you can say, details of goods supplied, goods or service supplied under RCM. So basically you can know any 5, 7, 8 details, and they should be, I don't think that's an important question also anyway. What the slightly more important question is that how long should you retain the accounts and records? You have to basically retain them from 72 months. How many months? So what is 72 months? 6 years. And what is it? 6 years. And 6 years from your birthday. No. 6 years from the annual return due date. Yes, annual return. We've not done return chapter, but I'll tell you annual return. What is the due date? What is your year starting date? 1st April. When is the ending date? 31st March. After the year ends on 31st December, till then you can file your annual return. That's called annual return due date. Put annual return due date. So from that date you have to keep the accounts for how much time? 6 years. Of course, most people keep it electronic, but you can keep it physical also. And if you're gone on for any appeal, assessment, revision, repeat, appeal, assessment or revision. That means you don't agree with something, you go for appeal, assessment or revision. Then after disposal, after final disposal, final order of that appeal, revision, assessment, you have to keep the documents for at least 1 year, whichever is later. So you're not in any appeal. 6 years. You are in appeal. Then 6 years or after the disposal of appeal, 1 year, whichever is later. Basically, they say keep it as long as possible. These are accounts records. So that is section 35 and 36. Now, there are 2 accounts details which composition scheme guys don't need to maintain. That is called TS. Everyone. Which guys? Composition scheme guys don't need to maintain how many details? 2. TS or ST. First, they don't need to maintain details of the tax, because guys, composition scheme can't charge also, can't take credit also. Yes. And second, stock. They don't need to keep details of the stock. Yes, that is 2 things they don't need to keep details of. Then yes, you are a transporter. You are who? Transporter. If the details have not been maintained by the person who's supplying the goods, you should maintain the details of the goods. Example, if you're a transporter and if you don't have invoice, etc., then you should know what the details of these goods are. Again, not important. If you're a warehouse owner, guys, warehouse, go down keeper, warehouse owner, then you should have details of who these goods are, etc. Should have all the details of the goods related to the goods. Anything else there? Yes, and if you're an agent, repeat, if you're a, then you have to additionally, besides all these details, guys, even additional agent will purchase, even additional details will, but 2 additional details for an agent is they need to have authorization, details of authorizations given by the principal. That's an additional detail. That is accounts and records. I don't think that is important. I have a feeling if it comes, it will only be a e-waybill. Even if CA final accounts records are not important, even an internet is not important, only e-waybill. Yes, yeah, your question. I know, stock. Yes, but ICAI material has written that they don't have to keep maintain. We to always tell the competition guys to maintain details because tomorrow they might want to turn. Yes. Yes. Different authors know, but they've not. So I feel if you're a composition scheme dealer, but who wants to go into regular scheme, then you'll need to keep details of stock. So what they mean is, if you're into composition scheme and you don't intend to go into regular scheme, then you don't need to maintain details of stock and tax. Yes. Did you understand the question? She's saying that composition scheme guy might want to convert into regular scheme. Remember, happy. So then you need stock details. Yes. So that is what it is. And yeah, let's look at some questions. Guys. ICAI material. Here we go. It's a very small chapter, honestly. You'll be able to answer every question here. Check. Rapid fire, guys. State the correctness of the statement. Place of business includes a place. Logic guide. Please read the first one. Oh, second one I have not explained, so I'll explain, guys. Guys, when you maintain accounts and records, everyone, when you maintain accounts and records, guys, if you make any changes or overwriting, if you make any changes or if you overwrite, then it has to be attested. It has to be like your check. In the check, guys, if you make a mistake, what do? Sign. In real life, no one does this. But it's a provision. They say that accounts and records, if you make any changes, yes. See, when they make a law, no, they make a very strict law. When they release a bike or etc., when they make motor vehicles act, they say, of course, helmet has to be worn compulsory. But then they apply it very loosely. Same way here also. They made it very strict, but application for this one is very low on the attestation front. Next, please read the next one. I'll zoom in. Every owner has to maintain records of the consignor, consignee only for a registered person? No. Even if you're not registered, you should have details of the consignor and the consignee. Next. Logically think, guys. Will the government say don't maintain records? No. You should have details even if you're importing. Next. Guys, composition scheme data, only two details you don't have to. S and T. This is not S or this is not T also. Is this stock? No. Is this T? No. So then you have to maintain these details. Yes. All right. Guys, this is question and answer. Test your knowledge. Who is required to maintain books of accounts, and it is placed in terms of section 35 read with relevant rules. As who is required? Every registered person, transporter and godown owner needs to maintain books of accounts and records. And where do they need to maintain? Logical, guys. If it's principal place of business, you need to keep it at the principal place. If details are respect of additional place, then you need to keep it at additional place of business. Please read. He's in which scheme? Generally, mobile guys never are in the composition scheme. I'll tell you why, guys. When you purchase mobile, what do you pay? See, you're on Galaxy Samsung dealer, guys. When you purchase from Samsung, what do you pay? GST. And if you're in composition scheme, you can't take what? Credit. So this is the wrong question only. But anyways, we'll agree to what they're saying. I see it's not required. Which are the two things not required, guys? Stock and details of tax. Next. Guys, any person, not just him, any person, details of purchase, details of supply, details of input tax credit availed, opening stock, closing stock, details of export, details other his works contract, so details of works contract obtained from. So any 5-7 general details you should remember. I'll just show you this question answer here, guys. Names and addresses on whose behalf contract is executed. Description, value and quantity of the works contract. Details of payment received in respect of each works contract. Basically basic details, plus you can name the other details also. Yes. Don't focus, guys. Amongst all the things that you have to study, accounts records is the least important. EVABL is important. Yes. Please read the next one. Yes, but as a warehouse keeper, you should also, besides the details of your purchase yourself, you should also have details of the goods kept in the warehouse. Yes, go down. Do you think this is correct, guys? No. Electronically or manually? Yes. This is accounts records. Let's see, there's something else which we can do from here. Yes, what is the period of retention? This is a good question. They've not asked. 72 months. And if you are in some appeal, etc., 1 year after the final disposal of such appeal, whichever is later. This is very good. That is section 36, guys. Here. Any entry in the register account shall not be erased or overwritten except with a attestation. Under what, guys? Attestation. And if you want to understand the meaning, just like write the check, guys. Yes. You can maintain them manually or you can maintain them electronically also. So accounts records is section 35. Section 35 says who needs to maintain and all, and when is section 36. Yes. All right. Now e-way bill is here. Let's do e-way bill also. We've discussed it. We just need to do the questions. Rapid fire, guys. Very rapidly.
Yes.
What a stupid question. E-way bill is for that purpose only, from one stage to the other. Only part B. No, remember, guys, I have a shortcut, guys. LPG kerosene cycle rickshaw. What is the shortcut, guys? LPG kerosene. Yeah, postman used LPG kerosene cycle rickshaw to transport currency, coral, precious. Guys, postman used postal articles, no e-way bill. Used articles, no e-way bill. LPG kerosene, no e-way bill. Cycle rickshaw goods, if you transport in cycle rickshaw, close by, no e-way bill. Precious things, no e-way bill. Currency, no e-way bill. Yes. Corals, no e-way bill. Yes. Defense also. We have a whole list, but you have to remember any 5 7 of them. Please remember, read the next one.
50,000.
Excellent, guys. 50,000 excluding GST or including GST? The first time, guys, including GST. They want more people, so taxable supply including GST. Yes.
GT.
Yes, generally the goods transporter is required to furnish details in part B of the e-way bill. Yes, let's read, guys. Supplier can also, but generally he won't have the details. It's the GTA, you authorize him and he fills in. Explain the meaning of consignment value of goods, guys. For e-way bill, what is the consignment value of goods, guys? Taxable value of goods including GST. Yes, please read the next one. Yes. He found a mistake? No, you can't edit part A. So you have to cancel it, make another e-way bill. Next. Is alcohol liquor for human consumption? Do we need e-way bill? No. You all understand Hindi, all of you? Who doesn't understand Hindi? No, nothing at all. So here, why don't you understand Hindi? Because it's not taught in Kannada schools.
Kind of.
It is not a food.
No, in the school which I studied till 5th, it was not there.
Okay.
So then
Okay.
then only till 8th I studied.
That's why you are not well versed. Okay.
Hindi, they don't.
Hindi don't teach only.
Like only till 10th
Sanskrit or all.
Okay.
In ICC, I think it's 4th class.
Yeah.
You don't have food.
No, because for CA final we are contemplating doing English CA final also and English also. So I was just trying to figure whether it makes sense to do in Kannada, in Karnataka. Does it make sense to do English? Because I feel you all also okay with English and they are also okay with English. So I think English only should be done. Yes. All right. Yes, guys, interesting. What is the value of iron bars? 40,000 excluding GST. Can you add 18%, guys?
47.
Yes. And the transportation cost is how much? 7,000. Should we maintain e-way bill, guys?
The transportation.
Value of supply.
Yeah.
Okay.
Invoice.
No, you don't have to. Guys, what is even? It's separately, no? The transportation cost of 17,000 has been charged separately to deliver the same. So why will you need e-way bill?
Value of supply.
One second, the transportation has been charged separately. Okay, charge. Okay. I thought charged separately by the transporter. Okay, perfect. So 40 plus 47. 40 plus 7 is 47. Plus 18%, how much is that? Huh? 7,200. So it becomes 50 something. Okay. Alright. Guys, just changing this question. What if you had supplied goods worth 40,000 and there was GST of 80% and the transporter has separately charged 7,000? No, then no. Your value of supply is then 40,000. Guys, 1 minute. Understand what I'm asking. Guys, let's say she's ordered some goods from me. I'm supplying to her goods worth how many thousand? 40,000. So I'm getting only 40. So will there be GST on 40? Yes. There's a transporter who's transporting goods worth how many thousand? 7. He's charging 7. So on that, they will not charge me. On that, they will charge them.
She pays directly to
No, it was not my liability. It was not my liability. I'll tell you, explain. She ordered my goods worth how many thousand? 40. My job was only to give the goods. She said, I'll arrange for transportation, etc. And the goods were taken away, but I had no relation with the transporter. If she's arranged for transport, then of course it's mine. But if she's only arranged for transporter, so I'm asking a different question. Then in that case, guys, between this it's 40,000 worth of GST, and between that it is 7,000 worth of GST. So here, guys, let's see the question here. 47 plus 8, 55, 460. Did we also get this GST amount? Yes. All right. Yes. Everyone, can we read this? Mr. A, a registered person paying tax under which scheme, has not filed GST or run for how many months days? Last 2 months. Very interesting. No, but read the question. Who's the person who's done something wrong? Mr. A. So he can't file what? E-way bill. He can't make e-way bill. But Mr. B is supplying to Mr. A. Can he? Yes. I told you invert supply is okay. 1 minute, 1 minute. Invert supplies. So there will be no restriction in generating e-way bill for Mr. B. Mr. B can. Mr. A can't generate. Yes, everyone. Okay. All right. If you have time, guys, every chapter I'll tell you, watch revision videos, read my handwritten quick book, and if you get the time, just go through questions and illustrations also. Flip, don't read even one line from the material, but just flip to the illustration. Yes, and I'm sure you will, because if in this much time, I understand it's a big portion and all, but in this limited time, and there are some chapters you're all okay with. Example, registration you're okay with. If I say tomorrow value supply you're okay with. So the ones you're not okay with, pay a little more attention. Same thing with DT, guys. Set off you're okay with. Clubbing you're okay with. House property you're okay with. So maybe if you're not okay with something, spend a little more time there. Yes. All right. And yes. See this one. If multiple invoices are issued by the supplier to the recipient, then it is for the movement of goods of more than one invoice. Multiple e-way bills have to be generated. This is your question from yesterday. Yes. Yeah. If multiple invoices are issued by the supplier to a recipient, that is for movement of goods of more than one invoice of the same consignment concerning multiple e-way bills have to be generated. Just saying. And situation of e-way bill is not required, guys. You can buy hard any of these: postal goods, kerosene, LPG, pearls, jewelry, currency, used articles, coral, work coral, etc. There is a full list also, but you can buy hard any few and you should be okay with it. All right. Perfect. I think this should be good. So today, guys, we did on exemptions. I've done. I think we've done a few less, but it's okay. I feel we'll make up for it tomorrow. What do we do tomorrow? You tell me, guys. ITC payment question number 5 we'll do on the last day. And I was thinking with every question we'll do one exemption also. So exemption also we'll finish. We've already finished a lot of exemption. Let's see which ones we finished till here. So agriculture is left. Insurance. Insurance is very simple. Agriculture is not very difficult. Miscellaneous also. I think tomorrow we'll finish exemptions with 2-3 more. It will not remain till day after tomorrow. So tomorrow, guys, tell me the pain point chapters. Let's do those. Place of supply, time of supply. Yes. Guys, I can give you some amazing shortcuts for those. Yes. And also place of supply is new. Guys, what about returns? Can we do that also tomorrow? Yes. So what we will do is tomorrow morning we will start, or afternoon we will start place of supply first, straight off. But place of supply, don't read anything. Time of supply, read and come from wherever. If I have taught you shortcuts, if I have not taught you, use my QuickBook to see the shortcuts. You'll figure the shortcuts, guys. Yes. Now you know my pattern of shortcuts. I take the main words and I make shortcuts. And place of supply, I'll take it over completely. Time of supply we'll do, and we'll do returns. So we'll do 3 chapters. So then what else will remain? Credit, tax invoice, credit debit notes. Can we try on our own? Just try. See, you don't have to read place of supply. You have to read only time of supply. So in the morning, just try and read time of supply and try and do tax invoice, debit notes, credit notes. And then if you have any questions and all, if we get time, I'll squeeze it. Anything else?
Yeah, credit and
It should be there. Just on YouTube channel, just have a look. No. Yeah. Even if it's one attempt older, read it with your QuickBook. You'll understand if there's any change. Yes. Anything else I want to do? I want to reserve the last day, that is first, only and only for questions. And if there are some exemptions, we'll squeeze it. I'm very comfortable exemptions because we are only agriculture is very simple, insurance is very simple. We have only government residence also we finished. RRR. Residential to whom? Registered person under which mechanism is RCM. So that also we figured. Yeah, so I think we are very comfortable on exemption. Any other chapter that we are missing out on?